My name is Sububai. I woke up with a terrible headache like I had been hit hard. When I looked around, I saw I was inside a tent made of animal hide. Confused, I stepped outside and found myself in a strange forest clearing, surrounded by plants I didn't recognize. It wasn't the place I expected to be after falling off a cliff during a hiking trip. I was still wearing the same sports clothes from that day, though they were now torn and dirty. The area looked like a camp with signs of people living there, but no one was in sight. As I explored, I found bones and more tents, about 30 of them, and soon I saw people dressed in fur and leaves. They didn't speak any language I knew, and that made me panic a little. Then I saw one of them up close. He had horns, sharp teeth, and strange eyes. That's when it hit me. I wasn't on Earth anymore. The horned man pulled me along deeper into the camp. As we walked, I saw other beings, some with wings, tails, animal features, and even some who looked human but had different colored hair and eyes. We finally reached a giant tent where many strange people gathered. I listened to them argue about a dying shaman and the need for a replacement. Apparently, I was the only one left to be tested. They brought me inside to an old man, the current shaman. When I looked into his eyes, something strange happened. It was like I was pulled into a vision of the stars and saw a powerful creature in flames, something between a snake and a dragon. When I came back to my senses, the old man looked drained, but he nodded. I had passed the test. Then something even weirder happened. I could suddenly understand their language. That's when I realized they had chosen me to become their next shaman. I didn't know what was going on or how I'd ended up here, but one thing was clear. My life had completely changed. After the shaman asked my name, I told him honestly, Subai. He had already shown that he wasn't ordinary. With just a look, he had somehow made me understand and speak their language. When he asked where I was from, I hesitated. How could I explain I came from a place called Earth? Thankfully, he assumed I had lost my tribe and told me the Flame Dragon tribe would now be my new home. Honestly, I didn't mind. I had no family back on Earth, and I used to live alone, writing novels for a living. At least now I had a place to stay. The shaman said the inheritance ceremony would be held tomorrow night. From the look in people's eyes, I could tell it wouldn't be easy. It might even be painful. Outside the tent, the news spread quickly. Everyone was excited that a new shaman had been found. They were scared of losing their totem and becoming wanderers. For them, I was a sign of hope. After the crowd left, a girl named Yin Hua was told to show me around. She looked nothing like her father, Yin Zio, and had a small red horn on her head, like a fantasy cowgirl. She seemed annoyed at first, but agreed to guide me. As we walked, she told me about the Flame Dragon tribe. They used to have over 300 members, but now only 72 remained. The Black Snake tribe had ambushed them, killed many of their hunters, and taken their ancestral land. That's why they now lived in tents instead of the caves they once called home. Her voice was full of anger and pain. I realized that once I became the shaman, these enemies would become mine too. She was surprised when I promised we'd take revenge someday. I could tell that gained me a bit of respect in her eyes. Though I was still new here, I would have to prove myself if I wanted to belong. As I walked through the camp, thinking about their living conditions, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in my head. Some kind of daily assistance system was installing. That was the moment I realized my journey in this world was just beginning. When I suddenly heard a mechanical voice in my head, I was shocked. But as a writer, I knew all about systems from novels. This one called itself the Daily Assistance System, and at first it only had a check-in function. By checking in every day, I could get random rewards, sometimes even high-grade ones. I decided to wait until I was alone before claiming the reward just in case anything strange happened. While the cowhorn girl, Yin Hua, was explaining the tribe to me, I accidentally zoned out. She scolded me. But when I apologized and she saw I was still weak from being unconscious for 3 days, she softened and offered to take me to rest. To my surprise, she gave me her own tent for the night. It was next to the shaman's and her father's, which showed how much my status had improved. Though she grumbled about it, I appreciated the gesture. After she left, clearly embarrassed, I went inside. The tent was small and messy, just hay on the ground, a dirt floor, and no furniture. I reminded myself this was a primitive world, not Earth with its comforts. Sitting down, I finally told the system to open the reward. I was lucky. It gave me an intermediate great assistance, heal. It could speed up wound recovery by using my mental energy. The system also let me check my stats, and I found out that my body was weaker than a normal person's. Only my mental energy was strong, probably from being a writer who spent too much time indoors. It became clear that if I wanted to survive here, I needed to get stronger fast. He wouldn't work on sickness, and in a place without hospitals, being physically weak was dangerous. I had to train, improve my health, and prepare for what lay ahead. This system might be my best hope. It wasn't much now, but it was something. And in a world like this, even a little help could make all the difference. While I was settling into this strange world, the shaman and chieftain Yin Zio were deep in conversation about me. Yin Zio was clearly worried. After all, I was a complete outsider, and they were about to make me the next shaman, the spiritual core of their tribe. I understood his doubts. The tribe had just lost its old chieftain and was still recovering from a devastating battle against the Blacknake tribe. The shaman was aging and weak, and without a successor, their totem awakening ceremony would vanish with him. Still, the shaman believed in me. He had seen signs that I could connect with the totem, which meant I had the potential to awaken that same connection in others. To him, that was enough. He warned Yin Zio not to dig too much into my past. What mattered now was protecting the future of the tribe. While they talked, Yin Hua entered the tent. She told them she had arranged for me to stay in her tent, though she had noticed I dodged any personal questions. Yan Zio, still uneasy, wondered if I might be from the enemy tribe, but the shaman was confident I wasn't. He believed I came from somewhere even more extraordinary, especially since my bloodline felt so pure, untouched by any totem before. Then things got awkward. The shaman suggested I marry and have children early to pass down potential shaman talent. Yin Zio immediately thought of Yin Hua. She, of course, exploded with embarrassment and anger. She wasn't the type to be pushed into marriage, especially not to someone she saw as physically weak. She wanted a strong warrior who could defeat her in battle, not a quiet newcomer like me. Yan Zio argued that she was already 19 and falling behind the others, but she didn't care. She stood her ground. I wasn't even there, but somehow I have become the center of this unexpected matchmaking plan. The shaman ended their argument with a laugh, saying young people should figure out their own paths. As for me, I was just trying to survive and understand this world. Marriage was the last thing on my mind. As the sun began to set, a loud shout rang through the tribe. The hunting team had returned. I stepped outside to see everyone rushing toward the mountains, excitement written all over their faces. Yin Hua suddenly appeared beside me like a ghost. I joked about how quiet she was, but she just said it was basic warrior training. She invited me to go see the hunters return, and I agreed. When we got there, the crowd parted for me. I was the new shaman's successor after all. From a distance, I saw 6 strong warriors carrying beasts 2 or 3 times their size. Everyone around me, kids, women, and elders, reacted with pure joy and relief. Food meant survival, and this successful hunt brought hope. I asked Yan Hua about the tribe's food situation, and what she told me painted a hard picture. Meat mostly when the totem warriors and kids, women, and elders ate berries, and even those were hard to find. Half of the meat was saved as jerky for storage. I asked if they farmed or raised animals, but she didn't even know what farming was. That hit me hard. In this primitive world, food was always uncertain. Suddenly, a tall, muscular man with a strong stench appeared in front of us. His name was Tang Shi, and he teased Yin Hua about me being her husband. She turned bright red, quickly, denying it and explaining who I was. When he learned I was the new shaman's successor, he got excited and immediately handed me a fee essence, saying I looked too weak. Then the rest of the hunting party gathered around. In a few moments, I had an armful of fee essence and even a rabbit. They were so enthusiastic, offering meat, inviting me to dinner, saying the future of the tribe depended on me. It was overwhelming, but their kindness was real. I felt their hope and their trust, and it made the weight of being the shaman settle more heavily on my shoulders. As we walked back, Yin Hua quietly took some fee essence from my arms. I glanced at her, then ahead, thinking this role isn't just a title, it's a duty. I had to live up to it. Yin Hua caught up to Sabu by carrying 2 fee essence and said in a clear voice, "Let me handle them." "Well, dry any leftovers into jerky." "No need, just leave me 1 pheasant. You can have the rest." Subai handed over the rest for me. Yen Hua was stunned. "Yes. In return, could you get me some seasoning?" Subai was really hungry. "Seasoning, sure. I'll go get some for you." Yen Hua furrowed her brows. She looked down at the fee essence and rabbits in her hands before turning around and quickly running off. "Hey," Subai called out as he watched her run off. He opened his mouth and sighed. "You didn't tell me where the kitchen is." Helpless, he could only bring the pheasant back to the teepee. The sun was already setting in the west. The teepee was dim, and he could only fumble in the dark to look for a knife. Better light a fire first. After searching for a while, the sun completely disappeared, and the teepee was pitch black. He had no choice but to give up looking for a knife. He lifted the door flap and saw bonfires everywhere in the tribe, many figures busily moving about with the air permeating with the aroma of roasted meat. Wouldn't it be better to just borrow a fire and a knife from them, instead of foolishly searching everywhere? Subai face palmed and shook his head with a wry smile. "Looks like I need to change my lifestyle and quickly adapt to living here." He was used to living independently on Earth and rarely sought help from others, so his mind hadn't processed this new life. Subai went over to a bonfire and saw a group of people busy at work using stone knives to process the wild game. Some people even threw unplucked fee essence directly into the fire to roast. This scene had a huge impact on him. It was wild, rough, and direct, vividly displaying how primitive they were. Do they only roast the meat? Subai scanned around and only saw roasting. No sign of anything boiled. Just as he was about to take a closer look, the 16M tall bullhorn girl appeared carrying a basin-sized stone pot. What's this? Suba was surprised by Yin Hua's strength. He peered into the stone pot and saw the prepared whole essence and rabbits quietly lying inside. This stone pot belongs to the shaman. He told me to bring it to you, Yin Ha said with pursed lips. For me, Sub asked in surprise. The shaman said that this thing would be given to you sooner or later, so giving it to you now is the same. Yin Hua said with a gloomy expression. All right then, Sub, I didn't refuse. You go back to your tent. I'll cook it and bring it to you, Yin Hua said in a clear voice as she carried the stone pot towards the bonfire. Sub, I paused for a moment, but followed behind the bullhorn girl and sat by the bonfire watching her bustle about. Yin Ha put the stone pot in the center of the bonfire, then got up and ran off. After a short while, she returned carrying a wooden bucket and poured some water into the pot. Nothing else happened. Yin Ha just obediently sat by the bonfire, blankly, staring at the stone pot in the flames without any intention of doing anything else. What about the seasonings? Sub, I probed. As a reclusive orphan author, he was skilled in all manner of household chores, which included cooking. He naturally knew how to stew chickens and rabbits. Here, Yan Hua glanced around and carefully took out a finger-length wooden stick, or rather wooden tube, from her leather skirt pocket. It was plugged with a wooden stopper. What's this? Sub, I asked curiously. Salt. Yin Ha lowered her voice. Salt. Sub, I had a sudden realization. In this primitive society, salt was precious, unlike on Earth where one could buy a pack for 2 yuan at the supermarket. Take it. Yin Hua reluctantly handed over the salt, her red eyes stealing a couple glances. This salt wouldn't happen to be yours, would it? Sub, I frowned and asked. The tribe is already out of salt. Totem warriors can't be without salt. I can eat a bit less salt for now. It's fine. Yin Hua's voice was a bit low. As an author, Sub, I had to look up a lot of information and had researched the importance of salt. However, that was not for primitive societies. He initially thought everyone treated salt as seasoning. He now felt bad accepting it. After all, it was the bullhorn girl's cherished stash. You keep it. We won't use salt today. Sub, I handed the salt back. You don't want it? Yin Ho was stunned. Salt was in high demand. Even totem warriors treasured it. I don't want it. Sub, I shook his head and asked, where do you get your salt from? The hunting team trades for it from other tribes. Yan Hua tightly clutched the wooden tube and said in a clear voice, every 15 days, the spotted deer tribe host a market. Every surrounding tribe would go there to barter. How long until the next market? Subba's eyes lit up, thinking he could go take a look. Maybe he could find some familiar things. 10 more days, Yin Hua answered, gurgle. The water in the stone pot came to a boil and started bubbling. Wild game without seasonings is going to taste bad. Sub-I muttered to himself as locked on the fee essence and rabbits rolling in the pot. Still with his stomach about to rebel, if he didn't fill it with something soon, he was going to faint from hunger. It should be ready to eat. Yin Hua pulled out a palm-sized stone knife from her waist and gripped it with her small hand, preparing to stab the fee essence and rabbits in the pot. Let it simmer a bit longer. Sub-I quickly stopped her. It just started boiling and she wants to eat already. You're too impatient. It's not ready yet. Yin Hua turned her head and asked in confusion, is this your first time cooking meat? Sub-I had an ominous feeling. Yeah, my mother always cooked it before. Yin Hua said matter-of-factly. The corner of Subba's mouth twitched. It's her first time cooking meat and she's this confident. Isn't meat supposed to be precious? This is how my mother cooks it. I can't be wrong. Yin Hua powed. Let it cook for a while longer. The insides of the meat aren't done yet. Sub-I despaired. It's so hard to eat a meal here. With no seasonings, I don't know where to begin. Just like that, the two casually chatted. Over half an hour passed. During that time, Sub-I stopped the bullhorn girl 7 times from trying to fish out the meat to eat. Okay, it's ready to eat now. Sub-I poked the fee essence and rabbits with the stone knife and found the meat could be easily pierced through. You eat first. Yin Ho was being polite now. All right. Sub-I was starving. He cut off a chicken leg with a stone knife and skewered it on a prepared wooden stick. He handed the stone knife to the bullhorn girl before sitting down to eat the chicken leg. Hoo-hoo. He blew on it, then impatiently took a bite. A light, dry flavor hit his taste buds, accompanied by the aroma and sweetness of the chicken. How is it good? Yan Hua squatted nervously beside him, red eyes staring at the chicken leg in Sub-U's hand. The taste is M. Just as Sub-I was about to answer honestly, he saw Yin Hua's red eyes flickering with expectation. He was not a brick without emotions. He at least had some tact and was perceptive enough, so he changed his words. It's exceptionally delicious. The boiled meat has a subtle sweetness. Of course, it would be even better if some of the dryness could be removed. Great, I knew I didn't cook it wrong. Yin Hua got the satisfactory answer and instantly straightened her back, feeling that cooking meat wasn't so difficult at all. Hurry and eat. Sub-I made a wry smile. Though this girl usually has an icy expression and looks to be quite mature, she actually has the temperament of a little girl that's a little too prideful. Then I'll eat. Yinhua first scanned the surroundings. Seeing no one was paying attention, she quickly went to the stone pot and used the stone knife to cut the meat. Sabai finished a chicken leg in a few bites and watched the bullhorn girl's sneaky actions. He asked curiously, "You're really afraid of others finding out?" Yinhua hurriedly stuffed the meat in her hand into her mouth and glared with her red eyes, retorting, "I'm not afraid at all. After all, you were the one who told me to eat it. Is it because of my identity?" Sabai probed. Yinhua fell silent for a while before saying, "Everyone gave this meat for you to eat. I shouldn't be allowed to eat it. It's fine. I told you to eat it." Sabai waved his hand and looked at the meat in the stone pot, 2 pheasants and 1 rabbit. How could he possibly finish it all? Okay, that's what you said yourself. Yanhua ate the meat in big mouthfuls. Even when she got scalded, she was reluctant to spit it out. She slurped and exhaled. "It's so delicious. It's even tastier than what my mother cooks." 3 minutes passed. Sub was speechless, staring dumbfounded at the bullhorn girl. He turned his head to look at the 1 remaining pheasant in the stone pot. Why aren't you eating?" Yinhua's cheeks were bulging as she held rabbit meat in her hands as if she hadn't eaten in 3 days. Subai cast aside his politeness and quickly stood up. Using a wooden stick, he fished out the remaining pheasant from the stone pot and started gnawing on it. He now understood that the restraint, courtesy, and yieldings he brought from Earth were useless in this primitive society. Politely declining would likely be taken seriously by others. It wasn't that he wanted to be rude, but that everyone was just that straightforward. 10 minutes later, burp. Sabai let out a full belch, his whole body feeling languid. With his stomach filled, he felt his strength had returned. Yinhua was picking her teeth and said disdainfully, "You eat so slow." Sub rolled his eyes, unable to refute. "Are you from a big tribe?" Yinhua suddenly asked. Sabai was stunned for a moment, then shook his head in denial. "No, I come from a faraway place. If you don't want to say, then no need to." Yinho got up and stretched lazily, her tone softening. "Go back and sleep. I'm going on patrol later." "Okay." Sabai nodded, oddly glancing at the bullhorn girl. Why did it feel like she isn't as guarded against me as before he took a half-burned stick from the bonfire, intending to make a small fire pit in the teepee? Otherwise, it would be pitch black and he probably wouldn't even be able to find a bed. "I'm leaving. Be careful on your patrol." Tap, tap, tap. Yanhua watched Sue's gradually receding back, the corners of her mouth slightly curling up. He eats meat so slowly. He must be from a big tribe that doesn't worry about food or clothing. Indeed, the attentive bullhorned girl sensed incongruity from Sububai, as if he was from a different world than them. His behavior, tone, and such all felt out of place. So when she saw Sabai eating meat in big mouthfuls, she felt a hint of affinity and less sense of unfamiliarity. Sizzle. The firewood under the bonfire burned and snapped, causing the stone pot to suddenly flip over. Yinhua abruptly turned to look at the stone pot, staring blankly at it. Then, seeming to think of something, she looked down at the large pile of bones and scraps under her feet, glanced at the place Sabai was sitting before, which only had a small pile of bones. She swallowed and horrorsly said, "I seem to have eaten a bit too much. It's because he told me to eat. It's not my fault." Yanhua gave a guilty light cough and furtively glanced around. She quickly lifted her foot to sweep the bones into the bonfire, swiftly destroying the evidence. At this time, a shout came from the distance. "Yinhua, what are you doing? It's time to go on patrol." "Coming, coming." Yinhua responded, guilty. She lowered her head to see the bones had completely disappeared before feeling completely at ease. When Sububai arrived at his teepee and lifted the door flap, which functioned as a door, he discovered there was already a small fire pit inside. The pit was even surrounded by stones, and there was firewood not far away. He turned and exited the teepee. Scanning the surroundings of the tribe, he noticed that a minority of teepee had fire inside. It seems only a small number of people get this treatment. Subai sighed. Class exists everywhere. It was just a matter of how obvious it was. The class system and primitive society was the law of the jungle. Those teepees with fire inside must belong to the totem warriors and other capable individuals. Subai entered the teepee and laid on the pile of hay. He tossed and turned. He found that he couldn't fall asleep. He laid on his side and stared at the fire pit. His mind wandered far away. "Tomorrow I will receive the shaman inheritance and become the tribe shaman. This is basically making me the village chief." He felt a bit apprehensive inside. It was his first time becoming a leader. He had never even been a class monitor in school, so he inevitably felt a bit nervous and melancholic. "Forget it. I'll take it one step at a time. It can't get much worse anyway." Subai thought of the Flame Dragon tribe's current situation. Could it get any worse? This is just an impoverished village already. Oh. Sub yawned drowsily, his eyelids slowly getting heavy. Before he knew it, he fell asleep. Over 10 minutes passed and the teepee door flap was suddenly lifted by someone. "He's asleep." Shur poked his head in to look, then stepped inside. His footsteps made no sound as they landed. He was carrying a large piece of meat in his hands about the size of 3 palms. Just as he was about to hang it on a wooden support pillar, Yanzhou appeared outside the teepee at some unknown time and softly warned, saying, "Sure, take the ferocious beast meat back. Don't disturb the successor." All right. Sure acted as if he had been aware Yin Zio was there and took the ferocious beast meat as he withdrew from the teepee. Yin Zio's red eyes flickered with light as he calmly said, "Once he becomes the shaman, he won't lack meat to eat." Right, seems so. Sure had a sudden realization and patted his head. He asked slowly, "You're on night watch tonight?" "Yes, the shaman's health is getting worse." Yin Zio turned his head to look at the huge teepee. Under the illumination of the fire, a figure could be seen busily working with his head lowered. Is the shaman preparing for the inheritance ceremony? Sure. Pursed his lips. He wants to leave as much as he can for the successor, Yinzhou said in a deep voice. Sayer fell silent. The two quietly stood in the darkness as if guarding something. Roar, roar, Subai Groggy heard strange beast roars. When his mind became a bit clearer, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked up at the unfamiliar teepee roof made of beast hide. He carefully listened and found the beast roars to be coming from far away. Feeling relieved, he quipped, "What kind of beast can make such loud calls without fear of losing its voice system? I want to check in." Subai came back to his senses and thought of the system. Ding, check-in successful. Claim the assistance package and open it. Subai continued commanding with his thought. Ding. Opening assistance package. Ding, congratulations to host for receiving low-grade assistance. Fruit knife, a fruit knife, Sub was stunned. Suddenly felt a fruit knife appear out of thin air in his hand. He quickly sat up and examined the fruit knife in his hand. It was a nearly 20 cm long fruit knife, all black with a plastic sheath. This fruit knife would probably only cost around 20 yuan at the supermarket. Subai didn't even know if he should laugh or cry. He asked System, "Will the daily assistance packages always give things like fruit knives?" Ding. Yes, it's possible for all kinds of goods to appear. All right then. Subai shrugged and played with the fruit knife. At the very least, a fruit knife was something he urgently needed. He could use it to cut things, and it could also serve as a weapon if he was in danger. He played with the fruit knife for a while before putting it in his pocket. He lifted the teepee door flap and went outside, seeing the Trib's people all transporting wood. Yurawakian Hua appeared behind Subai at some unknown time and handed over a few unknown berries, advising, "Eat. Fill your stomach a bit first. You can start eating meat later." You picked these. Sub took the berries. They looked a bit like wild peaches from Earth, about the size of a thumb, but they were eerie blue in color. Crunch. Yan Hua munched on a berry and said in a muffled voice, "Found them while patrolling last night. Their taste is all right." Crunch. Subai took a berry and wiped it on his body before stuffing it in his mouth. The sandy texture was very strange, a flavor he had no memory of. He finished one in a few bites and spit out the pit before asking, "What's this berry called?" "Sand blueberries, an extremely rare type of fruit." Yin Hua's cheeks were stuffed full, exactly like a greedy squirrel. "What are they doing?" Subai turned his head to look at the people building something, seeming to be erecting a tall platform, making preparations for the inheritance ceremony. Yinha said with a yawn, "You didn't sleep all night. Go rest a bit," Subai said softly. "No need. It's just one night without sleep." Yin Hua waved her hand dismissively. She finished eating all the sand blueberries and revealed blue-stained teeth before speaking. "Let's go, I'll take you to see the shaman." "Your teeth." The corner of Sui's eye twitched as he followed behind her. "Ah, they're blue, right, eat a few more pieces of meat later, and the teeth will turn white again," Yin Hua said unconcernedly. Subai rubbed his forehead. He thought of the girls on Earth and looked at the straightforward bullhorn girl in front of him. They are so different. The two arrived in front of the huge teepee. Yan Zio and Sang Shur stood at the entrance, each holding a long spear. The spearheads were made of polished stone and had dark red blood stains. "Go in. The shaman is waiting for you." Yano lifted the teepee door flap. "All right." Subai took a deep breath and stepped into the teepee. Entering the teepee, Subai saw the shaman sitting on an animal hide, gazing at him with profound eyes. "Sit, child." The shaman pointed to his spot in front of him. "Shaman," Subai politely called out and sat cross-legged on the animal hide. "I know you have many questions." The shaman nodded, his aged voice continuing. "I will tell you everything, then you can make your own decision." "Okay." Subai quietly nodded. "You probably don't know what a shaman is, right?" The shaman's slow pace made one involuntarily want to listen. "Yeah, I don't." Subai honestly shook his head. "Then let me first tell you what a shaman is." The shaman straightened his back, stroked his beard, and said in a low voice, "A shaman's duty is to protect the tribe, carry on the tribe's future, and point the way forward for the tribe." "Shaman, how do you protect the tribe?" Subai asked. "The power from the totem that is every tribe's foundation." The shaman said with a solemn expression, "The shaman controls the totem inheritance. Only with a shaman can the totem mark on the totem warriors be activated." "Shaman, what are totem warriors?" Subai directly asked what he had always wanted to know. Your elders didn't tell you what a totem is and what totem warriors are. The shaman was a bit surprised. No, they passed on when I was young. Sabai shook his head. From the time he could remember, he had grown up in an orphanage. Poor child. Then let this old man bear the responsibility of your elders. Then the shaman raised his hand and patted the back of Sabu by hand, gently saying, totem warriors are the strongest people besides the shaman. The totems we believe in are all the essence of enlightenment passed down from our ancestors. Everyone possesses great potential. Their potential is tapped into with therapy. Totems are the manifestation of mobilizing therapy. Shaman slowly explained in an easy-to-understand way. Without a totem, people have no way to mobilize therapy, no way to bring out their potential. I understand. Sabai instantly got it. To put it in a more understandable analogy, totems are akin to internal energy cultivation techniques. No matter how powerful someone was, without an internal energy cultivation technique, they were still just ordinary people. Shamans were the one who could pass down the internal energy cultivation technique. They were also the ones that guided the people on how to cultivate using said technique. That was why the shamans were so important. It's good that you understand. The shaman nodded in satisfaction, feeling reassured by Sub's flexibility and intelligence. Shaman, can you tell me what exactly a shaman is? Sub asked the question he had long wanted to know. Don't be impatient. I will tell you everything. The shaman got up and walked inside the teepee, taking out a large chest from the corner. It was about 1 meter in length, width, and height. He placed the chest in front of Sabai and slowly sat down, explaining, this chest is now yours. Inside is part of the shaman inheritance. May I open it? Sabai politely asked. Open it. It's a good opportunity to explain to you what a shaman is. The shaman waved his hand. Sabai touched the chest and found it to be very smooth. Immediately after, he smelled the fragrance of wood, instantly feeling much more clear-headed. Just this chest alone was a treasure. It made him feel nervous, like when he checked for his college entrance exam scores. Click. Sabai opened the chest lid with both hands, revealing a few items inside, with animal hide scrolls being the most numerous. These animal hides are written in shaman scripture, which only shamans can read. They contain secret techniques and more. These are all written by our flame dragon tribe's ancestors. The shaman said a bit reluctantly. Shaman scripture. Sabai doubtfully picked up a scroll and carefully unrolled it. He saw many marvelous patterns. Upon careful observation, he found the patterns to be moving. He furrowed his brows, trying hard to see clearly what these patterns depicted. After a good while, his mind felt very fatigued, and his eyelids were about to close. It's fine. You can't read the shaman scripture now. The shaman quickly stopped him. Phew. Subba took a deep breath and hurriedly rolled up the animal hide. Only then did his mind feel a bit clearer. Only after inheriting a shaman's power will you be able to understand the shaman scripture. The shaman shook his head and took out 3 palm-sized animal bone tiles from the chest. He introduced, these are shaman bone tablets. Using Yorkie, blood, and shaman power, you can activate the shaman technique stored in these bone tablets. The production of these shaman bone tablets requires the use of shaman runes. Shaman runes are derived from variations of shaman scripture. Each type of shaman rune represents a kind of shaman technique. The shaman put down the shaman bone tablet and proudly said, our flame dragon tribe has 3 kinds of shaman runes, all passed down from our ancestors. What are shaman techniques? Sabai widened his eyes, finally about to come into contact with this unknown power. Shaman techniques are weird and mysterious. The shaman explained with a solemn expression, there are many types of shamans. Poison shamans who specialize in using poison. Divination shamans who can divine one's fortune. Healing shamans who can treat injuries and illnesses. And blessing shamans who can increase the strength and speed of others. Then what kind of shaman are you? Sabai asked curiously. There are too many different types of shamans, and they are not fixed. It depends on what shaman techniques the shaman specializes in. The shaman shook his head, trying to explain clearly so Sub would not be misled. I am more adept at healing shaman techniques and can also use some blessing shaman techniques. I understand. I need to be wary of other shamans to avoid being schemed against. Sabai said so thoughtfully. Child, you were truly intelligent. The shaman admired, but also felt a tinge of regret that Sububai had appeared so late. The next second, he continued to explain, the materials and production methods for making shaman bone tablets are all recorded on the animal heights. The origin of the materials and how to obtain them must be kept secret. This is the foundation of the tribe. With no time to teach him step by step, he could only share the key points, afraid that if Sububai was misinformed and slightest careless, it would spell the doom of the entire flame dragon tribe. I will remember it well. Sabai responded earnestly. Now that we've talked about shaman matters, let me share with you the tribe situation. The shaman spoke without pause. Our flame dragon tribe only has 72 people now. In the future, you need to have the tribe's people give birth to more babies. There are too few people in the tribe. As he spoke, his eyes re-end, thinking of the tribe's children who had died. His voice became horsero. Our flame dragon tribe ancestral land has been taken by the Blacknake tribe. They are very powerful. If they track us here, immediately order the tribe to migrate. I won't rashly confront them head-on. If there's a chance, I will definitely take back the tribe ancestral land. Subai nodded his head, making a vow of the kind old man before him. That's good. You are a smart child, not impulsive and slow-witted like Ying Yao and Shure. The shaman happily grinned, revealing only 3 teeth left in his mouth. Cough, cough, cough. At this time, coughing fits came from outside the teepee. Clearly, Yin Zio and Ser had heard the conversation inside. Ser joked, "Hey, Ying Zio, the shaman said you too impulsive." "Shut up," Yao angrily shouted. "Ignore them." The shaman shook his head helplessly and continued. "Yin Zio is the tribe's chieftain. If anything comes up, you can ask him. As for Sangshur, he is the hunting team's leader. You would need to seek him out if you need to obtain some of the materials for the shaman bone tablets. Those of the hunting team are all totem warriors. They are the pillars of the flame dragon tribe. If you have any matters you can't decide on, you can consult them. Also, you're not young anymore. Find a wife and have a baby soon so the shaman inheritance has a successor." The shaman went more and more off topic as he spoke. "I think Yinha is quite good. She is the prettiest in our tribe and the strongest of the younger generation. You can have her be your shaman priestess to take care of your daily life." The corner of Sububai's mouth twitched, but he didn't have the slightest bit of impatience. Instead, he felt it was very heartwarming. The shaman gave him the same feeling as the old director of the orphanage, always nagging him to hurry up and get married. When people get old, they tend to talk a bit more, don't we? The shaman stroked his long beard and suddenly asked offhandedly, "Child, are you afraid of the people from the Black Snake tribe?" "Why should I be afraid?" Subai asked reflexively. "Haha," the shaman let out a hearty laugh and kindly said, "It seems I didn't choose the wrong person." He got the answer he wanted from Swa's words and the response he desired from his attitude. "Shaman, I will work hard to be a good shaman and lead the Flame Dragon tribe to prosperity. Ahem, I will definitely take back the tribe ancestral land." Subai almost shouted out a poverty alleviation slogan. Time passed. They conversed. One side teed and the other questioned. Before they knew it, the sun had once again set. Inside the huge teepee, a small fire pit was lit, providing the brightness needed for illumination. Cough, cough, cough. The shaman coughed violently, hand covering his mouth. When he lowered his hand after the coughing fit, there was blood on his palm. "Shaman, please rest." Subai tried to persuade him. Today, he had been learning about the basics of being a shaman and some other basic knowledge. He had advised the shaman to rest 7 or 8 times already, but the other party was unwilling. "All right, I've taught what needs to be taught. The rest is up to you." The shaman shook his head and casually wiped the blood on his palm onto his animal hide clothing. He raised his head and shouted to the outside of the teepee. "Yan Zio, are the preparations for the inheritance ceremony ready?" "They are ready," Yan Hao announced in a low voice. "Then let's begin the shaman inheritance ceremony." The shaman hurriedly called out, afraid he wouldn't be able to hold on if they didn't start soon. "Yes," Yan Zio respectfully responded. The teepee door flap was lifted. Yan Zio and Ser stepped in. The two bowed to the shaman, each supporting one of the shaman's arms as they walked out of the teepee. Subai got up and followed, rubbing his thighs as he walked. Sitting for too long had made his legs numb. Exiting the teepee, he found the tribe had undergone some changes. Originally, there were some small teepees in front of the huge one, but now they had all been dismantled. They cleared out a space of dozens of meters wide. In the center was a 6 m wide, over 1 m tall wooden platform. Around the platform stood 10 strong men. They were the totem warriors of the hunting team. Each wore fierce attire. Some had huge, ferocious beast skulls on their heads. Some had brilliant feathers inserted in their hair. Some wore necklaces of ferocious beast fangs around their necks. Further out were the tribe's people, the elderly, youths, and the women. They all looked worriedly at that aged figure, some already shedding tears. The shaman was supported onto the platform, standing there trembling. He waved at Subai below. "Hurry and get up here." Yin Hua appeared out of nowhere and urged in a hoarse voice, "Don't make the shaman wait too long for you. He's already very tired in." Subai quickly climbed onto the platform and stood before the shaman. "Child, sit down, everyone. I have found a new shaman for the Flame Dragon tribe." The shaman weakly raised his hand and turned to face the people below the platform. At this moment, his aged voice was full of energy. "It's been 63 years. I'm tired now. It's time to let a new shaman guide everyone." Subai pursed his lips, understanding the shaman's good intentions. This was paving the way for him, letting the tribe's people accept him, an outsider. Cough, cough, the shaman coughed. He could not help but bend over and heavily pant. He suddenly waved his hand to stop the people who wanted to rush onto the platform. He wiped the corner of his mouth with his animal hide sleeve and hoarsely called out, "Begin the inheritance ceremony." Yes. The totem warriors lifted their heads and roared out in sorrow. Yes. The tribe's people all cried out sorrowfully. How the totem warriors gave a low shouting unison. Totem marks on them all lit up. Red patterns glowed, covering their entire chest, abdomen, and back. Child, these are totem warriors. They can fight against the ferocious beasts. Each move they can exert the strength of an ox and can casually crush wild beasts to death with their hands. The shaman was still explaining, even at this time, totem warriors are divided into low, mid, and high grade. Each grade is further split into 4 minor stages of early, mid, late, and peak. The totem warriors of our tribe are all low-grade totem warriors. To distinguish their strength, look at the position of their totem marks. As long as the totem mark hasn't spread to their hands and feet, they are low-grade totem warriors. If the totem mark has spread to even their neck and cheeks, they are high-grade totem warriors. As for whether there are even more formidable totem warriors above high grade, the ancestors have no records of this. In my life, I've also never seen a high-grade totem warrior. When the shaman said this, his words were full of melancholy. Shaman, that's enough. Please rest, Sabai said hoarsely. In this one day's time, he had been completely moved by the old man's spirit and persistence. Don't worry, there's just one last step to complete and I can rest. The shaman seemed to be reminiscing about something and smiled with warmth that could move mountains. How the totem warriors shouted again and they all began to perform a strange dance, spreading their hands, taking big strides, bending their waist, lifting their feet, and stomping forcefully. They would swing their hands up as they danced around the platform. Sabai watched the totem warriors dance and noticed a pattern. It was as if they were depicting something like the dance of some unknown ferocious beast. Present the blood. The shaman suddenly shouted. How the totem warriors give a third low shout. At the exact same time, they all drew the stone knives at their waists. In one motion, they slashed their palms, blood immediately welling out. Begin the inheritance ceremony. The shaman shouted again. The totem warriors waved their bleeding hands towards the platform as if saluting, all seeming to bid farewell. Ancestors, protect us. The shaman's whole body emitted a green light. The totem warriors' blood scattered in the air as though they were attracted by an unknown force, converging towards the shaman. As the blood entered the green light, it immediately underwent a tremendous change. The green light instantly turned fiery red, swaying like flames in the wind. More and more blood gathered. The shaman's complexion grew increasingly pale, his usually spirited eyes turning dull. Blood slowly flowed from the corners of his mouth. Totem appear. The shaman roared. As his words fell, the shaman's forehead emitted a white light as if something was drilling out. It was a string of marvelous characters forming a creature that was like a dragon, but not a dragon, like a snake, but not a snake. Sabai recognized what those characters were clearly shaman scripture. That illusory creature was the flame dragon totem. The flame dragon totem formed from shaman scripture entered the fiery red light surrounding the shaman, swimming around the shaman's body as if a dragon had entered the sea. Cough. Cough, the shaman coughed violently, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood, staining his white beard red. Shaman. Sabai was about to get up, but was pressed down by the shaman's hand. Don't move, there's just one last step. The shaman weakly shook his head. He raised his hand and grabbed at the shaman scripture flame dragon totem. The red light enveloping his body rapidly shrank, automatically converging in his palm, finally forming a thumb-sized orb of light. This is the shaman inheritance. The truth of shaman scriptures and the secret of the totem are all inside. The shaman grasped the orb of light with difficulty, slowly bringing it towards Subab's forehead. I'm leaving the flame dragon tried to you. This was the last thing Sabai heard before he fainted. Sabai was now in a comatose state, unable to move or speak, unable to perceive any sounds from the outside. Countless profound shaman scriptures flashed through his mind. He was working hard to absorb the shaman scriptures. From the moment he finished comprehending the first scripture, the speed at which he recognized new scriptures would increase slightly. It would keep getting faster and faster. In the end, he could understand the meaning of a scripture in just 3 seconds. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Sabai finished absorbing all the shaman scriptures and arrived in a voided space. He knew this was the knowledge sea. Out inside this voided space, there was only one thing there, which was the familiar fiery red flame. Within it was a figure that seemed like a snake, but not quite a snake, like a dragon, but not quite a dragon, floating in the flame. So this is the secret of the totem, Sabai understood. Now, finally realizing why the shaman was so important, the totem could be considered as a type of shaman rune evolved from shaman scriptures, and the scriptures he had inherited were its roots. In computer terms, the source code. Only after inheriting them could one understand the meaning represented by each scripture. This was the highest level of confidentiality between two parties. Sabai slowly opened his eyes, feeling like the whole world was different. His original nearsightedness that made objects afar look blurry was now completely gone, and he could even clearly see the spots on objects a distance away. He wanted to know how he had changed. Asking the system was the quickest way to get an answer. System, open the attribute panel. Attribute panel hosts you by stamina 2.1 ordinary person, 1 strength 2.22 ordinary person, 1 speed 2.1 ordinary person, 1 mental energy 12 ordinary person, 1 shaman powers 12 out of 100 totem flame dragon profession junior shaman author skill heal 0 out of 100 description. You have escaped the subhealthy state of an ordinary person and become a shaman with extraordinary power. Please remember your original aspiration. Such a big change, no wonder it feels was different. Subai looked at the attribute panel with joy. His stamina, strength, and speed had all more than doubled compared to before, especially mental energy, which had increased tenfold. System is the source of shaman power related to mental energy, Subai asked in his mind. Ding. Shaman power is mental energy transformed into shaman power. The skills host activates from the system package also consumes mental energy. The system quickly gave an answer, so that's how it is. Subai understood. Shaman techniques use shaman powers while skills used mental energy. He had fainted that night and it was now the morning of the next day. In other words, he could check in again. System check in and claim the assistance package. Subai said in his mind, ding, check-in successful. Obtained a daily assistance package. Open it. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the low-grade assistance. A book on linen weaving techniques. Oh, Subai immediately sat up and looked at the blue-covered book that appeared out of thin air in his hand. The cover had a few traditional Chinese characters, linen weaving techniques. He flipped open the book and immediately commented, "This book looks to be quite ancient, but it's written in modern, simplified Chinese. Still, this book had just arrived on time. The people of this tribe will have clothes to wear now." As Subai flipped through the book, he discovered the techniques were all ancient techniques, not needed modern technology. In short, a guide to completely handmade linen weaving. In the tribe, only a small number of people had animal hide clothing. Even the totem warriors only had animal hides wrapped around their lower bodies, while the women received a bit of animal hide to cover their upper bodies. They had to use dried grass to weave skirts for their lower body. As for the children, many were. Only those like Yin Hua, a future totem warrior, would receive a full set of animal hide clothing. Of course, Yin Zio's status in the tribe likely played a factor. However, Subai felt most of the tribe's animal hides were probably used to make tents, resulting in a lack of clothing for the people. After all, a place to live was more important. "Successor, are you awake?" Suddenly, a shout came from outside the tent. "I'm awake." Subai hurriedly rolled up the book and stuffed it into his pocket. The door flap was lifted open, and Yin Zio and Ser stepped in. "How's the shaman?" Subai quickly asked. Yin Zio bit his lip and shook his head, saying he was tired, so the ancestors took him away. Subai opened his mouth but found that he couldn't say anything. No amount of words would be enough. "Successor, you are now the shaman. The tribe needs your guidance." Yin Zio said solemnly, "I understand." Subai replied in a heavy tone, "Shaman, go to the main teepee. It has already been tidied up." Yin Zio said, stepping aside, "All right." Subai did not refuse. The tribe needed their leader in the main teepee to steady the people's hearts. He got up and stepped out of the tent with Yin Zio and Ser following behind him on the left and right as if supporting him. Outside the tent, Subai saw many gazes cast his way, staring intently at his every move. They only disappeared after he entered the main teepee. Only when he entered did some of the anxious emotions of many soothe. Inside the main teepee, Subai scanned his surroundings. The layout was the same as before he came. Only the dry grass pile in the corner had been replaced with a new one along with a new animal hide bed. "Shaman, we did not dare move anything here. Everything is for you to decide," Yineo said in a deep voice. "No need to move anything. Many things here are treasures. I will slowly take them in." Subai shook his head. He could not be too hasty in clearing out the old man's belongings or it would cause resentment among the people. "Shaman, what should we do next?" Yan Zio asked, his attitude not as stiff after hearing that. "What about the shaman's funeral?" Sub asked in return. "We cremated him according to his wishes." Yan Zio took out a white object the size of a thumb from his and handed it over, saying, "This is the only thing left after the cremation." Asarasus' eyes widened. He raised his hand to take the relic, which felt a bit warm to the touch. "What is Asarashur?" asked hurriedly. "It's what forms after cremation for people who have accumulated merit." Subai recalled the legends about Buddha from Earth and softly explained, "This is also my first time seeing one. Before I had only heard about it. What are merits?" He frowned. "Good deeds." Subai said simply. "He was a great person, the best person in the world." Yin Zio and Ser both nodded in agreement. "Preserve it well for now. In the future, after we reclaim the tribe ancestral land, we can build a temple to enshrine it." Subai handed the Sora back. It could be considered a type of memorial for the belated shaman. Inyaneo nodded. He received the sorrow with both hands and carefully placed it in a leather pouch. Shaman, what should we do next? Sure asked with concern. The dried meat stored in the tribe is too little. It will be difficult to supply the consumption of the warrior trainees. Sabai sat on the ground and asked, how many warrior trainees do we have in total? A total of 6 warrior trainees. Yin Zio replied, so few. Sabai was surprised. There were originally 26. During the migration, they were captured by the totem warriors of the Black Snake tribe. Yanzhou quickly explained, are they dead or alive? Sabai asked, narrowing his eyes. It's possible they're dead, but also possible they become slaves. Yan Zio said through gritted teeth. Is the Black Snake tribe far from us? Sub asked with a light sigh. As long as they weren't dead, they could still be rescued even if they became slaves. About a 5 days journey. If the totem warriors hurry at full speed, about a 3 days journey. Yin Zio thought Sui was afraid but felt that it wasn't good to say anything. He could only stiffly comfort. Shaman, rest assured, the Black Snake tribe won't come here. Oh, why is that? Sub asked in surprise. The prey here is too scarce, Yan Zio coldly explained. It was precisely because of this that their flame dragon tribe managed to escape disaster. In other words, we cannot develop steadily here. Subai stared intently at Yin Zio with his black pupils. Yes, I suppose so. Yao hesitated before nodding. Very well. The corners of Subua's mouth lifted. What they lacked now was the time to develop. Matters could be settled step by step. Shaman, the situation is far from good. We can hardly catch any prey. Sure said, tell me about the hunting situation. Subai planned to first fully understand the situation before making any decision. The beasts here are too few and there are hardly any ferocious beasts. Searching for prey and traveling takes a whole day, and it takes about 3 days to hunt enough prey. Sure shook his head inside. Yesterday, the old shaman had also told Subai about ferocious beasts. They were also divided into ranks. Mixed blood ferocious beasts, pure blood ferocious beasts, ancient blood ferocious beasts, and king blood ferocious beasts. Things like wild chicken, wild rabbits, and wild boars all counted as normal beasts. To maintain their strongy and vitality, totem warriors needed to nourish themselves with large amounts of ferocious beast meat in addition to physical training. After thinking for a bit, Subai asked, the dried meat we have stored now, how long can it last our tribe? For everyone in the tribe, Yao asked. Of course. In the future, I want everyone to be able to eat meat until they're full. Subai said very earnestly. Yin Zio and Ser both fell silent. They looked at their tribe's newly appointed shaman like he was a mad ant. How could he say such foolish words even when they were in their ancestral land? They couldn't let everyone in the tribe eat their fill of meat. Shaman, that's impossible. Yin Zio touched the curved horns on his head and advised, the dried meat our tribe has stored now wouldn't even last a day if everyone ate their fill. Yeah, those kids are like wolf cubs. They can eat a ton of meat, Sure said with a bitter expression. He also wanted to let everyone in the tribe eat meat until they were full. But how was that possible just relying on their hunting team consisting of only 6 totem warriors? They would die of exhaustion before accomplishing that. Relying on pure hunting alone definitely won't work. Subai shook his head. With the tribe's current number of totem warriors, even doubling that number might not make it possible to avoid the worries of food and clothing. Furthermore, it took too long to train a totem warrior and required nourishing them with large amounts of ferocious beast meat and blood. Rapidly increasing their forces was impossible at this stage. Yan Zio and Tong Shur were at a loss for words. Shaman, if we don't rely on hunting, then it's even more impossible to have meat to eat, Yan Zio said with a stiff expression. He felt the new shaman was still too young and inexperienced. He was oversimplifying such complex matters. Subai didn't explain. He continued asking, do you know about linen? Of course we know. Linen is very rare. Only the greatest large tribes have linen. Sang Shur jumped in to speak first, his purple pupils flashing with a bright light. He hoped he could also wear linen clothes. The corners of Subai's mouth lifted. He guessed that linen had just started becoming popular and could be considered a specialty product of the large tribes or perhaps an exclusive product of their tribe. He continued asking, who among you is familiar with the spotted deer tribe's market? We've each been there once or twice. Yin Zio spoke up. Is anyone trading linen? Their sub asked, staring intently at the two of them. Yes, but the quantity is rather small. As soon as it appears, it's always bought up. C nodded and recounted a bitter past experience. Before, when team leader Sean brought us, we wanted to buy a roll of linen to make clothes for the shaman, but we brought too little dried meat and couldn't compete with the other tribes. How much meat can one roll of linen be exchanged for? Subai asked, narrowing his eyes. 3 stones weight of dried meat can be exchanged for 1 roll of linen. Yin Zio replied, 3 stones, how heavy is that? Suba was a bit dazed. He had no idea about the units of weight and length in primitive society. We don't know exactly how heavy it is either. That weight is set by the spotted deer tribe. We would only know after going there to compare. Yanzhao shook his head. After all, the last time they went to trade with the spotted deer tribe, he wasn't the one leading the team, so he wasn't too clear on the details of the trade. Then what about the size of the stones? You should at least know how big they are, right? Subai pressed on. He had to understand the weights used in trade in order to calculate if it was worth trading and prepare the right quantities. One stone is about the size of Song Shi's body. Yin Zio scanned around and gestured with his hands at Seer's neck and belly. So I guess one stone is around 100 kg. After calculating, Subai asked, then how long is one roll of linen? It's 4 knots long and 1 knot wide. Seeing that the shaman was very interested in linen, Yin Zio started explaining without waiting to be asked. The spotted deer tribe uses grass ropes with knots to measure the length. One knot is about 1 stride long, so about 4 strides long, equivalent to around 2 m in length and 50 cm in width. Now Subai fully understood. He was taken aback. One roll of linen of only 2 m long could actually be exchanged for 300 kg of dried meat. Isn't this too much? I guess that just shows how profitable monopolies are. Looks like we'll have to make a fortune quietly without attracting the attention of the large tribes. Subai muttered to himself. The flame dragon tribe was still too weak. They could only strategically develop. They had to at least wait until they could contend against the large tribes before it would be the right time to reveal themselves. Shaman, what should we do next? Yeo repeated this question. The totem warriors could not remain idle. They were waiting for the shaman's instructions on what to do next, whether to go hunting or to go look for materials to make shaman bone tablets. The dried meat we have left, how long can it last our tribe if we are conservative? Sub looked at the two with his deep black eyes. Yan Zio felt a bit uncomfortable being stared at. It was as if his mind was being seen through. He lowered his head to think for a bit before opening his mouth. If we eat sparingly, it's enough for the tribe for 15 days. 15 days, that's enough. Subai breathed a sigh of relief and put on a solemn expression. Sure, just in case of any unexpected changes in the plan, take the hunting team out for another hunt. Yes, sure felt relieved to have something to do. Yin Zio's expression changed. He hurriedly asked Shoan, are you planning something? I know of a way to weave linen, Subai said calmly. How is that possible? Yin Zio's eyes widened as he looked at the young shaman in disbelief, trying to see any change in his expression. A weave linen, sure was a beat slower. His purple eyes slowly widened as he cried out, Shaman, you're not joking, right? Do I look like I'm joking? Subai rolled his eyes and impatiently stated, I don't have that much time to mess with you guys. Having just taken on the position of shaman, he had a ton of things to take care of, especially not understanding anything about the tribe. These were really head-changing matters. Shaman, you really know how to make linen? Yeo stepped closer, his red eyes wide open. His breathing had gotten much heavier, and his hands were even trembling. Yeah, it's not that hard, Subai nodded. Originally, the specialty product he planned to make was not linen. However, who allowed today's assistance package to be linen weaving techniques? It made him have a change of plan. Not hard. Yin Zio and Ser's mouths twitched. They had the urge to spit blood. This young shaman wasn't serious at all. On the first day after the old shaman left, they already deeply missed him. All sorts of thoughts flashed through Yan Zio's mind. Then he excitedly said, great. As long as we have linen, we can definitely develop into a large tribe like the Leafy tribe. Leafy tribe. Linen is produced by that tribe, Subai asked curiously. Huh, shaman, you don't know about the Leafy tribe then. Where did you learn how to make linen from? Yao said in surprise. Who told you my method of making linen came from the Leafy tribe? Sub found that this chieftain really loved to make strange associations. Could it be that you invented it yourself? Shaman Song looked at Subai as if he was superhuman, his purple eyes flashing with the light of worship. I guess you can say that. Subai nodded without any change in expression. For days ago when you fainted. Shaman, was it because someone found out you could make linen and tried to kill you? Yin Zio started making strange associations again and said with vigilance, Shaman, you absolutely mustn't let it get out that you can make linen. I know. The corners of Sua's eyes twitched. This chieftain is really good at overthinking and extrapolating into nonsense. Shaman, are we going to start making linen now? Sure said impatiently. Don't be in such a hurry. Subai scanned the inside of the tent. There weren't any chairs, not even a table. Shaman, there are only 8 days left until the spotted deer tribe hosts their market. It will take 3 days to get there, so we only have 5 days. Yinya was not a fool. He immediately deduced that the shaman was planning on taking the linen to trade for dried meat and such. Being anxious is of no use. We don't have the materials, Subai said helplessly. Although everything had already been planned out in his head, the materials for making linen thread were the most critical. This was also why he had Sun Sure continue hunting. If they couldn't find the plans for making linen, they would have to make a fallback plan. Perhaps it was because he wrote novels, but Sabai was accustomed to planning out many things and even calculating for possible unexpected situations. Whatever materials are needed, we'll go find them right away, Shur shouted anxiously. No need, you lead the hunting team to go hunt. Sabai shook his head, but Ser still wanted to try to witness the birth of Linen. Linen was really too mysterious. Sura, Yanji interrupted in a low voice. The tribe still has me here. He remembered the old shaman's words well to respect the new shaman like he respected him. In that case, he had to uphold the shaman's instructions. Sorry, I got too excited. Ser lowered his head in embarrassment. Ser, while hunting, you can look for plants to make linen. Sabai said in a placating tone. What kind of plant does it look like? Shur asked hurriedly. I don't know if there are such plants nearby. Sabai frowned in thought and explained. I'll describe the plant's characteristics. You guys can find some plants and try them out. Please tell us. Well, remember. Yanzio and Ser focused all their attention in trying to remember. The stalks of the plant for making linen are not very thick, about the size of a thumb. The stalks can be easily torn into thread-like strips. The finer the better. Sabai described the characteristics of linen fiber. He was afraid that the plant species in this primitive world might be different from Earth. So he didn't give them the name of plants like Ramai from Earth. They would waste too much time searching for them. It was better to just conduct a large search with descriptions of the necessary conditions for the material. The stalks can be easily torn into thread-like strips. Yinzio and Si frowned in thought. Go. Only after finding the linen-making materials can we start making linen. Sabai said helplessly. Even the greatest wife can't cook a meal without rice. Yes, Yanzio and Ser turned and dashed out of the tent. Linen would be the key to the tribe's rise. Neither of them felt at ease in trusting this to anyone else. They could only lead their teams to keep an eye on it themselves. They sure are really driven. Sabai laughed as he watched the swaying door flap. He turned his attention to the inside of the tent. He started tidying up the tent, sorting out the useful things by category. He even found a few wooden boxes made of ordinary wood. These things should be the shaman's normal collection. Sabai opened a box. Inside were many strange and unusual items. Stone fragments engraved with broken shaman runes, bone pieces from unknown ferocious beasts, and some high-quality animal hides. What's packed inside this? In the corner of one box, he discovered a wooden tube. He carefully took it out. After pulling out the wooden stopper, he found it contained a black liquid. Could this be ink? Sabai guessed and was excited. However, since no one was there to tell it what it was, he could not be certain. He helplessly put the wooden tube away inside. Seriously, the shaman didn't even leave behind an assistant or a guide. Sabai scanned the messily searched tint and decided he had to find an assistant. Ordinary trivial matters could be left to the assistant to deal with. He picked up a roll of animal hide and found a few pieces of charcoal. He soon stepped out of the tent to go find someone. You're here. After leaving the tent, Sabai immediately spotted a girl with horns standing in the shadow of the tent. Being able to detect Yin Hua's figure in advance was impossible for him before, but after becoming a shaman, he could vaguely sense when someone was nearby. Yin Hua blanked for a moment. She had just been about to quietly approach, but was seen through by Sabai. It had ruined her fun. She raised her head to look at the black-haired, black-eyed new shaman before her. Her red eyes met his black eyes and were involuntarily attracted by his deep black pupils. It felt as if her mind was about to be in. What are you spacing out for? Sabai waved his hand. Yan Hua was startled awake. She hurriedly lowered her head, her previous arrogance gone. She felt very surprised in her heart. The feeling Sabai gave off was the same as the feeling the old shaman gave her, full of mystery and of unfathomable depth. Are you sick? Sub looked at how abnormal she was acting in bewilderment. He couldn't help but step closer and reach out to feel Yin Hua's forehead. Yin Hua was taken aback. Noticing the hand placed on her forehead, the cold sensation transmitted from the palm made her face instantly flush red. What are you doing? She retreated back, flustered, speech completely incoherent. I won't submit to you. Sabai held up his hand and rolled his eyes. He impatiently asked, what nonsense are you spouting? Besides, I don't like forcing others. After saying that, Yin Ha didn't know how to respond. She felt lost and awkward. All right, I was looking for you because I have something to discuss. Sabai didn't let her feel too embarrassed and gave her a way out. What is it? Yin Hua hurriedly composed herself and cheered on herself in her heart. You're someone who's going to become a totem warrior. You need to steady yourself right now. How many people are left in the tribe? Sub asked. Not many people are left. Father just took a lot of people into the forest, and Uncle Sangshur also took the hunting team to go hunting. Yin Hua said with a frown. Then why didn't you go? Sub asked curiously. Yin Hua glanced at Sububai and said in a small voice, Father had me guard outside the tent so the shaman would have someone to order around. Oh, then who did the previous shaman use to order around? Sub's eyes lit up. Finding the person the previous shaman ordered around meant he would have a ready-made assistant. Dead, killed while escorting the shaman away during the battle against the Blacknake tribe. Yin Hua's red eyes dimmed. Is that so? Sabai sighed. The Black Snake tribe had killed off 7 or 8 out of 10 of the Flame Dragon tribe's pillars. This is truly a blood feud. Shaman, do you have any orders for me? Yin Hua asked. She had still been too young before, but she had always wanted to be directly ordered by the old shaman to do things. Now she was taking on the job she wanted. Help me find a girl who's quick-witted and hardworking. Sabai listed out the requirements for an assistant. Is the shaman looking for a shaman priestess? Yin Hua's expression turned unnatural. She recalled father pushing for her to become a shaman priestess before. What's a shaman priestess? Sabai tilted his head and asked. It's a woman who tidies up the shaman's household, relaying instructions and such. Yin Ha's cheeks re-ended. There was one thing she didn't say. If a shaman priestess gained the shaman's favor, she could even become his wife. Moreover, the shaman priestess's status in the tribe was very high. Besides the shaman, chieftain, and hunting team leader, there were few people with higher status than the shaman priestess. So that's what a shaman priestess is. Sabai understood and said affirmatively, then I want to find a shaman priestess to help. Do you see anyone suitable in the tribe? I know someone, Yin Hua stammered. If she couldn't become a totem warrior, she wouldn't be able to avenge her good friend, Shaolan. If she passed on, Shaolan would definitely mock her. Shaolan, her good friend, was a girl whose strength wasn't much worse than hers. Her name came from the sand blueberries, her favorite fruit. Are you all right? Is that person hard to find? Sabai could see that Yin Hua had something on her mind. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so conflicted. It was obviously written on her face. She would sometimes frown, sometimes pout, and after a while grit her teeth. No, she's not hard to find. That person is my good friend. Yan Hua's red eyes flashed before she finally tossed out her other close friend. She decided she still had to become a totem warrior. If she became a shaman priestess, she wouldn't have time to train her body, and without sufficient Kai and vitality, she wouldn't be able to awaken her totem to take revenge. Only by becoming a totem warrior could she kill the people of the Black Snake tribe. All right, take me to look for her. Suba didn't ask about her concerns. After all, which girl didn't have worries? I'll bring her over, Yan Hua hurriedly said. How could she possibly let the shaman personally go look for someone? If her father found out, he would scold her again. No need. I'll take the chance to understand the tribe's situation, Subai gently said. As the village chief leading the tribe, he definitely had to understand the living conditions of the people in the tribe. Okay, Yin Hua nodded helplessly and led the way. The camp was very quiet with no sign of people. It was only until they reached the edge of the tribe that they could see a group of children playing around, or rather wrestling and rolling in the dirt. Who are they? Subai asked with his mouth slightly open. They are orphans. No one takes care of them, Yan Hua said with a complicated expression. Normally, she didn't like coming to this area. Seeing these children always made her heart ache. Yet she was too powerless to help them. What about food? What do they eat? Subai frowned. The tribe will distribute food to them if they have talent. After they are 14, a totem warrior will teach them how to train their bodies and give them a lot of fresh meat to eat to increase therapy and vitality to awaken their totem. Yin Hua said in a low voice, what if they don't have talent? Subsumed to be a bit better. Fortunately, the orphans weren't left to fend for themselves. Now that he was aware of this, he planned to start improving the treatment of the tribe's orphans. After all, these children were all the tribe's future. Those without talent would have to do chores. They will be responsible for gathering food, building tents, polishing stone tools, processing animal hides. Yin rattled off a string of familiar tasks. You're also doing these things, right? Sub asked curiously. I've polished stone tools. The animal hide clothing on my body is also something I made myself, Yin Hua said as if it was a matter of course. She secretly sized up Subai, becoming more certain of her previous guess. The shaman must have come from a large tribe. Otherwise, how could he not know about these trivial matters? Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Subai curiously touched his face. No, it's nothing. Caught peeking. Yin Hua covered it up by changing the subject. Shaman, please keep walking. My friend is in the tent. The two came to a TP5 or 6M high made by stitching together gray, black, and brown animal hides with vines. Yen Ho was about to call her friend out. No need to call her. Subai hurriedly stopped her and asked, is she alone inside? No, she lives together with several people. This tent is also their work area. Yan Hua replied in bewilderment. That's good. I'll observe your friend first to see if she's suitable to be a shaman priestess, Subai said softly. After becoming his shaman priestess, she would definitely come into contact with many secrets such as the things obtained from his daily assistance package. For him, even unimportant matters might need to be kept secret, so the candidate couldn't be chosen carelessly. All right. Yan Hua hesitated for a moment before nodding. Subai sneakily lifted the door flap and observed the inside of the tent. He found there were a total of 3 people inside. A young girl was sewing animal hide while 2 women in their 30s were weaving grass ropes. He focused on observing that young girl. After carefully looking, he discovered the girl had a pair of pink ears on her head with white tips, a bit like fox ears. Sabai instantly understood she was a fox-eared girl. Naturally, when a few women got together, whenever bored, they would gossip about trivial matters. Yuang, why don't you go live at Team Leader Sonner's place? You were suffering when you need to squeeze in here with us. The older woman spoke up. Yeah, the new shaman is so young. You're the niece of the hunting team leader. You definitely have a chance to serve the shaman. The other woman chimed in. No, Auntie is already pregnant. It's not good for me to be there. The young girl, Yuang, said weakly. You're really foolish. Team leader Songshur is a totem warrior. It's not like he lacks the means to feed you, yet you're even saving meat for him. The older woman said with exasperation, yeah, my husband died early. Otherwise, he could have also become a totem warrior and we wouldn't lack meat to eat. The other woman sighed. The atmosphere suddenly turned somber. The two women suddenly sank into their own emotions. Yuang opened her dry lips but didn't respond. Her hands quickly stitched the animal hide, crisscrossing it with vines. Once her hands got tired, so she stopped and shook her wrists. She was preparing to stretch her waist and move her body a bit. Raising her head, she met a pair of black eyes through the gap in the tent's door flap. Who's there? Yuang stared, her pink eyes widened in alarm. What the other two women turned to look, only seeing the still swaying door flap. Just now someone was peeking at us. Yuang said timidly with her body trembling. It must be some brat coming to peek at Yuang, the older woman teased. Right. Yuang is so beautiful and already 16 years old. She can already select a husband. The other woman joked. You guys stop teasing me. Yuang instantly blushed. The fox ears on her head drooped and she curled into a ball. Every time this topic comes up, Yuang always blushes. So cute. Being too shy is no good, but who knows who will pass team leader sure test. Outside the tent, Subai tugged at his collar awkwardly. Yinha held back her laughter, her red eyes looking at Sububai's embarrassed expression with glee. Especially hearing the discussion inside the tent, she almost burst out laughing. Ahem. Subai coughed and asked in a low voice. That fox-eared girl called Yuang is your friend. Yes, Yuang is very hardworking and kind. It's just that she's too stubborn sometimes. Yinhua praised, but then seemed helpless at the last bit. What's wrong? Subai asked, curious. Yuang is Uncle Sang-Shur's biological niece. Her parents passed away when she was young and she was raised by her aunt. Yinhua revealed some of the truth. Recently, her aunt had become pregnant, so Yuang moved out, saying she can't freeload off her uncle's family. She did the right thing, Subai agreed. Yuang could just work at Uncle Tong Shur's place. She can't eat much meat here. Yinhua rolled her eyes in dissatisfaction. No, you don't understand her. Subai shook his head with a light chuckle. How do I not understand Yuang? I'm her good friend. Yinhua glared with her red eyes and argued. When what you give and what you get differ too much, you will feel guilty. Subai calmly explained. He used to be an orphan himself and had this feeling at the orphanage. People can't take aid for granted. It will make them become lazy and develop dependence, ultimately ruining them. What do you mean? Yinhua was confused, obviously unable to understand. She felt that what he said did make sense. However, she still could not comprehend its deeper meaning. Such things are determined by how one grows up. It's fine if you don't understand. The corners of Subua's mouth lifted slightly. Perhaps the candidate for shaman priestess had already been decided. Shaman, is Yuang suitable? Then Yinhua nervously asked. Have her come out. I have a few questions for her, Subai said gently. All right. Yinhua immediately lifted the door flap and called out to the tent. Yuang, the shaman is looking for you. Coming, Yuang responded timidly. Wow. The shaman actually came to find Yuang. Could it be to select Yuang as the shaman priestess? Hearing the two say this, Ying's heart jumped in fright. She hurriedly tidied up her appearance. She took a few deep breaths before slowly exiting the tent. Seeing Subai, she froze. Shaman, why is the shaman here? This was the only thought in Yu Ying's mind right now. Especially seeing Sub's eyes made her not know what to do. The words of the two women in the tent just now flashed through her mind and her face suddenly flushed red. Subai sized up the girl before him. In the tent just now, he couldn't really see Yuang clearly. Now he could truly see her full appearance. If one were to describe it in one word, it would be pink. Pink hair, pink fox ears, pink eyes, and especially a fluffy pink foxtail with a white tip. She was about 1.55 meters tall, just up to Subu's chest, but the girl's chest didn't seem to be of the scale for her age. It was at least much larger than even Yinhua, who was just standing beside her. Subai turned his head to glance at Yanhua's chest, then lowered his head to scan Yui's chest. He couldn't help shaking his head. Comparisons are fearsome. Shaman, are you thinking inappropriate thoughts? Yinhua said, narrowing her red eyes. No, I wasn't. Don't make such baseless claims. Subai hurriedly retracted his comparative gaze. Humph. Yinhua let out a cold snort and raised her chin haughtily, but her hands quickly crossed the front of her chest. Her red eyes shifted down slightly to scan Yu Ying's chest. She pressed on her own chest with her arms and instantly felt aggrieved. Obviously, she had been training her body too. So, why was it not growing? What would she do when she had babies in the future? Yuang, can you write? Suba asked with some anticipation. I can't write, Yuang answered softly in a timid manner. Shaman, besides the old shaman, no one in the tribe can write. Moreover, no one recognizes characters. Yin Ha sighed. What no one can read and write. Subai was dumbfounded. So everyone in the tribe is illiterate. In our tribe doesn't have a writing system. Yin Huan nodded affirmatively and explained in a clear voice. Only the large tribes have their own writing systems. We don't have anyone to teach us how to read and write. You mean the writing systems differ between each large tribe? Sub asked in a hoarse, exhausted voice. Yes, Yinho responded crisply. The corners of Suba's eyes twitched. This really makes me want to cry. How in the world am I supposed to eradicate illiteracy when I myself can be considered illiterate in this era? Do I have to start learning how to read and write all over again? But the writing system of each large tribe is different. Do I have to go learn each and every single one, let alone shaman scripture, which those without sufficient mental energy and capability could be taught? I have these other languages. Wait, why do I need to learn how to read the writing systems of the other tribes if not for the purpose of cultural exchange? There's temporarily no need to learn how to read what they write. Subai asked himself and frowned in thought. In fact, once the Flame Dragon tribe develops and becomes a large tribe, then shouldn't others come to learn our writing system? Instead, we can use our influence and spread our language and culture to others instead. Sub's eyes brightened. Do the opposite. Do not join others, but have them join us. All right, I admit I'm being lazy, and I don't want to go and learn the writing systems and language of the other tribes. To be fair, who knows how many tribes there are? They have their own writing system and language. If it's just one or two powerful tribes that have developed such a system, I would learn it if there is a chance. Yep, in that case, eradicating illiteracy has to be put on the agenda. The writing used will be Earth-simplified characters. The corners of Subui's mouth curved up. Yinhua and Yuang looked at each other, their gazes communicating as if asking, hey, what's up with the shaman Awa? What's wrong with the shaman? Yuang stood on tiptoes and anxiously asked Yinhua through her ear. Could it be that I said something wrong? It shouldn't be, Yinhua said hesitantly. Really, Yuang was doubtful. Ever since she answered that she couldn't write, the shaman's expression had changed and he had been in deep thought. Why don't you go ask him? Yinhua smiled and instigated in bad faith. No, let's not. Yuang immediately shrank back and hurriedly shook her head. You're still so timid, Yanhua said helplessly. She, Shaolin, and Yuang were the best of friends. Before in the Flame Dragon tribe ancestral land, the three of them often slept in one cave. However, ever since the Black Snake tribe came, everything good was destroyed. Yuang lowered her head in embarrassment. Seeing the fox-eared girl's predicament, Subai spoke up to help. All right, it's fine if you can't write. I'll teach you guys. Yinhua stared with her red eyes and exclaimed in surprise, Shaman, you can read and write. Of course I can. Subai smiled, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. As I thought, Yinhua once again verified her guess. The shaman must really be someone from a large tribe. Only large tribes have a writing system, though. What did you think of? Subai asked curiously. Yinhua blanked at the question, recalling the old shaman's warning not to inquire too much into the new shaman's past. She stammered, nothing, it's fine. You don't have to say it if you don't want to. Subai waved his hand, turned around, and gently asked Yuang, do you want to be a shaman priestess? I'm lacking an assistant right now. Hey me, be a shaman priestess. Yuang stared with her pink eyes, her foxtail standing up. She was at a loss. Yes, Subai said in a solemn tone. Yuang lowered her head, tightly gripping the hem of her animal hide clothes with her small hands. She unconfidently stated, but I'm clumsy and always make mistakes. Shaman, don't listen to her nonsense. Yinha strode over and came behind the fox-eared girl. She patted Yu Ying's shoulders and said, she's just a bit timid. When nervous, she gets flustered. But once you get familiar with her, you'll find that she's really capable at handling chores. Yuang wanted to say something, but was immediately had her mouth covered by Yinhua. Don't talk nonsense. Just hurry up and agree to the shaman's offer. Yinhua pressed her chin on top of Yuang's head and softly added, didn't you hope to be a shaman priestess before? Now's your chance. Yuang fell silent as she felt conflicted. You're not willing? Well, I won't force you, Subai said with a chuckle. No, she's willing. Yanhua anxiously shouted and hurriedly moved her hand away from the Yui's mouth. Wow, what about you? Yuang turned her head to look at Yinhua. She worriedly asked in a small voice, didn't you also want to be a shaman priestess? Their dream had started out the same. All three of them wanted to become shaman priestess and learn from the shaman. Shaman priestess could be said to be one of the professions female tribe members wanted the most. The other was being a totem warrior. Yuang, don't talk about this further. Yanhua covered Yui's mouth again. Her clear voice carried great determination. My dream has changed. I want to be a totem warrior now. Following that, she bit Yui's ear and tenderly said, "I'm leaving Shaolin's portion of her dream to you." Upon hearing this, Yu Ying's body stiffened and her pink eyes suddenly widened, gradually welling up with tears. She nodded with a heavy heart and chokingly said, "I am Yin Hua." You're covering her mouth. Subai reminded, "Oh, sorry." Yin Hua hurriedly let go, feeling embarrassed. "Have you decided to be a shaman priestess?" Subai asked again, gently. "I will definitely do my best as a shaman priestess." Yuang tightly clenched her small fists, cutely shaking them with force. "Then I'll give you your primary task." Sub was instantly starstruck. He held back the urge to go pinch this fox-eared girl's soft-looking face. "Please tell me." Yu Ying's voice became small again, returning to her timid appearance. "Your first task is to wash your face. You've turned into a spotted cat." Sub's black eyes carried laughter as he looked at Yu Ying's dusty face, especially the handprint left by Yin Ha when she held her mouth. He Yuang froze. Yin Hua also froze. "This task isn't hard, right?" Subai asked, seeming to be perplexed by their reaction. "Shaman, water is very precious for the tribe." Yuang pursed her lips and said with some courage, "I dare not use water to wash my face. That would be too wasteful." Oh, Subai raised an eyebrow. He really hadn't understood the tribe's water usage situation. He asked curiously, "Where does our tribe fetch water from?" "There's a small lake in the mountain forest above, but there's a group of very powerful, ferocious beasts in the water. Only totem warriors dare approach it." Yin Hua turned and pointed at the mountain forest to the west. She explained in a deep voice, "The water for our tribe is all transported over by the totem warriors. It's normally only enough for us to quench our thirst. In other words, the people of the tribe haven't bathed for 17 days. Subs changed. Following that, he scanned both girls. His feet inconspicuously shifted back a small distance. Yin Hua and Yuang blanked for a moment. His focus is on bathing. Shouldn't the focus be placed on drinking water? After seeing Suba's disdainful expression and his retreat, Yuang was so angry she wanted to bite someone. Humph. Yin Hua let out a cold snort, expressing her displeasure. Ahem. Subai coughed in awkwardness and Hurley said, "Take me to see that small lake. I want to check if we can find a new method to fetch water." Water is of greatest importance. People couldn't go without water. The primary task now is to solve the water usage problem. At the very least, there has to be enough water for bathing. "No, the shaman cannot leave the tribe," Yin Hua said with a serious expression. This was what her father had repeatedly instructed her before leaving. The shaman must not be allowed to leave the tribe under any circumstances. Chief Yin Zio had acted on impulse and didn't think too much about what the shaman might want to do. In order to quickly find the linen-making materials, he took away all the totem warriors. "Why can't I leave?" Subai frowned. Many unpleasant guesses flashed through his mind. "I asked this a soft confinement. Are they afraid I would run away? This is for the shaman's safety." Seeing Su's unhappy expression, Yin Hua advised in a clear voice, "Shaman, it's too dangerous outside. You are the pillar of our flame dragon tribe. What if something dangerous happens? What danger could there be? Aren't you here?" Subai's solemn expression relaxed. "As long as it isn't soft confinement, it's fine. Shaman, you just became the shaman and don't know some things. There are some wandering totem warriors who kidnap the shamans of small tribes and force them to perform the shaman inheritance ceremony to the kidnappers' tribesmen." Yan Hua seemed to recall something and hatefully continued. "Among our flame dragon tribe's ancestors, there was a shaman who was kidnapped by wandering totem warriors. Later, it was after that incident that our ancestors decided that shaman were not allowed to leave the tribe. So there's actually such a thing," Sububai said in surprise. "So being a shaman is a high-risk occupation. To think there are wandering totem warriors who want to kidnap me." He thought about it for a bit and understood. The wandering totem warriors are most likely those that have lost their tribe, or more precisely, their tribe had lost its shaman. They urgently needed a shaman, so they would kidnap the shamans of other tribes to inherit the shaman inheritance and ensure the continued birth of totem warriors for the tribe. "Shaman, it is dangerous outside. You are absolutely safe in the tribe," Yan Hua earnestly persuaded. "Our tribe has 11 totem warriors, but only 6 totem warriors go out hunting at a time." "Is it because the remaining totem warriors have to protect the shaman?" Sub asked with narrowed eyes. "Yes," Yin Hua affirmed. To better persuade Subai not to leave the tribe, she continued, "The chieftain is the strongest in the tribe. The reason he also doesn't go hunting is to protect the shaman's safety." "It's too much of a waste of manpower." Subai shook his head. If there were many totem warriors, leaving some to guard the tribe would be no problem. However, there were currently only a total of 11 totem warriors. To protect the shaman, 5 totem warriors were left to stand guard, and even the strongest chieftain was fixed in the tribe. No wonder the supply of hunted game can't meet the demand. Of course, it wasn't that Sububai didn't care about his own safety. He was just thinking of making the greatest use of the tribe's manpower to accelerate the tribe's development. "So the primary task of the tribe is to ensure my safety." Sabai reached this conclusion. There is a lack of population. No, rather it is that there is a lack of totem warriors. The population issue and totem warriors issue can't be solved immediately. Such things can't be produced at will. This really limited my options. Sabai decided to first solve the water issue. Having easy access to water would free up the totem warriors tasked with transporting water. He had to convince the stubborn girl in front of him to take him to see the lake. After all, he didn't know the way there. Shaman, you can't leave the tribe, Yan Hua repeated. She could agree to anything else, but she couldn't agree to anything that might endanger the shaman's safety. But if I can check the lake, perhaps I can solve the problem we have with water. It might allow us to no longer lack water. Sabai spread his hands. Even so, it's not allowed, Yinha said stubbornly. Can't you smell that you stink, Sabai said, wrinkling his nose. He retreated another small step and fanned his hand in front of his nose. I don't stink, Yinha shouted, exasperated. Is that so? Then take a careful sniff and you'll know how much you stink. Sabai retreated another step, his face full of disdain. Fine, I'll take a sniff. Yan Hua was livid. She gritted her teeth, lowered her head close to her chest, and sniffed with her proud nose. A sour stench rushed into her nostrils instantly, giving her a feeling of suffocation. Ewing also imitated her, raising her arm to sniff. Stinky, yeah, it stinks, she stammered, her face turning deathly pale. Her whole body felt sick. Yan Hua's expression also turned ugly. Many thoughts flashed through her mind. I stink so badly. Do others also think I stink? How embarrassing. The human nose was great at adapting. After prolonged exposure to one's own body odor, the nose would adapt to the stench. Eventually, the person would no longer be able to detect the stench. This was the situation Yin Hua and Yuang were in. They hadn't bathed for several days and didn't feel like they stank. It was only after being conscious about it that they noticed that they stank enough to feel sick from smelling themselves. How is it don't you stink? Sabai crossed his arms and teased. Do know that others can smell the stench from you. Yin Ha was at a loss for words. Thinking of the people around her privately discussing the stench from her made her frantic. Sabai continued asking, are the totem warriors in the tribe all gone, all taken away by the chieftain? They were all taken away. Yin Hua's expression was a bit unnatural. She blamed her impulsive father. He was being too unreliable, handing the heavy responsibility of protecting the shaman to just her alone. The corners of Saba's mouth curved up. He asked, why is there not even a single totem warrior in the tribe? How are you going to protect me? Going together to find the chieftain is actually safer. Light. Yin Hua lowered her head helplessly, having been convinced. Then, let's go. Well, find the chieftain and the others first, then we can go take a look at the lake. Sabai felt that it would be much safer with totem warriors by his side. There were still some laborious tasks that required people. After all, he hadn't started learning shaman techniques yet, and Yin Hua wasn't a totem warrior either. Encountering ferocious beasts would just be asking for death. Yuang, you stay first. Go help the shaman tidy up his tent. Before leaving, Yin Hua said to the fox-eared girl, okay, be careful, Yuang gently urged. The location of the flame dragon tribe was at the foot of a mountain forest, a relatively flat area. In the mountain forest west of the tribe, Yin Hua vigilantly led the way in the front. Sabai walked behind. His perception extended to its maximum, trying hard to sense any potential dangers that might exist. Yan Hua laboriously chopped off a tree branch with a stone knife, her ears twitching slightly to catch any sounds of startled beasts. Do you know the way? Do you know where the chieftain is? Sub looked at Yin Hua's back, glancing at her perky, wondering if she had a tail. After all, Yuang had a tail, so Yin Hua should also have a tail. It might be hidden in her animal hide skirt. It was just that Saba was too embarrassed to ask Yin Hua directly. I know, they should be at the gathering area. Only that area is safe enough, Yinher replied offhandedly. The gathering area, is there a lot of food there? Sabai asked curiously. Not too much. It has almost all been gathered. In a few days, we need to find a new gathering area. Yin Hua shook her head and sighed. The people of the tribe were completely unfamiliar with the mountain forest here. Unlike the mountain forest at the tribe ancestral land, which had been explored by several generations of the tribe, they knew where there was food, where flowers and fruits bloomed, where there was danger. But now they had to start from scratch. The people of the tribe had only been here for a dozen days and hadn't familiarized themselves with the mountain forest at all. It will get better in the future. Sabai could only say this, but in his heart he was thinking whether to relocate the tribe and choose a resource-rich place to develop. In Yin, Hua nodded. The two walked further up the mountain forest, with the trees becoming more and more lush. If not for Yin Hua being familiar with the forest, if Sabai had come alone, perhaps he would have quickly gotten lost. Half an hour later. Stop, Yin Hua said in a low voice, slightly hunching her body, her red eyes staring intently ahead. It's fine, it's a person. Sabai sensed with his mental energy that there was a human figure rushing towards them. Yin Hua frowned, not believing in their fortunes. Crackle, crackle. 3 seconds later, a figure wearing animal hide clothing appeared, hurriedly running. It really is a person. Yan Hua was a bit taken aback and she looked at Subai in amazement. She waved at the running man and called out in a clear voice, "Hey, why are you running so quickly? Oh, it's you, Yan Hua. Hey, you hurriedly ran over." As he approached, he saw Subai and shouted in shock, "Shaman, why are you here? I came to take a look at the lake." Sububai sized up the person in front of him and saw that on Haya's forehead, there was a pair of 15 cm long black horns. His open mouth was full of sharp teeth and his pupils were brown. He suddenly recalled that when he first woke up, the first person who spoke to him and brought him outside the main teepee was this person. "Shaman, it's too dangerous here." "I'll take you back to the tribe," Hay said anxiously. He glared at Yin Hua in dissatisfaction. How dare she bring the shaman to the mountain forest? Even if she is the chieftain's daughter, she needs to be punished. Yin Ha slightly shrunk her neck back, pouting aggressively. Her red eyes glanced at Sububai as if scolding. "Hurry up and explain." Receiving her eye signal, Subai explained, "Don't blame her. I was the one who demanded to come. Shaman, please return to the tribe immediately. It's too dangerous here." "Hey, you started persuading. What are you hurrying for?" Subai changed the topic. He had finally come out. How could he possibly return to the tribe now? Right. I almost forgot the important matter. "Hey, you reacted and said anxiously, Shaman, did you bring a shaman bone tablet? A totem warrior got injured." "I don't have a shaman bone tablet on me." Subai frowned and shook his head. "I came out on a whim to go see the lake. Of course, I wouldn't have brought a shaman bone tablet with me." "Who was injured?" Yan Hua asked urgently. "It's my man. He was clawed by a ferocious beast," Hay replied in a low voice. "How severe is the injury? Is he far from us?" Suberly asked. "A totem warrior would only request to use a shaman bone tablet if it's a serious injury. If it was just a minor injury, they wouldn't dare ask. Very severe. His belly was cut open. They are rushing back to the tribe behind me." "Hey," you said anxiously. He wanted to carry the shaman and run back to the tribe, but he didn't dare be so disrespectful. "Take me there. I know a healing shaman technique," Subai ordered with a serious expression. Originally, there were already few totem warriors. If they were reduced further, that would be adding hail to snow. He hadn't practiced his heal skill yet. It just so happened that there was an injured person this time, perfect for testing the effects of his heal skill. "Shaman, you learned a shaman technique already?" Hey, he was stunned. Didn't the chieftain say that for the shaman to learn a shaman technique, it would take at least 30 days? He felt conflicted. Taking the shaman into the depths of the mountain forest was too dangerous. If something happened to the shaman, he would be an eternal sinner of the tribe. If we delay further, the one injured will be in greater danger, Subai said impatiently. Why is everyone in primitive society also stubborn, also inflexible? "All right," Hayu responded through gritted teeth. Having made his decision, he quickly led the way. The tree branches blocking the path were chopped off with a stone knife and passing. The advancing speed was much faster than when Yin Hua led the way. Crackle, crackle. Yin Hua and Suba had to run to keep up with his speed, so this is a totem warrior. Their physical fitness is overwhelming, at least 5 times that of an ordinary person. Subai muttered to himself. He had an initial estimate of the strength of totem warriors, and guessed whether he could also awaken a totem and become a part-time totem warrior. After all, every man had a bit of a desire to become strong like a warrior. Crackle, crackle. Yanji carefully advanced while carrying a man in his 30s on his back. A totem warrior was leading the way up front. Another totem warrior was bringing up the rear to prevent sneak attacks from ferocious beasts attracted by the smell of blood. "My man, hold on." "Focus the totem mark towards the wound," Yin Xiao shouted. No one expected that while just searching for the plants to make linen, they would encounter a withered wolf, an apex ferocious beast among mixed-blood ferocious beasts. A withered wood wolf was a type of wolf without hair on its body. Instead, it had skin similar to withered wood, giving it about 30 more defense than ordinary ferocious beasts. In addition to strong defensive power, it also had stealth. What the withered wood-like skin is camouflage. It could normally crouch under grass and trees and wait for prey to take the bait. My Mang was caught off guard and ambushed. If not for the withered wood wolf's relatively poor agility, perhaps his head would have been bitten off instead of just being clawed in the belly. Cough, cough. My man coughed a few times and weakly said, "Chief, I'm afraid I won't make it." He could clearly feel his strength disappearing and his body turning cold. He couldn't even condense his totem mark anymore. He had lost too much blood. "Don't talk. Focus your energy on suppressing the wound," Yin Zio roared in a low voice. He was also an experienced totem warrior and of course knew that what my Mang said was true. With a palm-length wound on the belly, without the treatment of a shaman bone tablet, there was no way to survive. Cough, cough, chieftain. If I don't say it now, there won't be a chance later. My man grinned, but blood dripped from the corners of his mouth onto Yin Zio's shoulder. "We're almost there. The shaman will definitely heal you." Yin Zio quickened his pace in grief. Listen to me, after I die, give my portion of the dried meat to my Mal. You should be able to awaken as a totem warrior this year. My Mang said, growing weaker and weaker. My Mao, his son, was 21 years old this year. All right, I have high hopes for your son. Yao's eyes turned red. Another brother was about to leave. Amidst the spreading grief crackle, suddenly 3 people appeared in their sight. The one leading was Haya, instantly making Yin Zio and the others wild with joy, thinking he had already brought the shaman bone tablet. Chieftain, I'm here, Hai shouted happily. Where's the shaman bone tablet? Hurry and take it out. Yao urged. Hai didn't bring the shaman bone tablet. Ha hurriedly shook his head. You didn't bring the shaman bone tablet. Yao widened his eyes and glared at Haya, questioning if you didn't bring the shaman bone tablet. What did you come back for? I brought the shaman. Hai stepped aside, revealing Subai and Yin Hua, who were bent over gasping for breath. Are you deliberately trying to anger me to death? Yao trembled and roared. Who told you to bring the shaman here? All right, scold some more and the person will be gone. Subai straightened his waist and spoke up. Shaman, did you bring a shaman bone tablet? Yao hurriedly suppressed his anger and asked expectantly. My Meng needs treatment from a shaman bone tablet now. His wound is too severe. No, Subai shook his head. Yin Zio blinked and asked hesitantly. Shaman, you also didn't bring a shaman bone tablet. That's right. Subai nodded affirmatively. Arc. Yan Zio instantly felt like he wanted to scream into a hole. He turned his head and glared at Haya, having the urge to activate his totem mark to beat him up. Put him down. I'll take a look at his wounds. Subai shouted. Shaman, we need to hurry back to the tribe to get a shaman bone tablet now. With my Mang's wounds, it can't be delayed. Yin Zio hoarsely replied. If you want to save him, hurry up and put him down. Subai said, becoming even calmer. Without a shaman bone tablet, how can we save? Before Yin Zio could say more, Haya had already rushed over and helped lay my Mang on the ground. It's really severe. Subai looked at my Mang, who had already fainted. The animal hide wrapping his abdomen had already turned red, so one could imagine how much blood had flowed out. He reached out and felt my Mang's neck, feeling a faint pulse. This indicated the person wasn't dead yet. Take off the animal hide. Subai raised his head and instructed Yin Zio. I'm going to start the treatment. Understood. Yan Zio hurriedly squatted down. After hesitating for a moment, he tore open the animal hide on my Mang's abdomen. A hideous palm-length wound was displayed, oozing blood. One could vaguely see his intestines heal. Suppressing the urge to sue, I spread open his palms towards the wound on my Mang's abdomen and activated his heal skill. Instantly, his palms emitted a verdant light, enveloping the wound like spring rain, making one feel refreshed upon seeing it. This is a shaman technique. Yin Jia widened his eyes, looking at the green light in disbelief. Wasn't it said that learning shaman techniques is very difficult, that it would take at least 30 days? Old shaman, you lied to me. Clearly, it can be done in a day. Chieftain, you actually lied to me. Even saying it would take the shaman at least 30 days to learn shaman techniques. Hey, you said resentfully. Cough, cough. Yin Zio coughed in embarrassment. So this is a shaman technique. Yin Hua's red eyes stared intently at the verdant light. She miraculously found that the wound on my Mang's abdomen was slowly healing. Although the speed was a bit slow, it was nevertheless still healing. 5 seconds later, the verdant light disappeared. Phew. Subai looked at the wound on my Mang's abdomen. There was still half a palm size left. A single heal lasted only for 5 seconds, mainly because the wound was too large. If it was an ordinary wound, it would have healed long ago. He used heal again, and the verdant light appeared once more. My Mang's wound was once again slowly healing. Only after using heal 3 times in a row did my Mang's wound fully heal. During the treatment, Subai commanded in his mind system, open the attribute panel. Having just used the heal skill, he was eager to understand the skill proficiency situation. Attribute panel hosts Subai stamina 2.1 ordinary person, 1 strength 2.22 ordinary person, 1 speed 2.1 ordinary person, 1 mental energy 12 ordinary person, 1 shaman powers 12 out of 100 totem flame dragon profession junior shaman author skills heal LV, 1 3 out of 100 description. You have overcome the subhealthy state of an ordinary person and upgraded to become a shaman with supernatural powers, please. Remember your original goals. Ding. Attribute panel expanding. A virtual panel appeared before Subai's eyes. He focused on the proficiency of his heal, which had only increased by 3 points. He asked the system in his mind, System, 1 point of proficiency for each use of the skill. Ding. Yes, 100 proficiency points isn't difficult, but it consumes a lot of mental energy. I can at most increase my proficiency by 12 points each day. Subai calculated in his mind, then asked again. System, how do I recover my consumed mental energy? Ding. Host, it will recover with sufficient rest. Eating food that can restore mental energy also works. The cold mechanical voice answered. Okay, close the attribute panel. Subai commanded with his mind. After the attribute panel disappeared, he looked up to see several pairs of eyes staring at him. Shaman, is it done? Yao asked carefully. It's fine now. Subai nodded and stood up to make room. Yin Zio, he and others immediately crowded forward, wiping away the blood from my Mang's abdomen to reveal a tender line of flesh, which was the newly healed and grown skin. That's amazing. So this is a shaman technique, he exclaimed. This is the first time I've seen a shaman use shaman technique. Shaman, when did you learn the shaman technique? Yanji gazed at Subai with fervent eyes, his red pupils flickering with expectation. The shaman technique was given to me by the shaman inheritance. Subai narrowed his eyes and found an excuse. The daily assistance system, and the skills he got from it could not be exposed, so he had to pretend it was a shaman technique. Besides, who would verify it, could they ask the deceased old shaman I see? Yanya's fervent gaze dimmed. I should not have doubted the old shaman. The new shaman is just exceptionally gifted, able to learn a shaman technique in a day. How wonderful. It has managed to save a life. Yin Hua felt shocked that Apam's wound had healed in just over 10 seconds. By the way, shaman, how many times a day can you use your shaman technique? Yao asked curiously. In a day, about roughly 10 times. Subai reserved 2 uses as depleting mental energy would cause him to faint. So many. Yanzhao stared with his red eyes, surprised. That's 4 more times than the old shaman. Maybe it is just that I'm naturally more suited to the shaman technique. Subai found a new excuse without changing his expression. That's great. With this shaman technique, everyone can hunt more prey. Yin Zio said excitedly. He found that with the new shaman, the tribe was slowly getting better. It was with new hope, unlike its previous lifelessness. Yes, if the shaman had been there earlier, that withered wood wolf definitely wouldn't have escaped, said resentfully. Wait. Yanji suddenly felt something was wrong when he heard this. Oh no. Yin Hua saw her father's expression and inwardly groaned. She slowly moved her small feet to hide behind Subai, who took the shaman out of the tribe. Yin Zio asked with a dark expression, furrowing his brows and glaring at he and Yin Hua with his red eyes. If he had to make a choice between the shaman and these people, with only one able to survive, he would definitely choose the shaman without a second thought. Well, He was about to look towards Yin Hua. The chieftain was going to unleash a punch while activating his totem mark. He was timid and dared to withstand that. I requested to come out myself, Subai said gently. Shaman, it's too dangerous outside. Yin Zio's dark expression immediately softened, and he kindly suggested, it's not that we don't allow you to leave the tribe, but our flame dragon tribe has already suffered heavy losses. You might be targeted by wandering totem warriors seeking shamans. But aren't you all here now? Subai grinned with a bright smile. Yin Zio, Haya, and others were speechless, suddenly feeling a heavy weight on their shoulders. Phew. Yin Hop patted her chest, relieved that she had escaped punishment from her father. I understand. Yin Zio nodded and softly continued. Then let's the shaman back to the tribe. No, we're not going back to the tribe yet. Take me to see the water source. Subai shook his head. His goal had not been achieved yet. So how could they return to the tribe? No, it's too dangerous there. Yan Zio refused without wasting a second. The tribe has too little water. If we don't solve the water problem now, what if something happens to the totem warriors? Will everyone not drink water? Then Subai glanced at my Mang lying on the ground as if saying, look at what happened to my Mang. Well, Yinio frowned in thought. He considered the water issue for the entire tribe and felt that the shaman's words made sense. He turned his head to look at Subai and earnestly instructed. Shaman, if there's any danger, well, take you back to the tribe immediately. All right. Subai nodded with a smile. Hua Ming, take my Mang back to the tribe. Yao ordered a middle-aged totem warrior. Yes, chieftain. Wing nodded. Also, Yin Hua, you should go back too. Yao suddenly turned to stare at his daughter. Father, I want to go too. Yin Hua pouted. No, Yao refused without thinking. Yin Hua, inheriting Yin Zio's stubborn personality, knew she could not convince her father on her own. She carefully reached out, pinching Sus' clothes with her thumb and forefinger while gently tugging. She even whispered to his ear in a tiny voice, help me persuade my father, I want to go with you too, chieftain. Is Awa close to becoming a totem warrior? Does she just need a totem awakening ceremony? Subai suddenly changed how he addressed her. Yin Hua felt a strange feeling in her heart when she heard Subai call her Awa. The tips of her ears slightly warmed and re-end. She shouldn't be far off. Yin Zio felt a bit of comfort at the shaman calling his daughter by her nickname. The two seemed to have grown closer. Is there a chance for my daughter to become a shaman priestess? Let's bring along. It's a good opportunity to train her in the wilderness for survival experience, Subai said with a smile. Well, since the shaman says so, Yanjio relented. He glanced at the girl with cow horns and proudly said, you can come along, but don't do anything rash. Okay. Yin Hua beamed with joy. Subai, Yin Hua, Chief Yin, and he plus one totem warrior, a total of 5 people, advanced towards the small lake deeper inside the forest. He was leading the way up front with a totem warrior bringing up the rear. Meanwhile, Yin Zio accompanied Subai and Yan Hua, guarding them on both sides throughout the journey. The 5 people hurried along with no one speaking. There was only the sound of stone knives cutting through branches. Sabai broke the silence and asked, "Chieftain, have you found any plants for making linen?" "No." Yin Zio shook his head and helplessly said, "Many stems are hard when torn open, and they break easily with just a little force. Don't rush. Plants for making linen aren't that easy to find." Sabai comforted him, suddenly thinking of the leafy tribe, wondering what plant they used. He asked as soon as he thought of it, "Do you know what plants are around the leafy tribe? I mean, the ones that exist in large quantities." Yan Zio frowned and thought, then shook his head. "I don't know. I've never been to the leafy tribe before." "Is the leafy tribe far from us?" Sub frowned and asked. If they could not find plants for making linen, they would have to start with the leafy tribe. They could inquire about what plants the leafy tribe transported into their tribe or what plants were grown in large quantities around them. By process of elimination, they would eventually find the plant for making linen. "Quite far, I think. I heard father say it's about a 10-day journey," Yineo said in a deep voice. By the way, how many people are usually in a large tribe? Sabai had not yet learned about the situation of large tribes. "At least over 10,000 people, Yin Zio said with a heavy expression. "So many people." Yin Hua was the first to exclaim, her red eyes widening. It was also her first time learning about the population of large tribes. Sabai fell silent, thinking about how the Flame Dragon tribe now only had 72 people in total. The contrast was too stark. "Shaman, we will catch up to them eventually." Yao consoled, seeing Sus' downcast face, thinking he had discouraged him. "Of course, we will become a large tribe sooner or later," Sabai affirmed. "He's just thinking about ways to increase the population, relying on the people in the tribe to have babies. I would die of old age by then. In fact, by that time, it is questionable if we might even reach 10,000 people. As long as we have linen, we can definitely become a large tribe," Yan Zio said passionately. He imagined that during his time as chieftain, the Flame Dragon tribe would become a large tribe. Then he could face his ancestors with a smile after death. "It's not that easy," Sabai said, like pouring cold water on his dreams. "Our tribe has too few people to become a large tribe. It would take several decades. He could not possibly wait that long. Living in such a primitive society for decades, he would rather be spared the torture. There had to be changes such as progress in food, housing, and clothing. I'll go back and tell everyone to have more children." Yao decided with a straight face. No matter how much they reproduce, it won't be enough." Saba was truly amused, and he shook his head. "Our tribe's base number is just too small. We can only bring in people from outside into the tribe. Find outsiders to join our tribe." Yao was stunned, hesitating. "Will outsiders listen to us with the totem? Why wouldn't they listen to us?" Sabai asked back, amused. "Oh right, I almost forgot we have a totem." Yin Zio suddenly realized. Seeing that Yin Zio was not averse to outsiders, Sabai curiously asked, "You don't reject outsiders?" "No, I don't. My ancestors also joined the Flame Dragon tribe." Yan Zio touched the red curved horns on his head, revealing some of the tribe's secrets. "For humanoids like me and he, our ancestors all joined the Flame Dragon tribe later." "Oh, so we weren't originally part of the Flame Dragon tribe," Yin Hua said in surprise, also hearing about her ancestors' history for the first time from her father. "Humanoids?" Sabai asked in confusion, finally exploring the origins of the beast-eared girls. Shaman. "You don't know about humanoids?" Yan Zio asked curiously. "I don't know. There were no humanoids from where I came from." Sabai sighed. Before he had always hoped Earth had beast-eared girls. However, now his wish had come true. There was a cowhorn girl beside him, and there was a fox-eared girl in the tribe. "Shaman, you must come from some large tribes that only welcome pure humans." Yan Zio's face showed a trace of sorrow, his red eyes reminiscing as he explained, "I heard from my deceased father that some large tribes don't welcome humanoids. Our ancestors were driven away by some large tribes. Finally, it was the Flame Dragon tribe that kindly took our ancestors in. Their grace is why we exist now." Sabai did not further explain his own origins, but instead asked curiously, "Are there still tribes that don't welcome humanoids?" "Some tribes have changed. Some tribes now welcome humanoids," Yan Zio said with a smile on his face. "Chieftain, do you know where humanoids come from?" Sub asked softly. From the chieftain's words, he heard that some tribes do not welcome humanoids. "I don't know about that. My father didn't tell me about this." Yan shook his head. "All right," Sabai sighed. The clue to exploring the origins of humanoids was cut off. This was the result of not having written records, relying solely on transmission to one's descendants. If someone in a certain generation was not interested in talking about it, knowledge would get cut off. If there were changes and additions of personal ideas and experiences, what the descendants would receive would be a modified version. "Shaman, you don't reject humanoids like us?" Yan Zio asked carefully. After guessing that the shaman came from a large tribe of pure humans, he became worried, fearing that he might dislike the humanoids of the Flame Dragon tribe. Yin Hua also became nervous, her red eyes quietly observing Sub's. Why would I reject humanoid sub was stunned for a moment. He unconsciously glanced at the cowhorn girl and gently said, on the contrary, I find humanoids very cute and interesting. Yin Hua's eyes just happened to meet Subu by glance. Her cheeks immediately re-end, and she turned her head away in embarrassment. Haha, it's good that you don't reject them. Yao laughed heartily, secretly winking at his daughter as if to say, my daughter, your chance has come. Seeing her father's small gesture, Yin Ha's cheeks re-end even more. Her heart was beating faster as if there was a deer inside running. Just as the atmosphere was developing a hint of intimacy, a just returned from scouting ahead. He said in a low voice, shaman, chieftain, were almost at the small lake. He did not dare make too much noise. The small lake was the only water source nearby, and there might be ferocious beasts drinking water in its vicinity. In everyone, be careful and try not to make any noise. Yao immediately became solemn. The path they were taking now is not the one used by totem warriors to fetch water. That route was shorter but more dangerous. If the group only consisted of totem warriors, they could carry water buckets and sprint without fear of being intercepted by ferocious beasts. But with Sububai and Yin Hua, they could not sprint as fast. Thus, they had to take this longer route, which also reduced the danger by more than half. Okay, Sub and Yin Hua nodded. The five continued forward, slowing their pace considerably. After walking for a few minutes, a dried-up stream appeared before them. Do you know when the stream is dried up? Sub asked in a hushed voice. The stream was already dry when we arrived. Yan Zio also replied in a hushed voice. Then do you know when this stream will have water again? Subai did not know about the seasons in this world. It's the dry season now, so there isn't much rain. We'll have to wait more than 50 days for the rainy season. By then the stream should have water again, Yan Zio said after estimating more than 50 days. That's too long, Subai shook his head. That meant waiting for nearly 2 months before the trib's water usage would be solved. They simply could not hold out until the stream flowed again. Or more like, he could not hold out until then. He stepped into the dried stream bed, crouched down, and dug at the mud with his hand. He found it to be dry without a trace of moisture. This won't work. It's very difficult to dig a well and find water in a place like this. Subai decided they should still go to the small lake to take a look. The five followed the dried stream, climbing higher into the forest. Along the way, they could see many footprints of unknown animals. Subai saw very familiar footprints like tiger paw prints from Earth, but the size was as big as a human head. One could imagine the size of this ferocious beast. He curiously asked Yil what ferocious beast left these footprints. A long-toed black tiger. Footprints this size, it's at least a pure-blood ferocious beast level, Ying Zio said with a grave face, but his tone had a hint of relief. Fortunately, long-toed black tigers only come out to hunt at night. If we meet one, we wouldn't be able to escape. It's good that it's a nocturnal ferocious beast. Subai also breathed a sigh of relief. Pure-blood ferocious beasts corresponded to mid-stage totem warriors, and the Flame Dragon tribe didn't have a single mid-stage totem warrior. The group walked for another 7 or 8 minutes. The small lake is just up ahead. Yin Zio's voice grew even quieter. Splash, splash. With Subu by keen perception, he heard a faint sound of water splashing. Following Yin Zio and the others, he also saw the small lake. He estimated that the diameter of this small lake should be about 500 or 600 m. The lake's surface was churning violently, with a huge creature stirring up waves under the water. On the shore of the small lake were some lush trees, as well as some open areas, where many animal footprints could be clearly seen on the shore. Is the ferocious beast in the lake strong? Subai asked softly. Extremely strong. It's a pure-blood ferocious beast. It's the absolute ruler of this small lake, Yin Zio said bitterly. If it were just an ordinary mixed-blood ferocious beast, as early-stage totem warriors, they would not be so afraid of it. However, for a pure-blood ferocious beast, even 10 early-stage totem warriors together would be seeking death if they wanted to fight it. Another pure-blood ferocious beast. Subai felt a bit helpless. They did not have the strength to hunt ferocious beasts of this level. Shaman, this small lake isn't just about the pure-blood ferocious beast. Hey, you gently tugged at Subai's clothes, pointing towards the direction of the lake shore. Look at the ferocious beasts on the shore. There are at least a dozen or so stone-armored crocodiles like that in the small lake. Subai looked in the direction indicated and saw a familiar species very much like the extinct Deinosuchus, also known as Terra crocodiles from Earth, the only differences being their armor. The stone-armored crocodile skin was stone-like and uneven. This stone-armored crocodile on the shore was 4 meters long, squinting its eyes as it sunbathed, or perhaps lying in wait for prey. Are these dozen or so all mixed-blood ferocious beasts? Sub asked with a grave expression. Yes, they're all ferocious beasts, he confirmed. Is that pure-blood ferocious beast, the ruler of the lake, also a stone-armored crocodile? Subai asked with a bitter smile. In Yin Zio, he and the others nodded in unison. To think it's a collective type of ferocious beast. This is too difficult. Sabai complained, finally understanding why only totem warriors could fetch water. Shaman, let's go back. Leave the water fetching to us. Yao persuaded, who would not want to occupy the small lake, but they truly did not have that capability to. If one was not careful when fetching water from the shore, the next second they could be ambushed by a stone-armored crocodile and dragged into the water. Once in the water, there was no way for them to escape. That's right. If we need more water, we'll just have to make more trips, he agreed. Usually they fetch water 4 times a day, twice in the morning and twice in the afternoon, all avoiding the active periods of the stone-armored crocodiles. Wait a moment. Let me think. Sabai raised his hand to demand silence. His black eyes scanned the surroundings of the small lake, paying special attention to the conditions on the shore. Since they could not take it by force, they could only take it by wit. There should be a way, right? Yin Hua murmured, her red eyes secretly observing Sabai, hoping to find an easy way to fetch water so the tribe would no longer lack water. Yin Zio and Haya silently exchanged glances, knowing it was impossible to easily fetch water from under the jaws of the stone-armored crocodiles. They did not say much, letting the shaman give up on his own so they could return to the tribe with peace of mind. Trees surrounded the small lake, blocking Subs. He turned to Yin Zio and the others, calmly saying, "Take me around the small lake." "All right," Yinio nodded, taking the lead to scout ahead. Sububai observed as they came to a high by the lake's edge, essentially a small cliff about 7 or 8 m above the lake's surface. Standing at the cliff edge, looking down, he muttered softly, "If we made some buckets to draw water from here, it seems like we would not need to go to the lake's edge for water." "That's right. Why didn't I think of that?" Yan Zio's eyes lit up upon hearing this, thinking it was an excellent idea. He revealed a mouthful of sharp teeth, saying, "I'll go back later and have people gather more vines. No, the efficiency is still too low. It only reduces the danger level, but it doesn't solve the situation of totem warriors needing to go back and forth to fetch water." Sabai shook his head, rejecting this idea. Hayao, Heya, and the others were dumbfounded. "How is this not feasible? Let's keep walking." Sabai did not bother to explain. "All right." Yo reluctantly led the way, but inwardly decided to have totem warriors fetch water from the cliff in the future. The group of 5 came to a lowlying area overgrown with wild grass. "Oh, this place is quite good." Sabai's eyes brightened as he surveyed the surrounding terrain, discovering that this depression was the lowest point around the small lake. Thinking of the dried-up stream's terrain, he softly said, "If the stream was to cut through here, the water level of this small lake would definitely drop by more than half." "What do you mean?" Yao, Yin Hua, and the others did not quite understand. "It's okay if you don't understand. You'll get it in a moment." Sub's lips curled into his smile as he pointed at the wild grass in the depression, instructing, "Pull out the grass here, but be careful of snakes." "Okay," everyone responded in unison. Yao and he entered the depression. The experienced totem warriors first explored the grass, startling away any wild animals that might be hiding inside. Subai stood to the side, watching the 4 enthusiastically pulling grass. His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the cowhorn girl bending over her buttocks wrapped in the animal hide skirt. It had created an urge for him to give it a pat. He quickly suppressed his emotions and scanned the surroundings, measuring the distance from the depression to the lake's edge. The depression is less than 10 m away. With totem warriors helping, digging a channel over shouldn't take too long. Sabai glanced at Yanji and the others. As expected of totem warriors, the grass was diminishing at a quick pace. Roar, a beast's roar came from the distant forest. Sabai was startled by the roar and frowned, warning, "We can't directly dig a channel to it." The roar reminded him that if they dug a channel, it would immediately be occupied by other ferocious beasts. Their presence would contaminate the water source. Water pollution is a big problem right now. There are over a dozen ferocious beasts in the small lake, and I don't want to be covered in parasites. Sabai knocked his head with the side of his fist. He muttered softly, "Filtering at the water source is too impractical. Shaman, all the grass has been pulled out." Yin Zio called softly. Oh, Sub came to his senses, looking at the somewhat muddy depression. After removing the wild grass, the depression was lower than he had imagined. He went to the depression, stepped on the muddy soil, crouched down to dig some mud, kneaded it forcefully. He found that it contained a lot of moisture. "Someone come here and dig down from this spot until you see sand," Sabai said with a smile all over his face. He had figured out how to solve the impractical idea of filtering the water source. "Isn't soil the best filter? I'll do it." He immediately responded, his 10 fingers curling as he quickly began to dig up the soil. Sabai watched the dog digging, Hay speechlessly. The scene was too novel. Soil was being scattered several meters high, forcing the others to helplessly step back. "Shaman, what's the purpose of digging a hole here?" Yan Zio asked curiously. "Haven't you ever dug a well?" Sub asked in surprise. "What's a well?" Yinha asked in a clear voice. Sabai was at a loss for words, helplessly explaining. It's digging a hole from the ground down to access underground water for use. Digging a hole provides us water to use Yin Zio, and Yin Hui exclaimed in surprise. Well, not every place you dig a hole will have water, Sabai sighed. Like in forested areas, it's very difficult to dig wells for water. The geological structures are different depending on the surrounding area. Sabai had high dig the hole because there was a lake nearby and water could seep through underground. Then if we dig a well in the tribe, can we get water? Yao asked hopefully. No, Sabai shook his head mercilessly. The tribe's location was very poor. It had few natural trees around, indicating how little underground water there was underground. The hopeful gazes of Yin Zai, Yin Hua, and the other totem warrior immediately dimmed. By the way, do you know of any plants that are hollow in the middle? Sabai asked expectantly. He did not know if bamboo existed in this primitive society. If not, he would temporarily abandon the idea of transporting water to the tribe. They could only have all totem warriors, the tribe's people, to transport water, carrying enough for several days of drinking at once. Yes, there are several kinds, Yin Hua said in a clear voice. Several kinds, Sabai was surprised. Yes, there's the hollow tree, red nut tree, and hollow grass. Yin Hua expertly listed 3 plant names. Are any of these 3 plants nearby? Sub asked urgently, wanting to see if there was something similar to bamboo. We've only seen hollow trees nearby. The other 2 plants are only found near the ancestral land. Yin Zio further elaborated. Are there many? How tall are they? Are they easy to cut down? Sabai asked 3 questions in succession. There seemed to be quite a lot. They're about 20 or so knots tall. Yin Zio frowned and thought, then continued. They're very easy to cut down. I can break a hollow tree with just a few punches. 20 knots, that's equivalent to about 10 long. That's great. Sububai felt as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. Unexpectedly, they had indeed found a plant that could substitute for bamboo. Subai was not confident about unknown plants in this primitive society. He needed to see everything with his own eyes to be reassured. After all, this concerned the tribe's water source. He said to Yano, get me a hollow tree to check. All right, Yanji was about to dash towards the forest without hesitation. Chieftain, I'll go, said another totem warrior who had been silent until now. His name was Dua, and he quickly spoke up. The strongest person should stay here to protect the shaman. Yin Zio realized only then that the shaman was the most important. TK. Yin Hua glanced at her embarrassed father, unable to help but click her tongue. He still can't change his impulsive nature. Seeing his daughter's contemptuous look, Yin Zio glared and shouted, don't be lazy. Quickly go help dig the hole. Right. The cowhorn girl made a dissatisfied sound, but seeing her father about to get angry, she quickly ran to dig the hole. Yanji snorted coldly, then turned to see Suba's amused expression. He also sheepishly ran to dig as well. What a straightforward chieftain, Subai commented in his heart. He turned his gaze towards the small lake, paying special attention to the stone-armored crocodiles on the shore. He was thinking about how to hunt one to eat. On Earth, many crocodiles were farmed and had already been served on dining tables. Crocodile skin is useful, not to mention these stone-armored crocodiles. Their armor, if processed, could be made into natural armor, Sububai muttered to himself. In short, he had his eye on the stone-armored crocodiles in the small lake and had even thought about how to cook them, braised, barbecued, or fried. What a pity. We can only look at them now but not eat them. Subai sighed. Shaman, we've dug into water. Hai called out excitedly. Oh, so quick. Subai turned in surprise, seeing Haya covered in mud as if he had rolled in it. Subai stepped to the edge of the depression, seeing that the 3 had dug a hole over 2 wide and 1 deep. Shaman, there's already water here. If we dig deeper, there will definitely be more. Hay excitedly pointed to a corner of the mud pit where water was slowly seeping out. Keep digging a bit deeper. We need to line the sides of the pit with some stones. Later, we'll need to cover the top of this water hole with branches. Subai quickly instructed. The water source needed to be hidden to prevent ferocious beasts from occupying it. They needed to prevent the polluting of the water source. After all, who knew where these ferocious beasts might relieve themselves? Understood. The 3 responded excitedly. Shaman, you're amazing. You can dig a hole anywhere and find water. We don't need to go to the lake edge for water now. Heya said as he dug, feeling an involuntary admiration for the shaman from the bottom of his heart. Yeah, Yan Huan nodded heavily, her beautiful eyes secretly glancing at Sububai. She suddenly felt grateful that she had been persuaded by the shaman to bring him to the water source. Now they have really solved the water problem. Yanzhao also understood at this moment why the shaman did not want to fetch water from the cliff. Clearly, there was a better method of getting water here. The 3 now felt genuinely convinced by Subai as he had accomplished something they had never dared to imagine. The sound of tree branches scraping came from the forest, immediately making everyone tense. Shaman, step back. Yin Zio immediately appeared in front of Subai. What kind of ferocious beast could it be? Hay said in a low voice, his figure closely following on the left. Yin Hua was about to move to the right when Subai pulled her behind the two men. A humanoid figure emerged from the bushes, dragging two hollow logs, staring blankly at Yin Zio, he, and the others who had already taken up formation. Dua, why didn't you make a sound? Yao glared irritably. Dua was at a loss for words. If he had not seen the shaman, he would have asked. Don't we always do it like this? Before would I quickly bring the hollow trees over? Hey, you called out awkwardly. They had been so nervous about the shaman's safety that the two experienced totem warriors had momentarily failed to distinguish whether it was a ferocious beast. This had led to a huge misunderstanding. Oh right, Dua was very perceptive, knowing that the two were embarrassed and angry. It was best to obey quietly to avoid this being used as an excuse to throw him around once they returned back to camp. He placed the two 7 to 8 m long hollow logs in front of Subai, then retreated to the side. So this is a hollow tree. It's quite unique. Subai crouched down, examining the cross-section of the hollow log. The two hollow logs before him were about as thick as a thigh with brown bark. There was a hole in the middle of the log, about as thick as a thumb. Hollow trees are great, Subai said with a smile, very satisfied with the hollow trees. They were natural water pipes, and the pipe walls were very thick. Yin Hua's red eyes sparkled with curiosity as she asked in a clear voice. Shaman, what would the hollow trees be used for? Hollow trees will be used to transport water, Subai said matter-of-factly. Transport water. Yinho was stunned. Yin Zio, he, and Dua were all confused, wondering why they could not keep up with the shaman's ideas. It was the first time in their lives they had heard that hollow trees could be used to transport water. The ancestors had never thought of this. Still don't understand. Subai tilted his head and asked, we don't understand. They all shook their heads in unison. When this hole we dig is full, won't it overflow? Subai pointed at the half-dug water hole and slowly explained. If we bury hollow log in the hole, won't the water flow out from the middle of the hollow log? If we connect many hollow logs together all the way to the tribe, won't we have water flowing into the tribe? Ah, they all drew in a sharp breath, completely amazed by this idea. That's right. How come I never thought of this? He covered his head in disbelief. Yan Zio's eyes widened as he exclaimed in sudden realization, connecting all the hollow locks. This idea is brilliant. For people in a primitive society, this idea might seem simple, but no one would have thought of it or dared to think of such a thing. After all, for people who struggle daily just to fill their stomachs, they would never think of using hollow log to transport water. Everyone just fetched water from nearby lakes and rivers, carrying it in wooden buckets. Their thinking has been restricted due to their desperation to survive. Subai shook his head, feeling that cultural and literacy education needed to be prepared. It was just like how everyone knows there was oxygen in the air, but without being taught this, no one would know what gas humans breathe to survive. Thinking of things others can't imagine. Is this what it means to be a shaman? Yan Hua stared at Subs. Today's events have shaken her 19-year-old unchanging view of life. Shaman, how do we connect these hall locks together? Duo asked curiously. Yineo reacted and quickly asked, yes, both ends can't be connected by placing them together. The water will leak out. Being able to connect the hollow logs was the most important thing. Otherwise, all of this was just talk. Shaman, there must be a way, Ha said expectantly. It's very simple. Sharpen one end of the hollow log into a convex shape, then enlarge the hole of another hollow lock. They can form a convex-concave connection. Subai crouched down, picked up a stick, and started drawing diagrams on the ground. He was not concerned about the details now. It was impossible for it to be completely watertight. Still, as long as most of the water could be transported to the tribe, it would be a success. So that's how it works. Yo nodded in realization. Duo stared at the diagram on the ground and nodded. This is simple. It won't take long to complete. I knew the shaman would have a solution. He grinned in praise. All right, hurry and dig up a small reservoir. Subai said, they have been away from the tribe for quite a while already. If they did not speed up, it would be dark soon. Leave it to us. Yao said enthusiastically, eager to transport water back to the tribe immediately. Let me do it. Duo called out to the cowhorn girl who was about to dig, calmly stating, I'm a bit faster. You go protect the shaman. The hole was not very big. There was not enough room for 4 people. Furthermore, 3 totem warriors digging would be faster. Okay, Yin Hua quickly agreed, stepping to Subai's side with a slight smile on her lips. Subai watched the 3 digging mud with their bare hands inside. They're like human excavators. He felt his fingers getting soft just watching. Only totem warriors could dig mud with their bare hands like this. If he tried, the mud and sand would make his fingers bleed. Time passed slowly, and half an hour later, a reservoir was dug out. It was 3 m wide and over 2 m deep with sand at the bottom. It also now had about a foot of water in it. The rate it goes through the ground isn't slow. Based on the water level of the small lake to this reservoir, filling it to 2 m high shouldn't be a problem. Subai estimated in his mind. Shaman, shall we start connecting the hollow logs now? Yin Zio asked impatiently. If we start connecting the hollow logs now, can we reach the tribe by nightfall? Subai asked. With just the three of us, we can only connect a small section. Yin Zio frowned. Considering they had to cut trees and digs, what if everyone in the tribe came to connect the hollow locks? How long would it take to reach the tribe? Sub asked again. It could be done in a day, Yanji said after some thought. All right, cover the reservoir with some branches. Well, connect the hollow logs tomorrow, Subai said softly. Shaman, why wait until tomorrow? It's still early. We can connect some hollow logs now, Yin Zio said urgently. Sharpening the axe will not delay the work of cutting wood. Let's cut the hollow logs first, and have the people in the tribe prepare the concave convex grooves tonight. Tomorrow, we can bring them here and connect them directly. Won't that be faster? Sub explained. At night, those in the tribe would be idle anyway. They might as well not sleep early and all come to make the concave convex grooves, which would save a lot of time. Moreover, this area near the water source was more dangerous. The few totem warriors here had to cut hollow logs, make grooves on them, and watch out for dangers. It was hard to imagine how many pipes could be laid in one day. It might not even be possible to transport water to the tribe in 3 days, but the others still need to find plants for making linen. Yin Zio still had linen on his mind. If he had to choose between linen and a water source, he would definitely prioritize linen. We haven't found any yet. Have we? Taking a day off won't hurt. Subai shook his head. All right, you reluctantly agreed. The route for connecting the hollow logs from here all the way to the tribe must be sloping downwards, even if it means taking a detour. Subai seriously instructed, especially the section near the water source. There must not be any section of hollow log higher than the one before it, since the water pressure is not enough to send water to the tribe. Understood. Yin Zio, he, and Dua responded in unison. The reservoir was quickly covered with branches, and he even pressed many stones on top. Subai scanned around and did not spot any issues with it. He said, "Let's go. Take me back to the tribe." "Yes," Yao quickly responded. The group of 5 headed back to the tribe along the way they came. Unlike the complex emotions on the way here, they were now returning to the tribe with excitement and joy. It took over an hour for the 5 to return to the tribe, and the sun was already tilting west with only 2 or 3 hours left before dark. "Shaman, I'll have people go cut hollow trees," Yan Zio said, then rushed back into the forest with Hai Yer and Dua. Most of the tribe was gathered at the gathering ground where there were hollow trees. They could cut trees on the spot and transport them back to the tribe before dark. Growl. Suddenly, Sububai's stomach growled loudly. "Shaman, are you hungry?" Yin Hua asked with a smile. "I am a bit hungry," Subai said helplessly. How could he not be? He had not eaten all day. On his first day as shaman, he had not rested at all. In the morning, he attended a meeting to understand the tribe's situation, then found an assistant. At noon, he went to check the water source. He had been busy until now without eating. "Shaman, go back to the tent first. I'll get you some dried meat," Yin Hua quickly said, running off with her buttocks swaying. "I still don't know if she has a tail or not." Subai watched the cowhorn girl swaying buttocks, wondering if I ask her directly, will I be called a pervert? He turned and walked towards the main tent, muttering, "No primitive society shouldn't have the term pervert." Right. Subai moved his arms and walked towards the main teepee. Wanting to rest well after walking in the mountains for more than 2 hours, he was also very hungry. He had just lifted the door flap of the teepee, looking at the completely renewed interior with items neatly arranged. "Is this my teepee?" Subai hesitated. "Shaman, why you're back?" Yui's soft voice sounded from behind him. Subai put down the door flap and turned to look, seeing the fox-eared girl holding a pile of hay. Her cheeks were dirtier than when he saw her in the morning. Gurgle, just as he was about to greet her, his stomach growled again. "Hey," Yuang blinked her pink eyes, looking at Sububai's stomach in surprise. She reacted and said anxiously, "I'll go get some dried meat." "No need. Owa will bring dried meat over later." Subai quickly called out to stop the fox-eared girl who was about to turn and run to save her from a wasted trip. "Then I'll start the fire first," Yuang said, holding the hay. She took a step forward but immediately pulled back. Her pink eyes timidly looked at Sububai, not daring to enter the teepee before the shaman. "Come in," Subai said softly, taking the lead to enter the teepee. "Yes," Yuang promptly replied. After entering the teepee, Subai's first thought was how clean it was. He found that the ground had been covered with new animal hides, and the fire pit in the middle of the teepee had been enlarged by a circle. He curiously asked, "Did you do up the animal hides and fire pit?" "The new animal hides were sent by Uncle Mang." Yuang replied obediently, holding the hay and standing to the side. "The fire pit was enlarged by my Mao, Uncle Mang's son." "Oh," Subai understood. My Mang sending these over was certainly because he had saved him earlier in the morning. There was not much in the teepee. The main items were stored in several boxes. There was a wooden barrel for water and a millstone-sized rock also covered with new animal hides serving as a table. Apart from these, there were 2 piles of hay, one large and one small, which were the beds for sleeping. Why is there an extra pile of hay? Sub asked in surprise. Is it not allowed? I'll move it out right away. Yuang heard this and hurriedly tried to carry the hay out, thinking the shaman disliked the extra pile of hay in the teepee. Wait, first tell me, why is there an extra pile of hay? Sub asked gently. That's where I sleep. Yuang lowered her head timidly. You mean you're going to live with me? Sub asked, his black eyes wide in shock. Uncle Mang said the shaman priestess needs to be ready to serve the shaman at all times. Ying's voice was soft and tender. My Mang really is really good at arranging things. Subai rolled his eyes. The bed had already been prepared, and it would not be nice to drive the fox-eared girl out. If word got out, Yuang would certainly be ostracized and blamed by the tribe. He let out a light sigh and gently asked, What about you? Do you want to live here? Yuang raised her head. Her pink eyes glanced at Subs, then quickly lowered again. After a while, she said softly with a red face, I want to stay. All right, then you can stay, Subai shrugged and said. I will try my best to be a good shaman priestess, Yuang promised, wagging her foxtail. I look forward to it, Subai said with a smile. He stepped in to sit on the animal hide spread beside the stone table. Seeing this, Yuang quickly put the hay on her own hay bed. She ran to the wooden barrel, took a wooden cup, and filled it with water, carefully placing it in front of Subai. Shaman, drink some water. Subai looked at the water in the cup, his mind flashing to the scene of stone-armored crocodiles rolling in the small lake in the forest. He was strangely thinking of what this water had gone through. Crocodile's bath water. Yuang blinked her pink eyes, looking at the shaman who was staring blankly at the wooden cup, thinking she had done something wrong. She nervously asked Shaman, Is there something wrong with this water? Boil the water. Subai sighed and said he thought of the parasites he had seen in those videos when he was on Earth. Although he was very thirsty, he could not bring himself to drink this cup of water. The simplest way to kill parasites was to boil the water. Heating it to above 100 degrees C would kill most harmful parasites. Oh, I'll boil it right away. Yuang quickly took away the cup. She laboriously moved the stone pot to the fire pit and squatted down to start the fire. Looks like I need to make a filter, Subai muttered to himself, thinking about the harsh environment of primitive society. He felt as though he needed to improve survival measures to avoid falling victim to inadvertent poisoning from food and water. When he was on Earth, he had written a novel about wilderness survival and had researched some outdoor survival guides. It included simple methods to make outdoor filters. We first need a container. Subai got up, found some animal hide and a piece of charcoal. He started drawing on the stone table. Shaman, may I come in? Yin Hua called from outside the teepee. Come in, Sub responded without raising his head. After Yin Hua entered, she saw the fox-eared girl squatting by the fire pit, her pink eyes looking at her expectantly like an abandoned kitten. Yin Ho handed over the dried meat and asked in a lowered voice, Shia, what's wrong? I think I made a mistake. Yuang took the dried meat, sneaking a glance at Subai, who was lowering his head and said in a very small voice, Did I do something wrong just now? When I brought water for the shaman to drink, the shaman told me to boil it. It was her first time being a shaman priestess, so she was afraid of doing something wrong. Any slight abnormality from the shaman made her feel like she might have done something wrong. Boil the water. Yin Hua tilted her head in confusion. Doesn't everyone just drink water straight from the container? Why does he need it to be boiled? She frowned and thought for a while, but could not think of anything inappropriate. Don't worry, I'll ask the shaman for you. Yin Hua reassured her. Done. Subai put down the charcoal, looking at the animal hide drawing that only he could understand. He looked up to see the cowhorn girl standing nearby, craning her neck to peek at the animal hide drawing when their eyes met. Shaman, I wasn't trying to peek. Yin Hua blinked, then frantically reacted, waving her hands in panic and instinctively taking a step back. It's fine, no problem if you look. Sub's mouth curved slightly upward, rarely seeing the cowhorn girl flustered. Phew. Yin Hua saw that Sububai was not angry, and her raised heart immediately relaxed. She had just been curious and peeked a few times, only to be caught red-handed. Yuang stared blankly at the cowhorn girl. Aren't you supposed to ask the shaman about the water drinking issue? How did you end up peeking and getting flustered? Yin Hua had not forgotten about her friend's worries. After composing herself, she asked in a clear voice, Shaman, do you not like drinking cold water? I do like it, Subai replied without thinking much. Drinking a cup of cold water on a hot day can cool you down. Yuang pursed her lips, her mood dropping. I see. Yin Ha's tone was a bit unnatural. She secretly glanced at her dejected friend and mustered up the courage to ask, if the shaman likes drinking cold water, why do you still want to boil it? Oh, hearing this and seeing the fox-eared girl's disappointed expression, Subai immediately understood what was going on. He nevertheless pretended not to know and calmly stated, it's safer to boil water before drinking it. Why? Yin Hua asked instinctively. Yuang perked up her fox ears, trying hard to eavesdrop on their conversation, also wanting to know why. There are invisible tiny creatures in the water. Boiling the water can kill them. Subai said casually as if talking about something trivial. Yinho was shocked by these words, her face paling. If the shaman drank water with creatures in it and something happened, the flame dragon tribe would be finished. No, we can't let that happen. Yueying was even more frightened, her face turning extremely pale, her pink eyes welling up with tears. She said in panic, "Shaman, I didn't know there were creatures in the water." Seeing the two girls almost crying in fear, Subai spoke gently. "It's okay, just boil the water and it'll be fine, it's not a big deal. Shayu, don't use this pot of water." Yinhua called out urgently, wanting to eliminate any possibility that it might harm the shaman. "Okay," Yueying immediately responded. "Stop, don't pour out the water." Subai quickly stopped him when he saw this. "All water has these tiny creatures, just boil it and it'll be fine." If they poured out the water, he would have to wait a long time before he could drink again. The hollow log had not been connected to the tribe yet, so water was still very scarce. "Shaman, are you saying all water has these tiny creatures, all includes the entire tribe?" Yinhua asked. Her beautiful eyes widened with terror. "All water. Not just in the tribe, but also in that small lake," Subai affirmed. Yinhua opened and closed her small mouth. Her throat was now very dry, too scared to speak. "Shaman, but everyone has always been drinking this water," Yueying said timidly. "Let me ask you a few questions." Subai did not directly explain. "Okay." Both of them nodded in unison. "Have you ever noticed people around you suddenly getting diarrhea, some might suddenly foaming at the mouth, while some suddenly fall ill?" Sububai describes several characteristics of drinking raw water. Of course, there were other factors that could cause these, but drinking raw water would increase the likelihood to over 50. The tap water drunk in Earth cities was treated and then boiled again. They were completely safe. However, in primitive society, the raw water in the wild had not been treated. It contained bacteria, eggs of parasites, and potentially some harmful minerals. If one drank raw water year after year, diarrhea would become a common occurrence. Yinhua's face, which had just regained its color, turned pale again. Her body shivered as if recalling something unpleasant. She swallowed and said in a trembling voice, "There seem to have been a few people, and 2 people died from such illnesses." "Shaman, what should we do?" Yu Ying's eyes were brimming with tears, thinking of people around her who fit what the shaman had described. The tiny creatures in the water are invisible to the eye. They need to be magnified dozens or hundreds of times to be seen. They are mixed in the raw water, and if drunk, they get into the stomach. There they will damage the body's energy. Over time, it will cause illness and diarrhea. Subai explained the harm of bacteria in easy-to-understand terms. The tiny creatures are that small. Yinhua and Yueying exclaimed in shock. "So the simplest method is to kill them with high temperature." Subai said softly, "I understand now. From now on, we must boil water before drinking." Yinhua sighed in relief, glad that there was a solution. "Now that you understand, I'll leave it to you to inform everyone about boiling water before drinking," Subai casually instructed. "All right," Yinhua agreed without hesitation. "Also, have someone make a few of these for me." Sub handed over the animal hide drawing and began to explain. "This big one is a wooden tube. I want the opening for this to be a bit smaller with a piece of animal hide at the bottom to block it. Fill it with charcoal and sand. It should be filled in 3 layers. His filter was an improved version with charcoal and sand in 3 layers, which would make the filtered water much cleaner. "Okay." Yinhua's red eyes focused intently on the animal hide drawing, trying hard to remember what the shaman said so she could relay it to the most skilled woodworker in the tribe. "Go on then, have it ready for me tomorrow," Subai said softly. "I'll take my leave." Yinhua took the animal hide drawing and quickly ran out of the teepee, eager to convey the shaman's requirements before she forgot. Indeed, like father like daughter, both have such impetuous personalities. Suba remarked, turning his head to look at the fox-eared girl who was boiling water. Seeing the dried meat, he instructed Shayu, "Roast some meat for us to eat." "Okay." Yueying obediently responded, finding a whittled wooden skewer. She pierced through a palm-sized piece of dried meat with it and started to roast it over the fire. Seeing the fox-eared girl's actions, Subai advised, "Use charcoal to roast. The dried meat won't blacken as easily and it'll taste better." "Oh, okay." Yueying quickly moved the dried meat away from the flames and placed it over the glowing red charcoal. "Shaman, the water is boiled." Yueying poured a cup of hot water, placed it on the stone table, and wagged her foxtail. She soon ran back to watch over the roasting meat at the fire pit. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The dried meat being roasted over charcoal made an enticing sound, filling the air with the aroma of meat. Girdle. At the same time, Subu and Yuying's stomachs let out hungry cries. "Haven't you eaten today?" Sub asked with a frown. "No," Yu answered softly, her pink eyes fixed on the roasting meat, her mouth watering heavily, secretly swallowing. "Why haven't you eaten?" Sub I pressed. My portion of food from now on should be given by the shaman." Yueying said carefully, her fox ears drooping, her fox tail no longer moving. "If you're hungry, you can go get some meat to eat yourself," Subai gently said. He believed that given the shaman's status in the tribe as a shaman priestess, she should be able to get a portion of meat to eat without anyone stopping her. No, no, that is not allowed. It has to be given by the shaman. Yuang stubbornly shook her head. She believed that only food given by the shaman belonged to her. Sabai felt a little touched, but more than that, he marveled at how stubborn people in the tribe were. They were all sticking rigidly to their beliefs. Stubborn people are reassuring. They're the kind who I like to be around. Since you say so, let's eat together then. Sabai got up and came to the fire pit. He sat down cross-legged, took a whittled wooden skewer nearby, pierced a piece of dried meat, and started roasting. Hey, Yuang was stunned, then anxiously said, Shaman, leave the meat roasting to me. You should go rest. I am resting right now, Sabai said with a light chuckle, but I've already roasted the meat. Yuang waved the roasted meat in her hand. The palm-sized dried meat had been roasted to a brown color without a single black spot, showing how carefully the fox-eared girl had been turning it. Then give it to me. Sabai took the roasted meat without ceremony, blew on it, and started eating. After chewing for a bit, he found the meat to be a bit tough. However, it was very fragrant. The only downside was that it was too bland with a bit of dry taste. Yuang clasped her hands tightly together, her pink eyes fixed on Subby's face. There was a hint of expectation hidden in her eyes. It's very good. Subbai swallowed the meat in his mouth and praised. You're the best meat roaster I've seen in this world. He was not lying. Since coming to this world, the fox-eared girl was the first person to roast meat for him. That's good. Yuang smiled brightly, finally able to completely relax. She was very happy. Having her roasted meat recognized by the shaman was even more pleasing than being praised by people in the tribe. You should roast some for yourself, too. Sabai looked at the excited fox-eared girl. The shaman should eat first. I'll roast for you. Yuang again skewered a piece of dried meat, roasting it with a serious expression. However, her twitching nose and the occasional sound of her secretly swallowing saliva all indicated how much he wanted to eat right now. Then half each, Sabai handed over the half-eaten roasted meat. For me, Yuang asked with a blank expression, not expecting this. Eat quickly. You need energy to roast meat. Sabai stuffed the roasted meat into the fox-eared girl's hand. Can I really eat it? Ying asked again in a soft voice. She looked out at the roasted meat in her hand, clearly seeing the teeth marks on it. However, felt no disgust in her heart. Instead, she felt deeply touched. Of course you can eat it. Sabai nodded affirmatively. Emuing opened her mouth, making an adorable sound. She revealed her small fangs and stuffed the half-sized roasted meat into her mouth with one bite. She even skillfully pulled out the wooden skewer and chewed vigorously, should I say, as expected of a beast-eared girl. This thought flashed through Sabu's mind. He watched the fox-eared girl's puffed-out cheeks. She was like a little squirrel with its mouth full of food, working hard to chew. The two quietly roasted meat. It would be even better with some salt. Sabai mused as he turned the roasting meat, thinking of the various spices back on Earth. After all, he was now eating bland roasted meat. Yui's fox ears twitched and she quickly said, Shaman, I'll go get salt. No need. Sabai hurriedly grabbed the fox-eared girl who was about to run out. He had learned how to act now. He needed to be proactive in advance to stop the tribe people who act as soon as they speak. Yuang obediently returned to sit down, not asking why he wanted salt, but then stopped her from getting it. For salt, let's leave it for those warrior trainees. Sabai softly said, as the shaman of the tribe, a parent figure for the tribe, you should be able to resist a little gluttonous desire. The young warrior trainees needed the salt more. They needed to build up their strength and replenish their body's salt level. They're not as important as you, shaman, Yuang said as she turned back to roasting meat. Missing salt for one meal won't hurt. We'll exchange for more salt from the spotted deer tribe in a few days, Sabai said carelessly. Can we exchange for a lot of salt? Yuang's eyes brightened, then dimmed again. As the niece of team leader sang sure of the hunting team, she had also heard that the tribe was not doing well now and had no extra meat to exchange for salt. Don't worry, I'm here. Sabai took a bite of the roasted meat and said with his mouth full, the tribe will get better and better. You don't need to skimp on that little bit of food. Yu Ying's small hand trembled a bit, as if some secret had been seen through by Sububai. Eat quickly. You need to be fooled to help me with work, Sabai said softly. From the way the fox-eared girl ate meat, naturally able to eat half a palm-sized piece in one bite, there was a high probability she was a big eater. Yuang pursed her lips and said with difficulty, then I'll eat one more piece. I'll give you 3 more pieces of meat, and don't you dare refuse. Otherwise, I won't let you sleep here tonight. Sabai sternly warned, he knew just how considerate people were to themselves. I won't refuse, Yuang said hurriedly, a trace of gratitude flashing in her pink eyes. As the sun set in the west, it was once again dusk. Yin Jia led a group of people out of the forest, finally returning to the tribe before nightfall. At this time, in the open area at the center of the tribe, many hollow logs had been piled up. They were estimated to be about 300 to 400 hollow logs. Hey, you wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, Chieftain, we're still short on hollow locks. Should I take some people to bring back more? No need. Tomorrow, have people carve grooves at the collection site. It'll be closer to transport them to the water source from there. Yao shook his head and said there were still some hollow logs piled up at the collection site. Moreover, entering the forest right now at night was too dangerous. If they accidentally encountered a pure-blood ferocious beast, it would be disastrous. All right, well, set out earlier tomorrow then, he said seriously. Chieftain, I think we should leave a totem warrior in the tribe. Du reminded the shaman is still in the tribe. It's too dangerous without a totem warrior's protection. Right, we need to leave a totem warrior in the tribe. Hai nodded hurriedly. The shaman going into the forest this morning had really scared them. If something happened to him, they would not be able to face their ancestors. We have too few totem warriors. Yin Zio nodded helplessly and said, Hey ya, you stay behind. Tomorrow I'll go with Du and Wang. I can stay behind. My Mang's weak voice sounded from behind them. Now that the Flame Dragon tribe's location was relatively remote with not much attention on them, having one totem warrior in the tribe was enough to serve as a warning. Yin Zio turned a look and asked with concern, My Mang, how are you feeling? It's nothing serious, just a bit weak. I'll recover after eating a few pieces of meat. My Mang waved his hand dismissively. You're really lucky. Fortunately, you encountered the shaman. He joked with a smile, haha. My Mang laughed nervously, sighing, I really thought I was going to die. It's good we have the shaman. Yin Zio scanned the surroundings and asked, Where's Wang? He went on patrol. Mang said in a deep voice, One person is too few. Yao recalled the incident of the Black Snake tribe ambushing them at their tribal ancestral land and said in a deep voice, Dua, you go on patrol too. Although it was just them trying to pull wool over their eyes, with 2 totem warriors not being enough to protect the entire perimeter of the tribe, it at least provided them with an extra sense of security. They could at least drive away some prying mixed-blood ferocious beasts. All right. Tua nodded calmly and turned to walk towards the forest. What are you bringing back so many hollow logs for? My Mang asked curiously. You don't know these hollow logs are valuable, He grinned, showing a mouthful of sharp teeth. Valuable is it? The shaman's order? My Mang asked curiously. Yes, the hollow logs will be used to transport water to our tribe. Hey, you vividly narrated today's events. Father, you're back. Yan Hua hurriedly came forward looking very anxious. Seeing his daughter's rushed appearance, Yan Zio asked urgently, What's wrong? Did something happen to the shaman? No, nothing happened to the shaman. Yan Hua rolled her eyes and began to explain about the tiny creatures in the water. Yan Zio was stunned after listening, his expression beginning to change. He gritted his teeth and said, I must have been killed by those tiny creatures. Yan Hua, Yan Zio's first child, had died of illness at the age of 3, which had always been a heavy scar on his heart. My Mang and Haya also heard the cowhorn girl's explanation. There are actually invisible tiny creatures in the water. How can there be such a bizarre thing? He said hoarsely, his hand unconsciously touching his stomach. My wife, could it be that she also? My Mang's eyes re-end, remembering how 7 years ago on one night, his wife suddenly foamed at the mouth and died. Huff huff, Yan Zio took several deep breaths, suppressing the sorrow in his heart. He looked at the people gathered around. He suddenly stepped forward, stood on a pile of hollow logs, and called out with a grave expression, People of the tribe, from today on all water must be boiled before drinking. Whoever drinks water without boiling it, I'll beat them up. There was absolute silence. The people in the tribe all looked at Yin Zio in bewilderment. Some were very displeased with this order, wondering why drinking water had to be so troublesome. This is the shaman's order. If anyone disobeys, I'll beat them up too. Hey, you suddenly roared. It's the shaman's order. Well, definitely obey. Why do we need to boil water before drinking? It's too hot that way. Silence. The shaman must have his reasons for asking us to do this. The crowd began to discuss, with most people unconditionally trusting the shaman. This was the prestige accumulated by several generations of shamans. Only a small portion of people were grumbling, but they only dared to mutter a few words under their breath. Yao's heart slightly relaxed as he called out, Everyone start eating. Afterwards, it's time to work. Tonight, we need to process these hall locks. After calling out, he turned to Haya and said, Distribute some dried meat to everyone. All right, Haya nodded. Father, the tribe doesn't have enough stone pots to boil water, Yinho reminded in a small voice. This was also why she was in a hurry to find Yinyo. Otherwise, the order would have been passed down earlier. The only containers in the tribe that could boil water were stone pots. However, there were very few left. The remaining 1 or 2 stone pots were made in the past 10 days specifically for the old shaman to stew meat. The Flame Dragon tribe had 72 people, and the number of stone pots needed for boiling water was not small. In primitive society, there were no iron tools. Relying solely on stone craftsmen to carve, it took 2 to 3 days to make one. Let's go see the shaman. Yin Zio turned to Yin Hua and Mang. Perhaps the shaman has a solution. All right. In the teepee, Sububai was writing a diary. It was a habit he had developed after writing novels on Earth. He would record his inspirations whenever they came. Now that he had become a shaman, managing 72 people as the village chief of a tribe, he had even more responsibilities. If he did not write a diary, he might forget many things. It was also the way of reviewing the old to learn the new. However, Subai would not write any secrets in his diary, such as being a transmigrator, possessing a system, things produced by the system, and so on. These secrets could reveal his identity, which was why he would never write them in his diary. He kept them completely to himself. He swore to never speak of such things until his death. Education and culture should be put on the agenda. In terms of Chinese characters, how can I make it easier for the tribe people to remember them? Subai wrote in his diary, stopping the charcoal in his hand in frustration. He looked down at the words on the animal hide. The writing using charcoal was a bit blurry, and animal hide was not really good material to write on. It seems like I need to produce paper, too, and find a good substitute for ink. Subai flicked the charcoal dust off his fingers. The diary he was writing was meant to be a family heirloom. The experiences and thoughts in the diary were to be passed down to future generations. For example, future records might say, Subai was a thinker of primitive society, an educational pioneer, the founder of the Su family's writing system. It could also be many readers would revere him as Sage Su, the supreme sage, the supreme teacher. After all, in a primitive society where culture had barely begun to develop, being able to leave an important mark in history seemed very interesting to Subai, though it was of dark taste to desire such titles. I'm fantasizing too far. Subai suddenly laughed. It was his way of finding joy in hardship. Primitive society was truly boring. Yuang sat by the fire pit sewing animal hides, occasionally looking up to steal a glance at Sububai. She saw the shaman stop writing, looking a bit troubled, then suddenly laughing. The shaman must be working very hard. He must have just solved the difficult problem for the tribe. That's why he's laughing so happily. Shaman, may I come in? Suddenly, a voice called from outside the teepee, startling the fox-eared girl. She quickly stood up and looked at the shaman. Let them in, Subai nodded and said with an assistant. He did not need to shout anymore. Yes, Yuang walked to the door flap, lifted it, and saw Yin Zio, Yin Hua, and Mai Ming. Oh, Yuang, why are you in the shaman's teepee? Yin Zio asked in surprise. The shaman said, You can come in, Yuang softly said. She then added in a small voice, Uncle Yin Zio, I'm here to serve the shaman. What? Yan Zio exclaimed in shock. He turned to look at his daughter behind him, his red eyes emitting a sharp yet loving gaze as if reprimanding. What is going on? How could you let someone else take the position of shaman priestess? It's over. Two words flashed through Yin Hua's mind. Seeing her father's expression, she knew she was definitely going to be scolded. Chieftain, let's not keep the shaman waiting, Mai Mang intervened. Yan Zio made a dissatisfied snort, turned around, and forced a smile at the fox-eared girl before stepping into the teepee. How could he not be angry? He had thought his daughter would become the shaman priestess. If she became one, she would not have the chance to become a totem warrior or go out hunting, allowing him to put his worries to rest. But now the position of shaman priestess had been taken by Yuang. If Yin Zio knew that the candidate for shaman priestess had been recommended to the shaman by his own daughter, he would cough up blood from anger. The group entered the teepee. Yan Zio saw the extra pile of hay in the teepee and instantly understood what it was for. He inwardly fumed. Who taught Yuang to come live in the shaman's teepee? Could it be that song taught her in advance? When that song returns, I'll find an excuse to beat him up to vent my anger. Yin Zio never suspected that Yuang had requested to come here herself. Everyone in the tribe knew the fox-eared girl was very timid and would never do such a bold thing. Ah him, ahem, my man coughed lightly with a hint of guilt. Seeing the chieftain's expression, as someone who grew up with him, he naturally understood what kind of person Yinya was and what he was thinking. He must be thinking about beating up whoever encouraged Yuang to sleep in the shaman's teepee. And that person was him, my man. To thank the shaman, he had encouraged Yuang to live in the main teepee just to make it convenient to take care of her. It was nothing more than that. Shaman, thank you for saving my life, my Mang bowed gratefully. Are you all right now? Sub asked in a kind tone. I'm fine now. I'll completely recover in 2 more days, my Mang said hurriedly. That's good. Subai nodded slightly, looking at the stern-faced Yin Zio and the troubled-looking cowhorn girl. He asked curiously. Chieftain, has something happened? Hu Yao let out a long breath, put aside his personal emotions, and asked in a solemn voice. Shaman, the tribe doesn't have enough containers to boil water. Do you have any solutions for now? Use wooden barrels as a substitute. Subai had already thought about this problem. Wooden barrels. Everyone present was stunned, but wooden barrels can't be used to boil water over fire. Inzio said with a pained expression, looking as if he was saying, Shaman, please don't joke around. We're not putting the wooden barrels directly over the fire. Subai patted his forehead, blaming himself for not explaining clearly. He explained gently, heat rocks and fire, then put them into the wooden barrels filled with water. That will boil the water. That works too. Yin Hua found this to be extremely surprising. Can it kill the tiny creatures? My Mang asked in a low voice. Of course it can, Subai said confidently. This method couldn't be used for long though. It was just a temporary substitute for boiling water. When he had the time, he would try to move on to making pottery. That way they could promote methods of cooking, like stewing meat and making soup instead of just monotonously roasting meat. That's great. I'll go tell everyone right away, Yinio said hurriedly. As night deepened, the people of the tribe had long finished their work on the grooves and had all gone to rest. In the main teepee, where the fire in the fire pit was burning brightly, Yueying was dozing off. The animal hide garment she was sewing had slipped from her legs to the ground. Her head was nodding off and her fox ears were drooping with sleepiness. I finally finished drawing. Subai looked at the animal hide drawing on the stone table and stretched. He had drawn out what needed to be done tomorrow in advance. He turned his head towards the fire pit and saw the fox-eared girl dozing off. He shook his head with amusement and stood up to walk towards the fire pit. Subai came to Yu Ying's side, gently took away the half-sewn animal hide garment, placed one hand on the fox-eared girl's shoulder and the other under her bent legs. With a little effort, he lifted Yueying up, walked carefully to the hay bed, and slowly bent down to lay the fox-eared girl down. Subai turned his head to glance at Yueying. He noticed her long eyelashes trembling and her fox ears standing up. He knew she was already awake. To avoid awkwardness, he did not expose her. He casually pulled over a nearby animal hide to cover Yu Ying's belly, preventing her from catching a cold this late at night. It should be around 11:00 now, right? Subai muttered to himself as he walked to his own hay bed and leisurely lay down. Yu Ying's breathing became a bit rapid. She slightly opened her eyes to a slit, and only when she saw no one did she relax a bit. She gently turned her head, her pink eyes fully open. She looked towards the interior of the teepee. Only when she saw Suba lying on his hay bed did she completely relax. The shaman just carried me. Yueying thought shyly, her cheeks flushing red. She had woken up when the shaman put her on the hay bed. She was stunned at that time, not daring to move at all. Thus, she could only pretend to be asleep. The shaman is so gentle. Yueying covered her face with both hands, rolling back and forth on the hay bed. The girl's heart had been stirred, making her yearn for something and feeling uncomfortable because that yearning had not been fulfilled. She could not sleep at all now. Her mind was full of thoughts of the shaman carrying her. She could not help but imagine the shaman's posture as he carried her. She now regretted falling asleep, wondering if the shaman would think she was not a qualified shaman priestess. The sentiments of a tribe girl are hard to explain. Sometimes a single action, a word, or even a glance can set her imagination running wild. Subai, as an author who is used to staying up late to write novels on Earth, could not possibly go to sleep so early. Moreover, with his heightened senses now, he could clearly hear the fox-eared girl rolling around. He narrowed his eyes slightly, smiling as he thought, seems my actions earlier have troubled her. How cute. This otherworld's primitive society's fox-eared girl is both adorable and interesting. Subai fell asleep with an inexplicable anticipation. Time slowly passed and the night deepened. I can't sleep. Yueying lay with her pink eyes open, staring blankly at the top of the teepee. She touched her belly, glanced towards Subu's direction, then carefully got up and tiptoed towards the teepee's door flap. She looked back as she walked, afraid of waking Subai. Yueying left the teepee, peeked around, and headed in a specific direction towards the outskirts of the camp. She arrived at the edge of the camp and quietly waited. Why are you still up so late? Yin Hua's clear voice sounded. A figure emerged from the bushes and came in front of the fox-eared girl. Tonight was her duty to patrol. She was mainly responsible for the interior of the tribe camp. She was specifically watching from around the major teepees to prevent enemies from sneaking in. Naturally, to also prevent some lustful men from losing their minds in the middle of the night and sneaking into women's teepees to do shameful things. The patrol was divided into inner and outer circles. The outer circle was usually the responsibility of the totem warriors. The inner circle was the responsibility of female totem warriors. Due to personnel shortages, the cowhorn girl, a warrior trainee, had joined the patrol team. I woke up needing to relieve myself. Yueying stammered with a red face. Go ahead, I'll keep watch for you. Yin Hua rolled her eyes, knowing the fox-eared girl was lying. She normally would not stammer when facing her at night for something like this. Yueying went behind a tree and slowly squatted down. How does it feel your first day as a shaman priestess? Yin Hua leaned against the tree, looking up at the starfilled night sky. Shia, today was very fulfilling, Yueying said in a soft voice. Did the shaman scold you? Yin Hua crossed her arms, thinking of her father's angry look not long ago, feeling inexplicably upset. What's wrong with not being a shaman priestess? I just want to be a totem warrior. Yueying pouted, dissatisfied. The shaman never scolded me. He's very kind to me. Is that so? Yin Hua said while softly biting her lips. She did not know why she felt a bit irritated. Yes. Yuang stood up, tidied herself, and came out from behind the tree. Her mouth curved in a shy smile. The shaman gave me 4 pieces of roasted meat today. That's only enough to make you half full, Yin Hua said irritably. I'm already more than satisfied, Yuang said softly, stepping in front of the cowhorn girl. Go back to sleep. Yin Ha waved her hand impatiently. I'm leaving then. Be careful on your patrol. Yuang smiled and turned, walking briskly back towards the main teepee. Really, you're too easily satisfied. Yin Hua sighed, watching the fox-eared girl's back. I really envy that kind of personality. She turned and entered the bushes, walking between the trees, occasionally climbing a tree, her eyes scanning the entire tribe to see if any girls had come out to relieve themselves. Splash, splash, Subba was awakened by the sound of water being poured. He opened his eyes groggy and turned his head slightly to see the fox-eared girl pouring water into a stone pot. He asked lazily, Is it dawn already? He Yuang was startled by the sudden voice, almost dropping the wooden barrel in her arms. When she saw it was Subai, her cheeks inexplicably turned red and she softly said, It's starting to get bright. Looks like it's around 5:00 in the morning. Then Subai looked up at the top of the teepee, seeing a sliver of light through the gaps. The teepee and the flame dragon tribe were all conical with an opening at the top for the smoke from the fire pit inside to escape. Shaman, did I wake you? Yuang asked timidly. It's fine, Subai waved his hand and softly said, I'll sleep a bit more. Okay, Yuang quickly responded, lightening her movements considerably like a small cat about to steal food. System check-in. Subai closed his eyes and gave the command with his thoughts. Ding, check-in successful. Open assistance package. Ding, congratulations. Host has received low-grade assistance. 1 pack of chili seeds. Subai was stunned for a moment, only reacting when he sensed something small in his palm. He raised his hand to look at the object and found it was a transparent glass bottle, about in size, filled with chili seeds. Just yesterday, I was saying the meat was too bland, and now the system gives me chili seeds. Subai complained internally with seeds. It'll take 2 months before I can harvest chili pepper. The next second, he realized he was in another world now. The climate here might be different from Earth, so perhaps he could harvest the chili peppers earlier. It would be even better if I could get some grain seeds. Subai was in a good mood. He liked getting familiar objects with the assistance package, especially sustainable items like seeds. He casually put the glass bottle in his pocket. He planned to experiment with planting some chili seeds when he had the chance. Then in the future, he would be able to eat stir-fried meat with chili. As dawn was just breaking, everyone in the tribe woke up. They gathered in the open area at the center of the tribe. Everyone, quickly finish your meal and set out early to complete the work. We need to all return before it turns dark. Yo's loud voice echoed over the tribe. Subai heard this too and had no choice but to get up. He then saw the back of the fox-eared girl who was about to walk out of the teepee. The chieftain is too noisy. He's disturbing the shaman's sleep, Yuang muttered with a pout, preparing to go out and ask Yinzai to quiet down so as not to disturb the shaman's rest. Shiyu, where are you going? Sub asked curiously. Yuying's body stiffened and she quickly turned around, saying softly, I wanted to ask them to be quieter. No need, I'm already up. Subai smiled and waved his hand. Shaman, do you want to eat roasted meat now? Yuang asked gently. No rush, I'll brush my teeth first. Subai shook his head and said, he had been in this primitive world for 6 days now, including the 3 days he was unconscious. It had been too many days since he last brushed his teeth. There were no dentists in this world. If his teeth decayed or went bad, it would be miserable. Do teeth need to be brushed? Yuang was a bit confused hearing about brushing teeth for the first time. Of course, teeth need to be brushed. Otherwise, they'll hurt and our teeth will fall out before we get old. Subai said firmly. Her teeth will fall out. Yuang covered her mouth in fear. Teeth need to be cleaned regularly to keep them clean so that bacteria don't thrive and make holes in them. Subai went to the fire pit, bent down to the edge of the fire and picked up a piece of cooled charcoal. What are bacteria? Yuang asked hoarsely. Think of them as those tiny creatures you can't see. Sub explained in simple terms. We have tiny creatures in our mouth too. Yui's face turned pale. The fur on her foxtail stood on end, and her whole body seemed to have gotten electrified. This news made her feel very uncomfortable. Don't worry, these tiny creatures are different from those in raw water. They won't harm your life. Subai could not explain too much, so he could only make up some reassuring words for the fox-eared girl. Tooth decay would definitely harm one's life. If the teeth died or fell off, one would not be able to chew on food. It would lead to dietary imbalance, which would eventually endanger one's life. Shaman, how do we brush our teeth to drive away these tiny creatures? Yuang asked timidly. She did not want her teeth to get holes or fall out early. When the tribe's life improved in the future, she still had many things she wanted to eat. Just use some charcoal. Subai crushed the charcoal and used his index finger to smear the charcoal ash on his teeth. I see. Yuang imitated him, finding some charcoal, crushing it. She also uses her finger to rub the charcoal ash on her teeth. The two brushed their teeth with charcoal ash on their fingers, smiling at each other, seeing each other's blackened mouths, which looked somewhat comical. "Shaman, may I come in?" Yan Hua called from outside the teepee. "Come in," Subai responded. The teepee's door flap was lifted, and the cowhorn girl's head peeked in. Her red eyes saw Sui and Yuang, especially their mouths full of black liquid. "You've been poisoned." Yan Hua's face turned deathly pale and her head quickly withdrew. The shaman and Yuang had been poisoned. Their mouths are both foaming black. She felt cold all over, her steps becoming unsteady. She completely lost her usual calm. Unable to imagine what would happen next, she could only run quickly to find her father. Inside the teepee, Su Bai and Yuang were stunned, seeing confusion in each other's eyes. "Poisoned? Who?" Father Yan Hua was shouting from afar, running towards Yin Zio, who was about to enter the forest. "What's wrong? Why are you so flustered early in the morning?" Yin Zio frowned and scolded. "I don't know who you take after your impatient temperament. Hey, duo." And the others looked at the chieftain with strange eyes as if questioning. "You sure have the nerve to say that about someone else. It's terrible. Something terrible has happened." Yin Ha said with a pale face, her lips trembling. "The shaman and Yuang have been poisoned." "What?" Yin Zio, Heya, and the others' faces changed dramatically. Whoosh! Several figures kicked up a cloud of dust. They suddenly rushed towards the main teepee, cracking the ground beneath their feet. Yin Hua's eyes blurred. She found that her father, Heya, and the other totem warriors had all disappeared. When she turned to look, she only saw their backs covered in totem marks, moving as fast as if they were flying. "Hey, wait for me," Yan Hua called out, running as fast as she could to keep up. "Shaman, please don't let anything happen to you." Yan Zio's face was full of killing intent, his heart extremely anxious. He could hardly stomach the scene if something happened to the shaman. How could the shaman be poisoned? "No one approached the tribe last night," Dua said with certainty. "Could he have eaten something wrong?" "Hey," you said worriedly. The new shaman did not possess a lot of common sense. He did not even recognize simple plants. "Stop guessing. We need to quickly check on him," Winging growled in a low voice. The group rushed to the main teepee's door flap, suddenly lifting it to see Subai and Yuang just finishing rinsing their mouths with water, their expressions showing no signs of poisoning at all. Subai looked up at them and chuckled. "Good morning. Have you had breakfast?" "More morning," Yin Zio responded in a daze. "Shaman, are you all right?" He asked straightforwardly. "What could be wrong with me?" Subai shrugged. He knew it must have been the cowhorn girl's misunderstanding earlier that brought these anxious people. "You're not poisoned?" Dua blinked and asked. "I'm fine. How could I possibly be poisoned?" Sub rolled his eyes. Huff, huff, huff. Yan Hua panted heavily, finally arriving outside the main teepee. "Then why did Oase?" Yan Zio suddenly could not continue. He abruptly turned to look at the bewildered cowhorned girl, his face becoming increasingly benevolent. "Father, how is the shaman?" Yin Hua asked anxiously. "See for yourself," Yin Zio said through gritted teeth, moving aside to reveal Subai behind him. How come nothing's wrong?" Yinho was shocked, turning her head to look at the timid fox-eared girl, who was also full of energy, showing no signs of poisoning at all. "What were you hoping something had happened to the shaman?" Yin Zio narrowed his eyes, his hand itching to give his daughter a loving, fatherly knuckle on the head. "This daughter of mine needs a beating. How dare she trick us? It had been 10 years since I last beat her. Now I suddenly felt like giving her a beating." How could that be?" Yin Hua instantly understood that she must have misunderstood something. "I just remembered. Haha, I need to go on patrol," she said with a laugh. Seeing the unfriendly looks from her uncles, she ran away at full speed. "She's driving me crazy." "Who on earth does she take after?" Yao cursed under his breath. He, Dua, and Weiming all looked at Yanya with cold smiles. "What are you looking at? She's definitely not like me." Yan Zio glared at them angrily, his eye twitching as he turned and left. Oaz's temperament is quite similar to the chieftain when he was young. P calmly added salt to the wound. "Stop talking. Let's get going." While Ming hurriedly said, "Shaman, we're going to connect the hollow locks." Dua bowed and said, "Be careful." Subai earnestly prayed for their well-being. Yes, they all responded. "Uha, that was really funny." Sububai laughed. "Shaman, will Sister Yin Hua be all right?" Yuang asked worriedly. Subai tilted his head and said uncertainty. "She should be fine, right?" Whoosh. Teepee's door flap was suddenly lifted, and the cowhorn girl's resentful red eyes looked at the two of them. "Sister Yin Hua, didn't you go on patrol?" Yuang asked with a blank expression. "Haha," Suba was amused again. "Yuang, you two have got me into trouble," Yin Hua said with a dejected expression. Yuang blinked, asking innocently, "Will Uncle Yin Zio hit your head again?" "Definitely. I need to hide here tonight. Otherwise, Father will definitely punish me," Yan Hua said dejectedly. She thought about how she had just embarrassed her father. With his unreasonable personality, a scolding was inevitable. Yuang secretly glanced at Subu by not knowing how to respond. If it were before, when the cow-horned girl knew she was going to be scolded, she would come to hide at Yuying's place. But now Yueying was living with the shaman. She had no right to shelter Yan Hua. Yan Hua realized she had misspoken as soon as she finished and was about to take back her words. It's fine. We share some responsibility for you getting scolded, Sabai said softly. Hey, really? Yin Hua's red eyes widened. She was about to say she was just joking to brush it off. She did not expect the shaman to actually agree to her request. And Sabai nodded, not thinking it to be a big deal. It was not like they would be sleeping together. That's great. Yueying was elated, happy that the cowhorn girl could escape her undeserved punishment. Yeah, Yin Hua suddenly felt a bit embarrassed thinking about sleeping in the same teepee as the shaman tonight. Let's prepare breakfast. We need to start working, Sabai instructed. There was a pile of things to do today. The trib's transformation was urgent. Yes, Yueying quickly responded, nimbly preparing to roast the dried meat. Breakfast was still roasted meat along with a few berries brought by the cowhorn girl. Sabai only ate one palm-sized piece of roasted meat and a few sand blueberries before he could not eat any more. Shaman, you need to eat more, Yin Hua said with her cheeks puffed out, her words muffled. Eating more meat makes you stronger. The berries are just for a change of taste, in whom Yueying nodded repeatedly in agreement. Her mouth was also stuffed full. However, the meat in her mouth was put there by the cowhorn girl and Sububai. You too eat, I'm already full. Sabai shook his head, feeling a bit nostalgic for green vegetables. The bland flavor of roasted meat became excessive when eaten too much, especially for him. He had come from Earth with a taste for its culinary expertises. It was easy to go from frugal to luxurious, but hard to go from luxurious to frugal. The bestiared girls ate with such joy, because it was a taste deep-seated from their memories that roasted meat was the most delicious thing to them. Then we'll eat it all, Yin Hua asked tentatively. When she saw Sabai nod, she immediately divided the 2 skewers of meat that were still roasting. I don't want MMP. Yueying was about to refuse, but as soon as she opened her mouth, a skewer of meat was stuffed in, and she instinctively started chewing. Your mouth says no, but your body is quite honest. Sabai looked at the fox-eared girl with amusement. McEwing lowered her head in embarrassment at being seen, chewing the meat even faster. How many people are left in the tribe right now? Sabai asked softly. Yin Hua with her mouth full mumbled, 39 people are still in the tribe. Swallow your food before speaking. Saba's mouth twitched. Gulp. Yin Hua swallowed the meat in her mouth, wiped her oily mouth with her sleeve, and said, the people left in the tribe are mostly elderly, children, those with mobility issues, and the warrior trainees. So that means only 33 people in the tribe are the main workforce. Sabai asked, feeling helpless. We need to include 6 warrior trainees. Yinha said, a bit dissatisfied that the shaman had ignored her, and continued. There are also some retired totem warriors who can still do some handicrafts. Let's go take a look first. Sabai decided to do a field inspection. All right, Yin stood up and walked towards the teepee door flap. Shiu, bring the animal hide drawing from the stone table. Sabai instructed. Okay. Yueying obediently ran to get the animal hide drawing. As soon as Sabai left the teepee, he saw my Mang standing beside it along with a young man. Shaman, do you have any instructions? My man quickly asked. No rush. Is this your son? Sub asked curiously. Yes, this is my son, my Mao. He's 21 this year, a warrior trainee. My Mang raised his hand and slapped his son's head, scolding. Hurry up and pay respects to the shaman. Shaman, thank you for saving my father. My Mao quickly bowed in respect. He did not look like my Mang at all. He lacked his father's round, chubby face. Instead, he was very thin like a bamboo pole. You've already thanked me. I like the animal hide very much. Sabai waved his hand and said to the father and son, you don't need to guard this place. I'm not leaving the tribe today. Yes, my Mang and my Mao responded in unison. Let's go. First, show me around the tribe, Sabai said to the cowhorn girl. The previous 2 times, he had not really observed the tribe. He just glanced over the area hurriedly. This time, he needed to look carefully before planning how to transform the tribe. Yes, Yin Hua led the way, explaining, the shaman and totem warriors live in the center of the tribe. The elderly and those with mobility issues live on the outskirts. She glanced at Sububai as if afraid he might misunderstand something. She continued to explain, the totem warriors live in the inner circle mainly so they can immediately reach the shaman's side in case of an emergency. The elderly volunteered to live on the outskirts, saying they did not want to be a burden on the tribe. In Sububai's black eyes flickered, class distinctions exist everywhere. The stronger live better and eat better, which is earned from their abilities. Being able to take care of the elderly was already quite good. At the very least, they weren't abandoned. After all, this is a primitive society. It's not a modern society with well-established systems, laws, and welfare. I do not have the ability to change it now, so I can only keep it in mind for now. I will improve the lives of the elderly later. I will at least ensure they have food and clothing. The 3 of them started touring the tribe. It's really smelly, dirty, and messy here. Sabai frowned. He scans the ground of the tribe, seeing feces and bones with a sour stench in the air. He realized the tribe's hygiene needed to be cleaned up to prevent the breeding of bacteria, especially the annoying buzzing flies around this place. It's a different world, but we still have the same annoying flies. Yin Hua and Yuang both lowered their heads in embarrassment. Some of the bones thrown on the ground were discarded by them too. Sabai glanced at the two of them, scanned the surrounding teepee, and asked, how many children are there in the tribe in total? He could sense that in some gaps of the teepees. People were secretly watching his every move, and their gazes held no malice, mostly just curiosity. 17 children, all under 14 years old, Yin Hua softly said. We have so many children, Sabai exclaimed in surprise. A tribe of 72 people actually had 17 children, which was unexpected for him. When the Black Snake tribe ambushed our Flame Dragon tribe, the old shaman had people save the children and pregnant women first. Yin Hua's face darkened, and she said through gritted teeth, but only these children were saved. What he did was right. With children. The tribe has a future, Sabai said in a deep voice, feeling even more respect for the old shaman in his heart, believing the old man was leaving seeds for the Flame Dragon tribe. Why aren't those egg-stealing monkey-like mud children making a fuss today? Yin Hua said in surprise, her beautiful eyes scanning the surroundings, not seeing the children who usually played pretend totem warriors. Egg-stealing monkeys were a kind of mixed-blood ferocious beast. They were very fond of sneaking into nests. They specialize in stealing the cubs and eggs of ferocious beasts. They were exceptionally clever, using stones to hit and distract the ferocious beasts guarding their eggs and cubs. Thus, those of the current era considered them a symbol of mischief. Don't worry, they won't have the chance to make a fuss in the future. Sub's mouth curved upward as he softly said, next, take me to see the person who's best at woodworking. Yin Hua asked curiously as she led the way. Shaman, are you going to discipline these children? They just lack homework. Sabai mentioned a thing that would make the children wail in the future. Homework. Yin Hua was a bit confused about what this thing was. You'll know in the future. Know it really well. Sabai smiled mysteriously. No one in the tribe would be able to escape from it. So mysterious, Yin Hua muttered, wondering if all shamans were like this, always keeping people guessing. Sub's eyes twitched. He could clearly hear the cowhorn girls muttering. He could only helplessly shrug. He was not trying to maintain an air of mystery. However, even if he explained, the beast-eared girls would not understand. Should I explain everything from start to finish? No, I rather not. We're here. One of those two teepee ahead is where the woodworker is. Yin Hua pointed to a simple teepee a few meters away. Clang, clang. What about the other teepee? Sub? I could hear the sound of something being hammered inside. It was a very steady and powerful sound. That's where the stone tool craftsman polishes stone tools, Yin Ha said in a clear voice. Oh, let's go see the stone tool craftsman first, Sabai said softly. Since coming to this primitive society, he still did not know how stone tools were polished. Clang, clang. As the three approached the teepee, the hammering sound grew louder. Sabai arrived at the teepee and saw that the ground was covered with stone fragments with 7 or 8 head-sized stones on either side of the tep's door flap. Uncle Shanchio, the shaman, is here. Yin Hua called out to the teepee. The names of people in the tribe were very simple, some named after teeth plus a favorite color, others named after natural features like mountains, water, or trees. Clang. The sound of hammering stones suddenly stopped. A few seconds later, the teepee's door flap was lifted, revealing a short figure only about 1.3 m tall. This sub's eyes trembled. The curiosity on his face had disappeared. It was replaced by solemnity. Shou's face was covered in dirt and dust, making his features unclear. His short, cropped hair was also covered in brownstone dust. The most striking thing was his pair of severed legs. Everything beneath the lower half of his calves were completely gone. What replaced them for walking was a pair of muscular arms, even thicker than a normal person's thighs. Shaman, why have you come to a place like this? Shancho grinned, revealing a mouthful of big yellow teeth as said in a hoarse voice. If you have any tasks, just send someone to tell me. Sabai managed to force a smile. His expression remained stiff as he said, I've never seen how stone tools are polished, so I wanted to come and see. He truly could not smile. Not after seeing a disabled person doing one of the tribe's most laborious jobs. If the shaman wants to see, you can come in at any time. Shun nimbly moved aside with his arms. It was the first time a shaman had come to his place. Even in the tribal ancestral land, the old shaman had never visited his stone crafting workshop. Then I hope I'm not intruding. Sabai stepped into the teepee, seeing nothing but stones. There were 20 to 30 of various sizes, with the only open space being from the door flap to the central fire pit. Shaman, sorry that it's a bit messy here. Shio scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. It's fine. Sabai scanned the area and softly asked, Can you please give me an introduction? All right. Sho nodded quickly, skillfully supporting himself on the ground with his arms. He moved to his stone polishing position and picked up a palm-sized stone. He spoke seriously and attentively. A stone of this size can be polished into a spearhead or used for throwing. Sho put down the stone in his hand and pointed to a long-shaped stone not far away, explaining that's a good piece of stone. Without any stone eye or stone core, it can still be polished into an excellent stone knife. What are stone eyes and stone cores? Sub-I was gradually drawn in, feeling that polishing stone tools involved many intricacies. Stone eyes are cracks in the stone. Stone cores are like hidden blemishes in the stone. Some stone cores are harder than the stone itself, while others are more brittle, greatly affecting the integrity of a stone. Shantio spoke knowledgeably about stone tools. The most troublesome are stone cores. If a piece of stone material has a core and it's not durable, it will break after just a few impacts. In primitive society, without iron tools, only stones served as weapons. Naturally, a unique culture had developed around them. How many days would it take to polish that stone into a knife? Sub asked curiously. Probably about 2 days. Stones that already have that kind of texture are relatively easy to find, so it's not very difficult to polish, Shanyo said confidently. That long? Sub-I was surprised. It took longer than he had imagined. Shaman, that's not long at all. Yin Hua, having spent time with Zubai, knew the shaman lacked common sense in many areas. She explained in her clear voice, to polish a good stone knife takes a lot of time. It sometimes takes 3 to 4 days. Only someone with Uncle Shan Shio's skills can polish a good stone knife in 2 days. I'm not as good as what Hura is saying. It depends on how easy the stone material is to polish, Shio said, a bit embarrassed by the praise. The rest of the time passed in questions and answers, with Sub-I specifically watching Shanshu polish stone tools for a while. All right, I won't keep you from your work any longer, Sub-I said softly, as he still needed to visit the woodworker. Sho supported himself on his arms, preparing to see the shaman off. Seeing Sub-I at the door flap, he suddenly spoke up. Shaman, is there any stone tool you'd like me to polish? I can also polish bone tools, Shancho added. Sub-I turned his head to look at Shancho's expectant eyes, his mouth curving upward as he said, then I'd like a stone knife using the best stone material. Yes, I'll absolutely use the best material, Shancho called out excitedly. Then I look forward to it, Sub-I said gently, stepping out of the teepee. His mood had improved drastically. He glanced at the cowhorn girl and softly said, let's go. Take me to see the woodworker. Yes, Yin-Ha led the way. As they walked, Sub-I suddenly asked, what happened to Shancho's legs? His legs were bitten off by a ferocious beast. Yin-Hua bit her lips and said in a low voice, Uncle Shan Shio used to be a totem warrior, but after his feet got severed, he became a stone tool craftsman. I can sense that he was once a very powerful warrior. Sub-I could feel the rich Kai and strong vitality in Sho's body. If Uncle Sho's legs had not been injured, the position of chieftain might not have gone to my father. Yin-Hua shrugged and said, he's a talented man. Sub-I nodded, tap tap. As they walked, Sub-I suddenly stopped, almost causing the fox-eared girl behind him to bump into him. Shaman, what's wrong? Yuang asked softly. Have someone make 3 palm-sized pieces of animal hide, overlap them, and sew them together with 2 vines on the sides long enough to tie behind the head. Sub-I described in detail the primitive version of a mask. He thought of the scene of stone dust scattering during the polishing of stone tools and felt that without some protection, Shan Shou's lungs would eventually have problems. All right, I'll remember to do that. Yuang nodded quickly. Have them make several and send them to Shan Shio. Sub-I, thinking of how stubborn people on Earth refuse to wear masks, added, tell him it's from me. Tell him that he needs to wear a piece while polishing stone tools to protect his lungs. And okay, Yuang responded softly. Yan Hua's red eyes flickered, staring at Su Ba's profile. She felt that he had become more approachable. As the leader of the tribe, the shaman had always been seen as awe-inspiring and mysterious, not concerned with trivial matters. However, Sub-I's current behavior completely overturned the image of the stern, humorless shaman in the cowhorn girl's mind, making him seem more approachable. What are you thinking about? Sub noticed the cowhorn girl's distracted expression. Yin Hua came to her senses, her cheeks turning slightly red as she turned away, saying, we've reached the woodworker's teepee. Strange, Sub-I muttered. The 3 of them walked around to the front of the teepee where they saw an old man waiting at the entrance. Shaman, the old man bowed in greeting. Elder, there's no need for that. Sub-I quickly stepped forward to support the 70-some-year-old man. He could not abandon the virtue of respecting the elderly that he brought from Earth. Shaman, this is Grandfather Gumu, the tribe's best woodworker, Yin Hua introduced from the side. Gumu, in his 70s, had a face deeply wrinkled by the years with gray-white hair and beard. Most notably, his white beard was covered in wood shavings. Shaman, the things you asked Yin Ha to have me make yesterday are ready now. Guma's age voice was full of vigor, not at all like that of a 70-year-old. He had heard the commotion from Shan Kia's side early on and knew the shaman was coming, so he had been waiting outside the teepee. Good, let's go take a look, Sub-I said gently. Come in, come in. Gumu was very enthusiastic, leading the way into the teepee. Sabai stepped into the teepee and saw a different scene from Shancho's teepee. It was not messy except for the wood shavings on the ground. The wood was neatly arranged, and the area around the fire pit was very clean. Shaman, the things you wanted me to make her here. Gumu turned and brought out a large wooden tube half as tall as a person with a diameter of 2 palms length. So Big Sub was stunned, his mouth slightly open as he looked at the giant filter. Is it big? If I had larger wood materials here, I would have made an even bigger one for the shaman. Gumu felt it was not big enough. No need, this is already sufficient. Sabai quickly intervened. He had originally intended to make a palm-sized filter, not expecting it to be so much larger than imagined. Shaman, is there anything else you want me to make? Gumu asked expectantly. In the tribe, the shaman was the most difficult to approach. Being able to do work for the shaman was something others would envy, and also an affirmation of one's abilities. Yes, I need you to make a few things for me today. Sabai beckoned to the fox-eared girl. Yuang quickly came forward, handing over the animal hide drawing she had been holding. That's wonderful. This old man was almost out of things to do. Gumu's crow feet instantly spread out. Here, take a look. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Sabai handed over the animal hide drawing. All right, let me see. Gumu took it and began studying it earnestly. Sabai looked at Gumu's hands, the back of which was as rough as old pine bark. There were cracks all over and several thick calluses on the palm. These were the hands of an experienced old woodworker. After about 10 minutes, Gumu finished looking. He pointed to one of the drawings and asked Shaman, the table in this drawing is simple, but what's this next to it? It looks a bit strange. Gumu had made many tables, but since moving from the tribal ancestral land, the shaman had not asked him to make anything else. This is called a chair. It's for sitting. It goes with the table as a set. Sabai explained this was a chair with a backrest, which is why Gumu found it strange. In primitive society, there was no concept of chairs. People either used stones covered with animal hides, logs, or simply sat on the ground. A chair for sitting. Gumu frowned in thought, then realized. Then this table should be made higher. That's right. Sabai nodded in agreement. Not having tables and chairs was really inconvenient. If the shaman needs it urgently, I can have it ready by tomorrow. Gumu said confidently. There's no rush. It can wait a day or two. Sabai shook his head and pointed to another drawing in Gumu's hand, saying, seriously, the item in this drawing is more urgent. Gumu glanced at the drawing, which showed just a few pieces of wood that needed holes drilled. He grinned, saying casually, this isn't difficult to make. I can make one set in half a day. Good, make this first. I need 10 sets. Sabai let out a small sigh of relief. What he wanted Gumu to make was a loom, the most ancient type of loom that could be assembled with just a few pieces of wood. With only 6 days left until the market at the Spotted Deer tribe, not counting today, and 3 days needed for travel, the Flame Dragon tribe only had 3 days to prepare. If the materials for making linen could be found in the next 2 days, and considering that making a high-tech loom would take at least 2 days with primitive technology, there was simply not enough time. Rather than one good loom within the urgent time frame of the next few days, it was more important to have 10 simple looms using more manual labor to weave linen as a temporary measure. 10 sets, no problem. Gumu agreed immediately. Only the first set would take a bit longer. Once he was familiar with the process, he could have the time for each set. Don't overwork yourself. Remember to rest. Sabai advised, worried that the old man might work too hard. If anything happened, it would weigh on his conscience. It's fine. Doing work like this isn't tiring at all. Gumu waved his hand. Deep down, he was a bit touched, as few people cared about this lonely old man. Shaman, don't underestimate Grandfather Gumu. He carries all the wood here from the forest himself, Yin Hua said in a clear voice. She knew the tribe's elders were proud and feared being seen as useless. Thus, they often pushed themselves far too hard. Oh, Sabai was surprised. He noticed the cowhorn girl winking at him, trying to give him a hint. He quickly understood and softly added, Old Master Gumu, when you have time, please make 24 wooden boxes for me without lids. How big should they be? Gumu asked without hesitation. Sabai looked around and pointed at the filter, saying about as wide as this. Primitive society had no specific measurements. Everything was made by eye. He thought that when he had time, he should establish a system of weights and measurements for convenience. No problem. Gumu agreed immediately, as if there was nothing he would refuse. All right, I won't disturb you further. Sabai sighed in relief. Now he just needed materials for making linen. It's no trouble, shaman. Won't you stay a bit longer? I can introduce you to the woodworkers. Gumu quickly said, eager for the shaman to stay and chat. Grandfather Gumu, the shaman has many things to attend to, Yin Hua intervened. Then will the shaman come again when he's free? Gumu asked hopefully. Of course, Sub immediately agreed, then stepped out of the teepee. Yin Hua, carrying the filter, followed Sabai out of the teepee with the fox-eared girl. They arrived at the central open area of the tribe, where the wooden platform used for the shaman inheritance ceremony a few days ago still stood. Yan Hua, gather all the free and mobile people in the tribe here, Subai said softly, ready to assign tasks to the tribe members. Yes, Yan Hua quickly responded, handing the filter to the fox-eared girl before running towards the teepees. She lifted her chin slightly and called out in a clear voice, "Everyone who's not busy, come out." The shaman has something to say. Subai saw the fox-eared girl obediently holding the filter, which was so big it almost completely hit her. There was only her fox ears above and her feet below that were visible. He said with amusement, "You don't need to hold it all the time. You can just put it down beside you." Okay, Yuang responded softly, leaning the filter against the edge of the platform. Shaman, do you have instructions for us? Mang appeared with his son, quickly coming to the base of the platform. Yes, well, discuss when everyone's here. Subai nodded. It was time to transform the tribe and add some basic infrastructure. All right. My Mang stood to the side with my Mao. People from the tribe gradually emerged from their teepee. Most noticeable were the 17 children, 7 elderly men and women, including Gumu, 5 pregnant women, and 4 disabled individuals, including Shan Shio. What's the shaman going to do? I heard the shaman left the tribe yesterday. What if something happened to the shaman? Ba, don't curse with your foul mouth. How could anything happen to the shaman? It's probably about the water source. I heard the totem warriors talking yesterday. It seems like they found a new water source. Everyone was discussing in low voices, occasionally glancing at the figure on the high platform. Is everyone here? Subai softly asked the fox-eared girl. Not yet, for warrior trainees have not arrived. They should be at the training ground, Yuang replied in a soft voice. As soon as she finished speaking, 5 people came running from afar, led by Yin Hua. Subai observed the 4 people, 3 young men in their 20s and a girl about the same age as the cowhorned girl. Shaman, everyone's here now, Yin Hua said, slightly out of breath. Subai nodded with the cowhorned girl obediently standing beside him. He scanned the crowd, his expression gradually becoming solemn. The people below the platform fell silent. Everyone, our tribe has long been troubled by the lack of water. We can't even bathe properly, and we all smell so sour that even ferocious beasts would faint from the smell. Subai began with a humorous sentence. Haha. The tribe members laughed, looking at each other, and stepping back slightly in mocking disgust. Now we have solved the water problem. Subai looked at the slightly stirring crowd below and said in a deeper voice, the hollow logs we had everyone process last night were for transporting water to our tribe. That's impossible. How can water be so obedient as to come to us with just logs? If the shaman says water will come to the tribe, then water will come to the tribe. Exactly, the shaman has never lied to us. Those who had just started to doubt were immediately refuted by those around them, especially the young children who looked at the shaman with admiration and longing. At the earliest, water will reach the tribe today. At the latest, it will be tomorrow. Subai had not gone to connect the hollow logs himself. Thus, he did not want to make absolute promises by saying it would be done today. That could damage his prestige, especially since he had just taken on the position of shaman. That's great. We can bathe like we used to. Finally, we don't have to ration our drinking water. The shaman is so amazing. He just went into the forest yesterday, and today he solved the water problem. Indeed, that's our shaman for you. The crowd started praising Subai, and there was a new glimmer of recognition in their eyes. Subai stood on the high platform, looking at the crowd's gaze. Are those eyes that contain recognition perhaps, but not for me specifically? They're only recognizing my status just because I'm the shaman. I'm not being not recognized as Subai myself. To put it bluntly, if an idiot were to sit in the shaman's position, the people below would blindly give them the same recognition. This was merely due to the prestige built up by generations of shamans in the Flame Dragon tribe. When Subai was on Earth, he was inherently proud. Although he appeared gentle on the surface, he was actually more ruthless than anyone else. He usually restrained it. He knew there was no need to be ruthless towards his allies and friends. However, if facing against enemies, his gentleness would invert, turning into methods that did not mind soaking blood. Yesterday, he convinced Yin Zio, Haya, and the other totem warriors. Today, he wanted to make the people before him genuinely recognize him, not because he had inherited the identity of shaman. Now that we have water, don't you all want to take a bath? Subai called out with a smile. Yes, everyone responded in unison. Then before bathing, shouldn't we clean up the tribe's garbage? Subai raised his hand and fanned in front of his nose, saying with disgust, do you want to finish bathing and not smell your own odor only to smell the stench of the tribe? Yes, the ground in the tribe is too dirty. It's all because of those egg-stealing monkey children urinating and defecating everywhere. I've wanted to say this for a long time, but those totem warriors also throw bones around as they please. Shoo, keep it down. As people started talking about the totem warriors, they collectively fell silent when they saw my man glaring at them. These gossipy people. My man's eyes twitched. He He narrowed his eyes at those few people, deciding to throw bones in front of their homes at night. Everyone, let's get moving and clean up the dirty things in the tribe to welcome the arrival of water, Sabai motivationally said. Yes, everyone responded in unison. The crowd began to disperse with those who were free returning to their teepees to get tools for cleaning up garbage. They could not be expected to pick up feces with their bare hands. Right, shaman? What should we do? Mang asked, looking up. Let's dig holes. The tribe needs 4 toilets and 4 bathing areas, Sabai replied. What's a toilet? Mang didn't quite understand, though he understood bathing areas. It's a place for people to relieve themselves, Sabai explained. One reason the tribe smelled so bad was that children and some people with mobility issues relieved themselves anywhere. The solution was to add a couple of toilets. Isn't it fine to just go to the forest to take care of business? Mang said, a bit confused. That's very dangerous, Sabai rolled his eyes. The forest and primitive society is still part of the wilderness. Who knows what dangers lurk in the bushes? Shaman, just tell us how to dig. My Mang did not ask too much, just needing to follow the shaman's guidance. Sabai pointed to locations, saying, dig 2 toilets and 2 bathing areas on both the east and west sides of the tribe. They all need to be separated. Men's and women's toilets and bathing areas cannot be next to each other. Leave it to me, my Mang said enthusiastically, taking his son my Ma to dig the toilets. He had left Yin Hua and 4 warrior trainees there. Shaman, what should we do? Yin Hua asked in a clear voice. You're responsible for digging a water storage tank. We need to store water when it arrives, Sabai said softly. Can the soil hold water? Yin Hua blinked her beautiful eyes in confusion. If the soil is compressed, it will slow down the water loss and achieve a certain storage capacity, Sabai said softly. Without a storage tank, the water would flow away faster. I understand, Yan Hua nodded, kind of understanding it. She was already preparing to lead people to dig up the water storage tank. Oh wow, 2 people are enough for that. You take some people to cut down some wood and bring them back. Sabai instructed. All right, Yin Hua, like a big sister, directed 2 men to dig the water storage tank. Also, cut and bring back some longer. We can use it to build hay houses. Sabai wanted to use hay houses to replace the animal hide teepee. Animal hides were too scarce. They had no extras to build toilets and bathing areas. They had to find an alternative. If enough hay was stacked properly, it could block rain and sunlight. Leave it to us, Yin Hua said in a serious tone, leading the remaining 2 people into the nearby forest. Let's go choose a place to build a classroom. Sabai stepped down from the platform and began walking around the tribe. Yes, Yuang quickly followed, but after a few steps she suddenly remembered something and turned back, wanting to carry the filter. Just leave it there for now, Sabai said with a light chuckle. Yuang nodded with Rien cheeks, obediently following behind. Sububai walked through the tribe, seeing everyone working hard to clear garbage from the ground. The children were especially diligent, using large leaves twisted into funnel shapes as bags to collect bones. He came to where my Mang and my Mao were digging holes. The 2 were using wooden sticks to dig the soil. My Mang stopped and asked when he saw Sububai. Shaman, how are we doing? Not bad, but for safety, pack the 4 walls to be a bit tighter. Subai instructed. He wanted to create toilets based on the design of rural pit latrines with wood placed over the hole for people to squat on. Understood. Mang nodded, deciding to give the walls of the dugout pit a few more punches. The tribe was bustling with transformation. It was visibly changing, especially the ground, which had become much cleaner with even stones having been cleared away. Separate the dry feces and bones. Don't throw them around. Take those wood branches to the firewood pile. Don't make the water storage tank any larger. Just dig it deeper. You can fill the bottom with stones and pack the soil as tightly as you can. The bathing areas need drainage ditches. The water needs to be drained out. It can't be reused. Sabai kept moving around, watching over the various facilities being constructed, worried that the straightforward tribe members might not be flexible enough. For instance, the 2 warrior trainees digging the water storage tank thought bigger was better and kept expanding it without considering whether the water source would provide enough to fill such a large tank. The purpose of the storage tank was to collect water at night when everyone was resting. During the day, the water might not even reach the pool before being used up by the tribe members. Shaman, have some water. Yuang ran up to Sabai with a cup of water. I was just getting thirsty. Sabai took the cup and drank it in a few gulps. Shaman, do you want more water? Yuang softly asked. No need. Sabai shook his head, watching Yin Hua and the others carrying wood out of the forest. He looked up at the sun in the sky, estimating it to be around 1 or 2 in the afternoon. Noon is already past. Everyone must be hungry by now, Sabai muttered, walking towards Yin Hua. The tribe did not have 3 meals a day. They usually only had 2, one around 10:00 a.m. and another at dusk. Yan Hua dropped the wood from her shoulder when she saw Sabai approaching. She quickly asked Shaman, do you have any instructions? Let everyone take a break. Sabai shook his head, looking at the pile of about 30 logs and the several meters high stack of wild grass. Shaman, we're not tired. Yenhua wiped the sweat from her forehead and horrorously said while it's still light out, we should bring back more wood. All right, rest for a bit and drink some water first. Sabai insisted, waving his hand. Yes, Yenhua responded with a warm heart, turning to notify everyone to rest. The cowhorn girl called out in a clear voice. Shaman says everyone should take a break. Hearing they could rest, most people in the tribe smiled, especially the children who cheered joyfully as everyone was tired and hungry. Hopefully, the water will arrive today. It will comfort everyone's hardworking hearts, Sabai muttered to himself. My Mang walked over with big steps and horrorously said, Shaman, we finished digging the 4 pits for the toilet. You should rest too, drink more water. Sabai looked at my Mang's pale face. He had been seriously injured just yesterday. He had not replenished his lost blood, yet he was already doing heavy work. I'm not tired. This little bit of work is nothing, my man said dismissively. Going into the forest to hunt was both tiring and dangerous. He often needed to chase after a ferocious beast for a whole day. Rest for a while. I have more work for you later, Sabai softly said. He looked curiously at my mouth, who was digging drainage ditches for the bathing areas, and asked, How old is your son this year? He looks too thin. He's 21 this year. My Mang's round face softened, but his tone seemed to have a hint of annoyance to it. He just doesn't eat much meat. He says he's leaving it for me to eat. Do I need him to save that bit of meat for me? Sabai fell silent, understanding that even the totem warriors were scrimping and saving. If this continued, the flame dragon tribe's strength would only keep diminishing. He looked at the children in the distance and softly said, Most of those children are malnourished. If there's enough food, the tribe should implement 3 meals a day. That's the only way for people in the tribe to get enough nutrition. Shaman, 3 meals is too difficult. We're satisfied if we can eat our fill with only 2 meals. Mang shook his head upon hearing this. Even totem warriors had to eat sparingly, dividing 1 meal's worth into 2. I'll make sure everyone eats their fill. The tribe will get better and better, Sabai said firmly. And I believe in the shaman, my Mang nodded heavily. When Yin Hua came over, she asked curiously. Shaman, what are these logs for? Mainly to build a classroom, Sabai explained. The toilets and bathing areas would not need much wood. The classroom would require a large amount. What's a classroom? Yin Hua tilted her head in confusion. It's a place for everyone to learn to read, Sabai said gently. The animal hide teepee were too small and lighting was a big problem. Learn to read? My Mang's eyes widened in shock, and he exclaimed, Shaman, are you going to teach everyone to read? Having been a totem warrior for over a decade and visited many other tribes, he knew more than the cowhorn girl and understood the importance of writing and reading. Yes, only with the ability to write and read can there be inheritance to the descendants. Everyone will also become smarter. Sabai smiled brightly, remembering what the orphanage director on Earth used to say. Education is the only way out. It's how people can avoid falling too far behind at the starting line. That's great. Our tribe will finally have its own writing system. My man was extremely excited. He remembered visiting other tribes and seeing strange patterns carved on the wood outside houses. However, he did not understand any of it. It had led to many embarrassing situations and had remained a thorn in his heart. Sabai looked at the very excited My Mang, inexplicably reminded of the orphanage director's constant words to him, you must study. If you don't study, your life is over. Study desperately. Since you are all orphans without parents to support you, you can only find your own way in life. You can't be like this old man who has no skills. I didn't study back then. When my first step is slow, every step afterwards gets slower. The more you know, the more choices you have in life. Before, Sabai thought the director was being too long-winded. However, after he went out to work, he began to understand the director's words. In the few days since he had transmigrated here, looking at the people of the tribe, he truly understood the feelings and emotions behind the director's words back then. When one can make comparisons in life, there would be insights. Sabai had this realization and wanted to change the current situation of the tribe. Shaman, how do we build a classroom? I'll start right away. My Mang hurriedly said, the most important thing is to set up the pillars. They will be the foundation that supports the entire classroom. Sabai crouched down, broke off a tree branch, and began drawing on the ground. Set up a wooden pillar every 4 steps, 5 pillars on each side. The most important part is the roof of the classroom. Use more grass ropes to make a shaped roof supported with wood. You can cover it with wild grass once the structure is set. According to his drawing, the classroom would be a large room 10 long and 10 wide. It would not just be used for teaching with some modifications. It could also serve as a house for the orphans to live in. The toilet and bathing area will have the same structure, just scale it down by a few factors. It will be surrounded by branches and dry grass. Sabai drew another diagram next to it. The classroom itself was special. The openings would not be surrounded by branches and dry grass. He decided to use animal hides to enclose it, making it easy to dismantle. During the day, the animal hides around the classroom could be removed, creating a bright open classroom on all sides. At night, it could be enclosed to serve as a room for the orphans. This is not very difficult. I can do it, my Mang said confidently. I'll go get more wood and wild grass, Yin Hua said, having heard the explanation and knowing that they would need a lot of wood and wild grass. Then let's begin, Sabai softly said. All right, my man got up and walked towards the pile of wood. He picked up a log as thick as a thigh, pulled out the stone knife from behind his waist, and quickly sharpened the wood. He let out a low shout, and the totem mark on his chest appeared. The veins in his arms bulged. After building up strength for 3 seconds, he hugged the log in it into the ground. At least half a meter of the log was driven into the ground, with the end of the log still vibrating. This showed how much force my Mang had used. Huff huff. My Mang was heavily panting, looking at the log with some dissatisfaction. The length he had driven into the ground was still too short. Sabai looked at my Mang with a forehead full of black lines. What kind of brood operation is this? Does he think he is a human pile driver? He stepped forward and criticized my Mang. Just dig the holes first. You're wasting too much energy doing it like this. Let me try again. My Mang said reluctantly, thinking he could set up the wooden pillar in one go, not expecting his strength to still be lacking. No need to try again. The ground here has been trampled on for a long time. It's tougher than the usual ground out in the wild, Sabai calmly explained. Moreover, the location I chose for the classroom is close to the center of the tribe. It's an area frequently trampled on by people. My Mang paused for 2 seconds, suddenly feeling what the shaman said to make a lot of sense. Do you hunt so recklessly? Tu-Sub asked curiously. My Mang was stunned for a moment, then reacted, saying irritably, how is that possible? Ferocious beasts aren't idiots. How could they just stand there letting us hit them? Perhaps, Sabai shrugged. Brutes don't realize they're being reckless when they act. They typically call it bravery. Shaman, the ditch has been dug. My Mao came running over. Go help dig holes, Sabai ordered. Yes, my Mao quickly responded and went to help dig holes. Time slowly passed. The sun gradually tilted towards the west, and the changes in the tribe became more and more apparent. The toilet and bathing area were being built by several warrior trainees, while the classroom was the responsibility of my Mang, his son, and Yen Hua. One of the good things about primitive society was the physical fitness of the totem warriors. Even the warrior trainees had strong physiques. They worked at an incredibly fast pace. Work that would take ordinary people half an hour, they could finish in just a few minutes. If they want to do construction work, they would definitely make a fortune. Sabai mischievously thought. The wooden structure of the completed classroom stood with my Mang throwing bundles of grass from the ground onto the classroom's wooden roof frame. My Mao and Yin Hua were on top of the classroom, one on each side. They were thatching the roof with dry grass. They would definitely be able to finish before dark. Yuang came over carrying water, exclaiming in admiration when she saw the classroom. What a big house. Is this the first time you've seen such a big house? Sub raised an eyebrow as he asked. In this is the first time. Yuang nodded and softly said, before in the ancestral land we all lived in caves. Only large tribes had houses like this. Don't worry, in the future we'll live in even better houses than this, Sabai said confidently. Given the chance, I will definitely build brick and tile houses. And I believe in you, shaman, Yuang said softly, handing over a cup of water. She could feel that ever since the new shaman had arrived, the tribe had changed. It was not as oppressive and frightening as before. It was as if life had been injected into it, bringing it new vitality. It won't be long, Sabai said with a smile, taking the water from the fox-eared girl. Hurry up, just a little more and we're done. Yan Zio shouted, carrying a hollow log and swiftly moving through the forest. Yes, he, Dua and Wu Ming followed closely behind. Has the chieftain gotten stronger again? Hai quietly asked. Indeed, the chieftain's reaction speed has improved, Dui observed, watching the rapidly running figure in front. Carrying a hollow log while running through the bushes, one could easily hit a tree or get caught on branches. It required extreme reflexes to avoid all of them. I think the chieftain is close to becoming a mid-grade totem warrior, W. Ming said in a low voice. The chieftain is the most talented among us. He should indeed soon become a mid-grade totem warrior. Haya nodded in agreement. Once the chieftain becomes a mid-grade totem warrior, we'll go hunt pure-blood ferocious beasts. That's how we'll get stronger faster. Soon we can have our revenge, Dwai said through gritted teeth. Well, definitely not let those black snake off, Wei Ming cursed with murderous intent. From the front, Yin Zio's shout rang out. Hurry up, stop doling. Coming, He responded, quickening his pace. Soon, the 4 of them carrying hollow logs arrived at the small lake. They skillfully assembled the hollow logs, forcing any misaligned grooves into place with brute strength. A few minutes later, all the hollow logs were connected with only the final connection to the water source storage tank remaining. Chieftain connected quickly. he urged. Yan Zio took a deep breath. They had been busy all day just for this moment. He pushed aside the branches covering the storage tank, looked down at the clear water visible at the bottom, and used a wooden stick to poke a hole in the bottom of the storage tank. Then he quickly removed it and replaced it with a hollow log. "It's connected," Yan Zio said with a gratified smile. "Let's go. Quickly, we should go back and see how they've connected their end," Hai urged. The totem warriors were responsible for the section of hollow logs near the small lake. Meanwhile, the other tribe members were in charge of connecting the hollow logs from the gathering ground to the tribe. "Let's check for any leaks along the way," Yao said, covering the storage tank with branches again before setting off to return to the tribe. All right. The four of them inspected the hollow log pipeline as they hurried back to the tribe, eager to see if the water had reached the tribe. "It's getting dark." Yin Zio looked up at the sky through the gaps in the forest canopy, seeing that the sun had moved westward and its light was no longer as intense. "If we have water tonight, I'm going to have a good bath." Hay grinned, showing a mouthful of sharp teeth. "I guess many people would want to bathe. There might not be enough water, though," Du said with a laugh. The water source in the storage tank seeping in from that small lake was not very fast. It would be close to impossible for everyone to bathe on the same day. "We can take water to the small forest to bathe during tonight's patrol," Winging suggested. "That's right. I'm on patrol tonight. No one will fight me for water when I use it at midnight." "Hey," you smugly said, "water shouldn't be wasted like that." Yao sternly warned, though he was also secretly planning on going out to patrol tonight as well. "Not using water would be a waste. Might as well let us bathe." "Hey," you muttered, "you talk too much." Yan Zio glared at him and said irritably, "Everyone check the hollow logs. Make sure there are no leaks." No leaks. While Ming reported, the four of them checked the hollow logs while bantering, quickly advancing towards the gathering ground. About 20 minutes later, they arrived at the gathering ground and saw more than a dozen people carrying hollow logs. "You haven't finished yet?" Yan Zio frowned and asked. "Chieftain, we're almost done. Just the last section is left." Someone immediately responded. "How long left?" Hay asked. "Over 100 steps long," the person replied. "Give us the hollow logs." Yin Zio sighed in relief. 100 steps long was something they could finish quickly. Yes. Yao and his three companions carried the hollow logs and sprinted towards the tribe. The inspection of this section of hollow logs could be left to the others. They ran for 7 or 8 minutes before seeing 3 or 4 people connecting hollow locks. "Let us do it." Yineo immediately stepped forward to take over. Yes, the others quickly made way. "The water should be coming soon, right?" he said as he carried a hollow log forward to connect it. The hollow logs at this section were prepared by the tribe last night and had already been connected in advance. The flow of water was not as fast as the totem warriors' running speed. It should be soon. Wing crouched down, putting his ear to the hollow log pipeline. He could hear the sound of water flowing. They quickly connected the hollow logs, soon completing the joining of the two sections. "Let's go back to the tribe and wait for the water." Yao quickly strode off. "We'll leave the inspection to you." Hey, you threw back a sentence before immediately chasing after Yao. Yes, several tribe members immediately responded. Thud, thud, thud. Without the burden of needing to check for leaks in the hollow logs, the four of them ran at full speed. The fact that totem warriors' footsteps should be silent was thrown to the back of their minds. They all wanted to rush back to the tribe and await the arrival of water. In less than 10 minutes, they saw the tribe. "Wait, did we take the wrong path?" Is that our tribe duo exclaimed in shock. Yanji looked up and saw several buildings of various sizes at the center of the tribe in the distance. He exclaimed in surprise, "When did our tribe get houses like that? It must be the shaman's doing. Only he can make others build such houses in a day." Ha shouted in admiration. "Why don't we go back to the tribe and see for ourselves?" Winging said in a deep voice. "Let's go. Shaman father and the others are back," Yin Ha softly said. Oh, Sub turned to look and saw several figures running from the direction of the forest. He looked up at the sky and noticed that the sun had moved far to the west. "I guess we only have half an hour left before sunset. Shaman, we're back," he is shouted from afar. Shortly after, all four arrived before Subai, curiously examining the newly built classroom, toilets, and other buildings. "Has the pipeline been connected?" Subai hurriedly asked. Yin Zio suppressed his confusion and quickly replied, "It's done. We're just waiting for the water to come through." "Let's go take a look," Subai said, walking towards the storage tank. "How was this pool dug out today?" Ha asked in surprise. "Ching Mmu and Kai Tu dug it out," Yan Hua said, naming 2 warrior trainees. "Not bad, they're finally of some use," he praised. "Hee. Ching Mu and Kai Tu chuckled embarrassedly. Usually Hai only scolded them and rarely praised them. "This storage tank needs to be kept clean. No one is allowed to throw anything into it," Subai sternly warned, laying down some ground rules. "For drinking, use the water flowing from the pipeline. For bathing, use the water from the storage tank." Yes, everyone responded in unison. "Shaman, don't worry. I'll have someone keep an eye on it, Yinzio said, knowing the importance of the water source. The building over there with one wooden post outside the door is the men's toilet, Sabai explained, taking advantage of the presence of the main members of the tribe. The one with two wooden posts is for women. Don't get the doors mixed up. Uha. Everyone burst into laughter, especially the men who laughed loudly. Meanwhile, the women lowered their heads in embarrassment. Also, the building without animal hide tied to the wooden post outside is the men's bathing area. The one with animal hide is the women's bathing area, Sabai continued with a stern face. Let me be clear, if anyone is caught peeping while others are bathing, they will have one thumb cut off as punishment. He had to lay down strict rules. The tribe was currently full of illiterate brutes with no concept of laws and regulations. They acted based on their whims. If rules were not strictly established now, there might be trouble once the tribe became prosperous. CI men drew in a sharp breath, their smiles gradually fading as they all nodded seriously. Losing a thumb would be crippling. Did everyone hear the shaman? Control yourselves? Yinzio glared at everyone, strongly supporting the shaman's proposed rules. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Splash. Suddenly, the sound of running water broke the tense atmosphere. Water's here, Hay shouted excitedly. Sabai turned to look and saw water flowing out of the hollow log pipeline into the storage tank. Though it was not gushing, it was still a heartening sight. Great, we finally won't lack water anymore. We can bathe tonight and we have bathing areas to use. Shaman, you're amazing. After a whole day of hard work, everyone felt that it was all worth it upon seeing water. Tell the rest of the tribe to not fight over the water source. Have them line up to fetch water. Sabai instructed Yanzio. Yes, Yanzio gave Hio a look. You two come with me. Haya immediately took Qingmu and Chiu to maintain order. Sabai walked towards the newly built classroom with Yinzio and others following. They were all curious about this huge building. Shaman, what is this building for? Yanzhou asked eagerly. It's a classroom, a place for the children to learn how to read. My Mang answered excitedly before anyone else. Learn how to read? Yanzio's red eyes narrowed as he stared at Su's calm face in shock. He blurted out, Shaman, you know how to read and write, yes, and you can all learn to read and write in the future, Sabai said with a light chuckle. By teaching everyone in the tribe how to read when more people join the Flame Dragon tribe in the future, they could use the existing tribe members' culture to assimilate newcomers. This would allow newcomers to quickly integrate into the tribe rather than relying solely on benefits and force. Spiritual and cultural assimilation were what truly formed the foundation of a group. Regarding the population issues, Sabai was not that worried about it. As long as they had linen to trade for food, they could rapidly expand their population. Growing to over 1,000 people in a year should not be a problem. However, winning others' hearts was another matter, the most crucial aspect. That's great. Our tribe will have our own writing one day, Yineo shouted excitedly. In the future, I'll make time to come to the classroom to explain how to read and write. All children under 14 in the tribe must attend. The rest of you can come if you have nothing else to do. Sabai set the main task for the tribe's children, learning. Teaching writing for an hour each day would be enough for these people to start learning, and it would not take up too much time. The tribe's children were still too young for heavy work. Gathering and foraging was still too dangerous for them. Rather than running wild in the tribe, it was better for them to spend some time each day learning a few characters. Yes, I'll have someone keep an eye on those egg-stealing monkeys. Yinzio glanced towards the storage tank where a group of children were playing rowdily, thinking it was time to manage them. With limited food in the tribe, it was difficult to constantly let children eat their fill. Pausing physical training and using the time to learn how to read and write was far better than letting them cause trouble. Tomorrow, focus all efforts on searching for plants to make linen. We only have 6 days left, Sububai said in a dire tone. The premise for all his plans was that the tribe needed to have a specialty product. Linen was a crucial part of that. After all, he would not be able to produce other products even if he wanted to. He had no materials or tools. In the end, his understanding of primitive society was too limited, and the spotted deer market 6 days later was the best opportunity to trade. Understood, Yino said earnestly. The sun disappeared behind the mountains, and the sky turned gray. The tribe lit bonfires, and laughter never ceased. The aroma of roasted meat permeated the air. Inside the main teepee, Yueying had just lit a fire in the hearth. Shaman, I've brought you some dried meat. Yin Hua's clear voice sounded from outside the teepee. Come in, Sabai casually responded. He was working on a water filter, preparing to install it at a corner of the teepee. It would be enough to filter the water before use. As for promoting it to the whole tribe, there was no need for now. After all, everyone was already struggling to eat enough. Once everyone could eat and drink their fill, there would be time to promote it. Whoosh, the door flap was lifted and Yin Hua entered, carrying a piece of dried meat 1/2 meter long and wide. Yueying pursed her lips and exclaimed in surprise, today's dried meat is really big. Father told me to bring it over. Yin Hua handed over the dried meat. Yuang took the meat and turned to ask Shaman, should I roast all of the meat? Roast it all if we can finish it, Subai replied, without turning his head, as he was tying the filter to a support pole with a grass rope. After securing the filter, he dusted off his hands and turned to see Yuang struggling to cut the dried meat with a stone knife. Oh right, I got a fruit knife from the assistant's package. Subai remembered the fruit knife and turned to open a box. After receiving the shaman inheritance, he had casually put the fruit knife in this wooden box. He quickly found the fruit knife and walked over to Yuang, handing her the knife and saying, use this knife to cut meat from now on. Oh, Yuang was stunned for a moment. Her pink eyes looked at the delicate and slender knife in front of her. She hesitated. Shaman, isn't it too wasteful to use this knife to cut meat? It's not a waste. It can be used for cutting meat and fruits, Subai softly said. The fruit knife was too thin and short to be used for chopping wood as it would easily break. Yes, Yuang accepted the fruit knife with reverence. Yin Hua the dried meat and urgently take it out and have a look. Yuang slowly pulled out the fruit knife. The blade was gray and its surface was as smooth as a mirror reflecting Yuang's face. She looked at her reflection on the blade and weakly said, Shaman, this knife is too precious. Using it to cut meat seems a bit wasteful. Yin Hua's red eyes sparkled with light, completely amazed by the fruit knife. However, her status restricted her from having any other thoughts about it. Letting it sit and used would be the biggest waste. Just boldly use it, Subai waved his hand dismissively. For people of primitive society, the fruit knife was an absolute divine artifact. But for him, it was just a 20-something yuan fruit knife from the supermarket. After all, in the future, his daily assistants might provide him with more knives, making the fruit knife not really worth as much. I understand. Yuang saw Subai's insistence and did not dare to persuade him further. She gripped the fruit knife tightly and began to cut the meat. Xiaoyu, give it to me. Let me cut. Ye eagerly begged, looking like a girl asking for candy. Okay, here. Yuang glanced at Subai and saw no reaction. Thus she carefully handed over the fruit knife. It's so light. Yin Hua's small hand trembled as she took the fruit knife. The feel of it in her hand was even more amazing, and her fondness for it was evident. Yuang gave her the dried meat, and Yin Hua started cutting it with the knife. She found it incredibly easy to cut through the meat, and the feeling in her hand was almost addictive. It was much better than the dull stone knife. This knife is so sharp. It's even sharper than my father's thorn fang knife, Yin Hui exclaimed. As long as it's useful, Subai said with a small smile, sitting by the hearth, watching these two women cut meat. In fact, he had thought about trading this fruit knife for some useful materials. However, when he realized that the Flame Dragon tribe's strength was still not sufficient to protect its own wealth, he dismissed the thought. If ill-intentioned tribes set their sights on it, it would definitely bring about a disaster. The appearance of the linen weaving techniques had completely dispelled thoughts of trading the fruit knife. After all, knowledge of the creation of linen could be hidden when he made trades. However, the fruit knife was too amazing and could only be used privately. Yan Hua also realized the preciousness of the fruit knife. If word got out, it would surely attract the attention of wandering totem warriors. After cutting the meat, she seriously warned Yuang, this knife must never be taken out of the teepee. Don't let anyone else see it. I'll remember, Yuang promised. Subai shrugged. The words he wanted to say had already been said by Yan Hua. The atmosphere became a bit strange after that. The air was filled with the tempting aroma of roasted meat. The two women ate absent-mindedly. Gulp. Subai swallowed a piece of roasted meat and turned to see the two women playing with the fruit knife, cutting the roasted meat into smaller particles before quickly eating them, then cutting more meat. Shaman. Suddenly, a shout came from outside the teepee. What happened? Subai frowned, about to go out of the teepee to check. Whoosh! The teepee's door flap was immediately lifted, and Yin Zio's head poked in, his face both anxious and joyful. What happened? Did people from the Black Snake tribe manage to find us? Sub asked with a furrowed brow. No, it's not that. Yanji shook his head quickly and said in a low voice, Shaman sure is back. He found the plan for making linen. Really quickly bring it here for me to see, Sub exclaimed with delight. Yes. Yin Zio quickly stepped aside, revealing Song Shur behind him, who was holding a bundle of plants in his arms. Come in, all of you, Subai waved his hand. Yes, Yin Zio and Ser stepped into the teepee. Ser entered the teepee and put down the bundle of plants he was carrying, looking curiously at Yuang, wondering why his niece was here with the shaman. Subai crouched down and pulled out one plant. The stem was very straight with more than a dozen branching leaves. It was another unfamiliar plant. He looked up and asked, do you recognize this plant? No. Everyone shook their heads. Subai turned at Shur and asked, weren't you supposed to go hunting? How did you find this? Shur nervously scratched his face with his index finger, his eyes shifting as he honestly said, after entering the forest, we started looking for plants to make linen. We only found it this morning, knowing the tribe could make linen but lacked materials. How could he focus on hunting? He gave up hunting to search for plants. You forgot your mission. Sabai narrowed his eyes, his tone very calm. Whenever he thought about important matters, he unconsciously made this gesture. He was very dissatisfied with Tang Shi's behavior. If they had found the plant for making linen by chance while hunting, he would have praised them. However, they had abandoned their task to search for this plant. If they hadn't found the plant, there would be no prey either. If the tribe had not found linen materials and lacked food, it would lead to a series of horrendous consequences. Sunya wanted to explain but could not find a reasonable excuse. Sub's tone made him nervous, and his self-satisfaction at finding a potential linen material immediately dissipated. I'll let this go just this once. Don't ever let this happen again, Subai flatly warned. The tribe's rules must not be broken. He had many plans for the future, and if someone violated his orders, it would eventually lead to fatal consequences. It was better to let people know his attitude now, while there were early signs of trouble. This was to prevent them from testing his limits and causing irreversible consequences. I understand quickly lowered his head and responded. For some reason, he really felt afraid of the Compton shaman. It was as if it was the prelude to something bad happening. Shaman, see if this can be used to make linen. Yanjiao immediately helped to change the subject. He glared at Song Shi with annoyance. It seems like the team leader position had gone to his head. If the old shaman was still here, anyone who dared do something out of line during a hunt would definitely be severely punished. Sayre's team leader position would have been taken away. Shi sheepishly shrank his neck. Let me try first. Subai ignored their minor actions and took one end of the stem, forcefully tearing it apart. R.I.P. The stem was easily torn in half with strands of fiber being pulled out. The texture was very straight. Sub's lips curved into a smile as he tore it a few more times. He nodded and said, "This is a great plant for making linen. In fact, it is even better than the ones I remember." "That's great," Yan Zio exclaimed excitedly. "It's good that it can be used." Sira immediately felt relieved. If the plant could not be used, he would definitely be punished. Merit could offset punishment, but without merit, punishment was certain. Don't rush. There's one more step I need to do to test it. Subai shook his head, folded the torn stem, and then twisted it forcefully into a rope-like shape. "Shaman, what are you doing?" Yao asked curiously. "Testing if the plant is toxic," Subai calmly said, dripping the green juice squeezed from the stem onto his arm. This was the most basic allergy test. Everyone was stunned for a moment, unable to react in time. "Shaman, let me try," Shi called out anxiously. "Yes, let try," Yin Zio quickly added. Sayre was stunned, looking at Yin Zio in confusion. "Hey, shouldn't you also be fighting to test it well? See the results soon." Subai shook his head. There was no irritating sensation on his arm. Everyone quieted down, looking worriedly at Subua's arm, especially Yingyeo, who had already placed his hand on the stone knife at his waist, ready to immediately cut off Suba's arm if he showed signs of poisoning. This was to save his life. Of course, naturally, Subai did not know that someone was planning to cut off his arm to save him. If he had known, he would definitely have let Yanjiao do the test instead. In fact, he had preliminarily judged this plant to not be toxic. He was just testing it to be absolutely certain. He would never joke with his own life after all. After about 15 minutes, Su's arm showed no abnormalities. He chuckled. "It's not toxic. We can safely use it." "Shaman, how do we use this plant?" Yao quickly asked. "It's simple. Tear all these plants into thin strips. The thinner the better, all maintaining the length. Dry them under the sun before using them for weaving." Subai explained carefully while demonstrating how to tear the plant fibers. "It's that simple." Yin Zio and Shur exclaimed in surprise. "It's not difficult. The difficult part is the next few steps." Subai said with a smile. "Good. I'll immediately tell everyone to start tearing." Yan Zio was about to rush out of the teepee. "Wait, I have more questions." Subai called to stop the two who were about to run. "Shaman, is there anything else we need to do?" Yanjiao asked, puzzled. "I want to know if this plant is abundant. Is it easy to find?" Sub asked helplessly. "If it was too rare, large-scale production would be difficult. It's not hard to find. There's a lot deep in the forest, sure." Quickly said, Yan Zio added. "They brought back a lot. That's good. From now on, this plant will be called Ramai." Subai borrowed the name of an existing earth plant that could also be used to make linen. Ramai, Yin Zio, and Si looked at each other, then quickly nodded. Having the word mir in it made it easy to remember. "Go," and then Subai waved his hand. "Yes." The two quickly ran out of the teepee to mobilize the tribe to tear Ramai stems. Yin Zio and Song Shi left the teepee, personally instructing people to tear apart the Ramai. This was crucial for the rise of the Flame Dragon tribe. With linen, they could trade for a lot of dried meat. With enough meat to eat, they could train their bodies to become even stronger. Yin Zio walked through the tribe, calling out, "Everyone be careful when tearing. This is related to whether we can all eat our fill." Yes, everyone responded in unison. "Chieftain, should we keep Ramai a secret? I'm worried someone might spy on us." Shur scanned the surroundings and said in a low voice, Next time, let's tear the Ramai on site and then transport it back. That would be safer, and I'll discuss it with the shaman. Yin Zio nodded, thinking that it made a lot of sense. Linen production could not be leaked, not even the raw materials. By the way, why is Yuang in the shaman's teepee? Sure asked out of curiosity. From what he knew of that timid fox-eared girl, she would never dare to stay with the shaman. Yanzhao got irritated just hearing about this. You have the nerve to ask, are you showing off what's wrong? Sure scratched his face in confusion. Yan Zio's face darkened as he said irritably, she became the shaman priestess. Really Sure's purple eyes widened in delight. He asked in surprise, Chief, you want Yin Hua to become the shaman priestess? Didn't you tell Yuang to go for it? Yan Zio's face darkened even further. His fists clenched, wanting to give this man a couple of punches. No, how could I possibly tell Yuang to be the shaman priestess? She's so timid, Sang Shi said with a bitter face. If it wasn't you, how could Yuang gather the courage to move into the shaman's teepee? Yanji had been worrying himself sick over his daughter's future. I've been out hunting for 2 days. How could I have had time to tell her what to do? Sure found it hard to explain himself. Maybe you instructed her beforehand, Yao said with a sneer. Mang approached the two from behind, about to report on the tribe's affairs for the day. Hearing their argument, he realized that the person who had encouraged Yuang to enter the shaman's teepee was him. He tiptoed away, deciding that reporting tomorrow would be fine, too. He wanted to avoid getting punched by the chieftain, which would put him on the ground for an entire day. Song Shur glanced indifferently at my Mang's retreating figure, then continued to explain, Chieftain, you have to believe me. I would never force Yuang to do something she doesn't like. If it wasn't you, could it have been my daughter who encouraged her? Yanzhao rolled his eyes. Yuang becoming the shaman priestess was already an unchangeable fact. However, he could not get over it. He had been hoping for his daughter to become the shaman priestess. It's possible, Sang Shi thought for a moment, catching a glimpse of Yan Hua coming out of the main teepee from the corner of his eye. A flash of inspiration struck him, and he softly asked, Chief, think about who has been by the shaman's side the most these past few days. My daughter, Yin Zio, immediately thought of his daughter. Hasn't Yin Hua always wanted to be a totem warrior? Meanwhile, it wanted her to be a shaman priestess. Don't you think she would have asked Yuang to take her place? Shure's mind was churning faster than ever, all to avoid a beating. That's possible. Yin Zio found this to make sense. He nodded towards the main teepee, suggesting, Yin Hua is right there. Chieftain, you can call her over to ask. Yin Zio turned to look and saw his daughter walking towards her own teepee. He immediately called out, oh, come here for a moment. Yinho stopped in her tracks, looked up to see her father's dark face. She glanced at Shure beside him. She immediately realized that her recommendation of Yuang as shaman priestess had been exposed. This is bad. Father must know something. If I go over, I'll definitely get scolded. Should I pretend to not see him and hide in the shaman's teepee? For a while, Yin Hua's mind raced with various thoughts flashing by. She had thought that after a busy day, her father would forget about this morning's misunderstanding. However, seeing her father's current state, he was definitely angrier than he was in the morning. The shaman priestess incident, plus the morning's shaman poisoning misunderstanding. The anger accumulated from these two events meant she would likely get a beating if she went over. Do I hear someone calling me? Yan Hua said in confusion, ignoring Yin Zio's beckoning. She suddenly turned and ran towards the main teepee, deciding to pretend she had not seen her father. Yin Zio stared blankly as his daughter disappeared into the main teepee's door flap. He could feel his mind suddenly freeze. Chieftain Yin Hua deliberately pretended not to see you. See softly reminded. A vein bulged on Yin Zio's forehead as he slowly turned to stare at Sang Shi, grinning fiercely. Shan Shi, it's been a long time since we sparred. Right, today is a good day to practice. What? Shi was confused. You're unable to beat your own daughter, so you're taking it out on me. Let's go. Yanji grabbed one of Shi's arms and walked towards the open area in the center of the tribe. He did not dare burst into the shaman's teepee to confront his daughter. However, he was not afraid to beat Song Shi up to vent his anger. Chieftain, how can you be so unreasonable? Song cried out indignantly. Unreasonable? Yin Zio's smile became even more radiant as he fiercely grinned. You didn't even do your task and went off to do something else. I've already made up for my mistake. Shi protested. The shaman may have forgiven you, but I haven't. Yao forcibly found an excuse. No, not the face, how pitiful. My man clicked his tongue, arms crossed as he watched the two fighting with Shad and Freuda. Beside him, my mouse suddenly spoke up. Father, wasn't it you who told Yuang to go to the shaman? Keep quiet. My Mang frantically covered his son's mouth. Turning his head guiltily towards the open area, seeing that Yin Zio and Song Shi had not heard him, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He decided he needed to train his son properly. Father, don't hit it's too embarrassing. That's what you get for talking too much. You want to get your old man into trouble. What's wrong with her? Sub looked at Yuang, who was sticking her bottom up. Just now, Yin Hua had rushed into the teepee, then peeked out through the door flap. She even occasionally giggled. Yu Ying's mouth twitched as she covered her face in embarrassment and poked Yin Hua. Shiu, come quick and see. My father is beating up Uncle Tangshur. Yin Ha waved her hand without turning her head. Sister Owa Yuang called out weakly, feeling a bit embarrassed for her friend, sticking her bottom up in front of the shaman. Did she not care about her image at all? Wait, it's just getting to the good part. Yin Ho excitedly said, it's fine, just ignore her. So Bai shook his head with a smile. Hearing the commotion outside the teepee, he guessed Yanji and others were demonstrating the heroic posture of totem warriors to the tribe's children to inspire them to aspire to become totem warriors. Yueying, not looking at the embarrassing Yin Hua, asked softly, Shaman, do you want to take a bath? Sure, it would be nice to relax with a bath. Subai nodded. Remembering that the newly built bathing area had not been used yet, Yueying quickly went to the grass bed and pulled out an animal hide garment, the one she had made last night. She handed it over, timidly saying, Shaman, this is the animal hide garment I made. That's perfect. I didn't have any clothes to change into, Subai said gently, reaching out to take the garment. He could now change out of his current clothes. Shall I make another one for you? Shaman Yueying asked hopefully. Sure, we can use linen thread to sew the one after. Subai would not refuse a girl's kindness. In Yueying nodded repeatedly, already planning what kind of animal hide to use. Hi he. Yan Hua held her stomach, laughing as she pulled her head back in from the door flap. She turned around to see Sui and Yueying staring at her blankly. She asked curiously, what's wrong? No, nothing, Subai said with smiles in his eyes. He brushed it off as he walked past Yan Hua and lifted the door flap to leave the teepee. Yan Hua turned her head and asked in a low voice, Shiu, what's wrong with the shaman? Well, you were just sticking your bottom out, wiggling it at us, Yueying said with a slightly red face, describing Yin Hua's unconscious behavior. Yeah, Yin Hua's face immediately turned red, feeling a bit dizzy. She had made such an embarrassing pose in front of the shaman. She looked at Yueying dejectedly, saying, Shiu, you didn't even remind me. I poked you twice, but you didn't respond. Yueying said, pouting, don't just poke me. Why didn't you pat me instead? Yin Hua complained weakly. Yueying did not know what to do with her friend, so she changed the subject. You should go get ready. Aren't you sleeping here tonight? Oh, right. Yin Hua thought of her father's angry face and decided to really stay here for tonight. She poked her head out through the door flap and saw her father and sang sure talking to the shaman. Realizing this was her chance, she tiptoed out of the teepee to get her animal hide clothes from her own teepee. Subai caught sight of Yin Hua sneaking out of the main teepee from the corner of his eye, looking just like a thief. Shaman, should we go get more Ramai tomorrow? Yao asked in a hoarse voice. Subai looked at Yanya's swollen left eye and Ser's pair of panda eyes beside him, cheeks completely swollen. Subai held back his laughter as he glanced at the pile of Ramai that had grown to the size of a small mountain. This was all brought back by the 6 totem warriors today. Each must have carried at least 200 kg. First look for Ramai in the nearby forests. The amount we have now is enough for 3 days, Subai said, nodding slightly. All right, Yin Zioa twitched, but he endured the pain without showing weakness. He was trying his hardest to maintain his image. I'll go take a bath now. Subai turned around and immediately burst into a silent laughter. He arrived at the men's bathing area, which was currently empty as everyone was busy tearing Ramai. Thus, no one had come to bathe. It's so dark. Subai pushed open the bathing area door. It was pitch black inside with no lighting, so he could only bathe in the dark. He put down his animal hide clothes and was about to go out to fetch water when he found my Mao waiting outside with a wooden bucket of water. Shaman, my father told me to bring you this water. My Mao said, the corner of his mouth slightly swollen. Put it down. Subai nodded and asked curiously, how did you hurt that corner of your lip? I accidentally bumped into something. My Mao said with his expression a bit unnatural. All right. Subai nodded, pretending he had not heard my Mao screams from inside the teepee. My mouth silently bowed and ran off. I feel for him having a father like that. Subai commented, closing the door and started bathing. Splash, splash. The water is so cold. Subai poured water over his head and shivered all over. He started scratching his hair, finding it coarse and not smooth. He sighed and helplessly complained. No shampoo, no body wash. It's so hard to wash my hair. Splash, splash. Subai used an animal hide towel to scrub the dirt and grime off his body. He then rinsed it off with water, completing the achievement of bathing in a primitive society in another world. After putting on his new animal hide clothes, he felt quite good. There was no feeling of fur pricking his skin. Subai walked across the open area and saw everyone concentrating on tearing Ramai by the fire. Having heard that Ramai was related to whether they could fill their stomachs, everyone in the tribe was extremely focused. He quietly walked back to the teepee and saw Yueying concentrating on wiping the fruit knife. She had not even noticed he had come in. Subai put his clothes aside, ready to start learning shaman technique in preparation for the spotted deer market. 6 days later, Subai moved the box containing the shaman inheritance to the stone table. He sat cross-legged and opened the box. He He took out the animal hide scroll, which recorded the shaman technique. The old shaman did not have time to teach him any shaman technique. He had only passed on the essence of shaman scripture to use shaman technique. He could only learn from the techniques recorded in the shaman inheritance. There are 3 shaman techniques in total. I wonder what they are. Sabai spread out the animal hide scroll, looking at the shaman scripture recorded on it. He could not understand it before, but now he could roughly comprehend its meaning. This shaman scripture character represents driving away. This one represents pacification. Sabai interpreted the shaman scripture on the animal hide, taking about 10 minutes to finish decoding. Boo. He exhaled deeply, squinting his eyes to organize the essence expressed by the shaman technique, trying to fully digest and absorb it. A healing shaman technique, the curing technique. Sabai murmured to himself. This was the shaman technique recorded on the animal hide scroll with different effects from his heal skill. Curing technique is a comprehensive type of shaman technique that can cure diseases and heal wounds. It might seem impressive, but it has a major drawback due to how general its effects are. The healing or curing effect has been greatly reduced. It is not as fast as my heal skill in terms of treating wounds. Ding. Host can incorporate heal into curing technique. The system prompt suddenly sounded out. What do you mean? Sub asked in his mind. Ding. Heal is a branch of the curing technique. After merging, your curing technique would be turned into a skill the system explained in detail. What about its uses? Will it conflict with the creation of shaman bone tablets? Sabai asked with furrowed brows. The shaman bone tablets were the key point. He was the only shaman. In the future, when totem warriors went out to hunt without him around, they could only rely on shaman bone tablets. After all, the injured might not be able to hold on until they returned back to the tribe for him to treat them. Totem warriors were the pillars of a tribe. Losing one would be a great loss. Ding. After merging, the curing technique can consume either mental energy or shaman power. Both types of powers can be used. Its usability will also remain unchanged. The system announced in a cold tone. This will not conflict with the creation of shaman bone tablets. Rather, now shaman bone tablets made with the curing technique will be improved and be greatly optimized. In that case, let's merge them. Subs think that the heal skill and curing technique overlapped, although heal could become as comprehensive as the curing technique if it got upgraded. Why waste time on it when there was a better option? Ding. Merge successful. The system prompt sounded. System. Open my character attribute panel. Attribute panel host. Subai stamina 2.1 ordinary person 1. Strength 2.22 ordinary person. 1 speed 2.1 ordinary person. 1 mental energy 12 ordinary person. 1 shaman power 14,100 totem flame dragon profession. Junior shaman author skills. Curing technique. LV 130 out of 100 description. You have escaped the subhealthy state of an ordinary person and become a shaman with extraordinary power. Please remember your original aspiration. After merging, the proficiency has increased by 27 points. My shaman power has increased by 2 points. Sabai looked at his attribute panel. He was quite satisfied with the curing technique. In the future, if he fell ill, one use of the curing technique would heal the disease. It was much better than heal, which only targeted physical injuries. Great, let's immediately learn the next shaman technique. Sabai struck while the iron was hot, taking out another animal hide scroll from the box and spreading it out to read. This shaman scripture is about increasing strength. This is interesting. It actually doubles one's kai. Sabai quickly decoded the recorded shaman technique and his eyes brightened. It's actually a blessing shaman technique, the strength enhancement technique. Sabai murmured. This was the type of shaman technique he was seeking. It was a technique that could enhance one's attribute. In other words, it could increase strength, giving him another means of protecting himself against enemies. Sabai closed his eyes and mobilized his shaman power, forming shaman runes according to the shaman scripture recorded. As long as shaman power could form shaman runes, it meant that the shaman technique would be successfully released. Half an hour later, Hui seems like it will take some time to fully master it. Sabai exhaled deeply. Shaman runes were extremely difficult to form. Shaman power were floaty and weak. It required one to mobilize and compress them to form shaman runes before successfully releasing a shaman technique system. Why can the curing technique be learned immediately? Sabai asked in his mind. Ding. This is due to the existing skill. The curing technique and your heal skill are essentially connected. Meanwhile, the strength enhancement technique is of a completely different nature. The system explained indifferently. He turned his head towards the box and murmured, now there's only one last shaman technique left. Sabai picked up a noticeably heavier animal hide scroll and slowly spread it out. He found that the shaman scripture recorded inside was far denser. This shaman scripture character means impact. This one means fluctuation. Half an hour later, he finally finished decoding the shaman scripture. No wonder the old shaman told me to be careful of other shamans before he died. Turns out that old man wasn't so simple either. He is actually able to perform all three types of shaman techniques. Subai's lips curved upwards. He now understood why the old shaman could lead the flame dragon tried to migrate. Divination, shaman technique, collapsing vertigo technique. This was the last shaman technique, and it was the most bizarre one. After reading it through and having enough of an understanding, Subai concluded divination, shaman techniques are actually an application of mental energy. The collapsing vertigo technique could make people fall into a state of unconsciousness. As for how long the effect could last, he would only know after learning it. This divination shaman technique will be a bit difficult to learn. It will take about 3 days. Subai sighed helplessly, feeling that it was too slow. If the old shaman knew about this, he would surely come back to life to strangle Subai. Other shamans needed at least 30 days to learn a shaman technique, but for Subai, it only took 1 to 3 days, yet he still had the audacity to think it was too slow. Well, set out in 3 days, so I need to make more shaman bone tablets and focus on the blessing shaman technique. Subai thought for a moment and made arrangements. Going to other tribes to trade, especially trading linen, would surely attract the attention of others. It would provoke greed. If he did not prepare more means, he might be swallowed up by the other tribes. Subai did not want to be a fat sheep waiting for his predator to eat him. He wanted to be the tiger pretending to be a pig. At the very least, have some power to intimidate others. He carefully put away the 3 animal hide scrolls of shaman techniques. They would now be ready to be passed on to the next shaman in the future. The only one I know now is the curring technique. Let's start by making shaman bone tablets for it. Subai picked out the animal hide scroll, recording how to make shaman bone tablets. He spread the animal hide scroll on the stone table. It was twice as long as the one recording shaman techniques. It was filled with shaman scripture and some diagrams. There are even diagrams. What kind of ferocious beast is in this drawing? Subai glanced over it roughly and found that the animal hide scroll had simple drawings of a ferocious beast and 2 plants. He started reading carefully from the beginning, occasionally muttering. The making of shaman bone tablets requires a special material formula to allow shaman power to be sealed for a long time. The size of the engraved shaman runes determines the flow of shaman power. If any material in the formula exceeds the proportions, it will lead to a series of consequences, such as shaman power not being able to be retained or becoming stuck, or delayed activation of the shaman techniques, etc. When injecting materials into the shaman runes, shaman power must be infused. The whole process must be completed in one go to successfully make a shaman bone tablet. The shaman needs to know the shaman technique to make shaman bone tablets for this technique. The most precious thing on this animal hide scroll is the material formula as well as the methods and locations to obtain the materials. Subai spent half an hour carefully reading through the scroll. He pinched the bridge of his nose between his eyes to relieve his eye fatigue. When he put his hand down, he saw a cup of water on the corner of the stone table, not knowing when it had been placed there. Gulp. Subai drank the water, his eyes looking towards the corner of the teepee where he saw Yin combing Yin Hua's hair. He finished the water and put down the wooden cup. He turned his attention back to making shaman bone tablets. He took out the 3 shaman bone tablets left by the old shaman from the box. Each shaman bone tablet was as big as a palm. They were engraved with a complex shaman runes. Some looked like a leafless tree, some looked like an eye, some looked like a pair of bull horns. Having just learned the 3 shaman techniques, Subai immediately recognized the representative shaman rune patterns of the 3 techniques. The shaman bone tablet with the leafless tree shaman rune pattern engraved on it was the curring technique. The shaman bone tablet with the ice shaman rune pattern was engraved with the collapsing vertigo technique. The shaman bone tablet with the bullhorn shaman rune pattern was engraved with the strength enhancement technique. These shaman bone tablets are really big. Subai played with the shaman bone tablets. He imagined himself hanging a dozen shaman bone tablets on his body. Surely no one would dare to provoke him if he did so. No, that's too ridiculous. He immediately shook off this idea. Shaman bone tablets were mainly for totem warriors to use. Knowing shaman techniques himself was enough to deal with unexpected situations since he could cast them himself. Let's try making one. Subai rummaged through the box and quickly found what he wanted. Laying everything out on the stone table, there were about 10 items in total, 7 smoothly polished animal bones, each about the size of a palm. A small smooth red tooth knife made from the teeth of an unknown ferocious beast. A brush made from the white hair of an unknown ferocious beast. A small bowl made from the skull of an unknown ferocious beast with a row of animal teeth and laid around the edge. A wooden pestle for scales from an unknown ferocious beast. A dried unknown plants. A very rough piece of tree bark. The last item was ferocious beast blood. It was in a bottle made of animal bone. The stopper was also made of polished animal bone. Looking at the items on the table, Sabai felt like an evil wizard from Earth's Middle Ages, as if he was about to perform an evil ritual. He shook his head to clear away these random thoughts and picked up the prepared animal bone. Following the method recorded on the shaman bone tablet, he first injected the animal bone with shaman power to test the quality of the ferocious beast bone. If it could not even contain a shaman power, it would not be suitable for making shaman bone tablets. Regularly nourishing the animal bone with shaman power will make the resulting shaman bone tablet more powerful. Sabai remembered what was recorded on the animal hide scroll. Looking at the bone in his hand, he could not feel any shaman power in it. It was just a processed piece of ferocious beast bone. There's no time to nourish the animal bones now. Sabai only had 3 days to prepare. He needed to make as many shaman bone tablets as possible. In the future, when he had time, he would slowly nourish the animal bones and make some high-quality shaman bone tablets. According to the animal hide scroll, I first need to carve out the grooves for the shaman runes on the animal bone and fill it with materials that can absorb shaman power. Sabai looked again at the production process recorded on the animal hide scroll. He picked up the red tooth knife, preparing to carve on the animal bone. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 10 seconds, he held the red tooth knife, not knowing where to start, and frustratedly complained, "This won't work. Carving without any guidelines will end up crooked 9 out of 10 times. I need to find another way." Sabai frowned, thinking, planning whether to first draw guidelines of the shaman runes on the animal bone. He scanned the limited materials on the stone table and immediately decided, I must draw out a guideline first. After that, I can carve it out. "Shioyu, bring me a piece of charcoal." Sabai softly called out, "Okay." Yuang quickly responded, pushing off Yin Hua, who was lying on her lap and quickly running towards the hearth. Yin Hua yawned sleepily, almost falling asleep while Yuang was playing with her hair and ears. She looked at the figure by the stone table, feeling somewhat emotional. Being a shaman isn't easy. Studying about shaman epistemology all night, Yuang picked 2 cooled pieces of charcoal from the hearth and ran back to Sabai softly asking, "Shaman, will these do?" "Yes." Sabai chose a thumb-sized piece of charcoal and started sharpening it with the red tooth knife, making it very pointy. After sharpening, he saw Yuang still standing nearby and gently said, "It's fine. You can go busy yourself. If you're tired, you can sleep first." "Okay," Yuang replied, shaking her fox ears. Sabai took the charcoal and began sketching on the animal bone, using the animal hide to erase mistakes. Half an hour later, he barely managed to draw the guideline, though it still did not look very nice. Phew, Sabai blew the charcoal dust clean from the animal bone and smiled. "Fortunately, I didn't start carving directly. Otherwise, I would have wasted an animal bone." He wiped the red tooth knife clean with animal hide, focused his mind, and began carving, following the guideline, carefully scraping away bone fragments. After half an hour later, "I'm finally done." Sabai shook his wrist, shaking off the bone fragments. He exclaimed with a wry smile, "I wonder how the old shaman carved them out." Did he practice on animal bones all the time it took him an hour just to complete the carrier for a single shaman bone tablet? And that was with him drawing out the guideline. If he had carved directly, it would have been unqualified to be used. Good. Next is to prepare the materials to fill the shaman rune groups. Sabai put down the animal bone and picked up the bowl made from a ferocious beast skull. Looking at the animal hide scroll, he muttered softly, 3 petals from a sunflower, 3 curved hook grass, 25 drops of star pattern unicorn, ferocious beast blood. He began searching on the stone table according to the descriptions on the animal hide scroll. The sunflower was easy to find, as there was only one type of flower on the table. The fist-sized sunflowers had been dried under the sun, its dehydrated petals shriveled and curled. There were 4 sunflowers in total, each with 6 petals, 3 petals. Sabai plucked 3 petals from a sunflower and tossed them into the ferocious beast skull bowl. He then looked for the curved hook grass, which was also easy to identify, as there was only one plant that looked like a fish hook. The naming convention of primitive society is so simple. Sabai picked up 3 grass roots, which felt as hard as dried tree roots, and put them in the bowl. Next is the blood of a star pattern unicorn ferocious beast. The trickiest part is getting exactly 25 drops of blood. Sabai felt troubled as the size of blood drops could vary greatly with no standard measurement. He picked up the ferocious beast bone bottle containing the beast blood and forcefully pulled out the stopper. He was surprised to find a pure white bone spike on the stopper. Amazing. It doesn't stick to the blood even when soaked in it. Sabai looked at the bone spike connected to the bottle stopper and saw blood slowly sliding off it without leaving any residue. He frowned in thought, watching the blood drip onto the animal hide. He suddenly realized the old shaman had already arranged everything. The blood sliding off the bone spike should count as 1 drop, 1 drop, 2 drops, 25 drops. Sabai dipped the bone spike on the bottle stopper into the beast blood, dripping it into the bowl drop by drop, quickly completing 25 drops. He put the stopper back onto the bone bottle inside, and relief. Finally got all the material proportions right. How is it coming back alive? Sabai was surprised to see what was happening in the ferocious beast skull bowl. After absorbing the star-patterned unicorn ferocious beast blood, the shriveled sunflower petals were slowly turning reddish gold. He remembered the details from the animal hide scroll and watched the bowl intently. As time passed, the reddish gold sunflower petals actually started to slowly dissolve. The curved hook grass, hard as dried tree roots, also began to dissolve, just like ice meeting the sun. They completely melted into the beast blood, turning the red blood into a reddish gold color. This is amazing. It feels like I'm doing a chemistry experiment. Sabai looked at the slightly viscous reddish gold mixture in the bowl. He picked up the white beast hairbrush from the stone table, stroked the brush head, and found it extremely smooth. It felt like silk to the touch. I wonder what ferocious beast it is from. It would be very comfortable to make clothes with, Sabai commented, feeling it was no worse than earth's silk. He composed himself as there was just one last step. If he could successfully fill the shaman runes, the first shaman bone tablet would be complete. Sabai took a deep breath, slowly extending the beast fur brush towards the bowl made from a ferocious beast skull. His peripheral vision quickly scanned the animal hide scroll, rapidly locating a recorded passage from the first to the completion of the shaman rune. There must be no interruption. At points where the shaman rune is thicker, more material should be used. The same if it is thinner, less material should be used. Only when done in one breath can it be perfect. He now fully understood this sentence. Anyone who had written with a brush would understand. It was about varying the pressure of the brush. Sabai had written with a brush before. In junior high, his school revived an interest in ancient Chinese culture. One of the elective courses was calligraphy. He had practiced calligraphy seriously for a period of time, though he gradually set it aside. He dipped the beast fur brush into the bowl and focused his attention onto the brush. To his surprise, he found that the beast fur brush had completely absorbed the reddish gold liquid from the bowl, leaving no trace behind. How miraculous, truly befitting of a shaman tool, Sabai marveled. He then closed his eyes and began to form the shaman runes for the curring technique. He suddenly opened his eyes, a faint crystalline green light emanating from his hand and quickly spreading to the beast fur brush. I hope my previous calligraphy experience will be of some use. Sabai concentrated, carefully controlling the shaman power in the beast fur brush as his arm slowly descended towards the bone. The moment the brush touched down, the crystalline green light on the beast fur brush continuously fluctuated. The reddish gold liquid was forced out from the brush tip following the brush strokes along the shaman rune's grooves on the bone. Sabai clenched, his teeth and veins were visible on his forehead. He focused intently on controlling the movement of the beast fur brush. The reason the shaman runes had to be completed in one breath was that some parts needed to overlap, which needed less liquid and shaman power. Only when overlaps contained the required amount of shaman power could the shaman runes be complete. It seemed like a long time had passed, but in reality, the entire process took less than 30 seconds before the entire shaman runes were inlaid with shaman power and materials. I'm finally done. Sabai relaxed, gently setting down the beast fur brush and immediately picking up the shaman bone tablet to examine. The newly completed shaman bone tablet felt slightly warm to the touch with the shaman rune on it flickering with a crystalline green light. Did it succeed? Sub's lips curled into his smile, his black eyes gleaming as he happily gazed at the shaman bone tablet in his hand. He felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. He turned the shaman bone tablet over in his hands, softly saying, "The shaman bone tablet isn't that difficult after all." A small but crisp breaking sound rang out. Sabai's smile froze. His black eyes shifted downward to look at the shaman bone tablet in his hand. He clearly saw several glaring cracks on the shaman bone tablet. He grimaced and sighed. Did it fail? I guess it's impossible to succeed on the first try. No matter how much of a prodigy he might be, it was impossible to successfully create a shaman bone tablet on his first attempt. Sabai quickly adjusted his mindset and began searching for the reason for the failure. He lowered his head to review the records on the animal hide scroll, finding the answer at the end of the scroll. Comparing it with the cracks on the shaman bone tablet, which started from the edges of the shaman runes and extended outwards like river branches, he understood. So it's not a complete failure. It can be considered a semi-finished product. It's just that the shaman power can't be sealed for too long. Sabai sighed in slight relief. The animal hide scroll recorded the failed experiences of the ancestors. If the entire shaman bone tablet had shattered, it would mean the bone itself was unsuitable for making the tablet. The cracks on a shaman bone tablet were caused by an excess of shaman power. If the color of the shaman rune on the shaman bone tablet was not visible or broken, these were all due to incorrect proportions of materials or insufficient shaman power being injected. The records of the ancestors have truly saved me from many trials and errors, Sububai said with gratitude. He played with the shaman bone tablet, chuckling. I wonder how effective this is. System open the attribute panel. I want to see how much shaman power I've consumed. Attribute panel host. Zubai stamina 2.1 ordinary person, 1 strength 2 ordinary person, 1 speed 2.1 ordinary person, 1 mental energy 12 ordinary person, 1 shaman power 9 14 out of 100 totem flame dragon profession junior shaman author skills, curring technique LV 131 out of 100 description. You have escaped the subhealthy state of an ordinary person and become a shaman with extraordinary power. Please remember your original aspiration. 1 shaman bone tablet actually consumed 5 points of shaman power. Subai immediately furrowed his brow. The consumption was higher than expected. Without accounting for the failure rate, he could only make 2 shaman bone tablets a day at this rate. He asked the system in his mind, System, how much shaman power do I need to use for a shaman technique ding? 2 points of shaman power. Subai was now not surprised by this consumption ratio. After all, one was for immediate release while the other needed to be sustained for a period of time. The latter consuming more was normal. He continued to ask in his mind, will the shaman power consumption decrease after I become proficient in making shaman bone tablets ding? Yes. The host can integrate mental energy, which can also reduce the consumption of shaman power. The system answered, will it affect the efficacy? Subai had thought about adding mental energy, but was not certain about the effects and dared not waste the little material he had. Ding, the efficacy of the curring technique will be doubled. Subai was stunned for a moment then grinned. He had not expected mental energy to be so powerful. Actually able to double the effect of the curring technique, it seemed like as long as someone was not dead, they could most likely be saved. This was indeed an unexpected surprise. Yin Hua poked the fox-eared girl's waist with her small hand, whispering, Xia Yuyu, take a quick look at the shaman. Yueying looked over, seeing Subai holding a piece of animal bone, grinning silently. She moved closer to the cowhorn girl, asking worriedly, Sister Awa, what's wrong with the shaman? Maybe he solved some difficult problem. That's why he's so happy, Yin Hua said, tilting her head in thought. Is that so? Yueying frowned. Shouldn't one laugh out loud when happy? Why don't you go and ask? Yin Hua suggested, pursing her lips. No, let's not. It might disturb the shaman. Yueying hesitated, shaking her head. If she could not be of help, it was better not to interfere with the shaman. It was best for her to just quietly wait for instructions. You won't be disturbing him. It's very late now. You should remind the shaman to rest. Yen Hua pointed at the teepee door flap, saying, everyone's already asleep. Don't let the shaman get too tired. All right, fine. Yueying listened attentively. Indeed, there was no noise outside. She was a bit worried about the shaman's health. Yesterday, he had been busy until very late before sleeping. Today, he had been busy all day, and now he was staying up late again. Go on quickly, Yen Hua urged. Yueying stood up, biting her lip, and walked to the stone table. She opened and closed her mouth, unsure of what to say. As the shaman priestess, would it be too presumptuous to ask the shaman to rest? Would the shaman get angry with me? Subai put down the shaman bone tablet, looking at the conflicted fox-eared girl before him. He gently asked Shia, what's wrong? Yueying blurted out nervously. Shaman, do you want to sleep together? Subai was stunned, doubting if he had heard her correctly. Yin Hua covered her face helplessly, inwardly complaining, this fool, she will definitely be bullied in the future. She can't even correctly string a simple sentence. No, that's not it. I'm going to ask if you want to sleep with us. Yuying's face turned red, realizing she had misspoken again. She waved her hands as she said, I said it wrongly again. I mean to ask if you would want to sleep. It's all right. I understand, Subai said with a warm smile, comforting the fox-eared girl who was about to cry. Yueying lowered her head shyly, but her fox ears were standing straight up as if replacing her eyes. Hey, Yin Hua sighed helplessly, standing up and striding over to the fox-eared girl's side. She spoke up to break the awkward moment. Shaman Shiyu saw that you've been busy all day and wants you to sleep early. All right, let's rest early then. Subai indeed felt a bit tired. Making shaman bone tablets was indeed mentally exhausting. Yin Hua noticed the shaman bone tablet on the stone table, her red eyes brightening up as she hesitantly asked Shaman, is this a shaman bone tablet? Yes, it's a shaman bone tablet. I just tried making one, Subai said while stretching. Yan Hua's eyes widened in shock as she asked, Shaman, you've already made a shaman bone tablet. It failed. Actually, it's a half-finished product, Subai said helplessly. Yanha looked at Subai in disbelief, her red eyes trembling as if looking at a monster. What's wrong? Sub asked, puzzled. Yan Hua composed herself and excitedly stated, Shaman, do you know how difficult it is to make a shaman bone tablet? Very difficult. Extremely difficult, Subai nodded emphatically. Yinha was at a loss for words. Her red eyes were glancing at the shaman bone tablet on the stone table. It seems like anyone can say it is difficult except for the shaman. He has no right to say so. Who? She took a deep breath and solemnly said, I heard my father say that for a new shaman to make a shaman bone tablet, it'll take at least a year. A year. Suba was stunned, repeating in disbelief. Are you sure it really takes a year to make a shaman bone tablet? Yes. This is what I overheard. A him. That's what my father said himself. Yin Hua almost let it slip. It's not so difficult that it'll take a year, right? Subai frowned, perplexed. That I'm not sure about. Yin Hua shook her head, her red eyes curiously looking at the shaman bone tablet on the stone table. If you want to look, go ahead and take it, Subai said with amusement, seeing the cowhorn girl's furtive glances. He directly handed her the shaman bone tablet. Hiki Yin Hua smiled sheepishly, quickly taking the shaman bone tablet. She knew what shaman bone tablets looked like, however, she had never handled one herself. After all, shaman bone tablets were very important in the tribe. Even totem warriors carried them around like treasure, not even allowing their own children to touch them. Oh, there are cracks, Yin Hua observed carefully, noticing the fine cracks on the surface. Yes, that's why it's a half-finished product, Subai said calmly. He was tidying up the things on the stone table, wrapping everything in animal hide by category so he wouldn't have to rummage through everything next time. Can the shaman bone tablet be used? Yin Hua softly asked. It can, but the shaman power won't last that long, Subai shrugged. How many days can it last? Yin Ha asked curiously. About 10 days or so, Subai replied casually. That's already very good, Yin Hua said, reluctantly handing the shaman bone tablet back. She now understood why the shaman had been smiling earlier. He had indeed made a shaman bone tablet, even if it would only last for 10 days. It still represented some kind of success. Subai took back the shaman bone tablet and softly said, when you become a totem warrior, I'll make a shaman bone tablet for you. Really? Yin Hua's red eyes lit up. Really? Subai said with certainty. In the future, every totem warrior in the tribe would be equipped with a shaman bone tablet. This would increase their survival rate during hunts. Only totem warriors could activate shaman bone tablets with Therki. Giving one to the cow horn girl now would be useless. I will definitely become a totem warrior. Yina said seriously. There was only half a year left until the totem awakening ceremony. All right, let's all go to sleep, Subai said, having finished tidying up. Okay, Inha nodded, pulling the shy fox-eared girl towards the hay bed. Shaman, shaman. A soft, adorable voice called out near his ear, making Subai instinctively want to listen more closely. Subai slowly opened his eyes, looking hazily at the person before him. He blinked hard, and after getting more awake, he could clearly see who it was in front of him. Shaman, wake up, Yuang softly called out. The chieftain and team leader Songshur are outside the teepee requesting to see you. Good morning. Subin sleepily sitting up and asked, have they been waiting long? He knew why the two were waiting outside so early. It was mainly for matters regarding linen. They probably did not dare to disturb him, so they were just waiting outside in. They've been waiting since the sky just started to brighten, Yuang said in a soft voice. Oh, Sub was stunned for a moment, then looked up towards the top of the teepee. He could already see sunlight shining in. Judging by the sunrise for the past 2 days, the two had been waiting outside the teepee for 3 to 4 hours. They're really anxious. Subai shook his head with a wry smile. Last night he made a shaman bone tablet for the first time. Due to mental exhaustion, he needed more deep sleep to recover his energy. Shaman, do you want to meet them? Yuang softly asked. She had summoned the courage to wake the shaman up only because she saw how long the chieftain and Uncle Shur had been waiting. Let's go, there's a lot to do today. Subai got up, stretched, and walked towards the teepee door flap. Shaman, you haven't eaten any meat yet, Yuang called out hurriedly. When you've cooked it, bring it over. Subai replied without looking back, lifting the door flap to go out. Shaman, Yin Zio, and Sona greeted awkwardly. With their hearing, they could certainly hear the conversation inside the teepee, which made them feel uneasy. Let's go send someone to Gu's place to bring the things I asked him to make to the classroom, Subai said, walking towards the classroom. I'll go get them. Shur turned and ran off. Shaman, you should eat something first, Yin Zio said, feeling guilty. It's fine to eat later, Subai shook his head, scanning the surroundings. He saw many people turning over the rami fibers. He walked forward to examine the fiber strips. After a night of exposure, he found that they had lost their moisture. Find a few people with dexterous hands to come to the classroom, Subai instructed, turning his head while picking up a handful of fiber strips before walking towards the classroom. Understood. Yin Zio turned to find people. Subai arrived at the classroom to see Song Shur already waiting with an arm full of wood. His purple eyes were looking at him with anticipation. Shaman Gumu said the rest will be made by this afternoon. Shur stepped forward and said, we'll use these things later. Put them down for now, Subai nodded. Okay, C nodded. Shaman, I've brought the people you've asked for. Yin Zio ran in, followed by 7 or 8 women ranging from their 20s to 40s. Everyone come over, I'll teach you something. Subai waved his hand and called out. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of women immediately surrounded him. Their eyes were bright as they looked at Subai. Their gazes were filled with curiosity about the shaman. We need to process these fibers to turn them into threads suitable for weaving linen. Subai scanned the crowd, seeing that everyone was very quiet, and began to slowly teach. You need to pull these thicker fiber strips into thinner strands, then start twisting them bit by bit. Be especially careful at the connecting points of the fibers. He picked up a fiber and demonstrated on the spot, his fingers clumsily twisting it into a thread, trying to make it clear for everyone to see. This was crucial for the weaving of linen. After twisting it into thread, find a piece of wood and do his undoing. Winding the thread around the wood to form a coil, Subai slowed his movements. He spent about 10 minutes explaining, breaking down the steps one by one. Do you understand? Subai put down the coil of thread in his hand. He scanned the people around him and asked, does anyone not understand? If you don't understand, you need to ask questions. We understand. It's not very difficult. It seems similar to twisting grass rope. The women all spoke up. Twisting this kind of thread was a simple task for them. Very good. Your task is to twist all the fibers outside into threads. Subai said seriously. Leave it to us. The women responded in unison. They all began to work, their fingers quickly twisting to produce threads much faster than Subai. Shaman, should we keep the method of making these threads a secret? Yan Zio asked in a low voice. There's no need to keep it a secret. Sub shook his head. The method to create these threads was not really that important. In primitive society, people twisted grass ropes. With a little imagination, one could figure out how to make such threads with ease. The same logic applied to the materials. If someone really wanted to find it, they could find plants similar to ramai with some time and effort. Shaman, people might steal this technique, Yin Zio said urgently. Don't worry, as long as the core technology isn't stolen, it's fine. Subai waved his hand. The core aspect of linen was the loom. As for thread and such, there were many substitutes. Without a loom, no amount of threads would be useful. What should we do next? Yan Zio asked in a low voice. Don't rush. We can't move to the next step until we have more threads. Subai softly said, I'll get everyone to twist threads. Yin Zio rushed off. Tap, tap. Shaman, the meat is ready to eat. Yuang came running and holding 7 or 8 skewers of grilled meat in her hands. Have you eaten? Subai reached out to take a skewer, eating it in large bites. No. Yuying's fox ears twitched as she shook her head. Then eat with me. Subai took a skewer of grilled meat from the fox-eared girl's hand and naturally held it to her mouth. MMP before Yuang could refuse. Her mouth was stuffed with grilled meat. Shur stood behind them, watching them interact. A satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his lip. He touched his bruised eye socket, suddenly feeling that being beaten by the chieftain was not all that bad. After all, his timid niece finally had someone to rely on. After finishing the grilled meat, Subai began inspecting the tribe to prevent anyone from making the threads of uneven thickness. It could not be too thick or too thin. Such inconsistency would result in hideous linen. Linen would become the Flame Dragon tribe's future specialty product. Its reputation could not be ruined when they were just starting out. For a tribe to develop and grow stronger, it needs an economic source. In primitive society, there was no currency. Trade was done solely through barter, so each tribe's specialty products serve as currency. Shaman, we already have dozens of thread shuttles. Yin Zio rushed over. Thread wound around wooden sticks was called a shuttle. Behind him was a cowhorn girl along with Dua, Weiming, and several other totem warriors. They were all carrying thread shuttles. Then let's go, I'll teach you how to weave linen. Subai nodded. The group hurriedly arrived at the classroom. Everyone gathered around Subai to watch. Weaving linen requires patience. You might not be able to weave a roll of linen in a day. If you make a mistake halfway through, that roll of linen would become partially wasted, Subai warned with a serious expression. He was not going to allow defective goods to be traded, as this concerned the Flame Dragon tribe's reputation. If their reputation was ruined now, it would become an obstacle to expanding the tribe in the future. I'll keep an eye on everyone, Yin Zio quickly promised. The loom needs to be fixed at both ends. The straight threads are called warp threads. Use sticks to tie the divided threads. The thread that goes through the warp threads is called the weft threads. After assembling the loom, Subai began to explain the threads cross up and down, with the wee threads needing to be shuttled through. After one loop firmly pressed, this affects the density of the linen sylvan. So warp threads are, and wee threads are as identical to through the warp threads. In looms, only the weft thread moves, and it moves with what is called a shuttle. Every time a new warp thread goes through, you need to push it down to compress it. It was already 2 hours later when he finished explaining, with the most time-consuming part being Hansen teaching. It was obvious that the totem warriors were too clumsy with handwork. Yin Hua silently came to Subai's side, glancing at her father and the other totem warriors who could even get stuck threading a shuttle. She suggested in a tiny voice, "Shaman, I think we should find women to do these things. They're really clumsy. That makes sense." Sabai nodded affirmatively as totem warriors. Yinzio, Dua, and the others were not that far away. With their hearing, they naturally heard the cowhorn girl's words. To protect the secret of weaving linen from leaking, they had personally taken on the task. However, reality made them realize they were useless in the production of linen. Ahem, ahum. Yinzhao coughed awkwardly twice, glaring at the cowhorn girl. He spoke with faint calmness. "We now understand how linen is woven. Next, we should find people to come and weave linen. Yes, we can't delay any longer." Du agreed. "Then I'll leave it to you," Sabai said with a smile. He had taught what needed to be taught. With the enthusiasm of Yin Zio and the others, he did not need to supervise them anymore. Yes, they all responded in unison. "Shaman, should we move out? We are occupying this classroom." Yin Zio quickly asked. He remembered. Sabai said he wanted to teach children reading and writing. If they were occupying the classroom, they should move to another location to weave linen. Teaching writing can wait until we return from the spotted deer tribe. Besides, the sun is blazing outside. Other teepees aren't as big as this place. Sabai softly said he needed to use his time now to make shaman bone tablets. At the very least, each totem warrior should have one before he could focus on other things. "All right," Yo nodded in response. "Then I'll be going," Sabai softly said. Yes, several people quickly responded. Sabai left the classroom with the fox-eared girl to return back to the main teepee. He wanted to make shaman bone tablets and prepare for the market 2 days later. Tap tap. Yinzio saw Subai's disappearing figure and noticed the cowhorn girl standing still. Thinking of what his daughter had just said, he immediately felt his teeth itch with rage. He asked with a stern face, "What are you doing here?" Huyan Hua was a bit confused and said blankly, "I'm here to help. Help, we don't need your help here." Yinzio waved his hand as if shooing away mosquitoes and said, "Don't get in the way. Quickly go and follow the shaman. The shaman is making shaman bone tablets, so I won't go and disturb him," Yin Hua said, rolling her eyes. What everyone's eyes widened. Seeing their dumbfounded expressions, Yin Hua thought of her own shocked reaction last night and said with a smirk, "The shaman can already make shaman bone tablets. He made a half-finished one on his first try last night." "Oh wow, you're not joking, are you?" Yeo frowned and asked. Yin Hua folded her arms and said with a pout, "If you don't believe me, go ask him." Everyone was suddenly speechless. "If I'm not needed here, then I'll go train." Yin Ha waved her hand and turned to leave. Yeo watched his daughter's retreating figure, feeling strangely like a failure. He was no longer able to control his own daughter. "Chieftain, should we go ask the shaman about the shaman bone tablet?" My Mang asked with a frown. "That matter isn't urgent. Let's settle the linen issue first." Yin Zio shook his head. "If they were to ask, now is not the time." "All right, I'll go find more people first." Dua turned and left. I hope what she said is true. Yao sighed, squatting down to continue studying the loom. If they really had more shaman bone tablets, then he would dare challenge a pure-blood ferocious beast. He would even prepare to break through to mid-stage totem warrior. Sabai returned to the teepee with the fox-eared girl and sat down at the stone table, suddenly feeling like he had forgotten something. "Shaman, do you want to rest a bit more?" Yuang came over with a cup of water, feeling a bit guilty for waking the shaman so early in the morning. "No need. I've slept enough already," Sabai gently said. Speaking of sleep, he remembered that it was already the second day and he had not checked in with the daily assistance system yet. "Then please call me if you need anything," Yuang said softly, putting down the cup of water and preparing to get some fibers to twist into threads. She wanted to use the threads to sew animal hide clothes for the shaman to change into. Sabai nodded, watching the fox-haired girl turn to leave. In his mind, he instructed system check-in. Ding, check-in successful. Open it. Ding. "Congratulations, host has received low-grade assistance. One sewing needle." As soon as Sabai heard the message, he felt a slight coolness in his palm. Reflexively, he raised his hand to look. There in his palm lay a sewing needle. It was a large one, about 5 cm long. He pinched the needle between and complained, "It's really daily, even giving out a sewing needle. Well, this sewing needle has come at a good time. If I give it to Shayu, she can sew a few linen clothes." Sabai quickly found a use for the sewing needle. It was perfect timing. He did feel that the animal hide clothes were a bit uncomfortable, especially when sleeping or sitting down. The vines at the joints always kept moving around. The people of the Flame Dragon tribe all had animal hide clothes connected with small vines which were far from comfortable to wear. Grass ropes were not durable, breaking with just a little force. So over time, everyone had started using vines. Swoosh. The teepee door flap was lifted, and the fox-eared girl came in with a small bunch of fibers. "Shaioyu, come here for a moment." Sabai beckoned. Coming, Yuang quickly trotted over. "Here, you should know how to use this, right?" Sabai held out the sewing needle. "This is." Yuang blinked her pink eyes when her small hand took the sewing needle. Seeing the eye of the needle at the end, she immediately understood what it was for. She excitedly exclaimed, "Shaman, this needle can be used to sew clothes. It's for you," Subai gently said. Yu Ying's cheeks flushed red as she said with all her heart, "I will cherish it." "Good," Subai smiled. Yu Ying looked at Suba's black eyes, especially that clean smile on his face. She immediately covered her face in embarrassment and ran away. How interesting. Subai smiled knowingly, joking to himself. It's worth coming to this primitive society just to tease this fox-eared girl. He opened the inheritance box, laid everything out on the stone table again, and began making today's shaman bone tablet. The guidelines need to be more precise. Last night's failure is probably partly due to the shaman rune not being drawn and carved out accurately enough. Subai recalled the steps from last night, slowly analyzing the mistakes he had made. He once again used charcoal sharpened with the red tooth knife and began drawing the guideline on the animal bone. This time it took 20 minutes to complete the guideline. He was clearly 10 minutes faster than yesterday. That's not right. How is it that I've improved so quickly? Subai frowned. From what he knew of himself, his learning ability was not bad, but it was not exceptional enough to improve this quickly. He pondered for a while. The only difference from when he was on Earth was that he had become a shaman. It seems like the shaman inheritance has developed my brain. Am I really going to become a genius? Subai quickly accepted this hypothesis. He shook off his wild thoughts and lowered his head to carve the animal bone with the red tooth knife. He found that the feel and force control over his hands had clearly improved. Time slowly passed as Subai methodically proceeded with making the shaman bone tablet. Having made a shaman bone tablet yesterday meant that the impression of it was still strong. He was 20 minutes faster than yesterday in reaching the final step. This time I need to infuse mental energy. It should be more difficult than yesterday. Subai held the beast fur brush soaked in reddish gold liquid. He closed his eyes, adjusted his mind. He mobilized his mental energy and shaman power and found controlling shaman power to be much easier. 10 seconds later, Subai finished it in one breath. He lowered his head to anxiously look at the shaman bone tablet on the stone table. The shaman rune was now emitting an emerald green light. A few seconds later, the emerald green light slowly receded, and the shaman bone tablet lay quiet without making any heartbreaking cracking sounds. Success. Sub's lips curled up as he gently put down the beast fur brush. He immediately picked up the shaman bone tablet to examine it. He took out yesterday's half-finished product from the box and compared them. He found that today's shaman bone tablet was more emerald green than the half-finished shaman bone tablet from yesterday. The difference was between light green and emerald, as expected of a shaman bone tablet with double the efficacy. It even looks more luxurious. Subai mused. He thought that having a shaman bone tablet with the curing technique was a bit like having a personal doctor on Earth. If doctors on Earth were able to use the curing technique, the patient would be cured as soon as the doctor arrived. That's a good idea. Sub's imagination ran wild as he muttered to himself, if we train more shamans. Could we open a primitive society version of a hospital? Would many people come for treatment? He shook his head to dispel this impractical idea. There were simply too few shamans. Unless someone ruled over all tribes, there was little possibility of implementing this. It's going well. Things will only get better from now on. Yao murmured, his red eyes watching the tin looms in the classroom operating smoothly. He could not help but smile with relief. Ever since he had taken on the position of chieftain of the Flame Dragon tribe in this time of crisis, he had always felt uneasy. He has always been under great pressure, fearing he could not protect the tribe. The passing of the old shaman had further increased Yao's inner anxiety. However, as Ta chieftain, he could not speak of it, much less express it. Furthermore, the new shaman was not someone originally from the Flame Dragon tribe. He did not understand the new shaman at all. He was afraid the new shaman might make some foolish moves, which added to the pressure he felt. Yin Zio grinned, thinking of how the new shaman dared to leave the tribe on his first day after being the shaman. It really gave him a huge shock. He thought that the new shaman was a restless and reckless person at that time, but the new shaman could already use a shaman technique to heal my Mang's wound. He managed to find a way to transport the water source to the tribe. Most importantly, the appearance of linen. This all proved that the new shaman was qualified and exceptionally capable. Yin Zio's pressure suddenly lessened by half, leaving only the responsibility of being the chieftain. Chieftain, at our current weaving speed, we can get 20 rolls of linen in 2 days. Ser walked over and said with emotion, son, I'll leave the tribe to you for these 2 days. Yin Zio suddenly said. Hushur was stunned for a moment, then reacted by asking, are you going to hunt? Let me go instead. I'm not hunting. I want to try to break through to become a mid-stage totem warrior. Yao said with a solemn expression, is it that urgent? We can trade some pure blood ferocious beast meat and blood with the linen. You can break through after tempering. Shur frowned and advised. Do you think we'll be very safe in the spotted deer tribe with our linen? What about outside the spotted deer tribe? Yan Zio asked in a deep voice. Shur fell silent. The result was entirely imaginable. Their linen would definitely attract the covetous eyes of many other tribes. I need to break through and become a mid-stage totem warrior to deter them. Yan Zio's lips curled up as he resolutely said, the tribe already has a shaman. We now also have linen. If I can't protect them, then I'm not qualified to be the chieftain. When he took over the chieftain position from his father, seeing his father's figure unhesitatingly covering their retreat when he intercepted the Blacknake tribe, it had left a huge impact on him. He believed that this was the responsibility and glory of a chieftain. You've really made up your mind, Hushur said in a low voice. And if the shaman can really make shaman bone tablets, the danger would be reduced by more than half. Yao grinned. He made the decision to break through only after knowing the shaman could make shaman bone tablets. Otherwise, he would not dare to rush. He would be throwing his life away. Let me go with you. I can help if there's danger, Shur said in a solemn tone. No, you need to stay in the tribe to protect everyone. Yinia refused without even thinking. There's still Haya, my Mang, and the others, Shur said in a deep voice. They're not strong enough. Yanzhao shook his head. Totem warriors respected strength. From his battle with Songshur last night, he knew that Songshur was already close to becoming a peak early-stage totem warrior. With enough meat to nourish him, it would not take more than a few days for him to become a peak early-stage totem warrior. If something happened to him, Shur could take over as the new chieftain and would be able to convince everyone. When are you leaving? Shur asked helplessly. I'll go see the shaman and leave after getting a shaman bone tablet. Yinzio softly said, aren't you going to tell Yin Hua? Song frowned and asked, no, there's no need to get her worried. Yin Zio shook his head and turned to walk out of the classroom. Shur quickly followed, and the two walked side by side. He hesitated for a moment, then said, why don't you go see Uncle Shanchio? He might be able to give you some advice. Let's not disturb him. Yao shook his head, then sighed. He must still hate my father. Originally, the chieftain position was supposed to be his. Uncle Shanchio isn't that petty. It wasn't the old chieftain's fault back then. It was just an accident, Shur quickly said. 4 pureblood ferocious beasts attacked the flame dragon tribe. The old chieftain stopped one. The other totem warriors of the tribe stopped another. Meanwhile, Shancho stopped 2, resulting in the loss of both his feet. After the pureblood ferocious beasts attacked the tribe in just over 10 days, the Black Snake tribe launched an ambush. This led to the old chieftain dying in battle, many totem warriors dying in battle, and the people of the tribe scattering. Most got killed or captured. If Shio had not lost his feet, the Flame Dragon tribe would have had 2 mid-stage totem warriors. Even if they could not beat the Black Snake tribe, they could have taken away more than half of the tribe's people. Father didn't stop the second pure-blood ferocious beast. That's a fact, Yao said stubbornly. The old chieftain was already old. He was not the man in his prime, no longer the man who could fight 2 pure-blood ferocious beasts alone, Shur said in a deep voice. The older a totem warrior got, the weaker they became. The body's organs' age, blood, and chi circulation slowed down, and their strength, speed, and reflexes all decreased. Yin Zio was stunned for a moment. His lips twitched, but he could not say anything. As the old chieftain's son, he nevertheless felt very guilty towards Shanchio. Come on, Uncle Shanchio used to be a mid-stage totem warrior. He must be able to give you some advice. Shur tugged at Yanya's arm. All right. Yao gritted his teeth and agreed. Yin Zio and Sarah arrived outside Shanchio's teepee. They exchanged a glance just as they were about to speak. A hoarse voice came from inside the teepee. Who's outside? A hum. Yin Zio felt his throat itch, wanting to speak, but feeling too embarrassed to. Uncle Shanchio, we've come to see you about something, Shur helplessly called out. Oh, it's little Shur. Come in quickly. Shou's muffled voice sounded. Let's go in. Z pushed Yao, lifting the teepee door flap and entering. Boo. Yao took a deep breath and stepped in after him. As they entered, they saw Shanchio looking at them. His eyes narrowed, especially when he saw Yin Zio. Humph. Seeing Yin Zio, Shanchio said irritably, you finally deigned to visit this useless person. Yin Zio was immediately at a loss for words. Hiki, Uncle Shanchio, the tribe has been busy weaving linen recently. He's been too occupied. Shur quickly spoke up for his friend. Don't spout useless nonsense. Shou bared his yellowed teeth, rebuking, my feet have nothing to do with you lot. Don't think about useless things. I told you. How could Uncle Shano blame the old chieftain? Su nudged Yin Zio with his shoulder, signaling him to speak. Uncle Shanchio, do you really not blame my father? Yao asked in a deep voice. The weight in his heart was not easy to overcome. Why should I blame him? Shou removed the animal hide mask from his face, hororously explaining, I'm also a totem warrior of the tribe. Everyone gives me meat to eat. Intercepting ferocious beasts is my responsibility, but my father was the chieftain. He was the strongest person in the tribe, Yin Zio quickly said. If Shanyo had not lost his feet, he would definitely have become the chieftain. Cut it out. Your father was far from the strongest in the Flame Dragon tribe. Me, the shaman, and that woman, Xia Hong, were all stronger than your father. Shanyo rolled his eyes, teasing. That old guy just wanted to put on a brave face. He wanted to leave the chieftain position for the younger generation. Otherwise, he would have retired long ago. What even Xia Hong was stronger than my father? Yin Zio asked incredulously, realizing he did not understand many of the inside stories. What are you looking down on? Xia Hong Shou glared. No, I'm not. Yao quickly shook his head. Xia Hong was just too low-key. Her strength was not inferior to anyone. Shio sighed helplessly. She became a mid-stage totem warrior only after the pure-blood ferocious beast attack. Meanwhile, your father's strength had almost declined to become an early-stage totem warrior. Is she still alive? Yanzhao eagerly asked. If they could find Xia Hong, the tribe's strength would be even greater. Don't know. On the day the Black Snake tribe ambushed us, she was responsible for evacuating our people. She might have escaped. Or maybe Shan Cho did not continue. The outcome was easy to guess. Xia Hong was Shaolin's mother of the same generation as Yin Zio and Ser. Yanji was speechless. Under the siege of the Black Snake tribe, even if Xia Hong was a mid-stage totem warrior, she would have been exhausted to death. All right, what made you think of coming to see me? Shan Cho did not want such a gloomy atmosphere. Uncle Shanyo Yanji is preparing to break through to become a mid-stage totem warrior. He wants to come and ask for your advice, Shur quickly said. Oh, Shan Shi raised an eyebrow, turning to look Yin Zio up and down. He calmly stated, let me see your totem mark. Yes, Yan Zio said solemnly, suddenly mobilizing his kai. A pattern of neither a dragon nor a snake appeared on his chest. It quickly spread across his entire chest and abdomen. Shio's gaze lingered on Yan Zio's shoulders and stomach area. He nodded, saying, indeed, you've become a peak early-stage totem warrior. Just one last surge and you can become a mid-stage totem warrior. That's great. Ser felt happy for his friend. How do you plan to break through? Shano calmly asked. Through battle, I plan to go challenge a pure-blood ferocious beast, Yin Zio said with a solemn expression. Do you have a shaman bone tablet? If not, don't throw your life away needlessly, Shanchio said irritably. The shaman can already make shaman bone tablets. I plan to go and request one right after I speak with you. Ino said softly. What did you just say? Shan Shou's eyes widened with shock. The shaman can make shaman bone tablets. Yes, that's what all was said. She wouldn't lie to me. Yao nodded. That's impossible. He has just become a shaman. It takes at least a year to be able to make shaman bone tablets. Shano exclaimed. Maybe the new shaman is a bit special. Yao frowned in thought, coming to this conclusion. He's indeed very special. Shou glanced at his animal hide mask. After losing his feet, few people cared about him anymore. He was silent for a moment, then suggested, you should temper yourself for another 10 days or so. When your kai is sufficient, you can break through. No need to risk finding a pure-blood ferocious beast. Uncle Shanchio, we plan on setting out to the Spotted Deer tribe in 2 days, Sura softly said. Taking the linen, Shano frowned and asked, yes, the tribe doesn't have enough meat to eat, and the rainy season is coming. Yan Zio said in a deep voice. The rainy season, Husho murmured, nodding. If you're taking linen to the market without a mid-stage totem warrior accompanying you, it is indeed a bit dangerous. I will definitely succeed in breaking through, Yanzhao said resolutely. When battling a pure-blood ferocious beast, once Yorkie is sufficient, repeatedly surge your totem mark. Do this several times and you should be able to break through. Shio shared his experience. Yes, Yanya's red eyes brightened. Having direction for breaking through meant he would not have to waste too much time figuring it out. Go prepare and don't be careless, Shano waved his hand. I'll remember, Yin Zio said respectfully. Swoosh. The two lifted the door flap and left. Who knows what the future of the tribe will be like. Shan Shio looked at the fluttering door flap, then lowered his head to look at his severed feet, a flash of unwillingness crossing his eyes. He was unwilling to see the Flame Dragon tribe get defeated, but he was helpless. He was now only able to provide assistance with stone tools. Shaman, please lead the tribe through this difficult time like the ancestors did, Shanyo prayed. After leaving Shancho's teepee, Yin Zio and Sang Shur looked up at the sky. They realized it was already afternoon. The two walked directly towards the shaman's teepee. Halfway there, they met Yuang, who was returning from fetching water. Yuang, is the shaman in the teepee? Yao asked first. Yes, the shaman is making shaman bone tablets. Yuang softly said, go announce that we are here. Tell the shaman I have something to discuss with him. Yao softly said, all right. Yuang nodded quickly, carrying water into the teepee. She saw Subai drawing something and stood quietly by the stone table, waiting for the shaman to stop. Several minutes passed. This time, the time it takes to draw out the guideline is now even shorter. Subai blew the charcoal dust off the animal bone. He noticed Yuang from the corner of his eye and asked, what's the matter? Something up. The chieftain wants to see you, shaman, Yuang softly said. Let him in. Subai said and put down the animal bone. Yes, Yuang responded, stepping out to announce them. Soon, Inayao and Ser entered the teepee, standing before the stone table. Has something happened with the linen weaving Sabai asked with a frown. Shaman, it's not about linen. Yao shook his head, his red eyes glancing at the stone table, seeing several animal bones, thinking the shaman was really working hard. Then what's wrong, Sabai asked curiously. Its Yin felt embarrassed. After all, shaman bone tablets were very precious. Sure could not stand it anymore and spoke directly. Shaman to break through to become a mid-stage totem warrior. The chieftain has decided to challenge a pure-blood ferocious beast. He needs a shaman bone tablet for protection. Are you confident? Sabai frowned even harder, asking sternly. If you're not confident, don't go. There were only 2 days left before the spotted deer tribe market. If something happened to the tribe's strongest chieftain, they absolutely could no longer go to the market. I'm confident with a shaman bone tablet. I can definitely become a mid-stage totem warrior, Yao said resolutely. How many shaman bone tablets do you need? Sabai nodded, not intending to stop Yanji. As the tribe's spiritual leader, he naturally had to support the chieftain's desire to get stronger. One is enough, Yin Zio quickly said. To be safe, I'll give you 2. Sabai casually took a shaman bone tablet from the stone table and handed it over along with the half-finished one. Yin Zio accepted the shaman bone tablets in a daze, hesitantly asking Shaman, how many shaman bone tablets have you made in total? I've made 3 already. I'm preparing to make the 4th one now, Sabai calmly said. Gulp Yanhao swallowed and hororously asked. Were they all completed today? Yes, Sabai nodded. Yan Zio and Tang Shi looked at the shaman as if he was a monster. The shaman must be a monster, right? This was what both of them were thinking, making 3 shaman bone tablets in 1 day and preparing to make a 4th one. Back then, the old shaman took several days to successfully make 1 shaman bone tablet. The production could not keep up with consumption. How come common sense seemed so different with the new shaman? Oh, right. That shaman bone tablet with cracks is a half-finished product. Its healing effect is relatively ordinary. The shaman power can only be preserved for less than 10 days. Use it first if you need to, Sabai suggested. I understand. He turned the shaman bone tablet over. He indeed saw cracks at the edges of the shaman roots. If you encounter any dangerous situation, use the intact shaman bone tablet. Its healing effect is doubled, Sabai reminded. The healing effect is doubled, Yao asked in surprise. As for how strong it is, I haven't tried it myself. After you use it, let me know how effective it is. Sabai Charkhead, I'll remember. Yin Zio suddenly felt the shaman to be a bit unreliable. Not having tried the shaman bone tablets he made, not knowing their specific effects, yet saying the effect was doubled. It all sounded so strange. Also, we're running low on materials for shaman bone tablets, especially ferocious beast bones. We only have 2 left, Sabai stated. I'll bring back more ferocious beast bones, Yaneo said. Seriously. When are you leaving? Sabai looked at the strong, middle-aged man before him. I'll set out shortly and return within 2 days, Yin Zio said in a deep voice. You must come back alive. You are the tribe's chieftain, Sububai said with a serious face. I will. Yao nodded heavily and patted Seer's back, stating, Shaman, if you need anything done, you can ask Ser. I'm planning to send someone to the spotted deer tribe early to gather information. What do you think? Sabai had always thought the saying, if you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles was very good. They knew too little about the spotted deer tribe. Having someone go ahead to scout would prevent them from being caught off guard if something happened. It would give them extra time to react. Whatever the shaman decides, we will do, Yaneo replied after some thought. Sabai played with the red tooth knife, asking, do you have anyone in mind? Hey, he's quite fast. Yao quickly named someone. All right, it'll be him then. Notify him to set out. Sabai thought for a moment and said, if there's anything that went wrong, have him return quickly to report. If not, he should wait for us outside the spotted deer tribe. Understood. Yin Zio responded, go then, I'll remain here, and the tribe waiting for you to come back. Sabai calmly said, yes. Yin Zio and Ser bowed respectfully, then turned and left the teepee. Sabai watched the 2 figures disappear behind the door flap and asked in his mind system, can I become a totem warrior? Ding. Yes, as long as you have enough Kai, you can awaken as a totem warrior. The system responded, what counts as enough Ki? Sabai asked with a frown. Ding, the host currently has no Kai. Why don't I have enough Kai? Sabai pressed on to ask. Ding. Kai requires a physique 3 times that of an ordinary person to be refined. The system listed the information. Sabai helplessly rolled his eyes, realizing he was just a fragile mage. He continued to ask, what are the requirements for awakening a totem? How much Kai is needed to awaken as a totem warrior? Ding. 10 strands of Kai are enough to awaken, the system replied. What are the specific stats of a totem warrior? Sabai took this chance to learn more about totem warriors. The system's mechanical voice sounded. Ding. A totem warrior needs at least 5 times the physique of an ordinary person with 50 strands of Qi. To be both a shaman and a warrior, there's no escaping physical training. Sabai sighed, His current physique was only twice that of an ordinary person. Meanwhile, his mental energy was 10 times that of an ordinary person. Moreover, shaman power was clearly harder to refine Thanki. However, their output power was far more formidable. Shamans were more mysterious than totem warriors and harder to deal with. Well, let's develop the tribe first, then slowly train my body. Subai shook his head. He felt a bit overwhelmed just thinking about the series of problems the tribe was facing now. He did not like the tribe's current location. It was too remote. The surrounding resources were too scarce. Shaman, here's some water. Yuang came over with water. Suba took the cup and casually asked Shaya, do you know much about the tribe's ancestral land? I know most of the area, Yuang softly said. Is there a water source near the ancestral land? Subai wanted to understand the situation of the flame dragon ancestral land. It was worse than imagined. Even if he defeated the Black Snake tribe, he would not move everyone back to the ancestral land. He would only send some people to occupy it as an outpost. Meanwhile, the rest would find a new location to establish themselves and develop. For a tribe to develop, besides trading with other tribes, it also needed abundant mineral and plant resources to sustain continuous development. Yes, there's a big river near the ancestral land. Yu Ying's fox ears twitched. Is it very big? Sub's eyes brightened slightly. Having a river was a good thing, very big. You can't see the other side at a glance, Yuang said seriously. It might be at least a river over 10 km wide. Subai estimated in his heart, satisfied with the presence of a river at the ancestral land. He continued to ask, are there a lot of game around the ancestral land? There are many wild animals and lots of berries, too. Yui's pink eyes flickered with memories as she said. Yin Hua, Shaolan, and other warrior trainees could always hunt wild chickens and rabbits. Everyone could eat lots of berries, not many ferocious beasts. Subai asked about the key point. There are no ferocious beasts near the ancestral land. They were all driven away by the totem warriors, Yuang softly said. Then are there many tribes around the ancestral land? Subai had a general impression of the ancestral land's resources. Now it was questions about social proximity. Yuang hesitated for a moment before answering. There are probably 7 or 8 tribes. She had not been out of the tribe much. Most of what she knew came from friends and elders. How's their strength? This was what Subai cared most about. Yuang thought carefully before answering. Many tribes are weaker than ours. Only 3 tribes have strength similar to our flame dragon tribe. Is one of them the Black Snake tribe? Sub asked in a deep voice. No, they're not. Yuang quickly shook her head, her voice indignant. The Black Snake tribe isn't from near the ancestral land. They come from another region. Oh, the Black Snake tribe isn't even close to the ancestral land. Subai asked in surprise. The Black Snake tribe is a wandering tribe. They don't really settle, Yuang said, pursing her lips. How long do they stay in one place? Subai really had not expected the Black Snake tribe to be a migratory tribe. Yuang searched through her memories and said, it varies. Sometimes they stay for over 100 days, sometimes for 2 or 3 years. I see. Subai nodded and began to analyze. The Black Snake tribe was a bandit-like tribe that did not produce anything. They only survived by plundering resources from other tribes. Yuang stood beside him, tilting her head, her fox ears twitching as she secretly studied the shaman's face, finding him more and more handsome. Subai temporarily forgot about the fox-eared girl, rapidly deducing in his mind. The resources at the Flame Dragon tribe's ancestral land is certainly not scarce. The Black Snake tribe would most likely stay for a long time. They would only move to plunder the surrounding tribes when their resources are nearly depleted. No, they might already be preparing to plunder. Once the resources in an area get consumed, they will migrate again. In other words, even if we find a new place to settle, we'll eventually get targeted by the Black Snake tribe again. Subai mused, planning ahead and muttering. Our development will definitely be slower than the Black Snake tribe. Plunder-style development is faster than sustainable development. Just in terms of population, we're already several steps behind. He took a sip from his water cup, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he said, but if their plundering gets interrupted, the Black Snake tribe will be done for. Seems like we can start from this point. Yuang heard his last sentence, her pink eyes widening. She believed that the shaman was already planning on how to deal with the Black Snake tribe. At the edge of the forest near the tribe, Yin Zio and Ser were making their final farewells. In the 2 days that I'm gone, make sure to protect the shaman, Yao said gravely with a serious expression. I will, Ser solemnly replied. Also tell he to be careful. Don't expose anything about the Flame Dragon tribe while outside, Yanzhou cautioned. If he sees people from the Black Snake tribe, tell him not to do anything foolish or impulsive. Understood. Seashore forced a slight smile and said, you be careful too. If things get too dangerous, come back quickly. Don't underestimate me. There's nothing that can scare me. Yin Zio grinned, turning to run towards the forest. Looks like he's been invigorated by what happened today. Sure thought about that woman Xia Hong, never expecting her to become a mid-stage totem warrior before them. They did not even know if she was still alive. Yin Zio kept a straight face, concealing his aura. His footsteps were silent as he moved swiftly in his chosen direction. Time was both the least and most valuable thing, often slipping away in a moment of distraction. Night silently fell. Chirp, chirp. Strange bird calls sounded. Roar. Roar, roar, oh woo. The nights in this primitive forest were terrifying, with all sorts of nocturnal, ferocious beasts coming out, hunting instinctively without restraint. Yao walked cautiously through the primitive forest, his red eyes scanning the surroundings. He was tightly gripping onto his thorn fang knife, alert to the slightest sound. He was still traveling, having been on the move from afternoon until nightfall. He was heading deep into the forest where many ferocious beasts lived. He needed to find his prey. The sound of branches and twigs breaking kept ringing out. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew tense. The surrounding beast roars, bird calls. All these disappeared. Looks like something formidable has appeared. Yanzhao quickly hid behind a large tree. His red eyes were fixed on the direction of the sound. His thorn fang knife was ready at his waist to strike at any moment. A massive creature moved through the forest with fire-red scales as large as a palm. Its body was at least as thick as two men's embraces. Its raised flat head had golden vertical pupils scanning in Yin Zio's direction. Sihai Yin Zio drew in a sharp breath when he saw it, his red pupils constricting his whole body tinsed up. He inwardly cursed. How did I run into an ancient blood ferocious beast, the golden-eyed fire-red python of all things? The golden-eyed fire-red python was a vivid name passed down by the ancestors of the flame dragon tribe. In the past, Yin Zio might have listened to it as a story, but now seeing it in reality, he was so scared his legs were shaking. Cold sweat was pouring down his body. As for why it was called an ancient blood ferocious beast, he did not know. He had only heard his father say that every ancient blood ferocious beast was not to be trifled with. He should run away from it immediately upon sight. However, he could not run now. He was completely locked in place by the golden-eyed fire-red python. If he moved even slightly, he feared he would be pounced on and crushed to death. Hiss. The gold-eyed fire-red python raised its head slightly, flicking its tongue. It looked amusedly at the little snack, too scared to move. Meow. Suddenly, a strange beast cry came from deep in the forest. The golden-eyed fire-red python abruptly paused, turning its head to stare in the direction of the cry, remaining motionless. After a while, if Yan Zio had not seen the golden-eyed fire-red python occasionally flicking its tongue, he would have thought time had frozen. The golden-eyed fire-red python moved, rushing urgently towards the direction of the beast's cry. It crushed all the shorter trees in its path. Its body moved in an S shape as it disappeared into the night. Hu Yin Zio gasped for air, truly believing he had almost died. Now he understood what his father had said. Ancient blood ferocious beasts were too terrifying. The golden-eyed fire-red python's fierce aura had completely suppressed him, making him too afraid to move. Moving would mean instant death, and not moving would mean a slow death. Luckily, I didn't move, or I'd really be a goner. Yin Jia wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He remembered his father's words. The places where humans live have been slowly expanded upon by the ancestors, pushing back the ferocious beasts. The totems are based on the fiercest ferocious beasts the ancestors had fought against. Totems have been modified and perfected by each generation. Could part of the flame dragon tribe's totem be related to the golden-eyed fire-red python? Yin Jiao's imagination ran wild. Eating the meat and blood of an ancient blood ferocious beast should produce a lot of kai. Right. Yin Zio's thoughts immediately turned to food. Looking in the direction where the golden-eyed fire-red python had disappeared, he muttered. When our flame dragon tribe develops, we'll bring hundreds of mid-stage totem warriors here and kill it to eat its flesh. He knew it was just a fantasy. Hundreds of mid-stage totem warriors was a pipe dream. For now, being able to fill the tribes' bellies would be good enough. Unless the flame dragon tribe developed into a super large tribe in the future, they might have a chance to kill ancient blood ferocious beasts for meat. If Yanya had stayed in the tribe, he would never have encountered an ancient blood ferocious beast in his life. Meeting one today was due to it being night and extremely bad luck. Whimper. Suddenly, a suppressed beast cry rang out. Yin Zio calmed his mind and focused, looking at the direction of the sound. At the base of the large tree he was hiding behind, a withered wood wolf was cautiously raising its head, looking in the direction where the golden-eyed fire-red python had disappeared off to. Yin Zio slightly turned his head. He moved his feet silently with his thorn fang knife angled at the back of the withered wood wolf's neck where there was a gap in its tough exterior. Squatch. The thorn fang knife easily pierced through, ending the life of the withered wood wolf that had just escaped a calamity. I'll borrow your bones. Our shaman needs beast bones to make shaman bone tablets. Yin Zio pulled out his thorn fang knife and began to process the withered wood wolf. He only had a few minutes before he needed to leave. He needed to avoid being surrounded by ferocious beasts attracted by the smell of blood. The sun was just peeking over the horizon when Sububai woke up. He opened his eyes groggy, looking a bit dazed. His mind was still not quite clear after using up too much energy the night before. After finishing making the shaman bone tablet yesterday, Subai had been practicing the blessing shaman strength enhancement technique. It had depleted all his shaman power and mental energy. Unfortunately, even after using up all his energy, he still fell short of being able to successfully perform the strength enhancement technique. Abai grinned again, quietly gazing at the top of the teepee, seeing orange light through the gaps. It was the rising sun. He felt an itch on his face, and after scratching it, he found his cheeks were dry. The weather is really dry. Guess it's the dry season now. It'll be dozens of days before it rains, Subai said helplessly. In primitive societies, the dry season could last for dozens of days. If there was little water nearby, many tribes would have to migrate. I wonder what the rainy season is like. Will there be heavy storms? Sub's mind gradually cleared up, and he quickly thought of some practical issues. He wanted to understand more about the rainy season. After all, rain during this period was potentially the most unpredictable and terrifying type of weather. Subai turned his head to survey the teepee and saw the familiar figure of a fox-eared girl carrying firewood, very carefully walking on her tiptoes. "Shioyu," he suddenly called out, and was startled. Her fox ears suddenly stood straight up and the fur on her fox tail bristled. Tang, tang, tang. The dry firewood in her arms scattered on the ground. She turned around pouting, her pink eyes looking pitifully at Subai. "Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you," Subai said, holding back his laughter. His black eyes were slightly curved as he looked at her, but his expression showed no trace of apology. "You clearly did it on purpose." Yuang only dared to mutter softly, frowning her delicate nose in dissatisfaction as she squatted down to pick up the firewood. "Shayu, I want to ask you something," Subai lethargically asked. Yuang placed the firewood into the fire pit and turned her head to respond. "Shaman, what do you want to ask? What's the rainy season like?" Sub asked, propping his face with one hand. "During the rainy season, there's a lot of rain and everyone has to stay in the caves," Yuang softly said. "How much is a lot of rain?" Sub asked, not quite understanding the scale of it. Yuang frowned, thinking of scenes from her memory, and answered, "It just keeps raining, probably heavy rain for 30 or 40 days. Everywhere is wet and soggy." What? Sub's eyes widened, no longer feeling lethargic now. Did I say something wrong?" Yuang became flustered upon seeing Sub's major reaction. "What about water? Will there be a lot of water?" Sub pressed on. "A lot. Even short trees will be submerged," Yuang said cautiously. "Heavy rain for 30 to 40 days straight." Did the sky spring a leak or something? Subai could not help but joke as if cursing. Who could have imagined that the rainy season in primitive society would be like that? He lay back listlessly, muttering to himself, "Is this the climate of the primitive wilderness? The people living here are so miserable." "No, I'm living here now with them." Subai immediately sat up, asking with a serious expression, "Zioyu, will our tribe's current location be flooded during the rainy season?" "I don't know about that." Yuang shook her head looking confused. "Then who would know?" Subai asked. "Sister Awa might know." Yuang instantly thought of her friend the cowhorn girl. "Go and call her here." Subai hurriedly said, "Yes," Yuang said, swishing her foxtail as she trotted out of the teepee. "Seriously, it's one problem after another. One problem has yet to be solved, and another has already come." Subai ruffled his messy hair. Last night, he had thought of many plans, most of which were about how to reclaim the Flame Dragon tribe's ancestral land. He did not expect that a natural disaster would be the biggest challenge right now. While waiting for the cowhorn girl to arrive, he first claimed today's assistance package. System check-in. Ding, check-in successful. Open the package. Subai expectantly commanded, hoping for some powerful assistance. Ding, congratulations, host. You've received low-grade assistance. One sweet potato plant. As soon as Subai received the information, he felt a weight in his hand. A sweet potato plant had appeared out of thin air, complete with fresh leaves. He picked up the sweet potato and looked at it, finding 6 large sweet potatoes, a few small ones, and very lush sweet potato leaves. This couldn't have just been pulled out of the ground, could it? Subai chuckled. The arrival of the sweet potato immediately improved his gloomy mood. This was food that could feed many people. As the tribe grew and developed in the future, food would always be a concern. With sweet potatoes, they now had one more solution to alleviate the issue. These sweet potato slips can be planted. There are more than 10 here. Subai counted, the smile never leaving his face. He chuckled. The first and second batches of sweet potatoes will all be used for planting. We'll be able to grow a large number of sweet potatoes soon. He picked off the larger sweet potato slips, leaving the smaller ones for planting. The remaining ones could also be planted, but whether they would survive remained uncertain. With the weather here, I wonder what the sweet potato yield will be like. How often can we harvest? Subai began planning for a sweet potato farm. After all, the sweet potato slips could not be left out like this for too long. If they lost too much moisture, they might die and could not be planted. Swoosh. The teepee door flap was lifted and Yuang brought Yin Hua in. The two saw Subai happily holding several strange objects. Shaman, what's going on? Yin Hua asked softly. I don't know either. He wasn't like this earlier, Yuang replied quietly. Hearing the noise, Subai turned his head to see the two women whispering to each other. Ahem. He coughed lightly and beckoned to the girl with horns, asking, Uha. You know about the rainy season, right? Yan Hua blinked her red eyes and confusedly asked. The rainy season, isn't it still over 50 days away? It rains a lot during the rainy season. Do you know if our current location will be flooded? Sub asked with a serious expression. Flooded. Yin Hua's expression changed slightly as she frowned in thought, hesitantly replying, I'm not sure if it will be flooded. This was her first time leaving the tribe, and the current location was chosen by the old shaman. Nobody had thought much about it and just followed along. Subai helplessly held his forehead. Is this how those from primitive society act? They don't think much about the consequences. He tried another approach. Then do you know if our current location is higher or lower than the tribal ancestral land with a reference point? He should be able to analyze whether the current location would be flooded. Yin Hua recalled their migration route and answered, the terrain should be relatively low. We did not climb many mountains on our way here. As she finished speaking, her expression changed as she immediately understood the seriousness of the situation, that the tribe's current location would be flooded. Looks like we'll be flooded then, Subai said, already very eager for new territory. The current location was far too dangerous. Shaman, what do we do now? We're going to be flooded, Yin Hua said, her face pale. Don't panic, we still have over 50 days left. Subai waved his hand, his expression growing calmer as he said, we have enough time. As long as our upcoming plans don't go wrong, we can move back to the tribal ancestral land before the rainy season arrives. Yin Hua and Yuang widened their beautiful eyes, looking at the confident man before them in disbelief, wondering if they had misheard him. Shaman, did you just say we can move back to the ancestral land before the rainy season? Yin Hua hoarsely asked. In the worst-case scenario, we can find a new place to settle in. Subai nodded affirmatively. He felt increasingly focused on the spotted deer market tomorrow day. Sometimes his plans could not keep up with the changes. To achieve his goals, he needed to become more aggressive. Originally, he had planned to slowly encroach on the Blacknake tribe over a year. However, with the rainy season issue, he now had to change his plans. Shaman, what should we do now? Yin Hua asked eagerly, excited at the thought of moving back to the ancestral land at 50 days. Sub's mouth curved upwards as he softly said, for now we farm. Even if he wanted to be aggressive now, he could not do so. Without accumulating enough primitive capital, he would not be able to meet the basic conditions for taking in more people. Rashly taking in too many people right now would lead to them being overwhelmed. Currently, there was no target population to take in. The Flame Dragon tribe's current location was too remote, and they were unfamiliar with the surroundings. They dare not explore too aggressively either, fearing they would encounter a second Black Snake tribe. If this continues, this could lead to their destruction before they could even rise up. Yin Ho was stunned, asking confusedly, what is farming? It's putting these things into the soil, Subai said, holding up the sweet potato slips. Shaman, why are we putting them into the soil? Yin Ha asked, bewildered. They can grow more of these sweet potatoes that way. Subai picked up a palm-sized sweet potato and said, if we grow these, everyone won't go hungry in the future. Shaman, don't joke around. How can cut-off plants possibly come back to life? Yin Ha's mouth twitched, thinking the shaman was being a bit fanciful. Who says they won't come back to life? Subai said with a smile, remembering how he used to wonder as a child why cut sweet potato slips could still live when planted in the soil. Can they really come back to life? Yin Hua asked, frowning. Of course they can, Subai said confidently. Shaman, are you planning to use shaman technique to bring them back to life? Yin Hua asked in surprise, remembering that the tribe did not have such a technique. Is there such a shaman technique? Sub rolled his eyes. Yes, I heard father say that other big tribes have such shaman techniques, Yin Hua said in a clear voice. Subai almost forgot that this world possessed supernatural powers. While not world-destroying, there were quite a few strange and mysterious things. He smiled and softly explained, perhaps this is just how tenacious this plan is. They always manage to turn the impossible into possible. I don't really understand. Yin Hua blinked her red eyes, not quite grasping it and feeling what the shaman said to be a bit profound. Sub's smile froze, inwardly complaining. I'm truly playing the lute to cow. Yui's pink eyes stared intently at the sweet potato as she asked in a soft voice. Shaman, can this thing really be eaten? It looks hideous. It definitely won't taste good. Yin Hua powed. The sweet potato looked much uglier than berries. She had tried many strange berries before and the taste still lingered in her memory. They were really awful. Some were so sour it was unbearable. It's edible and tastes quite good, Sabai said with a light chuckle. Can we eat it directly? Yui's pink eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. She was very tolerant when it came to food. As long as it could fill her stomach, taste was secondary. Eating it raw is a rather ordinary way to eat it. Sabai shook his head and took 3 palm-sized sweet potatoes to the fire pit. He rocked out some red-hot charcoal, put some cold ash on top, and placed the sweet potatoes on it. He sprinkled more ash to cover the whole sweet potato, and finally covered them with more red-hot charcoal. The purpose of sprinkling cold ash to wrap the sweet potatoes was to prevent them from directly touching the charcoal. This way, they would get scorched, only heated. Sabai had learned this method of roasting sweet potatoes from the orphanage director. Of course, there were other methods like using heated soil blocks or stones to cook the sweet potatoes. Still, for him, sweet potatoes prepared this way taste the best. Yuang memorized the steps and asked Shaman, "How long do we have to wait until these logs burn out?" Sabai added a few pieces of wood to the fire pit. The burning time would be about half an hour. That Longyo pursed her lips. "While we wait, we have new things to do." Sabai picked up the sweet potato slips and said, "Let's plant the sweet potato slips first, then come back to eat the sweet potatoes. Leave it to me." Yin Hua took the sweet potato slips and casually said, "It's just putting them into the soil, right? I'll have it done in no time. Wait." Sabai called out to the horn girl who was about to walk out of the teepee, asking curiously, "How do you plan to plant them?" Yin Hua acted as if it was very simple, saying, "Just find a place and stick these slips into the ground." As I thought, I shouldn't have had such high expectations. Sabai twitched. Without tilling the soil, the sweet potatoes would not be able to grow very large. Their survival rate was also questionable. Seeing the shaman's stiff expression, Inha blinked her red eyes and asked in a clear voice, "Is that not how it's done?" Farming requires technique. Sabai sighed. For people in primitive society, gathering food is how they obtain food. Farming is completely new to them. Seems like this requires some guidance. Then how do we plant? Yin Hua patiently asked for instruction. "Follow me." Sabai stood up, taking a few small sweet potatoes and walking towards the teepee door flap. The cowhorn girl and fox-eared girl curiously followed behind. Sabai left the teepee, his gaze passing over the tribe members twisting threats. He began looking for a suitable place to cultivate farmland within the tribe. As for the idea of cultivating outside the tribe, it was discarded as soon as it appeared in his mind. He would not be able to feel at ease if the sweet potatoes were not grown under his watchful eye. These sweet potatoes were to be kept as seedlings. If something unexpected happened, who knows how long it would take for the next assistance package to produce sweet potatoes. Moreover, sweet potatoes would be needed to raise livestock in the future. Raising livestock requires a fixed food source. This place is good. Let's use this area. Sabai quickly found a suitable location. It was near the toilet and bathing area, which would be convenient for watering and fertilizing. He led the 2 women to the area near the toilet and instructed, "Dig up and loosen all this soil and pile it up." Okay, Inha did not say anything else. She just found a piece of wood, sharpened it, and began digging the soil. We lack farming tools. Sabai watched the cowhorn girl's laborious efforts, somewhat missing iron hoes and shovels from earth. It was too late to ask Shantio to carve stone hoes. Now the sweet potato slips needed to be planted quickly. Otherwise, in the current weather, they would wither in just a few hours. The cowhorn girl loosened the soil while the fox-eared girl was responsible for piling it up. Yu Ying's small face was dirty as she looked up and asked Shaman, "Is the soil piled high enough?" "That's enough." Sabai looked at the small mound of soil and instructed, "No need to pile it into a single mound. All the soil can be connected and piled up in lines." Okay. Yu Ying was full of enthusiasm, or rather, she was having fun. Half an hour later, Yin Hua continued digging the soil, feeling her lungs becoming a bit tight. Now is a good time to practice the blessing shaman technique. Sabai saw the panting cowhorned girl and his eyes lit up. He thought of the strength enhancement technique he had practiced last night. He stepped forward, coming in front of the cowhorn girl. His black eyes were staring directly at her. What is it? Yin Hua felt uncomfortable being stared at, her cheeks flushing red, especially when meeting Sub's deep black eyes. She felt as if her mind was being drawn in. She stared blankly, slightly murmuring, "Your eyes are so beautiful, like a night sky full of stars." Blessing Shaman Strength Enhancement Technique. Sabai took 3 seconds to form the shaman rune, which was why he had been staring. His hands emitted a crystalline red light, which he patted onto the horned girl's shoulder. The red light quickly entered Yin Hua's body and her entire body emitting a faint red glow. Oh, Yin Hua came to her senses, feeling her whole body full of strength. She felt as if she could kill a ferocious beast with one punch. It actually worked. Sub was very satisfied. He had finally learned a blessing shaman technique. Doing it a few more times, he could shorten the time to form the shaman runes. "Shaman, you actually used a shaman technique on me." Yin Hua immediately understood what had happened. She looked at the shaman with emotion, thinking, he must have seen how hard I was working and used the shaman technique for my sake. All right, I've enhanced you with the strength enhancement technique. Sabai said with a smile, you should be able to dig faster now. The sweet potato slips are about to wither. Yan Hua blinked her red eyes, wondering if she had heard wrong, so he used the shaman technique on me because he thought I was digging too slowly. She puffed her cheeks and gave a light snort, digging even faster. She vigorously poked at the soil with the wooden stick in dissatisfaction. Sabai looked bewilderedly at the cowhorn girl. Wasn't everything fine just now? Why does she suddenly seem to hold a grudge against the soil? He shook his head and came to the fox-eared girl, practicing the strength enhancement technique and enhancing Yuang with it as well. Yuang had been watching the interaction between the shaman and Yin Hua, so when Sububai stared at her, she did not have any misunderstandings. She just lowered her head shyly. After being enhanced with the shaman technique, she piled up the soil even faster. 5 minutes later, the faint red glow on Yin Hua and Yuying's bodies disappeared and their movement slowed down. The duration of the strength enhancement technique is only about 5 minutes. Sabai had been observing the two women silently counting the seconds in his mind. He asked in a gentle voice, do you feel very tired after the shaman technique wears off, or do you feel weak? I'm not tired, but I do feel a little weak, Yin Hua said in a clear voice, her face breaking into a smile. The shaman does care about us after all. What about you, Xiao? Do you feel weak? Sabai turned to ask. Yuang thought carefully and said in a soft voice, no, it's just like going back to how I was before. That's good. Sabai now knew the specific effects of the strength enhancement technique. It lasted 5 minutes, roughly doubling the target strength, and had no other side effects. The cowhorn girl feeling weak was just an illusion produced by suddenly becoming stronger and then returning back to normal. In reality, she had just returned to her original state without the doubled strength. I'll enhance you with the shaman technique again. Sabai once more performed the blessing shaman technique, forming it faster than the previous 2 times. Yin Hua and Yuang looked at each other, feeling as if shaman techniques were a commodity to be used whenever. In their minds before, shaman techniques were very mysterious and precious. They were hardly casted. Now, their understanding of shaman techniques has been completely shattered. If someone had told them before that a shaman could use shaman techniques on people digging soil just to speed up the digging, they would not have believed it even if beaten to death. Now they had no choice but to believe it. Right before their eyes was a shaman casually using shaman techniques like it was nothing. Sabai looked at the 2 dazed women and urged, don't just stand there. The shaman technique's effects are going to run out. He had run out of shaman power, having used up his mental energy to cast the technique. Oh, Yin Hua, and Yuang responded with a drawn-out sound, once again digging and piling soil. In this world, I'm probably the only one who would use shaman techniques like this. Sabai said with a smile, watching the fox-eared girl and cowhorned girl with their raised buttocks. He discovered that the blessing shaman technique and the healing shaman technique consumed different amounts of shaman power. Let's start planting the sweet potato slips, Sabai said, looking at the 2 people digging the soil. As he began to plant the sweet potato slips, he dug into the soil and placed the sweet potato slips at an angle. He soon stepped on the soil with his foot to ensure there were no gaps between the slips and the soil. This would prevent the sweet potato slips from sprouting too slowly and rotting. Half an hour later, about 13 of an acre of land had been loosened by the 2 girls, piled into 2 rows of small soil ridges, separated by square field banks. All right, that's enough digging. Sabai called out to stop them. It was sufficient for planting the sweet potato slips. Yan Hua and Yuang panted. This was the first time the 2 girls realized how tiring digging could be. It won't be as tiring once we have hoes, Sabai said, patting the dirt off his hands. The remaining unplanted land could be leveled and used to sow chili seeds. After catching her breath, Yin Hua asked Shaman, what should we do next? Water them. Find some dry grass to cover the sweet potato slips. We'll remove the dry grass in the evening. Sabai instructed. The sunlight was a bit harsh right now, so they needed to use dry grass to shield the slips from the sun to prevent them from drying out. In fact, planting the sweet potato slips at dusk would have been the best time. I'll go find some dry grass, Yin Ha said in a clear voice. Then I'll water them. Yuang quickly raised her small hand. Go ahead. We should be able to eat sweet potatoes once you're done, Sabai said with a light chuckle. We'll be right back, Yin Hua said as she ran off to fetch the dry grass. Yuang remained silent as she quickened her pace. The 2 girls were now very curious about sweet potatoes. After all, they had been busy all morning, so they now had high expectations for the future grown sweet potatoes. In about 10 minutes, the cowhorn girl and the fox-eared girl had finished their tasks. They were staring at Sububai expectantly, like little girls asking for candy. Sabai looked at the 2 dirt-covered faces and gently said, go wash your faces and hands first. The 2 girls blushed and ran off. Sabai walked towards the teepee. After eating bland roasted meat for several days, he was really looking forward to the sweet potatoes. Just as he returned to the teepee and crouched by the fire pit to rake the sweet potatoes, the fox-eared girl and the cowhorn girl came in. They surrounded him on both sides. Sabai glanced at the two girls on either side, then used a wooden stick to rake away the burnt ashes. He revealed 3 blackish-gray sweet potatoes with charred skin. "Shaman, can we still eat these?" Yuang pursed her lips. A look of disappointment appeared on her pretty face. Sabai picked up a sweet potato and gently squeezed it. The inside was still soft. It was apparent they had roasted them for too long with the outer skin slightly charred. He realized this was due to the superior quality of this otherworld firewood. It had caused a slight error in his estimation. Fortunately, the charcoal covering the sweet potatoes had burned out completely. Otherwise, the entire sweet potato would have been turned into ash. "Roasted like this, they can't be eaten anymore," Yin Hua said, her red eyes flashing with disappointment. Sabai looked at the two girls with disappointment on their faces and softly said, "Don't worry, they're definitely edible. Shaman, eating these will give you a stomach ache," Yuang urged anxiously. Sniff sniffs. Sabai gently broke the sweet potato in half with both hands. The charred skin split open, revealing the reddish-orange flesh inside. Instantly, the aroma of the sweet potato filled the air. Gulp. Yin Hua's throat moved as she swallowed saliva that had been unconsciously secreted. Her red eyes were fixed on the sweet potato flesh. "It smells so good." Yuang stared at the sweet potato, her foxtail swishing. "Here," Sabai handed them over, 1/2 to each girl. "Shaman, you eat first." Yuang quickly shook her head. "Eat it, there are 2 more." Sabai forcefully placed it in the fox-eared girl's hands. "Then I'll eat with her." Yin Hua cupped the sweet potato in both hands. "Go ahead. This is a specialty from my hometown," Sabai said with a small smile. Yin Hua and Yuang both nodded. They both tactfully refrained from asking where the sweet potatoes had come from. Chewing peeled off the charred sweet potato skin and habitually took a huge bite out of the sweet potato flesh. "Po, it's hot." The fox-haired girl's tongue was immediately scalded. Her small hand fanned her open mouth, yet she was reluctant to spit it out. "Seriously, it's not like someone is going to steal it from you." Yin Hua rolled her eyes. Learning from the fox-eared girl's experience, she blew on the sweet potato to cool it down first before she took a bite and chewed. She immediately found the sweet potato flesh to be fragrant and sweet. The texture was also excellent. Yin Hua squinted her eyes and gave an unprecedented praise. "Sweet potatoes are so much better than roasted meat." For her to rate sweet potatoes above roasted meat was enough to demonstrate how delicious they were. Sabai picked up a sweet potato, peeled the skin, and took a bite. The familiar taste made him squint his eyes. It made him miss Earth's delicacies even more. When he opened his eyes, he found the fox-eared girl and the cowhorn girl staring expectantly at the sweet potato in his hand. Sabai's black eyes rolled. Out of mischief, he moved the sweet potato in his hand left and right. He immediately saw the two girls' eyes following his movement. After several back-and-forth motions, Yin Hua finally reacted. She blushed as she turned her head to the side. Seeing that the fox-eared girl was still staring at the sweet potato, she felt very embarrassed. She lightly tugged on Yu Ying's animal skin clothes. Yuang turned her head and looked at her friend in bewilderment. Sabai stopped teasing the two and chuckled. "There's one left. You can share it." "Can we really?" Yuang asked, pursing her lips. "Eat up. There are 3 more uncooked ones over there." Sabai nodded towards the direction of the grass bed. There were still 3 palm-sized sweet potatoes still lying on the ground. Snifi Hua was not going to be polite. She took the initiative to grab the sweet potato and broke it in half, giving the larger piece to the fox-eared girl. "Shaman, how long will it take for the sweet potatoes we planted to grow?" Yuang asked, taking small bites of her sweet potato. "Probably around 60 to 70 days, Sabai reported, the growth time for sweet potatoes on Earth. He could not be certain of how fast they would grow in this otherworld. "What should we do then? The rainy season will come and submerge the sweet potatoes," Yuang said anxiously, remembering that the tribe would be flooded soon. "When it's time to leave, we'll dig them up. The smaller sweet potatoes can be replanted. The slips can be transplanted too," Sububai calmly said. "Oh, so that's how it works." Yuang suddenly understood. "You need to regularly keep an eye on the sweet potato slips. Don't let anyone pull them out." Sabai cautioned, worried about the curious children. "Who dares to pull them out, I'll break their hands," Yin Hua fiercely declared. After eating sweet potatoes, she could never forget their fragrant and sweet taste. She could not wait for the sweet potatoes to grow. If anyone dares to damage the sweet potato slips, she might really break their hands. Yui's fox ears twitched as she excitedly said, "I'll water them, then I'll leave the sweet potato field in your care." Sabai said with a smile. "Yes." Yuang nodded with great enthusiasm. "Leave it to us." Yin Hua patted her flat chest in assurance. The next day, a strange phenomenon appeared in the tribe. When some children tried to approach the newly cultivated sweet potato field, they were chased away by the cowhorn girl. The tribe's children, however, tirelessly went on more adventures, only to be intercepted by the suddenly appearing cowhorn girl, the monster who rewarded them with a few flicks to the forehead. It was not until Sububai gave the order that the mischievous children dared not go to the sweet potato field. The shaman's orders were absolute, and the children, influenced by the rest of the tribe, all obeyed the shaman's instructions. At this time, Subai was receiving Shanchio and his teepee. The stone knife he had requested had now been sharpened, and Shio had personally brought it to him. "You have difficulty moving around. You should have had someone deliver it. Why did you personally come all the way here?" Subai sighed. "It's fine. It doesn't affect my movement at all." Shanshio grinned, speaking honestly. "I was free, so I brought it over myself." He untied the stone knife from his back and handed it over with both hands. "Shaman, please check if it's up to your standard. If not, I'll go sharpen another one." Subai raised his hand to receive the stone knife. It felt heavy, probably about 10 kg. Even with his physique being twice that of an ordinary person, he still felt it to be a bit heavy. The stone knife was about the length of a small forearm. Overall, it was gray in color with animal skin wrapped around the handle. The blade had been polished to be extremely smooth. Whoosh, whoosh, Subai swung the stone knife a couple of times, creating the sound of cutting through air. The stone knife is quite heavy. Its weight makes maneuvering difficult on my wrist. In combat, the speed of blocking attacks would be slower. Shanto had forgotten that the shaman was not a totem warrior, and the stone knives he usually sharpened were mostly for totem warriors. Shano tentatively asked, "Should I sharpen a bone knife for the shaman instead?" "No, this stone knife is good." Subai refused. Although it was heavy, this was the perfect tool for him to train his body. Moreover, they were about to set off for the spotted deer tribe tomorrow. He currently lacked a weapon. Without iron tools, stone tools were the only choice. At a later date, once he awakened his totem, he would change to a new stone knife. "All right." Sho saw the shaman's insistence and helplessly nodded. Subai glanced at Shancho's amputated foot and softly asked, "Have you ever thought about using something else to replace your feet?" Shancho fell silent, then said in a hoarse voice, "I've tried every method I could think of. It's simply impossible to find anything to replace lost feet." How could he be content? He used to be a mid-grade totem warrior. Now he could only stay in the teepee sharpening stone tools. He still longed for the thrilling life of hunting ferocious beasts. "I'll think of a way. When we have the materials, I'll make you a pair of prosthetic limbs." Subai solemnly declared. "Shaman, it's fine. I'm doing well right now." Shan Shogo grinned, taking the shaman's words as a form of comfort. He had tried every method he could think of. There simply was not anything in the world that could replace his feet. Subai did not bother explaining further. Everything would be clear when the prosthetics were actually made. Giving too many promises now would only make others hopeful while they agonize when it had not been delivered. He changed the subject. "When sharpening stone tools, you must wear an animal skin mask. This will protect your lungs. I always wear one. My coughing has improved a lot recently." Shantio quickly responded, "When you have time, teach your skills to the young people in the tribe. The tribe lacks people like you." Subai started to worry about the next generation of stone toolmakers. "Don't worry, Shaman. I'm already selecting people." Shanshio smiled, estimating the time and preparing to take his leave. He did not want to waste too much of the shaman's time. Before leaving, he asked, "Shaman, do you need me to sharpen anything else? I actually have something that needs to be crafted." Subai remembered that he needed yesterday. "What is it?" Shanshio asked curiously. "It's called a stone. It is specifically for plowing soil." Subai began to draw on the stone table with charcoal. It was better to be prepared now to avoid having to use wooden sticks to dig the soil. After a glance, Shanchio grinned and said, "This is very simple to make. It can be sharpened in less than a day. When you sharpened it, just have someone deliver it." Subai did not want Shio to make the journey back and forth. "I understand." Shio nodded, using his hands to push himself up, saying, "I'll take my leave now so as not to disturb the shaman." "All right." Subai stood up to see him off. "Shaman, you don't need to see me out." Shio quickly said, "Let's go." Subai smiled gently. Subai always had great respect for skilled people, especially skilled people with disabilities. Shanchio pursed his lips, feeling his arms becoming more energized. After these two interactions, he could not be more satisfied with the new shaman. Subai saw Shansho off to the outside of the teepee. Subai watched Shansho walk steadily and powerfully with his arms before silently withdrawing his gaze. He stepped towards the classroom. They were setting off for the spotted deer market tomorrow. Right now, he needed to go check on the quantity of the linen cloth. "Shaman," the two warrior trainees at the classroom door quickly saluted. The classroom had now become an important place in the tribe, with protective measures only slightly inferior to Subai Seppi. Everyday warrior trainees would guard the door, and unrelated personnel were not allowed to enter in. Subai smiled gently, stepping through the door to see Shur turning to look at him. "Shaman, you've come." Shur smiled and came forward to greet him. "How many rolls of linen cloth do we have right now?" Subai asked. We have exactly 30 rolls of linen cloth. Sure smiled, unable to hide his excitement. All of you haven't rested in these past 2 days. Sabai frowned and asked. According to his calculations, they should have been able to weave about 20 rolls of linen cloth in 3 days. We've been resting. We just also weave at night, Sure quickly said. There's no problem with the linen cloth, as their Suba was not very confident in these rough men. Absolutely no problem. We've had Yuang check everything. Sura patted his chest and guaranteed. Since becoming Sub's shaman priestess, the fox-eared girl had become busier. She was also responsible for inspecting the linen cloth. Let everyone rest well tonight, especially the totem warriors. We're setting off for the spotted deer tribe tomorrow, Sububai instructed. Don't worry, I'll make sure everyone rests, Sure said in a serious tone. And Sububai nodded, giving a knowing look. He soon stepped towards the exit of the classroom. Sayer's face tightened and he quickly followed him out of the classroom. What a pity, Subai sighed. He had prepared many plans, most of which were sustainable and would achieve maximum benefits. If they changed plans temporarily, although it could temporarily solve the Flame Dragon tribe's meat shortage, the limitation of their population would be difficult to resolve. That girl, didn't she water the plants in the morning? And at noon, why is she watering again? Subai saw Yu Ying's figure carrying a water bucket towards the sweet potato field. He walked over and called out, Shia, stop. Shaman, is there something you want me to do? Yu Ying quickly stopped and put down the wooden bucket she was carrying. How many times a day do you water the field? Subai scanned the wet sweet potato field. I water 6 times a day so they can grow faster, Yu Ying said softly and cutely. Subai raised his hand to his forehead, looking helplessly at the excited fox-eared girl before him. Yu Ying reined in her emotions and cautiously asked, Shaman, did I do something wrong? No, it's my fault for not clearly explaining it earlier. Subai shook his head and gently explained, sweet potatoes don't need constant watering. Water only twice a day in the morning and evening. That is more than enough. When they grow bigger, watering once every few days will suffice. How will they be all right now? Yu Ying stared with her pink eyes in panic. It's fine. More water is good when they're just planted, but not too much. Sub reassured her. That's good. Yu Ying sighed in relief, patting her ample chest. As if remembering something, she pointed towards the forest and worriedly said, Shaman, Sister Owa is acting strange today. She's been sitting on that tree over there all day. I'll go check on her. Subai's black eyes flickered as he walked towards the forest. This was the path often taken by the hunting team. He had walked it several times before with the cowhorn girl leading him the first time. Subai soon saw Yan Hua's figure. She was sitting on a branch of a big tree, staring intently at the distant forest. Yan Hua quickly noticed Su's arrival and turned to look at him. Surprised Shaman, why are you here? I came to see you, Subai said softly. Yan Hua pursed her lips, turning to grab the branch, preparing to come down. No need to come down, just stay up there. Subai waved his hand, knowing that the cowhorn girl was waiting for Yan Zio to return. Yan Hua hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not come down. She turned back to sit on the tree trunk, staring blankly at the distant forest. Neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere grew quiet with only occasional beast roars from the distance. Shaman, will my father come back? Yin Hua asked in a hoarse voice. Her red eyes reflecting the sunset appeared even more riend with a hint of crystal shimmering visible. She had not seen her father in 2 days. If it was just 1 day, she would not have thought much of it, as he often disappeared for a day in the past. However, it was only this morning that she learned that her father had gone into the forest to challenge a pure-blood ferocious beast. This completely frightened her. Having grown up listening to hunting stories, she knew how terrifying pure-blood ferocious beasts were. They were not something a level 1 totem warrior could challenge. Of course, he left with the shaman bone tablets I've made, Subai said, standing under the shadow of the tree, his face looking particularly solemn. Yin Hua tilted her head up. Time slowly passed, the sun sinking lower in the west, darkness gradually swallowing the light. The atmosphere became increasingly oppressive, and the cowhorn girl's grip on the tree branch tightened. Something's coming, Subai suddenly said, his black eyes fixed on the sky above the distant forest where he saw birds circling. Whoosh, 2 figures flashed out from their hiding spots, standing in front of Subai. They were Duer and Weiming, the 2 totem warriors responsible for protecting the shaman's safety. Is it the chieftain returning? Subai frowned and asked. Very likely, but the commotion he's drawing is a bit big, Dewey said in a low voice. Shaman, you should return to the tribe first. It's too dangerous here, Wing hoarsely said. They were currently at the edge of the tribe's territory. Let's wait a bit longer, Subai shook his head. Yin Hua immediately came down from the tree and stood beside Subai, her red eyes expectantly watching the forest. The sound of breaking branches rang out as a huge creature appeared from behind the bushes. It was a large bear about 5 m tall, covered in brown fur. Beneath it was Yingil. His hands were raised high to support the bear's neck. He tightly gripped its fur as he dragged it forward. The chieftain is back, Dua excitedly called out. The the chieftain really did it. He killed a pure-blood ferocious beast. Winging exclaimed, whoosh. Yinha had already rushed over, overjoyed at her father's safe return. Thud. Yinzio grinned, blood streaming down his cheeks as his body swayed and fell forward. Not good. Duo's expression changed as he suddenly charged forward, overtaking the cowhorn girl to reach Yinzio first. He crouched down, grabbed the bear's fur, and forcefully flipped it to the side. Thud, this had revealed Yinzio underneath. Duo could see several bloody gashes on his back, and he was currently bleeding. Shaman, please come quickly to check on the chieftain, Duo urgently called out. Yin Hua came to Yao's side, calling out in helpless worry. Father, are you all right? Don't scare me. She wanted to turn her father over, but was afraid of touching his wounds. Her hands were hovering in the air with uncertainty. Let me see, Subai said as he came over, scanning Yin Zio's back and judging that the wound was recent. Shaman, please save my father. Yin Hua's red eyes were full of tears streaming down her face. The chieftain will be fine, Subai gently reassured her. He crouched down, spreading his palms over Yin Zio's back and activated his skill, curring technique. A green light scattered down like spring coming to withered wood. The wounds on Yin Zio's back began to heal in real time. What a powerful shaman technique, Duo muttered. Even more powerful than the old shaman's techniques, Weiming said in amazement. 3 seconds later, Yin Zio's entire back was free of wounds with only some blood stains remaining. It's done. That wound has been healed, Subai softly declared. He had not expected the curring shaman technique combined with the heal skill to be so effective. He had managed to heal Yin Zio's wounds in one go. Thank you, thank you. Yan Hua kept expressing her gratitude. All right, let's check if the chieftain has any other wounds. Subai waved his hand and turned Yan Zio's body over. Sure enough, there were 3 more wounds on Yan Zio's chest, clearly claw marks. Curring, Subai said without hesitation, immediately activating his skill. Soon the wounds on Yan Zio's chest were also healed. To be safe, Subai used curring on Yin Zio's head as well, just in case the impulsive chieftain had a concussion. Tuo and Weiming looked at each other in bewilderment since when Rashaman technique so easy to use. All right, the chieftain has no injuries now. Subai withdrew his hands. With curring, internal injuries would also become non-existent. A soft groan. Yao slowly opened his red eyes, blinking in confusion. Why don't I feel any pain, father? Are you all right? Yin Hua asked with concern. I'm fine. Yao saw the people around him, especially Subai, and understood why he was all right. He sat up straight, the smile of a survivor on his face. I finally made it back. I almost died in the forest. Chieftain, what happened? Duo quickly asked. In the future, if you encounter a pure-blood ferocious beast, avoid it if you can. Yin Zio solemnly said, don't engage it in combat. You're no match for even one claw of a pure-blood ferocious beast. Duo and Weiming were speechless, looking oddly at Yingil. It seemed only the chieftain would be foolish enough to challenge a pure-blood ferocious beast. I'm alive, able to bring it back, all thanks to the shaman bone tablets. Yin Zio looked at Sububai and earnestly said, Shaman, your shaman bone tablet is too useful, especially the complete one. It can very quickly heal my wounds. Then those more recent wounds, Subai curiously asked. Hiki Yao grinned sheepishly, helplessly, explaining, I used 2 shaman bone tablets to barely kill the bear, but I was still severely injured on the way back. If it were not for the bear's ferocious aura still intimidating the mixed-blood ferocious beasts, Yin Zio might not have made it back to the tribe. Did you advance? Did you become a mid-grade totem warrior? Subai focused on this point. Yes, I succeeded. Yao grinned, showing his yellow teeth. Subai asked with relief, will your body be ready to set off tomorrow? Yes, all my wounds are healed. Yin Zio stood up and stretched, nonchalantly, declaring, after eating some pure-blood ferocious beast meat tonight, my kai will quickly be replenished. A pure-blood ferocious beast. It's been a long time since we've eaten one, Dua said with a complex smile. Back in the ancestral land, they occasionally got to eat a piece of pure-blood ferocious beast meat. After eating it, their kai would boil all night. Today, everyone will have some, Yanzhou happily declared. By everyone, he meant the totem warriors and warrior trainees. Ordinary people could not handle the energy and pure-blood ferocious beasts. Eating one piece might cause them to have nosebleeds. I'll eat several pieces, Duad joked. As long as you can endure it, eat as much as you can. Yinea waved his hand, eager for the totem warriors to eat more pure-blood ferocious beast meat. It would be even better if more could advance to become mid-grade totem warriors. Definitely more than before, Duo stubbornly said. Want to compete? Then Wming raised an eyebrow. Bring it on. Duo would not back down. Come to the teepee tonight with Song. Sure, we have things to discuss. Subai softly said, yes. Yin Zio quickly agreed. Subai walked away with him around. Everyone would be too restrained to joke around. As the sun set, the dusk suddenly seemed more beautiful. In the evening outside the main teepee, Yin Zio, Yin Hua, and Sang Shur had already arrived. Shaman, we're here, Yin Hua called out in a clear voice. Swoosh. The door flap was lifted. Yuang poked her head out and softly said, "Come in, everyone." Yan Zio and Song Shi entered first. The cowhorn girl followed behind, carrying a large piece of pure-blood ferocious beast fresh meat. She was responsible for helping with the roasting. "Shaman," the three bowed in greeting. "Please sit." Sabai waved his hand and walked to sit by the fire pit. "Yes." Yan Zio and Ser sat down cross-legged. Yin Hua, holding the fresh meat, said to the fox-eared girl, "Process the bear meat. They'll eat this tonight." "All right," Yuang responded softly. "You haven't eaten yet." Suba looked towards Yin Zio and Sure. "Yes, we wanted to come here to eat while we talk." Yin Zio quickly nodded. "Tonight we'll try a different way of eating," Subai said, looking at the huge piece of fresh meat. The pungent smell was overwhelming. It would be too dry to roast and eat as is. "What different way of eating?" Yin Zio asked, puzzled. Without explaining, Subai turned and instructed Awa, "Go to Shancha's place and bring back a flat stone." "All right." Yin Hua handed the fresh meat to the fox-eared girl and left the teepee. "Shayu, slice the meat as thinly as possible." Subai continued to instruct. "Okay." Yuang took the fresh meat to process it. "Are there any sour bee berries in the tribe?" Subai asked the two idle men. "Yes, I'll go get some." Sure stood up and rushed out of the teepee. "Chieftain, can you carve a few wooden sticks about this long and as thick as a pinky?" Subai gestured to a length of about 20 cm. Of course, he and Zio stood up and rushed out of the teepee. "I wonder if stone-grilled meat will taste good." Subai sighed, taking a few stones and placing them around the fire pit to make a stove. Soon the three who had left returned one by one. The cowhorn girl brought back a flat stone slab the size of a wash basin. After washing it clean, she placed it on the stove and the water quickly evaporated from the heat. "Shaman, these are green sour berries." Sure held 7 or 8 green berries. "Just set them aside for now." Subai waved his hand, picking up 2 of the carved wooden sticks to use as chopsticks. He skillfully used the chopsticks, picking up the fatty meat sliced by the fox-eared girl and placing it on the stone slab, quickly spreading it out. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The fatty meat on the hot stone slab made a pleasant grilling sound. "Bring out some salt." "We'll exchange for more salt at the Spotted Deer Tribe tomorrow, so don't save the old salt," Subai said with a light smile. "I'll go get it." Yin Hua stood up and ran out of the teepee. "This is the first time I've seen this method of grilling meat," Yin Zio said, looking at the meat slices on the stone slab. "Yes, but the meat slices are too small." Sure nodded, then looked disapprovingly at the thin meat slices. Shayu cut a large piece for him. Subai rolled his eyes, using the chopsticks to flip the meat slices. "Okay," Ewing responded with a suppressed laugh. Ashur smiled awkwardly. "Shaman, can't we eat yet?" Yin Zio swallowed his saliva. "Don't rush. Delicious food needs time." Subai wanted to grill the meat longer to reduce the dry taste. Swoosh. Yin lifted the door flap and entered, handing over a wooden tube, saying, "Shaman, here's the salt." And Subai took the salt, removed the wooden plug, and poured a little salt in the corner of the stone slab. He had just poured out a bit of salt when he froze, staring at the gray salt. He hesitantly asked, "Is salt always this color?" "Yes, salt is always gray." Yeo looked at the salt on the stone slab with a pained expression. The thumb-sized amount of salt was several days' worth. A thought crossed Su's mind. Could the salt in this world be different from Earth's? He dipped his finger in the salt and tasted it. His expression immediately turned bitter. The gray salt was salty, bitter, and strange tasting. "This salt probably hasn't even been filtered," Subai guessed. "Filtered?" Yan Zio and the others looked confused. "I'll tell you later." Subai shook his head. With the trib's current salt amount, there would be hardly anything left after filtering. He said to the fox-eared girl, "Xiaoyu, cut open the green sour berries." "Okay." Yuang took the green sour berries, and when I cut them, she always remembered not to reveal the fruit knife. So she did it with her back facing Ying Yao and Sura. "They're cut." Yuang brought over the cut green sour berries. "I'll try it first to see how it tastes." Subai picked up a piece of grilled meat. He first dipped it in a bit of salt, squeezed some green sour berry juice on it, then put it in his mouth. He chewed it, his eyes brightening slightly. He exclaimed in surprise, "It tastes quite good." There's a hint of meat flavor with the sourness and a bit of saltiness to balance it. The only downside is the slight bitterness from the salt. "Is it really that good?" Yan Zio asked in surprise. "Try it yourselves." Subai picked up another piece of grilled meat to eat. All right, everyone started to help themselves. Actually, using their hands to pick up the meat or using a single wooden stick to skewer it. Using chopsticks would be a bit difficult for them. "It's so much better than the roasted meat we used to eat," Yan Zio said in amazement. "It's sour. I didn't know we could use green sour berries to grill meat." Sure squeezed the green sour berry onto his large piece of grilled meat. His only dissatisfaction was that the meat pieces were too small, making it unsatisfying. "The texture is so refreshing." Yan Hua's red eyes brightened, fixated on the grilled meat on the stone slab. Subai watched as everyone was scrambling for the meat and noticed the fox-eared girl sitting obediently to the side without reaching for any. He softly asked Shio, "Why don't you help yourself? I can't eat it," Yuang said, pursing her lips. "Why can't you eat it?" Sabai curiously asked. "Shaman, this is pure blood ferocious beast meat. Yuang will get a nosebleed if she eats it," Yan Hua said in a clear voice. She was also only tasting a little, not daring to eat too much pure blood ferocious beast meat, afraid of getting a nosebleed in the middle of the night. "It's fine, just eat a piece." Sabai smiled lightly, picking up a piece of grilled meat, seasoning it, and bringing it to the fox-eared girl's mouth. Yuying's face riened slightly, smelling the grilled meat. She finally could not resist. She opened her mouth, revealing her small right fang, and took the grilled meat in one bite. She chewed it, her face showing an expression of delight. The taste of the grilled meat was truly delicious, incomparable to the roasted meat they used to eat. Yin Hua's red eyes stared blankly at the interaction between Sabai and Yuang. She felt an inexplicable tightness in her heart. She picked up half a green sour berry and stuffed it directly into her mouth. Her pretty face immediately scrunched up since it was so sour. Yanji glanced at his daughter's scrunched-up face and noticed her eyes stealing glances in the shaman's direction. He could not help but inwardly smile, knowing that his daughter was now also interested in the shaman. "I asked you two to come today to decide who will go to the spotted deer tribe tomorrow," Sabai said while flipping the grilled meat. "Shaman, who do you want to choose?" Yan Zio rhetorically asked. He absolutely had to go. Otherwise, why would he have risked challenging a pure-blood ferocious beast? It was all to the linen cloth. Sang Shur should stay to guard the tribe. "The tribe can't be without a strong totem warrior," Sububai softly declared. Sang Shur stopped chewing the large piece of grilled meat, his purple eyes flashing with disappointment before he smiled and nodded. "All right, I'll stay behind to protect the shaman." He had already anticipated this. With the chieftain going out, the tribe would definitely keep him, the head of the hunting team, behind. But it would be a lie to say he was not disappointed. After all, he wanted to see the spotted deer tribe, too. "No, you don't need to protect me. You need to protect the people in the tribe." Sabai handed his chopsticks to the fox-eared girl and softly declared, "This time I will be going to the spotted deer tribe as well." What everyone present widened their eyes, looking at the shaman with his calm expression in shock. Yin Zio was the first to disagree, anxiously stating, "Shaman, it's too dangerous outside. If you have anything that needs to be done, just tell us to do it." "Yes, if the Wanderers find out about the shaman's identity, they will definitely try to intercept us." Shur hastily tried to persuade, no longer caring about eating. Yin Hua's red eyes flickered, but she did not speak. "How would others know I'm a shaman if you don't tell them?" Sabai had anticipated that the tribe members would object, but Yinya wanted to say more. "Enough, I'll be very careful. If I don't go to the spotted deer tribe, I won't be able to observe some things firsthand." "We also need some allies," Sabai calmly said. Many things required his personal judgment. Such things could not be reliant on others to convey information to him. Moreover, the tribe's population was too small, making it impossible to implement some of his ideas. Sabai added, "Don't forget, I also know shaman techniques. 2 of them, in fact, 2 shaman techniques." Yin Zio and Ser looked at each other in surprise. "Father, the shaman really does know 2 shaman techniques," Yin Hua said in a clear voice. "Shaman, what's the other shaman technique you know?" Yin Zio asked tentatively. "A blessing shaman technique called the strength enhancement technique. It can increase a person's strength by 2 times, Sabai said with a slight smile. Yin Zio drew in a sharp breath, now fully believing that the shaman was indeed extraordinary. The old shamans claimed that it would take at least 30 days for the new shaman to learn 1 shaman technique was clearly a lie. "Besides, won't you be there to protect me?" Sabai calmly stated. Yan Zio and Song exchanged glances and helplessly nodded. They had no choice but to agree. The new shaman was very decisive. He worked completely differently from the old shaman. He always did things that were unexpected. "Father, I want to go too," Yin Hua said in a clear voice. Yin Zio frowned and refused. "No, you can't go. I can protect the shaman," Yin Hua pleaded. Yin Zio said, irritated, "You should protect yourself first. Uncle Tangshur, please convince my father." Yin Hua pitifully said, "Your father is right. It's too dangerous for you to go outside when you're not a totem warrior." Shur shook his head and said, "HMPH." Yin Hua powdered in dissatisfaction, her red eyes looking towards the shaman. Sabai shrugged helplessly. He had ways to protect himself, but the cowhorn girl really did not. "Shaman, who else should go with us?" Yao asked for advice. "How many people do you think would be appropriate?" Sabai had not traveled far in this world before totem warriors plus he who has already gone ahead. "It would be 5 in total." "That should be enough," Yin Zio said after some thought. Too many people would make the target too big, and the tribe needed to retain enough totem warriors. Otherwise, there would be no one to protect the tribe against ferocious beast attacks. "All right, you can choose who goes." Sabai did not understand much about the division of labor among totem warriors. Understood. Yao nodded in agreement. "By the way, chieftain, did you get any ferocious beast bones?" Sub asked softly. He wanted to make more shaman bone tablets tonight. Especially more blessing shaman bone tablets. Tablets that could increase one's strength were definitely something that he could not have too many of. Yes, I almost forgot. Yin Zio slapped his forehead and instructed the cowhorn girl, "Go get the animal skin bag hanging on the wooden pillar in the teepee." "Okay." Yin Hua responded with a pout and walked out of the teepee. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Having finished discussing, everyone started eating the meat. "When I get a nosebleed if I eat too much pure blood ferocious beast meat?" Sabai asked while chewing the grilled meat, noticing that no one was stopping him from eating. "No, you won't. The old shaman used to eat it often." Yin Zio shook his head. Could it be because of shaman power? Sabai speculated inwardly. From the corner of his eye, he saw the fox-eared girl licking her lips. Unable to bear it, he picked up a piece of grilled meat and offered it to her. Ayuing bashfully opened her mouth and ate it. Ashur opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately closed it without speaking. He just lowered his head to concentrate on eating the grilled meat. "I brought the things." Yinho lifted the teepee flap and returned only to see the shaman feeding her friend. Her mood inexplicably soured again. "Let me see." Sabai beckoned with his hand. Yinhua quickly handed it over. Sabai took the animal's skin bag, opened it, and looked inside. There were 6 pieces of beast bones, some still with traces of blood. Yanzhao spoke with his mouth full of grilled meat. "These are all the types of ferocious beast bones that the old shaman wanted. Whichever you think is best, we'll hunt that kind of ferocious beast in the future." "Good," Sabai nodded, placing the beast bones aside. "Shaman, the bones of that pure-blood ferocious beast bear will probably be ready for you tomorrow." Yanzhao added, "That's fine." Sub was already very satisfied. "Shaman, well, take our leave now." Yin Zio stood up and bowed. Saer and Yin Hua followed suit, bowing as well. The dinner had lasted for 2 hours before people started to leave. "Make sure the linen cloth and food are prepared. We'll set off early tomorrow morning." Sabai reminded them. "Yes." Yan Zio quickly responded. The 3 lifted the door flap and left, leaving Sabai and the fox-eared girl in the teepee. "Shio, you hardly ate any meat tonight. Why don't you grill some dried meat to eat?" Sabai gently said. "Okay." Yuang softly responded. "Don't try to save it. We won't be short of meat in the future." Sabai patted the fox-eared girl's head, then picked up the animal skin bag containing beast bones. He was going to prepare them by polishing them before making shaman bone tablets. In Yuying's cheeks flushed red, her pink eyes gazing tenderly at Sue's back, feeling warmth in her heart. Thump, thump, thump. Sabai poured the beast bones onto the stone table and began polishing them with animal skin and a red tooth knife. A healing aid happily grilling dried meat and pairing it with green sour berries along with the leftover salt from Sububai. Following the principle of not wasting food, she ate with gusto. As she was eating, she felt her nose start to itch. She raised her hand to wipe it and saw a smear of red on her fingers. Blood. Yuang immediately recognized it. She was having a nosebleed. She quickly covered her nose with her hand, her pink eyes welling up with tears, panicking and not knowing what to do. The fox-eared girl still had grilled meat in her mouth as she hurriedly stood up and walked towards the stone table. At this moment, she could only seek help from the shaman. "What's wrong?" Sabai heard the noise and looked up, seeing the fox-eared girl covering her nose with blood seeping through her fingers, still chewing something in her mouth. His expression changed as he asked, "Are you having a nosebleed?" Yuang nodded quickly. "Come here." Sabai quickly stood up, reaching out to move the fox-eared girl's small hands away. Seeing the blood flowing freely from her nose, he quickly pinched her nostrils with his fingers. He had not expected 2 small pieces of pure-blood ferocious beast meat would cause such a strong reaction, nourishing the fox-eared girl to the point of a nosebleed. "Keep this spot pinched and don't move." "I'll get some water," Sabai said reassuringly. Yu Ying's panicked mood calmed down as she pinched her nose with her small hands. Splash. Splash. Sabai soaked an animal skin in cold water, then wrung some water out. He came back to the fox-eared girl and used the animal skin to wipe her forehead, neck, and then her nose area. This step was to help cool Yuang down. Yu Ying's pink eyes were full of tender light as she watched Subai busying himself for her, feeling that having a nosebleed was worth it. A few minutes later, "Release your hand and let's see if you're still bleeding," Sabai said, holding the animal skin. And Yuang obediently let go, revealing her Rien nose from the pinching. There was coagulated blood around her nostrils, but no fresh blood flowing from her nasal cavity. "It's okay now. The bleeding has stopped," Subai sighed in relief, using the damp animal skin to clean the coagulated blood around Yui's nostrils. "Thank you, Shaman," Yuang said in a small voice, her cheeks flushing. Her pink eyes did not dare to look directly at Subui as his gentle masculine charm at this moment was too overwhelming. "All right, go sit and rest for a while. Keep using the warm animal skin to wipe your forehead, neck, and nose." Sabai handed her the animal skin. "Okay," Yuang responded softly. "Next time, we can't let you eat pure-blood ferocious beast meat." Sabai shook his head with amusement. I won't dare to eat it again, Yuang pouted. She had always heard her friends say that eating pure-blood ferocious beast meat would cause nosebleeds. She nevertheless did not expect it to be so severe. It's okay. In the future, we'll prepare some fresh wild beast meat. We can grill that to eat, Subai reassured her. After all, everyone was eating so joyously. Seeing the fox-eared girl watching longingly from the side would make anyone feel sympathetic, and Yuang obediently agreed. If you start bleeding again, call me. Subai returned to the stone table and continued polishing the ferocious beast bones, and Yuang slowly moved, preparing to clean up the leftover food, afraid that any sudden movements might cause another nosebleed. On the other side, the cowhorn girl was trying to persuade Yin Ya to let her go along to the spotted deer tribe. Father, please let me go with you. Yin Hua pleaded, looking pitifully at him. I've never been outside the tribe. Please take me with you. No, it's too dangerous. Yao shook his head stubbornly. But grandfather used to take you when you weren't even a totem warrior. Yin Hua angrily said, that was different from now. If there's danger, I need to protect the shaman. I might not be able to take care of you. Yao helplessly said, I can help protect the shaman too. Yin Hua quickly said, you forget it, you're not even a totem warrior. Yao said dismissively with a disdainful expression, Father, think about it. You and Uncle Mang are all adults. Only the shaman is so young, it will definitely raise suspicion. Yin Hua bit her lip, her red eyes flickering as she decided to use the shaman's identity to persuade him. If I go along, others won't focus solely on the shaman. The shaman will be safer. That does make some sense, Yin Zio frowned. Seeing that her father was swayed, Yin Hua quickly added, also, I can take care of the shaman. Yan Zio turned to look at his daughter and teased, since when did you become so concerned about the shaman you weren't even willing to be the shaman priestess before? No, that's not true. Yin Hua's cheeks flushed red as she turned her head away, not daring to meet her father's inquiring gaze. She did not know why herself. On one hand, she wanted to see what it was like outside the tribe. On the other hand, she was truly worried about the shaman's safety. If it was not out of concern, how could she have noticed the flaw that the shaman was the only young person among those traveling? All right, go to bed now. Let me think about it. Yao still has not decided. Although he felt his daughter's words made sense, he could not bear to put her in danger. Father, Yinhe looked at him pleadingly. I'll tell you my decision in the morning. Yin Zio waved his hand. Humph. Yin Hua let out a light snort and stomped her foot before leaving. She thought about secretly following them, but soon realized that with the totem warrior's speed, she might be left behind without even seeing their figures. Ark, this is so difficult. Early morning before the sky was completely bright. Shaman, time to get up. A soft, familiar voice sounded. Just a little longer. Subai mumbled, pursing his lips. Yuang stared blankly at Subu by sleeping face. Hearing the shaman's reluctant voice, she found it inexplicably adorable. Compared to the usually calm and wise image of the shaman, this morning version, who just wanted to sleep, had a different charm to it. This stark contrast made it more apparent. This Gap Moang crouched by the bed, quietly gazing at Sububai's peaceful sleeping face. She became a bit entranced, completely forgetting what she had come to do. Time slowly passed and people in the tribe began to wake up. Yin Hua, I'll let you go, but you must listen to instructions. Yin Zio reminded his daughter again, worried that her first time out might have accidents due to her excessive curiosity. Sura and Mai Mang exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of amusement in each other's eyes. They remembered when Yan Zio first went out, he nearly lost his life due to being too curious. Sometimes the warnings of elders were based on their own past experiences. If one realized it and put themselves in their shoes, back in their youths, they would find much amusement in it. All right, I understand, Yin Hua quickly responded. Her father had reminded her over a dozen times, almost a conditioned reflex at this point. Yin Zio looked around and turned to the cowhorn girl, saying, go ask the shaman if he's ready. Okay. Yin Hua immediately jogged towards the main teepee. Before she arrived, she called out, Shaman, we can set off now. Shaman, quickly wake up. Inside the main teepee, the fox-eared girl was frantically calling out. Subai made a bewildered response. What's going on? Yin Ha tilted her head, then called out, I'm coming in. She lifted the door flap and saw Yuang pulling at the shaman. She immediately understood the situation. The shaman hadn't gotten up yet. Zio Yu, didn't I tell you to wake the shaman up earlier? Yin Hua gently scolded. Yu Ying's face re-ended with embarrassment. How could she say she had been mesmerized as she watched the shaman sleep? That would be too embarrassing to admit. She quickly searched for an excuse, remembering last night's events, and hastily added, the shaman went to sleep very late last night. I wanted to let him sleep a bit more. Shaman, did you stay up late making shaman bone tablets again? Yin Hua looked at Sububai, who was rubbing his eyes. She softly asked, Ziayu, why didn't you urge the shaman to go to sleep? I forgot. Yui's pink eyes unnaturally looked to the side. She could not say that because of her nose bleed last night. She had accidentally fallen asleep while she closed her eyes to rest. Really now, since when did you become so forgetful? Yan Hua rolled her eyes. Yuang stuck out her tongue sheepishly. Asubai sleepily yawned, squinting his eyes hard. He looked at the two girls in front of him and groggy asked, "Is everything ready?" "It's all ready. We're just waiting for you," Shaman Yin Hua said in a clear voice. "All right, tell everyone to double check. I'll be there soon." Subai waved his hand. "Okay," Yinha quickly agreed, giving the fox-eared girl a knowing look before stepping out of the teepee. "Shaman, I've prepared 2 sets of animal skin clothes for you. All the linen cloth has been packed to be exchanged, so we can't make clothes for now." Yuang came over carrying an animal skin bag, softly saying, "When the shaman returns, I'll definitely make you some linen clothes." "That's fine." Subai Tridley smiled and asked, "Can you put the few shaman bone tablets on the stone table into another animal skin bag for me?" "Yes." Yuang turned to get a new animal skin bag, quickly putting the tin shaman bone tablets from the stone table into it. She saw a stone knife by the stone table and quickly grabbed it too, returning to Subai. "I almost forgot about the stone knife." Subai chuckled, tying the animal skin strap of the stone knife around his waist and slinging the bag with the shaman bone tablets over his shoulder. He looked around, checking if he had forgot anything before stepping towards the teepee door flap. Yuang felt dejected, holding the animal skin bag with the clothes and quietly following behind. Subai glanced sideways at the fox-eared girl with her head lowered. He reached out to gently tug her ear. He asked gently, "What's wrong? Will you miss me?" Oying's fox ears were tugged and her face immediately turned red. Especially after hearing the shaman's words, even her neck turned red with embarrassment. "I'll be back soon. Stay in the tribe, eat well, and grow taller." Sub's fingers rubbed the fox ear, only letting go when he saw the fox-eared girl so embarrassed she could barely stand in. Yuang made a soft nasal sound. "I'm going now. You don't like goodbyes, so you don't have to come see me off." Subai reached out to take the animal skin bag from Yu Ying's arms. He was also someone who did not like to bid his farewells. "Wouldn't it be better to avoid the heartache of partying?" Yuang hugged the animal skin bag tightly and said in a cute, bold voice, I am the shaman priestess. I should see the shaman off." "Is that so?" Subai naturally withdrew his arm and brightly smiled. "Very well, my shaman priestess. Hurry up then. Everyone is waiting for us." "Yes," Yuang responded with a smile. Sub arrived at the open area of the tribe to see Yin Zio, Mangdua, and Weiming already prepared. They were holding long spears with stone knives at their waists, in huge animal skin bags on their backs, which contained a linen cloth. Subai also saw the cowhorn girl among the 4, also carrying an animal skin bag and a stone knife at her waist. Yan Hua came forward taking the animal skin bag from the fox-eared girl's hands, softly saying, "I'll bring you something when I come back." Be careful," Yuang said softly. "Don't worry," Yin Hua said in a clear voice. Yan Zio came forward with a solemn expression and said, "Shaman, we're ready." In Subai nodded, turning to Tong Shi, saying, "I leave the tribe in your hands. As long as the tribe stands, I stand." Sang Shi solemnly declared, "Good. All right, let's set off." Subai called out with a smile, "Yes." Yuang accompanied them to the edge of the tribe. When she could no longer see the 6 figures, she clased her hands together in prayer. "Ancestors, please bless the shaman and everyone to return safely to the tribe." In a forest, over 200 people were gathered. There were old and young, women and men, all thin-faced and sickly-looking. Each appeared listless. This was a gathering place for wanderers, people who had fled from their destroyed tribes. In the center of the gathering, a bonfire was lit. A wild boar was being roasted. Fat dripped onto the flames, causing them to flicker and dance. Around the bonfire sat 7 people. They were the remaining totem warriors of this gathering, coming from several tribes, and were the leaders of this place. Recently, there's been less and less game in the surroundings. Today, we only hunted 1 wild boar. It's far from enough for everyone to have a bite. A burly man spoke, sitting noticeably taller than those around him. "Shan Xiang, you're just too slow. Otherwise, that rabbit wouldn't have escaped," complained a thin man with prominent front teeth. "Show you what do you know, a rabbit is just a few bites of meat. It's better to find more wild boars." Shan Xiang glared, his voice rumbling like thunder. "A rabbit may be small, but it could still fill a bit of our stomachs." Shia shrank his neck, still a bit afraid of the big Sha Xiang. "Enough, stop arguing." A cool female voice rang out. Shan Xiang and Shia closed their mouths, turning to look at the figure directly in front of the bonfire, who lowered her head in thought. She slowly raised her head, revealing gray eyes, gray long hair, and a pair of gray triangular ears on her head. Her face was cold yet pretty. "Bossy, what should we do now?" someone asked in a deep voice. "Currently, we have 3 options we can take." Yuio's gray eyes coldly scanned the surroundings. "Bossy, what are the 3 options?" Shiu quickly asked. He had had enough of days where they ate 1 meal and starved for several. "The first thing we need to do is to find a new hunting ground and move everyone there to build a new gathering place," Yuio said coolly. "Move again? Didn't we just move less than 20 days ago? Many of us will die again," a totem warrior bitterly said. During the last move, many of their weaker members had died while they migrated. After all, they were climbing through forests, and for those who could not eat enough, it was too exhausting to keep up with the moving group. They would and had to be abandoned. This is a good option. If we don't move, we'll all starve to death eventually. Another totem warrior agreed. Bossy, please tell us about the second option. Shia quickly spoke up. Moving was not a long-term solution. Who knew if the resources at the next hunting ground would be abundant? If it was like their current forest with only a few wild beasts, they would not be able to last more than a few days. The abundance of beasts in a hunting ground depended on what kind of ferocious beasts were present. If there were domineering ones with big appetites, there would not be many wild beasts left. Ordinary people mostly ate wild beasts, and it was in the highest demand. The current gathering of over 200 people consumed several wild boars every day. The second option is to go and raid for food, Yeo said coolly. Everyone fell silent. Some of their tribes had been destroyed by other tribes for this very reason. Food, or rather, conflicts over the division of hunting grounds. With just us, there aren't many tribes we can raid, Shan Xiang said in a muffled voice. He was not underestimating himself. A normal small tribe would have no fewer than 20 totem warriors. With their current 7 totem warriors, could they really raid a tribe even with his and Boja's strength? Even if they were able to fight 3 or 4 totem warriors each, there was still the ever-mysterious and formidable shaman in each tribe. I didn't say we would raid a tribe. Yuyo's gray eyes glanced at Shan Xiang coldly stating, the spotted deer tribe is holding a market soon. You should know about this, right, of course. Shoyer and others nodded. What will raid are the goods these people are transporting. Yui's gray eyes narrowed, looking at the people in the gathering. Their eyes were dull, occasionally stealing glances at the roasting wild boar in the center of the bonfire. She knew that even if they raided, it would only solve their immediate crisis. The fundamental problem remained unsolved. Won't they retaliate against us? Shia voiced his concern. It depends on how big the tribe target is. If it's a small tribe, they might let it go, Yuio calmly stated. Bossy, what about the last option? Shangxing asked with a hint of hope. The last remaining option is the one we've discussed before. Yeo picked up a piece of firewood and threw it into the bonfire, saying coolly, that is to find a tribe and join them. Let's forget about that one. The last time we tried, we were driven away, Shan Xiang said with a gloomy expression. They had thought of this solution before, but several tribes had chased them away as soon as they saw them. They were afraid they would eat everything up and force the tribe into poverty. That's right. No tribe can take in over 200 people. It would impoverish them. Shia shook his head. I think we should move. Maybe we'll find a bountiful hunting ground, capture a shaman or two, and we could form a tribe again. Shan Xiang suggested. They had become wanderers because they lost their shaman. It had forced them to migrate aimlessly without guidance. They had lost their life goals and future. They were merely surviving day by day. No, I think it's better to go raid for goods. Currently, everyone is too hungry to have the strength to move. Someone objected. All right, let's pursue all 3 options in tandem. Yuio raised her hand to stop the discussion. Bossy, please give us your orders. Shoy quickly said in Shia, take some people to watch the entrances and exits of the spotted deer tribe. Find out about the tribes coming to attend the market. Yeo was also more inclined towards raiding. They needed to feed everyone before they had the strength to move. As for joining another tribe, she did not hold much hope for that. Understood. Shoya respectfully agreed. Mang and Weiming took turns leading the way, using their stone knives to cut through branches and vines blocking their path. Dua walked at the back, guarding against any ferocious beasts or enemies that might ambush them. Yin Zio stayed close to Sububai and Yin Hua, ready to protect the shaman and his daughter at a moment's notice if danger arose. The group had been traveling for 2 days since leaving the Flame Dragon tribe, only stopping to sleep in shifts at night. Isn't there any proper path around here? Subai asked, wiping sweat from his brow. They had been walking mountain trails, heading in one direction and crossing mountains and ridges, only detouring when the path became too difficult. By Sub's estimate, if there was a proper road, they could have saved more than half the travel time. No, we only communicate every dozen days, sometimes even once in several dozen days. Even if we build up paths, they'd be quickly overgrown. Yin Zio shook his head, his red eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings as he calmly explained, Shaman, only the large tribes have paths between them. That's because they trade frequently. For small tribes like us, we might not even communicate once a year. Don't tribes interact with each other? Subai frowned. Such closed groups will be lacking in cultural and economic development. Our only chance to interact with other tribes is when we compete for hunting grounds, Yin Zio said in a deep voice. The cowhorn girl was no longer as lively as when they first left the tribe. She followed silently beside Subai, quietly listening in on their conversation. Then how did the spotted deer tribe market develop? Sub was genuinely curious about this. The spotted deer tribe has salt. Everyone goes to their tribe every 15 days to exchange for salt, Yao said with envy in his voice. Oh, is the salt produced by the spotted deer tribe? I was quite surprised. It's not clear, but my father said the salt might not be produced by the spotted deer tribe. They also exchange it from other large tribes, Yin Zio said with uncertainty. So they're the middlemen. Subai realized. He guessed that the spotted deer tribe had developed by profiting as the middlemen since they were the only ones with salt in the area. Or perhaps salt was something the spotted deer tribe had promoted. It was very suspicious that the spotted deer tribe was not a large tribe despite having such a valuable resource. How many people are in the spotted deer tribe? Subai wanted to learn more about this middleman to see if there was the possibility for cooperation. They have 3,000 people with over 200 totem warriors. Yin Zio said, his tone full of envy and discontent. The Flame Dragon tribe used to have 300 people with only 32 totem warriors. Now they were down to 72 people and 11 totem warriors. No wonder Yin Zio felt envious and discontented. We'll have that many people someday too, Subai said firmly. I believe in you, shaman. Yao forced a smile. Subai did not have a habit of making empty promises. He analyzed the information to deduce the desired tribal strength. Small tribes had a few hundred people and dozens of totem warriors. Medium tribes had several thousand to under 10,000 people with over 100 totem warriors. Large tribes had around 10,000 people with an unknown number of totem warriors. Medium and large tribes each had their specialties which they traded to smaller tribes, obtaining meat to strengthen their development. It seems my guess is correct, Subai thought to himself. With the current social living model, it is impossible for a single tribe to develop to several thousand or tens of thousands of people. Without agriculture and animal husbandry as food sources, given the appetites of the tribe members, it would be very difficult to develop beyond several thousand people without specialties to exchange for food. The small tribes suffer the most. Side-by-side small tribes used all their dried meat to exchange for salt or other urgently needed supplies. This was one of the reasons why he placed such importance on linen cloth. Yan Hua's beautiful eyes gazed at the shaman's profile, finding that a man deep in thought was quite handsome. It was no less attractive than the strong totem warriors. My man cleared a path to an open area and scanned the surroundings. His eyes narrowed as he pulled backing who was about to walk forward and pointed at the ground. Footprints. Winging turned to look, his expression changing instantly. These were human footprints. My man gripped his stone knife tightly and softly warned, "Go check the surroundings first." "All right," Wing nodded. He put down his animal skin bag and gripped his spear tightly as he disappeared into the forest. Yin Zio, Subai, and the others saw my man stop and quickly but quietly approached. "What's the situation?" Yin Zio asked in a low voice. "We found human footprints." While Ming went to check, my man said softly, "Shaman Awa, you two must stay by my side." Yin Zio instructed. "Understood." Yin Hua quickly nodded, her small hand already gripping the stone knife at her waist. "Here, two each." Subai handed over the animal skin bag he was holding. "What are these?" Yan Zio curiously took the bag and opened it to look inside. His gaze froze. What did he see? A bag full of shaman bone tablets, at least 10 of them. This was the first time in Yan Zio's life that he had seen so many shaman bone tablets. He was in complete shock. "Chieftain, what are they?" My Mang, seeing Yin Zio's expression, became even more curious. Yan Zio reached into the animal skin bag, took out 2 shaman bone tablets and handed them over, hororously stating, "These are all shaman bone tablets." AI My Mang drew in a sharp breath, his eyes wide as he stared at the shaman bone tablets. "One is the Kuring shaman technique, the other is the strength enhancement technique," Subai explained calmly. "Shaman, did you make all these in the few days we were in the tribe?" Yan Zio asked softly. "Yes, mainly because there weren't enough materials. Otherwise, there would be more shaman bone tablets," Subai said with some regret. "Shaman, please rest assured. We'll take care of all the materials you need," Yin Zio said excitedly. With shaman bone tablets, their hunting team could now attempt to face ferocious beasts they would not have dared to before. "All right," Subai nodded. Whoosh, the branches shook as Weiming returned. "What's the situation?" Yin Zio asked with a serious expression. Weiming said in a low voice, "We've likely entered into another tribe's hunting ground." "Did you see anyone?" Yao asked with gravity in his voice. "No, but I saw some traces left by hunters," Washington Ming said with a solemn expression. "How many people?" Yao frowned and asked. 6 pairs of footprints." "Probably only 6 totem warriors," Weiming said, his tone slightly relieved. "It's likely just a hunting team." Yin Zio thought for a moment, then turned to Subai and asked, "Shaman, should we take a detour? How much farther would that be?" Subai frowned and asked. "Half a day's journey." Yao estimated the range of the hunting ground based on his experience. "If we don't take a detour, will it be dangerous?" Subai did not want to walk an extra half day. Well, Yin Zio scanned the group, looked down at the shaman bone tablet in his hand, and grinned. No, there will not be any great danger. Then let's not detour then. Sabai shrugged. All right, tighten formation and be careful. Yin Zio sternly instructed. Yes, Dua and the others responded. Dua, Weiming, and Mang surrounded Sabai with Yan Zio taking the lead. The group walked for over an hour before encountering trouble. Stop. Yanhao waved for everyone to halt, 13 people in total. Sub raised an eyebrow. This was what he had sensed. My Mang and Wing looked at the shaman in surprise, not expecting him to discern how many people there were. About a dozen people were vaguely hidden in the forest, lurking in the shadows. Their eyes were keenly observing Sabai and the others. Who are you? Someone called out from the forest. We're just passing through, heading to the spotted deer tribe to exchange for food, Yin Zio called back. This statement immediately caused a stir among the people in the forest. Some looked greedily at Yin Zio and the others' animal skin bags while others were arguing. Chieftain, when we act, do it swiftly. Charge in and kill them, Sabai said in a low voice. With his keen senses, he had heard that the other side intended to kill and rob them. Some disagreed, and it had caused an argument. Understood. Yin Zio began to gather his strength, preparing for a lightning strike. Soon, the people in the forest finished arguing, and a man with a scar on his face stepped out. He sneered, "Leave half your things and you can pass." "And if we don't?" Yin Zio coldly asked. He had already untied the animal skin rope on his chest with one hand, putting down his animal skin back. These were linen cloth that the Flame Dragon tribe had worked on for several days. They dared to ask them to leave half. If there were dozens of totem warriors, they might have been intimidated, but with just 13 totem warriors, he could handle half of them alone. "Then you'll leave everything." The scarred man stopped mid-sentence. His eyes widened as he stared at the totem mark on Yin Zio's body, his gaze lingering on his arms. "You want us to leave everything? Let's see if you have the ability." Yao's totem mark, a series of red, mysterious patterns, had already spread to his biceps. "You're a mid-grade totem warrior," the scarred man exclaimed. His face changed dramatically as he suddenly retreated several steps. Yin Zio's tinted body suddenly stiffened, looking a bit dazed at the retreating men. "Chieftain, wait." Sub's mouth curved into a slight smile as he softly said, "There's no need to fight, just intimidate them." Ayinia was speechless, looking somewhat dejected at the people before him. He had wanted to test his new skills. Still, he could not disobey the shaman's command. "Humph." Yao scared them by striding forward aggressively. "This is a misunderstanding. We mean no harm," the scarred men called out frantically. They now truly dared not fight. A mid-grade totem warrior in a frenzy was not something they could handle. Even if they won, they would lose several totem warriors. Such a result would definitely be a loss for them. Totem warriors were the pillars of a tribe, and losing too many would cause major problems, starting with hunting. Intimidate them more, act more aggressive. Sabai instructed Yin Zio from behind to prevent the others from testing their temperament. "I don't think there's any misunderstanding." "Didn't you just ask us to leave half our things?" Yao obeyed, starting to act very agitated, roaring with a fierce expression. "Come on, come and take it if you dare." The people in the forest were frightened by Yin Zio's demeanor. Their commotion growing louder. "Let them pass. Don't provoke them. Everyone make way. A mid-grade totem warrior is not easy to deal with. We mistook you for someone else," the scarred man said with sweat on his face, smiling awkwardly. "You can pass now." After speaking, he retreated into the forest. The others quickly withdrew, leaving only shaking branches behind. Mistaken, a sub's mouth curved into a playful smile as he turned to look at the equally dazed Yin Zio, my Mang, and the others. "They just left like that?" Yin Hua asked, a bit stunned. "A bunch of cowards." My Mang said disdainfully. "Am I really that powerful now?" Yin Zio looked down at his totem mark, only now truly understanding the prowess of a mid-grade totem warrior. Sub looked at the excited, dazed, and disdainful group before him. He inwardly mocked. "I always thought those in primitive tribes are stubborn, hard-headed, and slow. Seems like only the Flame Dragon tribe is like that. People from the other tribes are quite cunning. They know when to back down. They retreat immediately when they know they can't win. Let's quickly continue to move in case they change their minds," Sabai helplessly stated. "Yes." Yao grinned as he led the way, his expression even more confident. Chirp, chirp. The morning birds disturbed his peaceful dream. Sabai slowly opened his eyes, blinked a few times, and remembered he was still in the wilderness. Once everything came to his mind, he quickly sat up. He scanned the area and saw Yin Ha lying beside him. The campfire was only a meter away. On the other side of the fire were Dua and Mang. "It's most likely around 5:00 a.m. Sabai estimated, looking at the sky. He did not wake the three, as they had taken turns keeping watch last night. With dawn not yet fully broken, he let them sleep a bit longer. "System check-in," Sabai commanded in his mind. Ding, check-in successful. Sabai looked at the virtual screen before him, showing 4 unclaimed assistance packages. He closed the check-in page inside. "I'll open them all once when we return to the tribe." When an assistance package was opened, items would appear nearby. Small items were fine, but items like the sweet potato plant from before were too conspicuous and hard to explain. Someone is approaching. With his keen senses, Sabai turned to look behind him and saw Yin Zio walking silently over carrying a wild rabbit. Shaman. Yin Zio was about to greet him. Sabai gestured for him to stop, pointing at the sleeping Yin Hua and the others. Yin Zio nodded and walked away with the rabbit, intending to clean it before returning to roast it. Soon he returned with 3 skewered rabbits and crouched by the campfire to grill them. Sizzle. The aroma of grilled meat began to spread. Dua and Mang opened their eyes, saw the grilled meat, and quickly got up to enter the forest. 3 grilled rabbits were not enough for everyone. It was better not to eat dried meat if possible. Yin Hua smelled the grilled meat and immediately opened her eyes. Awake, Sabai softly asked. And Yin Hua nodded lazily, rubbing her eyes to fully wake up. My Ming, Dua, and Wei Ming all returned, each carrying wild beasts. They began grilling the meat. Shaman, the meat is ready. Yin Zio handed over a grilled rabbit. From now on, you can't call me Shaman anymore, Sabai said, taking the grilled rabbit. Everyone was stunned. You should call me Sabai. Otherwise, if others hear you calling me Shaman, my identity would be exposed. Sabai explained clearly to prevent them from foolishly calling him Shaman. Oh, right, everyone realized. As dawn broke, the 6 finished their grilled rabbits and continued their journey through mountains and waters. By afternoon, they came across a dirt path. What's this path? Sabai asked curiously. It leads to the spotted deer tribe. The other end connects to other powerful tribes. Yao said solemnly, I see. Let's go. Sabai did not ask further. He understood the situation. Only strong tribes could trade frequently without waiting for the market every 15 days, hence the well-trodden path. In the future, when we have the ability, we'll build a 4-lane highway so everyone knows the Flame Dragon tribe is at the end. Sabai mused to himself. Soon, they encountered people from other tribes in groups of 3s or 4s or 5s or 6s. They all shared a common feature. They were all carrying huge animal skin bags filled with dried meat for trade. Sabai shook his head helplessly at the sight. In this primitive society without carts, people's feet were the only means of transportation. Fortunately, totem warriors could carry several hundred kg of dried meat. Dried meat was different from fresh meat. Hundreds of kilograms of fresh meat dried might not even yield a 100 kg of dried meat. Furthermore, a kilogram of dried meat was enough to feed an ordinary person for a day. This was just wild beast dried meat. For ferocious beast dried meat, even the most common mixed blood ferocious beast dried meat, half a kilogram was enough for an ordinary person's daily consumption. There are more and more people, Sububai observed, seeing many emerging from the forest to gather on the small path. The corner of Yin Zio's lips raised, and he said in a strange tone, Suzui, don't stray too far from us. Insabai nodded, carefully observing the people around them. He noticed everyone wore animal skin clothes with no one in linen. These people were all from small tribes. The path widened until they saw wooden walls ahead with watchtowers made of wooden frames manned by many people. That's the spotted deer tribe. It's just up ahead, Yin Zio softly said. Wow, impressive. Yin Hua exclaimed quietly, seeing wooden walls and tall watchtowers for the first time. Worthy of a tribe with 3,000 people, Sububai nodded. These wooden walls could repel many wild beasts and deter ferocious beasts. Building walls required significant manpower. Small tribes were worried about food all day who had the energy to build walls. Only the spotted deer tribe with its salt had surplus labor for construction. Under the watchful eyes of the spotted deer tribe sentries, Sububai's group entered the main gate with the crowd. Inside they saw many animal skin teepees and numerous items laid out on the ground. Are they setting up stalls? Subai hesitantly asked. Yes, some tribes without much dried meat bring other things to trade. Yin Zio softly stated. Oh, there are more wooden walls inside. Subai looked up and saw another set of walls within the spotted deer tribe, taller than the outer ones. The inner area is the actual spotted deer tribe. This outer area is for us to trade, Yao said solemnly. Separating the inner and outer areas reduces chaos and also adds defensive measures. Subai praised. However, since they were just wooden walls, he had many ways to break through. If he were to build them, he certainly would not use wood, whereas Mang frowned and asked. Subai scanned the surroundings and said, let's wait a bit longer. He might have stepped away for something. At this moment, in the outskirts of the spotted deer tribe, several people had gathered at an inconspicuous small stall. Among them was Haya. He had ordered some grilled dried meat and was sitting in the middle of the stall. Though he was eating, his eyes were observing in all directions, and his ears were alert to every sound. He was positioned perfectly in the center, able to receive information from the entire stall, ensuring he missed nothing. As soon as he entered the stall, a few people caught his attention. It was Yujio and her group. They had arrived in a hurry, but without carrying any goods. They did not look like they were here to trade. Even if they were done trading, they should still have had some items with them. Yeo's gray eyes scanned the surroundings and she coldly said, "After we finish eating, we'll target a tribe with fewer people and take some food from them." Even while sitting down to eat, she remained highly vigilant, constantly aware of her surroundings. After all, they were just wanderers and had to be extremely careful. Hey, you sensed their alertness. After hearing their words, he naturally acted as if nothing was amiss. He continued to eat his grilled meat, but his ears remained perked up. "Bossy, who are we going to rob?" Shan asked with his mouth full of food. Xiao gave him a look, scanned the surroundings, and cautioned, "We're outside now. Speak more quietly." Yu once again vigilantly looked around and lowered her voice. "After we finish eating, we'll circle the market and target tribes with fewer people. Are we going to rob them on the spot? Isn't that too conspicuous?" Shan Zhang's eyes widened. Yu covered her face with one hand and helplessly said, "Well, follow them secretly for now and make our move after they leave the market." "I see." Shan Xiang nodded heavily. "Keep an eye out specifically on tribes without many totem warriors," Yuio gravely said. "I think we should split up to search, then act together once we find a suitable target," Xiaoyu suggested. Yu blinked her gray eyes and calmly said, "Well, do as you say later. Don't be rash." "Yes," the two firmly nodded. Xiaoyu took a big bite of dried meat and then asked Bossy, "Do you know about the flame dragon tried hay?" His body suddenly trembled, his eyes darting left and right. His eating slowed down as he began to listen intently to their conversation. "I've heard some things. Weren't they the ones destroyed by the Blacknake tribe?" Yuio blinked her gray eyes. "Yes, but I heard the tribe still has a shaman," Shia solemnly said. Shenshin continued eating, occasionally looking around. Yuio brushed her scattered gray hair behind her, rested one hand on the table, and asked, "Do you have any thoughts?" Xiao leaned in and said cautiously, "Actually, we could try to find the Flame Dragon tribe. Maybe they'd be willing to take us in." A glimmer flashed in Yuji's gray eyes as she asked, "Do you know where the Flame Dragon tribe's people are?" "I don't know. I've only heard rumors. Last night you mentioned 3 options." "After thinking it over, I feel this might be the best approach," Shia said earnestly. "But you need to remember we have 200 people right now. It's not just the 3 of us," Shan Xiang suddenly added. Yuio thought seriously for a moment, then looked up and said, "This isn't a bad idea, but we might need a different approach." "Bossy, what approach?" Shoya and Shangxing asked in unison. At this point, Ha on the other side was also very curious. He had stopped eating and was listening intently to their conversation. His only thought was to remember every word without missing anything so he could report back to the shaman. "We could cooperate with the Flame Dragon tribe people. That way they might be willing to accept us," Yeo explained. "Cooperate? Can you explain in more detail?" Bossy Shoy looked confused. "Yeah, are you suggesting we go hunting for them and become their slaves?" Shan Shan was clearly unwilling. Yuji rolled her eyes and explained, "When did I say anything about becoming slaves? I wouldn't agree to that either. What I mean is to work with the Flame Dragon tribe to deal with the Blacknake tribe." "Deal with the Blacknake tribe together?" Shan Xiang could not believe his ears and asked again. "Bossy, are you serious?" "Yes, this is the only way for the other tribe members to accept us. After all, the Black Snake tribe truly deserves to die," Yuio said in disgust. "But Bossy, you know how strong the Black Snake tribe is. Nobody knows how many totem warriors the Flame Dragon tribe has now." Shan Xiang showed a moment of insight. "I know this, so we need to first see and judge the Flame Dragon tribe's strength. If they're still too weak, we'll have to make other plans," Yeo calmly stated. Shuyu frowned and asked, "Bossy, what if they're too weak? Do you even need to ask?" "Of course. We'll take their shaman and establish our own tribe." Shangxin crudely stated, and Shan Xiang is right. Whether they're strong or not, either option is not bad for us. Yo nodded. "Good, let's eat quickly. Afterwards, we'll look around the market and see if we can gather any information about the Flame Dragon tribe." Shia showed his big front teeth. You scanned the surroundings and cautioned, "Be very careful later. Don't draw too much attention." "Understood." Shan Xiang and Shoya immediately responded. He stuffed all the remaining dried meat on the table into his mouth and immediately left, wanting to quickly report this to the shaman. Subai and his group were waiting outside the Spotted Deer tribe. Duowaming and the others were very vigilant, not only protecting the shaman, but also watching over the linen cloth. "Suzua, you must stay close to me. There's great danger here, too," Yao warned cautiously. However, he still felt unnatural in how he was addressing Subai. "I understand. Let's see if he has appeared. If not, we'll start trading," Subai instructed. "Yes," Yao nodded. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of hurried footsteps approached, and gradually a figure appeared before Sububai's group. Heiyu was panting heavily. After catching his breath for a while, he reported, "Shah, I'm back. Call me Subai when we're outside. Don't expose our identities." Subai gestured for him to adjust his breathing, and continued asking how was it any good information these past few days. Hay scanned the surroundings, ensuring no one was passing. Bai then said, "Yes, I've gathered some very important information." so I also looked around and asked about what I just heard a few people planning to target our flame dragon tribe. He said word by word, how dare they be so bold. Yin Zio was the first to explode in anger. Yinha quickly pulled him back, advising, "Father, lower your voice. Don't let others notice." Yin Zio soon realized they were in someone else's tribe. He glanced at Subai and quieted down. "Speak slowly and explained clearly," Subai said in a solemn tone. "I was just eating at a stall when I discovered." Hey, you tried to recount the conversation as completely as possible. Subai narrowed his eyes, pondering and cautioned. "It seems we must be even more careful in not revealing that we're from the Flame Dragon tribe. Remember, don't expose your identities before we return to the tribe." "Yes, but what should we do?" Yeneo asked curiously. It was impossible for him to disregard those people at this point. If not for ensuring the shaman's safety, he would be heading there to twist their necks off. "Let's wait and see what they do. There's no rush. It will probably take them some time to find us," Subai reassured. In his view, those people must have quite a few tribe members behind them. The reason they thought of cooperating with the Flame Dragon tribe was simply because they had no shaman. Moreover, their food problem was clearly worrying. If circumstances allowed, it might not be impossible to recruit them into the Flame Dragon tribe. Yes, Yin Zio nodded, planning whether to strike first. "Don't be rash. The first priority is to exchange the linen cloth for dried meat," Subai reminded. Yin Zio looked embarrassed and shook his head with a smile. "How could I? Won't overthink it. Let's quickly go in." "Good," Subai nodded. Tap, tap, thump, thump. Most of the Spotted Deer tribe market consisted of stalls selling various items like bone knives, stone pots, and dried meat. Only a few stalls had small teepees set up, offering slightly different goods like better quality dried meat, beast bones, and some superior stone knives. Subai blinked black eyes, scanning the stalls before him, and said, "There are more people than I expected." Yin Hua looked around and pointed to a teepee on the right, saying, "Suzuai, can we check that one out?" She was still a bit uncomfortable at calling him directly by name, feeling it was something only intimate people did. "And that teepee is the largest. It's very likely where they trade salt," Subai nodded. He knew well the preciousness of salt. Small stalls certainly would not have it. The most likely place would be the largest stall. The group walked towards the large teepee. Although Duo and Weiming's linen cloth was covered with dry grass, it still attracted many glances. Plop. Duo and the others unloaded the linen cloth from their backs, placed it on the ground, and went forward to negotiate. After a flurry of conversation, they turned back and waved to Subai and the others, signaling them to come over. Subai stepped forward and found two people sitting inside the teepee, both humanoids with a pair of deer antlers on their heads. "Do you really have linen cloth?" one of them spoke. "That's right. We have 30 rolls of linen cloth to trade with you." Yao straightforwardly said. "Are you telling the truth?" The person widened his eyes in disbelief. How could such a small group have so much linen cloth? Yao jutted his chin towards the two bundles on the ground, his temper rising, and said, "When I say it's true, it's true." All right, please wait a moment. "I'll go find Miss Lewin," the person quickly responded, seeing Yin Jiao's demeanor and knowing he was not someone to be trifled with. Subai frowned, thinking to himself, Miss Lewin must be someone with considerable authority. After all, these two can't handle 30 rolls of linen cloth on their own. And had to call for her to step in. Tap, tap, tap. A few minutes later, Lewin arrived at the teepee, led by the one who ran off earlier. Subai looked at the young woman before him and realized she was also a humanoid, a deer antler girl. The deer antler girl had long golden hair. She had a pair of orange antlers on her head that were particularly eye-catching. Her large golden eyes looked extremely innocent. She was wrapped in a linen cloth garment, indicating her status was not low. She must at least be the daughter of a high-ranking member of the Spotted Deer tribe. "Are you here to trade linen cloth?" Lulu's clear voice rang out. "Yes, we have a total of 30 rolls of linen cloth. We want to exchange them for your salt, dried meat, as well as some beast bones and stone pots." Subai nodded. Lulin looked up and saw Subai's black eyes. She quickly found him very profound and mysterious. It took her a while to regain her composure before speaking. "That's fine. Good. We'll exchange 10 rolls of linen cloth for salt, 5 rolls for some materials, and the rest all for dried meat," Subai allocated. Lewin nodded, stood up, looking at the linen cloth on the ground, and said in a clear voice, "May I check the quality of the linen cloth?" "Of course." Subai gestured for Duo and the others to bring the linen cloth to the table. Duo and Wang placed 30 rolls of linen cloth on the table, removing the dry grass covering to reveal the intact linen. Lewin widened her golden eyes, surprised that they really had 30 rolls of linen cloth, which all looked to be of good quality. "Please have a look, Miss Lewin," Subai gestured. "Oh, okay." Lewin came to her senses and began inspecting the linen cloth. She separated the rolls one by one, spreading them evenly on the table, carefully examining each roll. She would even unroll them to completely check for any damage. Yin Zio and the others watched nervously from the side. This was their first time exchanging linen cloth for goods. No one knew what flaws the other party might find. But in their view, this linen cloth was extremely good and would surely fetch a substantial amount of dried meat and salt. You can rest aside for a while. The inspection might take some time, Lewin gently said. It's fine. Take your time, Subai waved his hand. After all, as long as they found the quality good, it would bode well for future traits. Lulu blinked her golden eyes and suggested, why don't you look around the market? It will really take some time. Subai thought for a moment and nodded. All right, then we'll go and look around. Subai, I'll stay here. After all, someone should keep watch. Hey, you volunteered in. I was thinking the same. You stay here then. Subai nodded and led the way out of the teepee. Yin Hua kept looking back at the dear antler girl, worrying. Subai, is it really okay for us to leave like this? Yes. I'm worried they might do something to our linen cloth which would reduce what we can exchange. Yin Zio asked, also concerned. Don't worry. Based on what you said before, the spotted deer tribe has been able to host this market for so long because of their integrity. I believe they won't do such things. Subai stretched and continued, besides, Haya is still there. For the sake of long-term trade with us, they're even less likely to do anything that horrendous to us. But the market is already every 15 days. How much longer is long-term? Yin Hua said, puzzled. You'll understand later. Let's just look around for now, Subai said with a relaxed expression. He looked at the cowhorn girl and asked, didn't you say you wanted to bring something back for Shiu? Right. I promised her. I need to bring something back for her. Yin Hua nodded repeatedly. Hearing Subai say this, Yaniel, though full of questions, did not ask anything. He just vigilantly scanned the surroundings to watch out for danger. They circled the entire spotted deer tribe market, glancing at stalls of various sizes. After about 15 minutes, Subai and the others came to a stone tool stall. A faint green light reflected from a stone in the sunlight caught their attention. What's this? Yan Hua crouched down and curiously asked. The stall owner was a humanoid with a pair of dog ears on his head. He said, I don't know either. I got it in exchange from someone. I think it's pretty. If I wasn't out of dried meat, I wouldn't be offering it for trade. If others did not recognize it, that was understandable. But for Subai to not know would be inexcusable. After all, this green stone that shimmered a little was none other than Raj Jait. Subai was surprised and curiously asked, who did you get it from? Is there a lot of this? The stall owner shook his head, looking clueless, and said, someone from the Lion Mane tribe gave it to me. He was also here at this market to trade. I don't know where it came from. What does he look like? Do you know his name? Subai continued asking. He was interested in this raw jade dyed. To discover jade dyed in this primitive era was an extremely lucky event. Although it might not be as valuable as on Earth, having it was better than not. It might prove useful in the future. I only remember he had very long brown hair and a scar over his right eye. I don't recall anything else. The stall owner shook his head. Subai nodded thoughtfully and asked in return for this stone. How much dried meat do you want? Seeing someone interested, the stall owner got excited and extended his hand. I want 30 large pieces of dried meat. Why don't you just rob us? Yo suddenly flared up, saying, Subai, let's forget about this worthless stone. Sub, of course, knew the other party was asking for too much. He nodded and said, you're right. Let's go. The stall owner panicked. As he saw them about to leave, he quickly called out 20 pieces. 20 large pieces of dried meat at least. Subai turned back, showing 3 fingers, and said, 10 pieces of dried meat. I won't take this stone for even 1 piece more. You should know it's just a stone. The stall owner thought for a moment, gritted his teeth, and said, fine, 10 pieces it is. Where's the dried meat? You can take the stone right away. Subai clapped his hands and smiled. It's time for us to head back. Lewin should be about done with the inspection. Hey, didn't you want it? Why are you leaving? The stall owner called out hurriedly. Just wait here. We'll bring it to you soon. Yao rolled his eyes. Tap, tap, tap. 10 minutes later, Subai and the others returned to the large teepee, approaching the deer antler girl to check on their progress. Yao blinked his red eyes and asked, how is the linen cloth inspection done? Our linen clothes are all in perfect condition. Lewin had just rolled up the last piece of linen cloth and gently said, it's all checked. Your linen cloth has no damage at all and the quality is excellent. I told you our linen clothes are good, so can we have the salt and dried meat now? Yao asked. All right, wait here. I'll have someone bring them for you, Lewin said softly. Wait, I have something else I'd like to discuss with you. Subai suddenly called out to the deer antler girl. Lewin stopped turning and asked, puzzled. What else do you need? Subai blinked his black eyes and solemnly asked, I wonder if you're interested in long-term cooperation with us. Lewin's golden pupils widened slightly as she exclaimed in surprise, long-term cooperation. Do you have a lot of linen cloth? Of course. As long as you want more, I'll always have it. Subai nodded. We want more. We definitely want more. Well, take as much as you have. Bring it over in 15 days as usual. Lewin responded repeatedly. Subai eyebrow raised and he shook his head. 15 days is too long. I'd like to shorten it. Lewin was completely baffled and asked, puzzled. We've always done it this way. We always host a market every 15 days. How much do you want to shorten it every 8 days? The amount of linen cloth will be more than double what it is now. Subai seriously stated. Every 8 days. Lulu doubted her ears and continued asking. Such a short time, and you'll provide even more linen cloth than now. Subai nodded and solemnly said, that's right. If possible, we'd like to trade on this schedule. Wait a moment, I need to ask my father. I'll be right back. Liuan could not make such a decision on her own. Please go ahead. Subai smiled and nodded. Tap, tap, tap. The deer antler girl turned and left the large teepee, heading towards the inner area of the spotted deer tribe. A few minutes later, the deer antler girl arrived at the entrance of the largest wooden house. After receiving permission, she lifted the curtain and entered. Most of the houses in the inner area of the spotted deer tribe were wooden, surrounded by wooden walls with thatched roofs. Alan, don't you need to oversee the market? A man who looked to be in his 50s spoke up. This man was the deer antler girl's father, called Luchan. He was a shaman of the spotted deer tribe. He had long golden hair tied back with vines, a pair of majestic antlers on his head, and a beard with weathered features on his face. All these gave him an imposing presence. Father, someone is requesting to change the trading schedule, Liuan said word by word. Luchan narrowed his eyes slightly, stroked his beard, and asked, why do they want to change the trading time? I didn't ask which tribe they're from, but it should be a small tribe. They have quite a lot of linen cloth, and they said. Liuan recounted Suba's words completely. What are you sure? Lucian's eyes widened as he continued asking. Do they really have that much linen cloth for us? It doesn't seem to be a lie. The linen cloth they brought this time is of excellent quality, different from what the other tribes bring to trade. It feels more comfortable to touch, Lulu said. Seriously, Luchan thought carefully and then looked up, saying, agree to their terms. 8 days. It is getting a lot of linen cloth every 8 days and still having other tribes come to trade linen cloth when the 15 days were up. These were all beneficiary for them. There was no downside for the spotted deer tribe. Father, should we ask which tribe they're from or secretly have someone follow them to see where this linen cloth comes from? Lulu suggested. Have you forgotten our rules? Luchan sternly warned. No, I'm sorry, Father. I'll go tell them now. Luluan lowered her golden eyes. As the initiators of the market, the spotted deer tribe always kept their word no matter what. Regardless of what other tribes brought in, they would never pry into their sources. Go then. Make sure to give them better quality dried meat this time. Luchan nodded. Yes, Father. Lulu turned and left the teepee, heading back to the large teepee in the outer area. Tap, tap, tap. About 10 minutes later, the deer antler girl returned to the large teepee, bringing the exchanged dried meat, salt, beast bones, and other items. How did it go? Subai asked. Lulin had people place everything on the table and said, my father has agreed. From now on, we'll trade every 8 days. You'll bring twice as much linen cloth as now. Deal. But I have one more question, Subai added. What question? Liuan curiously asked. Subai scanned the surroundings and said, our trading schedule should be kept secret. Only you and my people should know about it. He did not want the tribe to be targeted before it was fully developed, as that would be too disadvantageous. Liuan thought for a moment, then nodded and said, all right, I can agree to that, but your linen cloth quality must remain as good as this. Don't worry, it won't be inferior, Subai confidently said. Then please check the dried meat, salt, and the beast bones you've requested. If there are no problems, you can take them with you. Liuan blinked her golden eyes. Subai jutted his chin. This signaled the Gua Wing and the others to come forward and check. While he asked Miss Liuan, do you know about the lion mane tried? Yes, but they don't come often. We haven't seen them for the last 2 markets, Liuan said, tapping her chin with her index finger. I see. What do they usually bring in to trade with you? Suba wanted to know more about the lion mane tribe. Liuan lowered her hand and became cautious, seriously stating, we're only responsible for hosting the market for you to trade. I can't tell you about other matters. Subai put away his curiosity and nodded. It's fine, thank you. Duer and Hua Ming had finished checking all the exchanged items and reported, there are no problems with anything. Good, take the items and let's go. We should cover some distance before it gets dark, Subai instructed. Yes, Du and Hua Ming each shouldered the dried meat and other items. After walking a few steps, Subai turned his head and said, Dua, take 10 pieces of dried meat and exchange them for that stone. Dua was stunned for a moment. Although he was curious why they wanted to exchange it for that stone, he responded, yes, here. These are the 10 pieces of dried meat we've promised you. Du handed over the dried meat. The stall owner grinned, showing a mouthful of yellow teeth, and cheerfully said, he take the stone quickly. Du rolled his eyes and muttered, you even dislike this stone yourself, yet you have the nerve to trade it off. I don't dislike it. I just can't bear to part with it. The stall owner did not even look at Duo. He was just staring intently at the dried meat in his hands. Yeah, it really sounds like the truth. Duo shook his head and left. As soon as the Gua turned to leave, Yeo and her group eagerly approached the stall owner. The stall owner quickly hid the dried meat behind his back and asked nervously, What do you want? You're not going to rob my dried meat. Are you? This is the spotted deer tribe. Rob, if you don't value your lives. Yujo pursed her lips, looking disdainful. We're not here to rob your dried meat. I want to ask about the people who were just here. Which tribe are they from? Yeah, they're so generous. Using 10 pieces of dried meat to exchange for your worthless stone. Is there something wrong with their heads? Shuya chimed in. I don't know which tribe they're from either. I only know I got this stone in an exchange, and there's nothing wrong with me using it to exchange for dried meat. Why do you look so disgusted? The stall owner said scornfully. Oh, then why did you look so relieved when you made the exchange just now? You retorted. That's none of your business. If you don't want to trade, go away. Don't block my stall, just get lost. The stall owner waved his hands, trying to shoo them away. Yuio stood up, narrowing her eyes as she watched Gua's retreating figure and murmured, let's follow him. Bossy, are we going to rob them? Xiaoyu asked in a low voice. They exchanged a stone for 10 pieces of dried meat and laughed. They clearly must have a lot of dried meat. Let's follow them to check. Yui speculated. Shanzan nodded heavily and said, the bossy is right. They are a really fat piece of meat. Tap, tap, tap. Yo and her group quietly followed behind Duo, occasionally pretending to look at items on other stalls to cover up their tracking. When Haya returned to Sabai and the others, Yeo and her group saw the bundles of dried meat and their mouths were watering. Bossy, look. They have so much dried meat and there aren't many of them, Shan Xiang said excitedly. It looks like there are only 5 totem warriors. The other 2 look very weak and should be easy to deal with, Shia added. Yui blinked her gray eyes and softly said, let's follow them first and see if there really are only this many of them. Yes, Shia and Shanxing immediately responded, creak. After leaving the spotted deer tribe, Suba and his group returned through the dense forest the way they came. Yin Zio stayed close to Subai, his red eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. He said nervously, we just finished trading. We need to be even more alert. Tu and Wang Ming were tightly carrying the newly exchanged dried meat, materials needed for shaman bone tablets and other items. They dared not relax. Yinho was the same. Her face was without a trace of expression. The lively appearance she had in the tribe was nowhere to be seen. All of it was replaced by vigilance. Hay was at the back of the group, mainly watching to see if anyone was following them. After all, having traded for so much dried meat, it was inevitable that others would covet it. Seeing everyone so tense, Subai spoke up. Don't be so tense. It's easy to get tired that way, which might give others an opportunity. Let's rest for a bit. Yes. Yao felt a bit tired too, with beads of sweat all over his back. Duo and Weiming were even more exhausted. They had been carrying such heavy loads ever since leaving the spotted deer tribe. Although it wasn't much for totem warriors, having to be aware of their surroundings at the same time was tiring. Thud, thud, thud. The dried meat and other exchanged items were all placed on the ground. You all rest here for a while. I'll go pick some berries and look for water nearby. Haya said, sure, be careful not to stray too far out. Subai cautioned. Ha patted his animal skin bag, showing a mouthful of sharp teeth, and smiled. Don't worry. With your shaman bone tablet, everything will be fine. Go and quickly come back. Subai was already secretly thinking about making more when they returned. He had not expected a single shaman bone tablet would inspire so much courage in them. This time they had exchanged for quite a few raw materials for making shaman bone tablets from the spotted deer tribe. It was not just limited to shaman bone tablets for healing shaman techniques, but also materials for the other 2 types of shaman bone tablets. Yes, he nodded. And turned to run into the depths of the forest. Owa, stay next to Subai and don't move, Yeo instructed. As for him, he kept patrolling in circles around the area. Yes, father, Yin Hua nodded. Subai found their nervousness both amusing and reassuring. He said, sit down first. I haven't sensed anyone approaching, so it's safe. Oh, right. You can sense the surroundings. I forgot. Yin Zio sighed in relief. My man took out an animal skin water bag and handed it over, saying, Chieftain, drink some water quickly. Yeo had just taken the water bag when he immediately passed it to Subai, saying, you should drink first. I've already drunk. You drink. When Hai returns, well, rest a bit and then continue on our way. This place isn't suitable for sleeping, Subai softly stated. This territory still belonged to the spotted deer tribe. Having just exchanged so many items, it was hard to guarantee others wouldn't be tempted to steal from them. It was safer to get far away from here. Yes, Yao immediately responded. Tap, tap, tap. 20 minutes later, Hay returned with a large leaf full of berries and animal skin bags filled with water. Everyone rest for a while. Well, set off after eating, Subai said calmly. Yes, Ha had already stuffed several berries into his mouth. Half an hour later, Subai and the others had rested and reorganized. They shouldered the dried meat and set off again, aiming to find a suitable place to sleep before nightfall. Chirp, chirp, ribbit, ribbit. Various strange bird cries and insect croaks echoed incessantly. A bright moon had appeared in the sky at some point. The entire forest was slowly enveloped by the night, looking completely different from daytime. It's so dark now. Quickly make a fire. Otherwise, if danger comes, we might not know what happened. Yan Zio loudly called out, "Yes," Chieftain Haya and others responded in unison. They had walked all day, only just deciding on tonight's spot to sleep in. Sububai frowned, scanning the surroundings, and said, "We need to quickly set up. The firelight will scare away many ferocious beasts for us." "Yes, shaman," my Mang immediately went to help. Crackle, crackle. A few minutes later, a campfire encircled by stones was lit with Hiu continuously throwing branches into it. Duo and Weiming kept a constant vigil over the dried meat, afraid something would go wrong. "Owa, take out some dried meat to roast. Well, eat and rest early tonight. Well, set out early tomorrow," Subai instructed. "Okay," Yin Hua nodded. She took out several pieces from the 2 large bags of dried meat, skewered them on sharpened branches, and started roasting them by the campfire. "Tonight you rest first. My Mang and I will take the first watch," he said first. Yin Zio blinked his red eyes and said, "He is right. Well, take the first half of the night. Duer and Weiming, you take over in the second half after you've rested enough." "Yes, thank you, chieftain," Duer and Weiming said in unison. "Father, what about me? I want to keep watch too." Yin Hua felt as if she had been ignored in the delegation of duties. "You just stay close to the shaman. Don't go anywhere else," Yin Zio said sternly. He was actually very worried about his daughter. This place was nothing like the tribe where there were many people, and she could go on patrol in relative safety. The wilderness was more dangerous than anywhere else, and he could not stomach it if anything were to happen to her. "That's right. You stay with the shaman tonight. Leave the night watch to us." Hay agreed, but I want to help too," Yin Hua said repeatedly. "Staying by the shaman's side is the biggest help. With Shio not here, the shaman still needs someone to look after him." Yin Zio said seriously. Yin Hua was about to say something when Subai interrupted her. "Just stay by my side. I might have something you can help with." Okay. I'll definitely protect the shaman's safety." Yin Hua slowly lowered her head. "Add some salt to the dried meat, then flip it. Don't let it burn," Subai reminded. "Oh, right, I almost forgot." Yan Hua hurriedly reached out to flip the dried meat, sprinkling some salt on it. Subai helplessly held his forehead, shaking his head as he said, "Didn't we bring some green sour berry? Add some of that too. I just taught you not long ago, right? Or have you already forgotten?" Yan Hua clumsily took out 2 berries from the animal's skin bag, cut them open with a stone knife, and squeezed them onto the dried meat. "Hey, my man, go take a look around to make sure there are no ferocious beasts or other people. We'll save some dried meat for you," Subai instructed. "Yes." Haiyer and my Mang immediately responded, turning to leave the campfire, each taking a torch. Yin Hua picked up 2 skewers of dried meat and handed them over, saying, "Shaman, the dried meat is ready. Try it and see how it tastes." Subai took the dried meat, nodding towards the remaining skewers, saying, "You should all quickly eat as well." Yes, Yin Zio and the others had been salivating for a while. Given permission, they took the dried meat and began heartily eating. Rustle, rustle. Sub's brows furrowed slightly as he stopped eating, his expression particularly serious. His black eyes were constantly moving left and right. "Shaman, what's wrong?" Yin Ha was the first to notice his unusual behavior. Yin Zio immediately understood what was happening and stood up, his expression grave. "Sit down first. Don't startle them," Subai said softly. Yan Zio slowly crouched down, lowering his voice to ask, "Are people watching us?" "Yes, quite a few. 7 people in total," Subai said based on his perception. Yin Hua kept turning her head left and right, trying to spot any trace of them. She asked curiously, "Why can't I sense anything? I can't even sense it, let alone you," Yineo said. If he, a mid-stage totem warrior, could not sense them, how could Yin Hua, who was not even a totem warrior, sense them? Dua and Waming were very nervous and immediately moved to Subai's side. Subai put down the wooden skewer in his hand and said, "Seriously, it seems they're after our dried meat. I'll go drag them out. They should never have dared to think about snatching this dried meat from my hands." Yan Zio angrily said. The people back in the tribe were waiting for this batch of dried meat. They would never hand over the dried meat they had painstakingly exchanged. "Yes, we're not afraid of them." Dua and Weiming agreed. Subai raised his hand to calm them. "No need to rush. Let's wait for Haya and my Mang to return first. From their behavior, it seems like they want to ambush us. We can prepare first without letting them notice. When they charge out, we'll catch them off guard. If it was before, he might not have planned to act so aggressively. He would have just told everyone to leave quickly. But now that Yinia was a mid-stage totem warrior, things were different. After all, they had 5 totem warriors on their side while the other side had 7. However, in a real fight, they might not necessarily lose. From what he had learned these past few days, not all totem warriors were brave and heroic to a fault. Many were bullies who only preyed on the weak. So this time the scales of victory were already slowly tipping in their favor. "Yes, Shaman," Yao nodded. "You must control yourselves. Pretend nothing's happening for now. We'll have confidence in counterattacking when everyone's back," Subai cautioned. Yin Zio's brows furrowed. His face was full of confusion. He did not understand why they needed to consider so much. He felt like they should just rush up to them and beat them up. Nevertheless, he still nodded. You must restrain yourselves. Do exactly as I say. Subai was really afraid they would act impulsively, so he had to repeatedly remind them. Yes, I know. Yin Zio nodded awkwardly. 20 minutes later, P and Mang returned, their expressions clearly not right. We found people watching us. We kept hearing strange noises nearby, but when we went to check, we found it was not a beast. On the contrary, there are human footprints. He said seriously. We already know. Yao spoke up. My Mang's face changed to one of surprise. What, we just got back? How do you know? Yao vigilantly scanned the surroundings, lowering his voice to say, the shaman has already sensed them in advance. Yes, there are 7 people in total constantly watching us. Duan nodded repeatedly. He had a serious expression, asking with concern, Shaman, what should we do now? Should we rush out and capture them? Subai raised his hand to calm them, instructing, if we rush out, they'll run away. We want to catch them off guard. After hearing the plan, Hai Yan nodded repeatedly, saying, seriously, Shaman, I absolutely won't let anything happen to you. Yan Zio gave Hai Yas head a punch, scolding, lower your voice. Why don't you speak even louder? Yes, chieftain. He replied, covering his head. My Meng Ming and the others were also very alert, tightly guarding around Subai. Subai blinked his black eyes, gesturing to the roasted meat by the fire, advising, hey ya, my Mang, you two eat something first. How can you fight without replenishing your strength? My Mang swallowed, shaking his head. Shaman, let's eat after we drive them away. Yes, Shaman. Who knows if they might suddenly rush out right this instant. Hey, you is also vigilant. Eat first. There's still some distance away. Even if they charge out, it will take time. Use this time to quickly eat something. Subai appreciated their vigilance. Yes, he and my Mang had been wanting to eat for a long time. Knowing they were temporarily safe, they began to heartily eat. Yan Zio, Du, and Wang Ming remained vigilant, the 3 facing different directions, their eyes fixed on the distance. Shaman, stay where you are and don't move. Inhua had also changed from her usual self. Her expression alone was very serious. Crackle, crackle. The burning branches in the fire pit continuously made sounds matching the current tense atmosphere. Subai sensed the positions of those 7 people and said, let's pretend to rest first. Don't make any noise, and there's no need to keep watch. We just need to guard the tree. What tree? What are we guarding? A tree? For Yin Hua looked confused and continued to ask, Shaman, what are you planning? It means to quietly wait for the enemy to come and strike when the opportunity arises. Subai forgot they did not understand idioms. Oh, I see, I understand now. Yin Hua pondered, thinking to herself that this must be something taught in large tribes. Shaman, should we put out the fire? Duo asked curiously. Subai raised his hand to stop him, saying, no need. Putting it out will make them suspicious. Leave it as is. Understood. Duo withdrew the stone he was about to use to extinguish the fire. Yanya lowered his brows, reluctantly crouching down, his eyes still fixed straight ahead. Meanwhile, several hundred meters away from Subai and the others, Yeo and her group were getting restless. Boss, shouldn't we go and rob their dried meat? Shan Xiang said excitedly. He had been coveting this meat since seeing it during the day. Yes, all the totem warriors are here. There's no one protecting the gathering ground. I'm afraid it might be dangerous if we wait too long. Show you worried. Yeo blinked her gray eyes, seriously staring in the direction of Subai and the others, cautiously saying, wait a bit longer. We'll go when they're asleep. Once we get our dried meat, I'm definitely going to eat my fill, Shan Zhang said excitedly. Shia bared his big front teeth, looking expectant. It's been a long time since I've eaten until I'm full. With so much, there's enough meat for us to eat for a long time. Yes, exactly. The other totem warriors agreed. Yui glanced at them coldly, warning, keep quiet. We don't want to end up empty-handed, right? Yes, boss. Shan Xiang and the others nodded sheepishly. Time passed minute-by minute. Yuio and her group kept hiding behind large trees, slowly waiting for the right moment, not even minding the mosquito bites. Yuio frowned, drawing a stone knife, and quietly ordered, Shan Xiang, Shoya, take 2 people in charge forward. The rest of us will grab from behind. Yes, Shan Xiang and Shoya said excitedly. As long as they could steal all that dried meat, being the first to charge and was not a problem. Thump, thump, thump. Shoya and the others ran out excitedly, greedily advancing towards Subai and his group, with Hujio and the others following closely behind just as Shan Xiang and the others were about to reach Subu's group. One of their totem warriors was thrown flying by Yanji. Before the other totem warrior could react, he was also punched in the stomach, immediately losing his ability to fight. Shoya's face changed dramatically, his eyes widening in terror as he shouted, you weren't you all asleep? Shan Xiang, however, was so obsessed with the 2 bags of dried meat that he recklessly charged forward, shouting, give me the dried meat. Yan Zio's totem mark had fully appeared on his body. He swung his fist and punched Shan Xiang in the stomach. The result was predictable. The other was only an early-stage totem warrior, and a single punch from a mid-stage totem warrior was enough to knock him down. Hai and Mang also charged out. Their totem marks were also visible, while the Gua Weiming and Yin Hua tightly guarded Subai. Xiao was already sweating profusely in fear. Seeing the totem mark on Yin Zio's body, he stammered, "You're a mid-stage totem warrior." Yin Zio flexed his fist, his face dark as he approached Shuya step by step, looking as if he might twist off his head at any moment. Xiao was so scared that he hastily retreated, stumbling and looking very pathetic, having lost his initial ferocity. Yuio also looked shocked, her gray pupils suddenly contracting as she exclaimed in terror, How can there be a mid-stage totem warrior? This ambush had been a complete failure for them. With just one mid-stage totem warrior on the opposing side, plus 4 other early-stage totem warriors, it was enough to crush them. "Boss, what do we do now?" Shia stuttered. "You want to steal our dried meat? Let's see if my fist agrees with you." Yao fiercely smiled. Run quickly," Yuio shouted. Subai watched the retreating figures and instructed Chieftain, "Hey, ya, stop them. Don't let a single one of them escape." "Yes," Yao and the others immediately responded. Thump, thump, thump. Yao and his group rushed forward, taking 3 steps in one move. They easily intercepted Yuio and her men. Even so, one of them still tried to run, but was knocked down with a punch. After about 10 minutes of commotion, Yio and her group were all with vines and thrown to form a row in front of Subai. Subai stood with his hands behind his back, carefully examining them as he asked, "Which tribe are you from?" Yui blinked her gray eyes, staring directly at Subai as she spoke. "We're from several tribes, but we're all wanderers now." Subai had his eyebrows raised. "She is quite pretty." He came back to his senses and asked, "So you few decided to steal us of our dried meat?" Shoei shivered, not daring to raise his head, and mumbled, "We had no choice. You actually have a mid-stage totem warrior." Yo glanced at Yin Zio and continued, "Without him, you wouldn't be a match for us at all." "That's right. You only have 5 totem warriors. We have 7, and our boss can easily take on 3 at once. We could have successfully stolen the dried meat if not for you." Shan Xiang suddenly shouted, still so arrogant. Yin Zio gave Shan Xiang a knock on the head. Subai looked Yuyo up and down, thinking to himself, "This woman is actually so strong. If she is willing to join our tribe, it might not be a bad deal for us." He came back to his senses and solemnly asked, "Your tribe has beings destroyed. And now you're either looking for a tribe to join or planning to kidnap a shaman to return with, right?" Yui's gray pupils narrowed slightly as she nodded. "Yes, that's our plan. If that's the case, why did you come to steal our dried meat? We don't exactly have a shaman here for you to steal." Subai deliberately said. Yao, Yin Hua, and the others looked confused, but they quickly realized that they were not in the tribe now and could not expose the shaman's identity. "We have over 200 people waiting to eat, young and old. Before finding a tribe, the first priority is to fill their stomachs," Yio stressed with a heavy heart. Subai was secretly delighted. 200 people. What a labor force. They can be the foundation for expanding the tribe. He adjusted his emotions and asked, "You're saying you have over 200 people. How many more totem warriors do you have? They're all here." "Just 7 of us." Yio turned her head towards those around her. Subai blinked his black eyes and solemnly asked, "Then do you want to join our tribe?" He had thought through it clearly. This time, because of the spotted deer market, they had exchanged for quite a lot of dried meat. It was enough to feed the people in the tribe with some to spare. Furthermore, it was entirely possible to accommodate 200 more people, with the next exchange being in 8 days. That was when they could get a lot more dried meat. Yan Zio was the first to widen his eyes in shock. "Su Sububai, are you serious? Let them join our tribe." Yin Hua was equally surprised. Sub waved his hand to calm them down, saying, "Don't get too excited. I have my own plans." Yio frowned and asked, confused, "Let us join your tribe." "What tribe are you? You're not joking, right?" "Exactly. We have so many people with us. You say join and we should take your word for it. Your tribe's shaman and chieftain will never agree to it." Shoei agreed. "That's right, they won't agree." Yan Zio immediately chimed in. Sub rolled his eyes at this extra and stated, "As long as you're willing, the Flame Dragon tribe won't refuse you." Yuio nodded without hesitation, solemnly swearing, "As long as what you say is true, we're willing to join your Flame Dragon tribe." "Good, well, set out early tomorrow morning. If I find you harboring any ill intentions during this time, I can't guarantee your head will remain on your neck." Subai laid out the harsh truth up front. "Don't worry, we'll definitely behave." Yuio looked down at the vines on her body and said, "But before that, we need to go back first to bring them over." "Are they far from here?" Sub asked. Yuio thought for a moment and shook her head. "Not very far, less than half a day's walk." "No rush, just let 2 people go back to protect them. It's not good for so many people to travel late at night. Let them come over when it's close to dawn." "So I arranged." "Understood." A hint of a smile began to appear on Yui's cold face. Yin Zio, "Untie 2 of them and let them go back." Subai instructed. "This is too risky. What if they bring back more totem warriors?" Yao worried. "If they bring more people, we might not be able to handle it." My Mang agreed. Yui blinked her gray eyes and coldly swore, "I never lie. 7 means 7. You say 7, but how can we trust you?" My Mang retorted. Yu did not speak again, her expression unchanged, still cold and aloof. Anyway, we still have the rest of them here. They won't do anything rash, so just let 2 of them go, Sabai instructed. Yes, Yin Zio said reluctantly. He walked to 2 totem warriors who looked very weak and untied their vines. Yuio looked at those 2 totem warriors and said, protect them well tonight. When it's almost dawn, bring them over. What if they're unwilling? One totem warrior worriedly asked. Just tell them there's a tribe willing to take us in. At this point, I believe none of them would refuse. Yio said word by word. Yes, boss, that totem warrior nodded. Yuio pursed her lips and added, oh, and tell them we're already waiting for them. Don't mention that we are. Understood. The 2 totem warriors nodded and turned to disappear into the night. A gentle ray of sunlight filtered through the layers of trees, illuminating Sububai's profile. He frowned, raising his hand to shield his eyes, and slowly opened them. The first thing he saw was not the sky, but a pair of red eyes. Yin Hua tilted her head, blinking her red eyes as she asked, you're awake because of the sunlight? Subai reached up to rub his neck. Sleeping in the wilderness is really uncomfortable. He saw the horned girl standing in front of him, thinking she was probably helping to block the sunlight. He stretched lazily, looking at the sun in the sky and estimating it was around 8:00. He languidly said, morning. Good morning. Did you sleep well last night? Yinha asked curiously. She could feel Subai tossing and turning all night. It's definitely not as comfortable as it is in the tribe. Subai scanned the surroundings, noticing Yijio and the others were still there, but Hai was missing. He asked, did Ha go out to find food? Yes, he went to find some berries to eat with the dried meat for breakfast. Yin Hua nodded. Yin Zio walked over holding 2 skewers of dried meat and said, Suzubai, you're awake. The dried meat is ready. Have some first. Subai took the dried meat. The thought of eating such oily food early in the morning made him lose his appetite. He said, you eat first. I'll just have some berries later. All right. Yia was already starving. He took the dried meat and started eating in big bites. He had been on watch for the latter half of the night, saying the danger was greater now than before. After all, they needed to guard against ambushes from Yio's companions. Get them something to eat as well, Subai instructed Mang. Do we really need to feed them? My Mang was reluctant. After all, they had just gotten this dried meat. Yeah, otherwise if they faint, are you going to carry them back? Subai retorted. My Mang pouted immediately, taking out some dried meat from the animal skin bag, saying I'll roast them right away. Thump, thump, thump. Hay returned with a bunch of berries wrapped in leaves, handing them first to Subai, saying you should eat first. Subai took the berries, wiped them on his animal skin, took a bite, and asked, did you encounter Yio's people while looking for berries? Not yet. He shook his head. Good, you should eat something and rest up as well, Subai calmly said. Dua wiped his mouth after finishing eating and said, I'll go explore the nearby area first, see if I can hunt some more beasts to bring back. I'll also check on anyone coming close to us in. Take a shaman bone tablet with you. Subai nodded. For hours later, Du returned carrying 2 wild boars, reporting, I saw them not far away. There are the 2 totem warriors from last night with quite a few people following them. In your opinion, among those people besides the 2 from last night, are there any other totem warriors? Subai asked. Dua thought for a moment, then shook his head. There shouldn't be. I looked carefully. Apart from those 2, the others don't look like totem warriors. Good. My hunch was not wrong. Subs was confirmed. Yin Hua blinked her red eyes, still chewing on a berry, and asked, should we untie their vines? Untie them. It wouldn't be good if their companions arrive and find out how things aren't as they were told. Subai nodded. Yes. Yin Hua was the first to go over and untie Yuio's vines. Heiyer and Weiming were also helping to untie the others, but remained vigilant in case they tried anything. After being untied, Yuio shook her hands that had been bound all night, softly, saying, thank you. If you want to thank someone, thank our Sububai. Yin Hua almost let it slip. Half an hour later, the other 2 totem warriors brought over 200 people to Subai and his group. Subai's black eyes scanned the 200-plus people, noticing that more than half were the elderly, women, and children. There were at most only 50 to 60 young men. However, this number was still manageable for him at the moment. Any more would be difficult. After all, young men meet much faster and in greater quantities than the elderly and the women. Yio immediately stood up and walked in front of those people, looking left and right, wanting to ensure they were all okay. Seeing her so concerned, Subai could not help but sigh inwardly. Who would have thought someone so cold on the outside would be so warm on the inside? Her worry for her companions is praiseworthy. After ensuring they were all fine, Yio turned to Subai and asked, can you give them some food? Will definitely work for the tribe later. Of course, Subai turned to Haya and instructed, take out more dried meat to roast. Make sure they can eat enough for the journey. Understood, he nodded, taking out more dried meat from the animal skin bag. The 200-plus people could not take their eyes off the several large bags of dried meat on the ground. One could even hear the sound of people gulping, even without knowing their background. Anyone could have guessed they had not eaten in days. Some of them were even standing on tiptoes to see, whispering to each other. Look, so many bags of dried meat. Boss really didn't lie to us. Great, we'll have dried meat to eat from now on. Yes, we're no longer wanderers. Sabai could clearly hear all these murmurings. In this era, food and a safe place to sleep were undoubtedly the most captivating goals people strive towards, and he could currently provide them both. Yin Hua looked at the 200-plus starving people and worriedly stated, Sabai, I'm afraid this dried meat won't be enough for them. It's impossible for them to eat their fill right now. They can at most eat till they are half full. I've calculated with this amount of dried meat plus what's left in the tribe and the meat we bring back from hunting every day, it's enough to last until the next market exchange, Sabai said. That's good. I was worried these people would eat up all the dried meat. Then our trip would have been for nothing, Yin Hua said, pursing her lips. Sabai stood with his hands behind his back, confidently stating, Don't worry, I won't let that happen. Yanha looked up at Suba's profile, paused for a moment, and agreed in, I believe you. Since Sui became the shaman. The tribe had been changing bit by bit. She had seen it all. Almost every decision he made had been correct, so she chose to believe whatever he said. Rustle, rustle. After several days of travel, Sabai and his group passed through the forest and returned to the edge of the tribe. This time it took 1 day longer than their previous trip because of the additional 200 people which slowed their pace. Yuio looked at the nearby tribe and asked in confusion, Is this the Flame Dragon tribe, but it's different from what they said? Sabai with his hands behind his back asked, Oh, what did you hear about the Flame Dragon tribe? They said the Flame Dragon tribe got destroyed by the Black Snake tribe and didn't have many people left. But this is not like they said at all. Yujio could not understand. The tribe she saw before her, while not a large one, did not have people who looked worried or distressed. Because this tribe still has a shaman, naturally, it won't be too bad. It will only get better in the future, Sabai said word by word. There's still a shaman. Can you take me to see him? I want to thank him in person, Yio hesitated. Yinya walked in front of Sabai, pointing at the 200-plus people and respectfully asked, Shaman, how should we arrange them first? Arrange for their accommodations. They'll stay at the outer region for now. I'll arrange their tasks later, Sabai instructed. Understood. Yin Zio nodded. He turned and had to Gua and Weiming lead them to the outer region. Yui's gray pupils widened in surprise. You're the shaman, Sabai spread his hands and smiled. What don't I look like when no, it's not that. You recalled that during these days in the forest, Sububai's status was indeed exceptionally high. However, this reality was something she had not thought of. You all should go and rest first. I'll arrange your tasks later. Sabai said. Yes, shaman, you nodded. Sabai was surprised, not expecting her to change her form of address so quickly. It was a bit unexpected. Shaman, away, you're back. Yuang waved and ran over from afar. Take the dried meat and store it. Put the materials for making shaman bone tablets back in my teepee. Sabai instructed Haya and others. Yes, shaman. He and my Mang immediately responded. Yinho watched the fox-eared girl's chest bounce as she ran over, then looked down at her own and could only helplessly shake her head. When the fox-eared girl reached them, Sabai gave a nod. Yeah, we're back. Shaman, why did you return a day later than expected? I thought something had happened to you. Yuang looked exhausted, seeming like she had not been able to sleep at all last night. We were delayed by something on the way, but we're safely back now, aren't we? Sabai smiled. Seeing the fox-eared girl's pitiful state, he continued to state, Let's go into the main teepee. I'm a bit hungry. Ah, okay. I've prepared lots of dried meat. I'll roast some for you right away. Yuang began to smile. And she continued, Shaman, I took good care of the sweet potatoes. They didn't die. Very good, Sabai praised. You haven't been sleeping well these past few days. Have you? Yan Hua noticed the dark circles under the fox-eared girl's eyes. Yuang smiled and scratched her head, mumbling, I just missed you so much. Not knowing how you all were worried, Mai. Yin Hua narrowed her eyes teasingly. Did you really miss me or someone else? Am I? Come on, let's go back to the teepee. The shaman must be tired and needs rest. Yuang urged, thump, thump, thump. Sabai and the others stepped into the main teepee, where the fire in the central pit was already burning brightly. Sububai saw that the teepee was still neat and tidy and smiled. Have you been staying here these past few days? Not the first few days. I was helping to Raimi stocks. The last 2 days I stayed in the teepee sewing linen clothes for you while waiting for your return. Yu Ying's soft voice sounded. Oh, is the linen clothing done? Sabai curiously asked. Yes, it's done. Yuang nodded vigorously, turning to rummage through the box. Sabai sat on the stone stool and stretched. He sighed in relief, thinking he could finally relax properly. Staying in the forest had inevitably caused him to be tense. It had certainly been tiring. Yuang found a piece of linen clothing and said expectantly, Shaman, look, I made it according to the size of your previous animal skin clothing. I don't know if it fits. Sabai took the linen clothing and examined it. The workmanship was not very good, but it was decent enough, he said, satisfied. I'll change into it after I bathe that a night, and I'll go roast some meat for you in a wa. Yuang sweetly smiled. Wait a moment. we brought back something good for you. Do you want to see it? Yan Hua said with a hint of mystery in her tone. Yuang blinked her pink eyes and nodded. Sure, what did you bring back? Guess. It's something you'll really like. Yin Hua smiled. Could it be an ocean lily fruit? Yuang guessed. Ocean lily fruit were known as an edible fruit with large leaves. When ripe, one would need to break open it to eat the flesh inside. When ripe, the outside would look dark red. When unripe, it would be green. The first time Subai saw this fruit, he compared it to the passion fruit. It was very similar to the passion fruit from Earth. Not just in appearance, but also in its sweet and sour taste. They had exchanged for quite a few ocean lily fruit this time. He wanted to see if it was really the same as the passion fruit from Earth. If so, it would be very useful. That's no fun. You've guessed it right away. Yen Hua took out an ocean lily fruit from her animal skin bag and handed it to the fox-eared girl. You said it's something I like, so it must be ocean lily, Yuang said softly. Before her father and mother passed away, the fox-eared girl often went to the spotted deer market to exchange for ocean lily fruit to eat. So the taste was very nostalgic. Yuang peeled open a ocean lily fruit and handed it to Subai softly saying, Shaman, you eat first. Subai took half of it and said, I'll just eat half. We've exchanged for a number of them, so feel free to eat. Yes, thank you, Shaman. Yuang nodded heavily. After Subai finished eating the ocean lily fruit, he asked, has anything happened in the tribe recently? No. Yu Ying's words were interrupted by a voice from outside. Shaman, may I come in? It was Tong Shi. Subai, of course, knew why he had come and nodded, come in. Sang Shi entered and bowed to show respect, then asked in confusion, Shaman, why are there suddenly so many people? I asked the chieftain, but he didn't answer me. He just said he was busy. They're all part of the tribe now. Subai calmly said. Shi's purple eyes widened in surprise. Shaman, is what you're saying true? They're all in the tribe now. There are over 200 people. This might put your safety at risk. He could sense that there were quite a few totem warriors among them. With so many new people at once, it was inevitably very concerning. I understand your worries. That's why they will start out by living in the outer region and won't enter the inner region of the tribe. Subai knew what he was worried about. Shaman, with so many people suddenly added to the tribe, I'm afraid our food won't be enough. Shi worriedly said, this time we've gotten a lot of food from the spotted deer market. Considering you will also go out to hunt, it's enough for our consumption. Subai solemnly stated, Shaman, I've seen the amount of dried meat. It's definitely enough to feed this many of us temporarily, but it definitely won't last until the next spotted deer market. Shi was worried. Subai blinked his black eyes and smiled. Our trading windows are now 8 days apart. You can personally experience the bustling spotted deer market on the next trip. Song Shi looked confused, blinking his purple eyes repeatedly and asked, 8 days isn't it? 15 days. I reached an agreement with the spotted deer tribe to shorten the trading interval from every 15 days to every 8 days for us. Subai briefly explained the situation. If that's the case, then feeding the entire tribe shouldn't be a problem. Now, sanctuied in relief, he felt the level of respect he had for the shaman in his heart increased by another level. He had not expected that the shaman could get the spotted deer tribe to change their market schedule and most importantly to shorten the interval. These few days have people keep a close eye on the newcomers. It's better to be safe than sorry, Subai instructed. Sure, immediately became energetic and nodded heavily. Don't worry, Shaman, I'll definitely keep a close watch on them. Subai, thinking of his personality, quickly added, don't be too impulsive and don't make it too obvious. Be natural. Understand he was a bit worried that Song Shi might have people watch them like prisoners, which would inevitably make the newcomers uncomfortable and perhaps not fully trust the tribe. Yes, I understand. Shi seemed to have been seen through and felt a bit guilty. Changing the subject, he asked Shaman, will those people also have to work? Of course, those totem warriors will hunt and patrol with you, while the women will help with sewing animal skin clothes and such. Everyone will have corresponding tasks to do. Subai smiled. Shi nodded thoughtfully, then became tense again and lowered his voice, saying, Shaman, we can't let them know about the linen. Even more so, we can't let them participate in making linen in. We won't have them help with stripping reami stalks or twisting ropes right now. Let them do other things first. I'll discuss this with the chieftain. You all will have your own tasks. Subai solemnly said. Shi also became serious and said, Shaman, do you have any tasks for me to do? They have a total of 7 totem warriors. You're the team leader of the hunting team. Assign them as you see fit. Place those who are more talented to hunt with you or those who are more agile or stronger. You understand these things better than I do, so I won't speak too much on this matter. Subai said word by word. Song Shi patted his chest and solemnly said, Shaman, don't worry. I'll take care of all of them for now. Don't take them out to do anything other than hunt. Just hunting is fine. Subai cautioned. Yes, Shaman. What about the numerous young men in their prime? Shi asked. As long as their nutritional needs are met, most of them can awaken their totem mark, so make sure they are not neglected. Train them well, Subai said. If just half of those 50 to 60 men could awaken as totem warriors, then the Flame Dragon tribe would truly advance in strength. Shore looked very solemn, standing very straight, and said, "I will definitely treat them the same as if they're our own tribe members." Very good. Sub felt gratified. He had thought that the tribe's people, especially those in leadership positions, would be very resistant to this change. "Shaman." Yanya's voice sounded from outside the teepee. "Chieftain, come in," Subai called out. Yanzhou lifted the door flap and entered, reporting, "Shaman, those people have all been settled and food has been prepared for them." "Very good. I was just about to look for you," Subai said. "I wonder if the shaman is looking for me also because of matters relating to them," Yanzhou guessed. "And there are quite a few women and children among them. The children can go to the classroom to learn, while the women can be arranged to gather wild vegetables and such. You should know how to arrange these things," Subai instructed. "Yes, I will carefully arrange it. Don't worry, shaman. For now, we absolutely won't let them get close to you," Yanzhou said with a heavy voice. Subai blinked his black eyes and said, "You need to have someone responsible for teaching them, like where to go to the toilet, how to bathe, and not to throw bones around carelessly after eating. These things needed to be done step by step. Only by instructing them at the beginning would they listen. After all, right now they were desperate. They had no food and could only rely on what the tribe provided. They would currently need to get in the tribe's good graces and would not be complacent. If these issues were addressed too late and they feel complacent, they would find it hard to accept and might even resist." "Yes, shaman," Yao immediately responded. Subai gave a few more instructions and then let the two men go. He really had not rested well these past few days in the wilderness, so now was the best time to catch up on some much-needed rest. After dealing with the matters of those 200-plus people, Subai hastily ate some dried meat and began to research the other type of shaman bone tablet. He spread open the animal hide scroll and carefully reviewed the text on it, realizing he only had the divination shaman bone tablet left to make. To make the tribe grow stronger, hunt more prey, and not be bullied when exchanging for linen at the market, he needed to quickly make the other types of shaman bone tablets. When Subai previously looked at the collapsing vertigo technique, he found that it would take about 3 days to learn. So every night when everyone was asleep, he would study the collapsing vertigo technique. He spread the animal hide scroll on the table using stones to hold down 2 edges and began to ponder. There were 2 ferocious beast drawings on the animal hide scroll. One was a ferocious beast that looked like a fish with a giant mouth and 1 eye. The other one looked like a wild horse with oversized ears. Besides the 2 ferocious beast drawings, there was also a plant. Apart from these, there were some text recording the formula for materials, methods of acquisition, and so on. It was not much different from the style of the previous healing shaman bone tablet, the only difference being the materials. Subai had memorized all these materials in his mind before setting out for the spotted deer market. At that time, besides exchanging linen for dried meat, the other goal was to exchange for materials to make shaman bone tablets. Gulp. Sub took a sip of water, rubbed his hands, and thought to himself, "I wonder if this shaman bone tablet sculpting will go smoothly." He recalled that when making the shaman bone tablet last time, it consumed quite a bit of his shaman power, and that was only for the healing shaman bone tablet. This time it was for a divination shaman bone tablet. The two were different, so the consumption of shaman power would certainly be different too. Like last time, Subai took out the beast fur brush, the bowl made from ferocious beast skull, as well as the pestle, red tooth knife, and so on. The overall materials needed were similar to last time. He first washed the beast bone with shaman power, then took out a thin piece of charcoal and drew the shaman runes for the collapsing vertigo technique on the beast bone, which was an eye. "This is quite hard, unlike last time," Subai muttered to himself. This time the shaman rune was an eye. After more than half an hour, he finished drawing on one piece of beast bone at the same speed as when he first drew the healing shaman bone tablet. Subai blew away the charcoal dust from the beast bone, squinting as he examined his masterpiece. He spoke with some dissatisfaction. "It's all crooked. What's made from this will definitely not be effective." With that, he wiped off the sketch on the beast bone with animal skin and picked up the charcoal to continue drawing the outlines. 20 minutes later, Subai completed the drawing again. This time, he drew faster than the first time, and what was drawn was decent. He picked up the red tooth knife. Frowning, he began to carefully carve on the beast bone step by step. Each step was carved with additional care, and as his hand moved and the knife fell, bone shavings fell off, bit by bit, onto the table. Half an hour later, Subai looked at the beast bone in his hand and bitterly smiled. Making one bone tablet is really not easy. Subai took a sip of water and saw the fox-eared girl quietly sewing linen clothes in the corner of the teepee. While the horned girl had gone back after finishing dinner, he refocused his attention on the beast bone in his hand. He dusted off the debris on the table and looked at the scroll again. Subai squinted and looked for a good while. Although he had memorized it to be absolutely sure, he still looked again. He muttered to himself 12 drops of blood from a single light gaping fish for strands of hair from a large ear mustang and a section of vein grass's stem. Following the records on the animal hide, he rummaged through the bag he brought back from the spotted deer market and quickly found these few items. Several things were placed on the table. The beast bone bottle contained the blood of the single-eyed gaping fish which was left by the old shaman. The other 2 items were exchanged from the spotted deer market. Excellent. Everything had been prepared. Time to start mixing. Subai shook his wrists. 1 section of vein grass's stem. Subai talked to himself as he picked up the vein grass and plucked out a section of its stem, placing it in the bowl like ferocious beast skull. The appearance of vein grass was just like human blood vessels, a long red stem with distinct nodes, so it was easy to denote what a section was. He then found the hair of the large ear mustang. He counted out 4 strands and also put them in the ferocious beast skull. However, he was curious whether this formula was really that strict. After all, the hair of ferocious beasts varied in length. What if the 3 strands were all of different lengths? What should be done then? He shook his head, not delving too deeply into it, and pulled out the bone stopper to start dripping the ferocious beast blood into the bowl. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. Subai put the bone stopper back and looked at the materials in the bowl, sighing in relief and muttering, finally finished mixing. The subsequent changes were the same as last time. All the materials began to mix together, but this time the color was blood red, looking particularly eerie. Although it was not Sububai's first time seeing this, he was still taken aback. He marveled inside. This is really like doing a chemistry experiment. Each mixture brings a different surprise. He dipped the beast fur brush into the ferocious beast skull. This time it was different. The emitted light was no longer a faint crystalline green, but a dark blue with a hint of black. This color spread to the beast fur brush. Subai could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly, murmuring softly, "It seems like the colors emitted by different shaman techniques are different. It's not my first time making a shaman bone tablet, so I shouldn't be making any mistakes." He lifted the brush and began to trace the outline drawn on the beast bone. With his previous experience, he was no longer nervous. He managed to complete it smoothly in one. Perfect. Subai nodded with satisfaction, put down the beast fur brush, and stared at the bone tablet in his hand. The Ashaman rune on the beast bone was still emitting a dark blue color with a hint of black, similar to last time with a slight warmth to it. Subai had been making shaman bone tablets for most of the day, and it had unknowingly reached evening. After finishing dinner, he took the linen clothing sewn by the fox-eared girl and went to bathe. About 10 minutes later, Subai stepped back into his teepee, feeling the sensation of his new clothes. He said with satisfaction, "This is so much more comfortable than animal skin clothes." Yueying blinked her pink eyes, looking expectant as she asked, "Shaman, how is it? Does it fit?" "Of course. It fits perfectly and feels very comfortable to wear." Subai smiled and spread his arms. "That's great. I was worried I made it too small. I didn't expect it to fit just right." Yueying sighed in relief. "Anyways, there's still some time before we go to the next spotted deer market. We have enough linen, so you should make a few more sets. In fact, make one for yourself and Awa as well." Subai softly said last time they had rushed to produce 30 rolls of linen in 3 days before heading to the spotted deer market. During the time they were away, the people of the tribe still continuously made more. It was 4 days until the next trip to the spotted deer tribe, and the quantity of linen would definitely reach the amount agreed upon with the spotted deer tribe. Really, Shaman Yuying's pink eyes widened into circles. Really, after a while, everyone in the tribe will be able to wear linen clothes. Subai smiled. "Thank you, Shaman." Yueying gave a big bow, her pink foxtail wagging nonstop, making one want to grab it. Subai walked to the stone table and sat down, took a sip of water, and said, "Shayu, you can prepare to go bathe now. It'll be too dark to see if you go any later." Actually, he wanted to open the assistance packages. The system had accumulated 8 assistance packages, and opening them all at once would produce many items. It would not be convenient with the fox-eared girl present. "Yes, Shaman, I'll go now." Yueying nodded, taking her animal skin clothes and left the teepee. Subai watched the swaying door flap and said with anticipation, "System, open 1 package. Ding, congratulations. Host has received low-grade assistance, 1 tube of toothpaste." Subai had just received this notification when a tube of toothpaste appeared in his hand out of thin air. He picked up the toothpaste and examined it, finding no text annotations on it. There was only the word toothpaste written on it. He chuckled, put away the toothpaste, and continued to have the system open up the second assistance package. "Ding, congratulations. Host has received low-grade assistance, a pack of toothbrushes." Subai rolled his eyes dramatically, inwardly complained, "These things can't appear together. This has already taken up 2 assistance packages." He looked at the pack of toothbrushes that appeared in his hand out of nowhere. It was 5 toothbrushes packaged together. Considering the quantity, he was not that frustrated anymore. Subai adjusted his mood and continued, open the third package. Ding, congratulations, host has received low-grade assistance. A recurve bow and its manufacturing method. A recurve bell finally, something useful, Subai thought happily to himself. He looked at the recurve bow that appeared in his hand along with a thin book, and his mood greatly improved. It is incredibly fortunate to get a recurve bow. Now compared to other bows, recurve bows can store more energy, giving the arrows more kinetic energy when fired. Subai put down the recurve bow and started flipping through the book, inwardly rejoicing. Great, even the manufacturing materials and methods have been written in great detail. The materials listed in the book were all sourceable in this primitive world, and the manufacturing method was also quite simpler. Once we make one, I can compare to see the difference in power between the two bows. Subai composed himself, put away the recurve bow and book, and continued in his heart system, opened the fourth package. Ding, congratulations. Host has received low-grade assistance. A packet of white rabbit milk candy. This is fine too. It's been a long time since I've had something sweet. Sub was somewhat bused. He placed the large packet of white rabbit milk candy on the table, preparing to continue opening assistance packages. Ding, congratulations. Host has received low-grade assistance. A packet of table salt. Subai looked at the packet of table salt in Earth's packaging style in his hand. He inwardly sighed. Finally, some refined salt. My diet can finally improve. His mood was now much better than when he first got the toothpaste. He started to look forward to the upcoming assistance packages. After all, there were still 3 left. Opening so many assistance packages at once was quite thrilling. Ding, congratulations. Host has received mid-grade assistance. 111 cubic meter space skill. Subai's black pupils widened. Finding it interesting, his mind was quickly racing. He inwardly called out to the system and asked, if I understand correctly, this is equivalent to an internal storage space where I can store things and carry them with me. Yes, host, this space is a cubic meter. It has a limit to what it can store, but others will not be able to see what's inside. System's voice sounded. Subai nodded with satisfaction, thinking to himself, with this space skill, things will be much more convenient in the future. Many of my secret items can be stored in it. He picked up his water cup and took a sip, beginning to anticipate the last 2 assistance packages. In his heart, he asked the system to open them all at once. Subai looked at the items on the stone table, nodding with satisfaction. He inwardly called out, System, open my character attribute panel. Attribute panel Hosu by Stamina 2.8 Ordinary Person, 1 Strength 2.7 Ordinary Person, 1 Speed 2.6 Ordinary Person, 1 Mental Energy, 12.44 Ordinary Person, 1 Shaman Power 2626. Out of 100 Totem Flame Dragon Profession Junior Shaman Author Skills, Curing Technique LV192, out of 100 Space 1 Cubic Meter Description, you have escaped the subhealthy state of an ordinary person. Become a shaman with extraordinary power, please. Remember your original aspiration. Everything has increased a bit. Could it be because of the ferocious beast meat I ate last time? Subai guessed. Shaman power is definitely due to crafting shaman bone tablets. As for the skills, the space skill is the one from the mid-grade assistance package. Looking at it this way, I should eat more ferocious beast meat. Subai started calculating in his mind. Shaman, I finished bathing, Yuang softly called out from outside the teepee. After getting permission, the fox-eared girl lifted the door flap and entered the teepee. Seeing so many new things suddenly on the stone table, she rubbed her eyes and asked Shaman, what are all these things on the table? Subai glanced at the white rabbit milk candy on the table and smiled. Come here. I'll give you something tasty. Something tasty, is it ocean lily fruit? Yuang was still thinking about that fruit. Sub was somewhat amused by her reaction. He picked up the white rabbit milk candy and handed it over, saying, this is much sweeter than that. Yuang took the candy, examining it curiously and asked in confusion, why is there a wild rabbit drawing on it? This is a specialty from my hometown. Try it quickly. You'll definitely like it. Subai was eyeing the fox-eared girl with great anticipation, awaiting her reaction. Yuang directly put a whole piece of candy in her mouth, chewed twice and frowned. Shaman, why does this taste so strange? Suba was chuckling inside. He unwrapped a new piece of candy and handed it over, saying, you need to unwrap it before eating. Yui's face suddenly turned red, feeling very embarrassed. Haha, Subai also unwrapped a piece of candy and put it in his mouth. It had been a long time since he had eaten one. Yuang chewed for a while and exclaimed in shock, Shaman, how is this so sweet? It's the sweetest thing I've ever eaten in my life. The fox-eared girl happily cuffed her cheeks with both hands, looking completely satisfied and happy in life. I'm glad you like it. There's quite a bit here. You can share some with Awa tomorrow. Subai smiled. It certainly tastes good. Even I, someone who doesn't particularly like very sweet things, can't help but enjoy it. Yuang nodded heavily, pointing at the things on the table and asked Shaman, is there anything here you need to put away? No need. Oh right, this is table salt. From now on, we'll add this salt to our roasted meat. Sabai handed over the salt. Shaman, why is this different from what we exchanged at the spotted deer market? Yuang curiously asked. This is more salty. Sabai could only think of this word to describe it. Yuang tucked her pink hair behind her ear and nodded. I understand. Well, use this tomorrow. Sabai also handed over the chili sauce, saying this can also be added when roasting dried meat. Just add a bit. It will taste really good. Shaman, what is this? Yuang looked at the glass jar in her hand in confusion. It's chili sauce. It will make the roasted meat spicy when added, Sub explained. Yuang tilted her head, looking at the chili sauce in confusion, and asked, but hasn't the chili peppers just been planted? Oh, I brought this earlier. I almost forgot to take it out. Sabai quickly made up an excuse. Okay, I'll add it to the dried meat tomorrow, Yuang softly said. Add it in moderation. I'm not sure how spicy this chili sauce is, Sabai cautioned. He did not want to see the fox-eared girl constantly looking for water to drink after eating too much spicy food. Yuang put the chili sauce and salt in the box, smiling. Shaman, you can rest assured in. If you're not sure how much to add, just ask me first. Sabai gently said. Yuang looked at the pillow that had appeared on the dry straw bed and asked Shaman, what's that? This is for me to sleep on. You'll all have one in the future, Sabai explained. He was already planning in his mind about making bedding sets and proper beds. However, all of this would have to wait until they reclaimed the Flame Dragon tribe's ancestral land. If they made them now, it would be difficult to transport them back later. Yuang blinked her pink eyes and asked with a smile. Shaman, can I have another piece of candy? Of course you can, but you need to brush your teeth after eating. Sabai reminded, yes, I'll prepare the wood charcoal ash right away. Yuang immediately responded. Sabai stopped the fox-eared girl and handed her a toothbrush, saying no need for charcoal anymore. Use this from now on. Yuang took the toothbrush, fidgeting with it as she asked, Shaman, what is this? Why are there so many strange things tonight? Sabai grinned, deciding to ignore the latter question and just explained, this is called a toothbrush. It's better than using with charcoal ash and cleans better. Toothbrush. Yuang was learning many new words tonight. That's right. You squeeze a bit of toothpaste on it and then you can use it. Sabai personally took the toothbrush and toothpaste and began to demonstrate. Toothpaste, is it something like with charcoal ash? Yuang was like a curious baby. Sub hesitated for a moment, then nodded. You could say that. First, you take some water in your mouth. Then he taught the fox-eared girl a complete set of toothbrushing methods, ending with the rinsing of the mouth. After attentively watching the entire process, Yuang timidly asked Shaman, does the water for brushing teeth need to be boiled? Sabai thought about the water sources in the primitive forest and nodded without hesitation. It's better to boil it or use filtered water. After all, most of the water in the forest have parasites and impurities in it. I understand, Yuang responded with a smile. From now on, this blue toothbrush is mine and this pink one is yours. Remember to keep them separate, Sabai instructed. Yes, what about the other three? Yuang asked curiously. The red one can be for a while. The other two will keep them for now, Sabai calmly stated. He had originally thought of giving them to Yin Zio and Sura, but with their personalities, those stinky men probably would not be willing to brush their teeth. Rather than letting them go to waste like that, it was better to keep them. After all, toothbrushes were consumables. The sun rose higher, and under its bright rays, the teepees in the tribe seemed to be covered with a layer of sparkling silver. Sabai stretched his body. Last night was the most comfortable sleep he has had since coming to this tribe. Shaman, did you sleep well last night? Yuang's gentle voice sounded. I slept very comfortably, Sabai said with satisfaction. He turned his head to look at the pillow, thinking, my love, you really had come just in time. If you had come any later, my neck bones might have degenerated. Yuang held several skewers of dried meat and said, Shaman, you brush your teeth first. I'll roast the meat right away. It'll be ready to eat soon. Good. Did you wake up very early? Sabai asked, curious. No, I just got up a little while ago. Sabai picked up the toothbrush and squeezed some toothpaste on it. Shaman, I've already brushed my teeth earlier, Yuang said with a smile. Good. From now on, brush your teeth twice a day, in the morning and at night. Sabai continued to instruct while brushing his teeth. Don't put too much salt and chili sauce later. Yes, Yuang smiled. Shaman, may I come in? Yas' clear voice sounded from outside the teepee. Come in, Sabai said calmly. Yin Hua lifted the teepee door flap, looking fresh and energetic. Shaman, good morning. Morning, Sabai said after rinsing his mouth. Yin Hua blinked her red eyes, asking in confusion, Shaman, what are you doing brushing your teeth? Why is it white foam this time? The horned girl recalled brushing teeth with charcoal ash before, but the water spit out then was black. Sabai raised an eyebrow slightly, handing over a toothbrush and toothpaste. He explained, this is toothpaste and this is a toothbrush. Use these to brush your teeth. After brushing, I'll give you candy to eat. Candy, what's that? Yin Hua asked in confusion. However, there was no response. After all, she would get to try it soon, so there was no need for Subai to explain. This is a toothbrush. Yuang taught the horn girl Hansen, continuing, remember not to swallow it, just spit it out at the end. Oh, okay. Yin Hua nodded, seeming to understand, but not really getting it. She just followed whatever instructions were given. Even so, in her heart, she could not help but think, just one night and there's this strange thing. The shaman is really amazing. A few minutes later, the horned girl clumsily finished brushing her teeth. Several times during the process, she almost could not resist swallowing the toothpaste. Yin Ha stuck out her tongue, frowning. This feels a bit strange. Aha, put your tongue back. Before speaking, Subai found the horned girl's current appearance very funny. Yuang also could not help but cover her mouth, laughing. Awa, you're just like me last night. You're laughing at me. Look at your own face. Yin Hua also started laughing when the fox-eared girl covered her mouth to laugh. The wood charcoal ash on her hands had smeared on her face. Now she was a black-marked fox. Huh, what's wrong with my face? Yuang reached up to touch her face. Don't. Well, now it's even dirtier. Subhead wanted to stop the fox-eared girl from touching her face. Just go wash your face first. I'll help you roast the dried meat. Yin Hua said, shaking her head with a smile. Yuang pouted, saying, Awa, you just know how to laugh at me. You looked very funny just now, too. Subai really did not know what to do with these two good friends. He handed a piece of candy to the horned girl, saying, try this. Yin Hua took the white rabbit milk candy, looking at the strange text on it, and asked Shaman, is this candy, and unwrap it before eating. Suba thought it would be better to do it himself, so he took back the candy, unwrapped it, and said, open your mouth. Yin Hua was stunned for a moment, reaching out to take the candy, saying, Shaman, I can do it myself. Aren't you roasting meat now? Your hands are so dirty, and this goes into your stomach. Subai dodged the horned girl's hand and continued, just open your mouth. The horned girl's face visibly re-ended. She hesitated for a moment, then opened her mouth. Subai, looking at the horned girl's red cheeks, could not help but find her cute. He added, you'd better let Xiaoyu roast the meat. She's more skilled than you. Last night at dinner, he had taught the fox-eared girl how to roast meat properly so it wouldn't get burnt or blackened. Otherwise, every time they ate, they would end up with bitter-charred dried meat, which was not very pleasant. Okay, Yinha said, standing up with a flushed face. Yuang blinked her pink eyes, looking confused. She felt like she had missed something after washing her face and coming back. She crouched down holding the dried meat, asking in confusion, Shaman, what's wrong with Awa? Is she sick? Why is her face so red? Remember to flip the dried meat, otherwise it'll burn again. Subai changed the subject. Oh, I almost ruined it again. Yuang hurriedly took the dried meat away from the fire pit. Subai shook his head with a smile, instructing, you can spread a little chili sauce then continue roasting. Just keep it a bit farther from the fire pit. Okay. Yuang nodded, getting up to fetch the chili sauce from last night. The fox-eared girl blinked her pink eyes, continuously looking at the chili sauce, not knowing how to handle it for a moment. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A minute later, she turned her head and looked pitifully at the horned girl. Yin Hua was still immersed in the sweetness of the milk candy. Feeling Yui's gaze, she asked, what's wrong? Aha, do you know how to open this? Yui's soft voice sounded. Yin Hua took the chili sauce, examined it up and down, left and right, then shook her head. I don't know. The fox-eared girl sighed, and along with the horned girl, they both looked towards Subai with pitiful expressions. Subai laughed heartily. Haha, I almost forgot. Give it to me. I'll help you open it. The appearance of the two girls just now really made him want to pinch their cheeks. There, remember not to use too much. After opening, Subai handed over the chili sauce. Thank you, Shaman. Yuang smiled and nodded. Yin Hua also crouched by the fire pit, curiously watching Yu Ying's actions. She asked, what's this again? Chili sauce. It can make the dried meat taste different. At the very least, that's what the shaman said, Yuang calmly said. Yin Hua nodded thoughtfully, saying, if the shaman said so, it should taste good. A few minutes later, Yin Hua brought over several skewers of roasted dried meat, smiling as she said, Shaman, these are freshly roasted. Subai took the dried meat, examined it left and right, and said with satisfaction, not bad. Much better roasted than before. You've improved. Although the few skewers of dried meat were not roasted till they were mouthwatering, they were at least not charred all over. With the addition of chili sauce and salt, the aroma wafting out was quite inviting, making him want to take a few more sniffs. I roasted them exactly as you taught me. Shaman, please taste it. I didn't dare add too much salt or chili sauce, Yin Hua said expectantly. Subai took a bite of the roasted meat, his brows immediately furrowing as he said with difficulty, the taste feels. How is it, Shaman, does it not taste good? Yin Hua was afraid she had messed up again. Although there was still some roasted meat left in the tribe, they could not afford to waste it like this. The horned girl would still feel guilty. Her meat roasting skills were not as good as the fox-eared girl's, almost failing every time she tried. Subai was somewhat amused by this and asked, did you add too much salt and chili sauce? Yinha scratched her head, confused. I did as you said, shaman. I only added a little bit of each, not too much. I saw it too. I really didn't add too much. Yuang agreed. Subai covered his face and chuckled, saying, roast another batch and let me see. He wanted to see just how much the horned girl and her friend considered a little bit when roasting meat. Inyin Hua nodded, picking up the meat and crouching by the fire pit again. A few minutes later, the horned girl poured a bit of salt into her hand about the size of a thumbprint. She sprinkled the salt from her palm onto 4 or 5 skewers of dried meat, then did the same with the chili sauce, dipping a leaf in it and brushing it on. Seeing this, Subai laughed so hard his shoulders shook, saying, silly girls, that's way too much. He personally crouched down to demonstrate, adding less salt and chili sauce, flipping both sides before handing it to the fox-eared girl and her friend. Yuang blinked her pink eyes, asking in confusion, shaman, won't this be too little? Yeah, I just saw the shaman had almost no chili sauce. Yin Hua chimed in, try it first. Compare it to what you roasted and you'll know if I added too much or not. Subai smiled. Yuang took the dried meat, stared at it for a while, then took a bite. After chewing a couple of times, her pink eyes widened. She took another bite and exclaimed, shaman, why is the meat you roast always so delicious? Why is the shaman's roasted meat always tastier? Is it because of the salt we added salt before? Tu Yin Hua asked, puzzled. My salt has been refined. The taste is different from what we exchanged at the spotted deer market. Most importantly, there's chili sauce in it too. Subai took a bite as well. He found that with these 2 seasonings, the taste had changed to another level. The dry flavor of the dried meat was largely masked. Moreover, it was not too greasy to eat. With the previous meals before these 2 seasonings, after 2 skewers, one would not want to touch another dried meat for a whole day. It tastes so good. Yu Ying's pink eyes stared fixedly at the roasting meat by the fire pit. Subai finished the last skewer and said, all right, I'm full. You can eat the rest. Yuang and Yin Hua nodded heavily, saying in unison, thank you, shaman. The 2 girls happily crouched by the fire pit, whispering to each other, eat more. There are still several skewers. You are the one that should eat more. You have so much to do every day. You need to replenish your energy. Subai watched the 2 girls whispering and smiled. After you're done eating, come with me to the classroom. Shaman, what are we going to do in the classroom? Yuang asked curiously. Yin Hua also stood up and asked, shaman, are you going to teach those egg-stealing monkeys to read again? The horned girl recalled Su's previous words that building a classroom was for teaching people to read. Yeah, have someone check if Uncle Gumu Sander is ready. If it is, send it to the classroom, Subai said. Yes, Yin Hua immediately responded. Subai took a sip of water and added, have the children gather in the classroom and also invite the newly arrived children to come. All right, Yin Hua nodded and left the teepee. Yuang blinked her pink eyes and asked, shaman, can I learn to read too? Of course, you should be the first to learn. Subai nodded. He thought that as a shaman priestess, Yuang would definitely need to know how to read and write. After all, she would be assisting him with many tasks in the future. Yuang nodded heavily and solemnly said, shaman, don't worry. I will definitely study diligently. Have you finished eating? Let's go to the classroom. Subai stood up. Yuang also immediately stood up, wiping her face and nodding. Yes, shaman, thump, thump, thump. Subai and the fox-haired girl walked out of the teepee, heading towards the classroom. Shaman, I've had people bring the sand tray over, and all those little rascals are already waiting in the classroom. Yin Ha smiled. Good. Subai nodded, walking into the classroom. At this moment, the animal skins around the classroom had been removed, leaving only the dry grass on top. Many tables and chairs had been placed in the classroom, all made by Uncle Gumu. Naturally, children from the tribe were seated at the tables. The children from the Flame Dragon tribe sat in front, while children from the other tribes sat at the back, looking rather nervous. When they heard about coming to learn to read and write, Shan Xiang and the others were startled. They did not expect that after being taken in by this tribe, their children would even be taught how to read and write. It was truly a surprise to them. Good morning, shaman, the children in the classroom said in unison. This was taught by the adults, and the children also knew that the shaman was respected, so they naturally followed suit. Good morning. Subai raised his hand to gesture for them to sit down. He scanned the people in the teepee, seeing various races. Some had cat ears, some had horns, some with feathered tails, and so on. However, they all had one thing in common. Their faces were dirty and their hair was messy. They really do look like egg-stealing monkeys. They also don't seem to be very well fed. Most of them are bone-thin and weak. Do you know why I called you here today? Subai asked in a deeper than usual tone. His first step was to make sure all these children knew what they were doing rather than blindly following orders. We know. We're here to learn how to read and write. The children answered in unison. Subai nodded with satisfaction and said, take out the wooden boxes I've just given you. Shaman, we all have them, but they don't. Should we share some with them? A child with dog ears pointed to the back. The last time he had Uncle Gumu make 24 wooden boxes, thus there were not any for children from the other tribes. With the sudden increase in children, there were not enough sand trays to go around. Sabai raised an eyebrow and nodded. Okay, two of you can share one and give some to them. He felt a bit comforted inwardly. Although the primitive tribe seemed very barbaric, their hearts were the purest. At least these children were genuinely thinking of others. Yes, the children nodded. Go prepare some fine sand, Sabai instructed Ching Mu. Yes, Ching Mmu nodded. Sabai stood at the front of the classroom and said, Today I'm going to teach you the characters you'll often use in daily life. The children all looked confused, just nodding mechanically. Sabai sighed inwardly, thinking, these furry children are too used to being rowdy. It might be a bit difficult to get them to quietly learn the characters right now. A few minutes later, Ching Mu prepared plenty of fine sand and said, Shaman, the sand is ready. Okay, just pour it evenly into the boxes. Don't pour too much. Just a thin layer is enough, Sabai instructed. Yes, Ching Mu carried the wooden bucket towards the children. A few minutes later, all the wooden boxes were filled with sand. Yuang tilted her head and asked in confusion, Shaman, why are we pouring sand into the wooden boxes? This is called a sand tray. It is for practicing how to write. After writing, it can be restored to its original state and be used repeatedly. Sabai explained. I see. Yuang nodded thoughtfully. Sabai stood up straight and solemnly said, Now I'll teach you the most basic numbers used for counting things. He wrote the Arabic numerals, modern digits of 1, 9, 1 to 10, on a wooden board with charcoal, turning to face the children. Sabai had originally thought of writing on the sand tray for everyone to see, but if he stood up with the sand tray, the characters would scatter. Even if he wrote on a sand tray and made everyone crowd around to see, it would waste too much time if they needed to go back and forth to check. After much consideration, he decided to write on a wooden board using a large charcoal. This would be best for displaying the digits to them. Shaman, are these symbols for counting things? A little girl with ram horns asked. The other children also looked curious, seeing such symbols for the first time. They could not help but be intrigued. Sabai nodded, quite satisfied with what the child had asked. Asking questions showed they had a desire to learn. He handed the wooden board to Ching Mu to hold, then put his hands behind his back and explained, Now take out your sand trays and write on them following what I've written step by step in order. The reason for teaching numbers first was because they were simple and used daily. They were the best for beginners to learn and were not too difficult. Of course, pinyin would be taught later. For now, it was enough to let them know how to write commonly used characters. As for pinyin, character formation or sentence making, that would come later. Yes, the children were all eager to try. The sand trays were all placed on the table, with two furry children sharing one tray, each on one side mimicking the characters on the wooden board. The fox-haired girl and the cowhorn girl were also eager to try, but unfortunately there were no more sand trays, so they could only watch the furry children in longing. Sabai noticed that the two looked very eager to try and smiled. When you go back in the evening, you can practice with the charcoal. That way you'll learn faster. Yes, the two nodded enthusiastically. Sabai put his hands behind his back and started walking among the children, wanting to see how they were writing. The more he looked, the more he wanted to laugh. The numbers written by them were all crooked and twisted, looking very much like crawling caterpillars. When you write, try to be more steady. Don't let your hand shake and look carefully at what's written on the wooden board, Sabai called out. Some of the children were not even writing Arabic numerals anymore. Not only were the characters slanted, some had turned into strange symbols. Sabai crouched in front of one child, took the sand tray, and said, I'll write once for you to see. Watch carefully how it's done. He demonstrated on the sand tray for the child, writing very slowly to ensure they could see clearly. Do you understand now? Sabai asked gently. I understand. Thank you, Shaman. The child nodded in thanks, taking back the sand tray and starting to copy. A few minutes later, after checking around, Sabai found they were all writing quite well, so he started teaching more. Within an hour, he had gradually taught them how to write from 1 to 10. That's all for today's lesson. When you go back in the evening, you need to continue practicing. Sabai reminded them. Shaman, what if we don't have enough sand trays? A child asked, curious. Sabai blinked thoughtfully and said, In the evening, you can find an empty space and write with tree branches on the ground. It's the same, you'll have the sand trays ready by tomorrow. He planned to have Uncle Gumu make more, as there would likely be more people joining the tribe in the future. Besides this, he silently added papermaking to his agenda. The importance of paper had suddenly become self-evident. Yes, the children said in unison. Next time, remember to raise your hand before asking a question. You can continue practicing now, Sabai instructed. Understood, Shaman. The furry children responded again. After Sububai left the classroom, he walked towards the toilet area, wanting to check on the growth of the sweet potatoes and chili peppers. Shaman, I now know how to write what you've just taught us. Yuang started looking forward to returning to the teepee to write. Yinhua blinked her red eyes looking smug and said, I know too. It looks very simple. The two of them had been listening attentively on the side while Subai was teaching. Sometimes they would involuntarily gesture in their palms while mumbling to themselves. Then when we go back, let me see how you write, Subai said with a slight smile. These numbers were not difficult, but the upcoming Chinese characters would be a lot harder. In fact, Sububai believed it would take a lot longer to learn and would have to wait until they moved back to the tribal ancestral land. At that time, they would need paper and pins, too. The sand trays were not a long-term solution. Yes, Yueying said softly with a smile. If you learn quickly, I can also teach you how to write your own names, Subai said with a smile. Yueying blinked her pink eyes, curiously asking, Shaman, can you really teach us how to write our own names? Yinhua kept raising her hand, enthusiastically saying me too. Shaman, I also want to know how to write my own name. Subai looked at the cowhorn girl, constantly raising her hand, remembering what he had instructed the children in class. He nodded with a smile. All right, I'll teach you how to write your names once we get back. Shaman, I've taken good care of the sweet potatoes. Come and see, Yueying said expectantly. When Sububai and others left the tribe to go to the spotted deer market, she would come to check on the sweet potatoes every day. Of course, the fox-eared girl originally wanted to water them constantly to make them grow faster, but remembering the shaman's instructions, she changed it to watering only once a day. Subai looked at the row of sweet potatoes. They had grown considerably compared to when they were first planted. He nodded satisfied and said, yeah, they've been well taken care of. When it's harvest time, you can eat more, yay. Yueying immediately replied. Yinhua scratched her head, looking confused, and mumbled. Very good, why do I feel like there's no change? Subai really did not know what to do with the cowhorn girl. He smiled as he went to check the chili pepper field. Yueying squatted in front of the chili pepper field, pouting and mumbling, Shaman, I've been coming to check on these chili peppers every day too, but I feel like there's no change. They do not grow that fast. They'll need more time, Subai said, feeling a bit helpless, thinking the fox-eared girl was too impatient. He had thought that things planted in this era would grow faster, but it did not seem to be the case. It was the same as the growth cycle back on Earth. How much longer will it take? Yueying asked curiously. Subai recalled the books he had read before and said bitterly, it will take a long time, about 60 to 100 days. Yueying's eyes widened in surprise. It takes that long. By then, the rainy season will be here and we won't be able to eat them. Yes, it's a bit troublesome, Sububai said, pursing his lips. In his heart, he was still thinking that if there was a shaman technique to make plants grow faster, if there was, that would be great. This way, after planting the seeds, they could shorten the time it took to grow. But realistically, such a shaman technique probably doesn't exist. Shaman, what should we do? Yueying asked worriedly. Let's check again in a couple of days. They should sprout by then, Subai said optimistically. If it really does not work out by then, we can still transplant them since they would still be seedlings. After looking for a while, Subai turned and left, needing to go back to the teepee to arrange some other matters. Tap, tap, tap. Yueying, holding a piece of charcoal, asked Shaman, where should we practice? Subai took out a piece of animal hide and said, practice on this first, write today's numbers. Later, I'll teach you how to write your names. Yes, Yueying nodded. Yanhua also took a piece of charcoal and followed the fox-eared girl to lie on the table, the two discussing today's lesson content. Subai, at his own position, began to ponder on the tribe's future development plans. He took a piece of charcoal, spread out an animal hide on the table, and muttered to himself, the first thing should be paper making and pens. Right, without these, it's very inconvenient for me to teach. Teaching, administrative work, etc., all required paper and pens. Using animal hide and charcoal was very inconvenient. Using animal hide as paper was not only wasteful, but also inconvenient for storage. Using charcoal as a pen was not a long-term solution either. The written characters would always be large and easily smudged. Subai closed his eyes and began to ponder, recalling how handmade paper was made back on Earth. He pursed his lips and thought, paper seems to be divided into several steps. It's not difficult as long as we have the materials. Subai began to draw diagrams on the animal hide. The premise for paper is to have a stone mill. He first drew a large circular stone platform on the animal hide, then drew a cylindrical stone. This completes the general idea. What's left is the fixed wooden stick. He continued drawing at the bottom of the animal hide, drawing some wooden sticks for fixing and pushing the stone mill. It's good that this method is simple. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have remembered how it was done. Subai said gratefully, Shaman, what are you doing? We finished writing. Yinhua stood up and asked. Subai put down the charcoal and smiled. Oh, bring it over and let me see. Yinhua dusted off the charcoal dust on the animal hide and handed it over with both hands. We've been writing very carefully. Subai looked at the numbers written by the two girls and said with satisfaction, it seems like you've been listening carefully to my class. This is really written well. Although it was the first time the two girls wrote, the numbers they wrote were neat and tidy, not looking like it was their first time writing. Right, I wrote very carefully, Yinha said proudly. Yuang was a bit shy and asked weakly, Shaman, we finished writing the numbers. Can you teach us how to write our names now, of course? Come over and watch. Subai picked up a charcoal, ready to write for the two to see. Yuang nodded heavily. Both girls continued by enthusiastically leaning against the edge of the table to observe. Subai spread the animal hide completely flat on the table, with stones pressing down on the four corners. He first looked at the cowhorn girl and instructed, Awa, watch carefully. I'll write your name first. Yes, Shaman. Yinho gave a firm nod. Subai wrote the name of the cowhorn the animal hide and pushed it over, saying, This is how your name is written. Yinhua tilted her head, curiously looking at the characters on the animal hide, and exclaimed in surprise, Is this really my name? The animal hide clearly showed the two characters for Yinhua. The strokes were clear and the font was large, making it easy to see at a glance. Yes, both these characters are written from top to bottom. You can take it to practice, Subai said softly. Yinhua nodded repeatedly, her red eyes fixed on those two characters, her face full of delight. Shaman, what about my name? Yuang started to get excited. I'll write it for you right now. Subai smiled and continued writing on the animal hide. Yuying's pink foxtail wagged nonstop as she exclaimed with joy. Shaman, is this really my name? Yes, your name has a more complex structure. You'll need to practice it more, Subai advised. Yuang tucked her pink hair behind her ear and asked Shaman, Can I write it once for you to see? You can point out where I need to improve. I want to write for the shaman to see, too. Yinho raised her hand repeatedly. All right, I'll break down the characters and show you the order. It'll be easier for you to understand, Subai said calmly, then started writing on the animal hide. The fox-eared girl and the cowhorn girl both nodded heavily, watching Subai expectantly. Subai dusted off the charcoal dust from the animal hide and said, All right, you can take it and start learning. Thank you, Shaman, Yuang and Yinhua said with beaming smiles. Seeing their enthusiasm, Subai thought to himself, indeed, people of this era are the purest. They're so happy just knowing how to write their own names. He lowered his head and continued looking at the animal hide on the table, needing to continue plan for papermaking. Subai pursed his lips, picked up the charcoal pen, and thought to himself, now we need to find the raw materials for paper making. He narrowed his eyes and kept thinking, trying hard to remember what the raw materials for paper making were. It is not very realistic to actually cut down trees for paper making. We just don't have tools to fell trees. Right, wheat straw can be used for paper making, but we don't have wheat. We need to find something else to substitute it. Wheat straw was the stock left after wheat matures and had been threshed. It could be used for paper making and weaving certain crafts. Subai blinked his black eyes, falling into a dilemma. There is no wheat in this era, though. We would need to find something else as a substitute. After pondering for a moment, he thought of dogtail grass and muttered, The forest is so big, there should be some. Subai sketched the general shape on the animal hide, wanting to ask Shur and others to look for it. While they were out hunting, Yuang excitedly picked up her animal hide and said with a smile, Shaman, look, I'm done writing. How is it? Me too. I'm done writing too. I think I wrote it exactly the same as you. Yin Hoya chimed in. Subai put down the charcoal and glazed his hands, looking up and saying, Bring it over and let me take a look. As soon as he looked up, he could not help but laugh. It was not because of what they had written, but because of Yin Hua and Yu Ying's faces. They were covered in charcoal dust, looking quite comical. They must have smudged it while practicing. Shaman, what's wrong? We haven't shown you yet. Yuang pouted. Puff. Yan Hua could not hold back when she saw the fox-eared girl's face. Her shoulders were shaking as she laughed. Shayu, why is your face black again? No way. I just washed up. Yuang instinctively touched her face, then looked at the cowhorn girl and teased back. Sister Awa, you're the same. Yin Hua was stunned for a moment, then said nonchalantly, It doesn't matter. A true warrior is bound to get a little dirty. Suba was both amused and sighing. Bring it over and let me take a look. Yes, Yuang handed over her animal hide. Hubai pursed his lips and said, Shayu, your characters are written a bit too spread out. The fox-eared girl's name was written very spread out, looking more like separated strokes than a single character. Yuang cupped her chin with both hands and mumbled, but when I write them closer together, they become a black mess. I can only write them more spread out. Subai suddenly understood. It was unavoidable with charcoal as pens. He softly said, Okay, we'll deal with this later. Once we make proper pens, it'll be easier to write. Okay, Shaman, please look at what Sister Awa wrote. Yuang nodded. Yinhua pursed her lips, placed her animal hide on the table with an expectant look, and said, Shaman, I wrote it differently. Subai looked at what the cowhorn girl had written and covered his face as he laughed. Oh wah, although you wrote it close together, it's a bit too close. The name written by the cowhorn girl was all intersecting. The character overlapped top and bottom, and so did the character. These two characters looked like they were full of holes, not like Chinese characters at all. Yin Hua pointed at her chin with her index finger and helplessly said, "But when I write, my hand unnaturally shakes." Suba's eyes widened. He believed that Yin Hua was too strong. Exercising every day using quick bursts of strength, it was inevitably a bit difficult for her to suddenly start to gently write. Writing was not exactly difficult, but it was not simple either. Every needs to be neat and tidy, which is a bit challenging for those who have never done it before. It's okay, you just need more practice. You've already done very well, Subai praised. Well, for the people of a primitive tribe, writing Chinese characters for the first time, these are already exceptional results. They would improve after a few more attempts. Yin Hua tucked her black hair and seriously asked Shaman, "Can we really learn how to read and write?" "Yes, Shaman. Reading and writing is very difficult. We can't even write our own names." "Well," Yueying said with difficulty, "of course you can. With me teaching you, you'll definitely learn. You just need more practice," Subai gently said. "That's good. Thank you, Shaman." Yu Ying's pink eyes crinkled into crescent as she smiled. "I'll definitely take it really seriously. A warrior never backs down," Yin Ha said earnestly. Subai smiled with satisfaction and instructed, "All right, Awa, go and ask Sure to come here." "Yes," Yin Hua immediately replied and turned to leave the teepee. After being summoned, Shang Shi stepped towards the main teepee and asked Shaman, "May I come in, come in?" Subai tidied up the animal hide on the table. Shi lifted the door flap, walked in with his head slightly lowered, and asked Shaman, "Do you have any arrangements for me? There's something I want the hunting team to do." Subai nodded. "Shaman, please instruct." Shur immediately said. Subai picked up the animal hide he had just drawn on and instructed, "When you go out hunting, help me look for this." Shur received the animal hide with both hands, looked at the drawing on it, and asked puzzledly, "Shaman, what is this?" "It's a plant called dogtail grass, also known as wolftail grass. It should be easy to recognize. Have you seen it during your previous hunts?" Subai asked. The reason it was also called wolf-tail grass was because a dog's tail droops while a wolf's tail stands upright. Wolf-tail grass stands upright when green, only drooping when it turns yellow. Shur narrowed his eyes into slits, carefully looking at the drawing on the animal hide, and shook his head. "I don't have any impression of it. This is the first time I've heard of this name." "You should have seen it before at least once. It grows over a wide range. Think carefully," Sububai reminded, though he said that he was not really sure if wolf-tail grass existed in this primitive era. Still, this plant has advantages such as drought resistance, salt tolerance, wet tolerance, and hardly get affected by disease. It does not have strict requirements in terms of soil conditions and grows rapidly. Moreover, the primitive era environment was not bad for this plant's growth. It was unlikely that this plant did not exist because they had even found plants similar to Ramai before. Wolftail grass, which was resilient and quick to grow, should exist as well. Shur's purple eyes kept moving, trying to recall the plants he had encountered in the forest during his previous hunts. He frowned and mumbled, "I only saw some berries and some vines." The shaman said, "I've seen it before. It does look familiar." "Familiar is good. Ask the hunting team to pay attention to such plants. Bring back anything similar for me to see," Subai instructed. "Yes, Shaman, we will pay attention." Shur immediately agreed, then curiously asked Shaman, "May I ask, what are we going to do with this plant? Once we find it, you'll know when you bring it back. This plant has many uses. If we can find it, it will be of great help to the tribe's development." Subai stated he did not want to explain too clearly. Otherwise, with team leader son Shur's personality, he would just focus on finding the plant and forget about his main job, just like last time. "Yes, Shaman. Rest assured we will definitely find this plant for you." Sang Shur immediately became serious when he heard it was for the tribe's development. "This time we can't have what happened last time to happen again. Hunting is the priority. Finding wolf-tail grass is secondary. You're not allowed to only focus on finding plants, still focus on hunting," Subai sternly instructed. Shur scratched his head awkwardly and nodded. "What happened last time will definitely not happen again." "Good. By the way, how are those new totem warriors doing?" Sub remembered the wanderers. "They are all quite skilled. There are 3 people with exceptional reflexes," Shur said excitedly, continuing. "The others are all strength-type totem warriors. When it comes to transporting prey, these people should be able to provide a lot of assistance." When Yeo, Shia, and others joined the hunting team, he was initially wary. Unexpectedly, they were open and above board, gave their all during training. They really held no bad intentions towards the tribe. All these things inevitably made Shur put aside his prejudices and start trying to integrate them into the tribe. "Oh, so it seems like you're getting along quite well with them." Subai was pleased to see this development. "Yes, there haven't been any problems so far. They all obey my orders," Shur said, satisfied with their behavior and attitude. Subai took a sip of water and continued to ask, "How about their young adults? Are there any with good aptitude?" "There are quite a few. With more training, it's only a matter of time before they become totem warriors." Shur smiled. "Very good, set a goal for them." people need goals to be motivated. Sabai tapped his fingers lightly on the table and continued. Let them first work towards becoming warrior trainees. Yes, shaman, I will have them train with Qing Mu Jiu and the other warrior trainees, Sure said seriously. Sabai blinked his black eyes and asked by the way who has the best aptitude among their totem warriors. It's a girl called Yuio. Her skills are really good. She seems to be a peak early-stage totem warrior, Sure said without hesitation. Yuio. Sabai remembered the cool but concerned girl with wolf ears and instructed, when you come back from hunting tomorrow, ask her to come see me. I have something to arrange for her. Sure looked surprised and shook his head repeatedly. Shaman, that is too dangerous. We can't let her get close to you. Although she performed excellently during the hunts when it came to the shaman's safety, this matter could not be taken lightly. Don't worry, if she wanted to harm me, she would have done it on the way back from the spotted deer market. Why would she take the risk when there are so many people in the tribe? Sabai sat up straight and continued, right now, her people are all relying on us for support. She won't be that foolish. Sabai shook his head and thought, they just want to be part of a tribe and want to be led by a shaman. Their needs are the simplest. They just want to survive, have enough to eat and drink. Now that these problems have been solved, it is even less likely for her to have any other thoughts. Sangshur thought carefully for a moment and responded in a serious tone. Yes, shaman, but when she comes, please let me stay by your side. No problem, Sabai said with a smile. Well, it is only with this that Sure can feel at ease. Yes, shaman, please wait. I'll bring her to you when she returns tomorrow. Sure immediately agreed and turned to leave the teepee. Yin Hua looked at the still swaying door flap and said, Shaman, I don't think she's a bad person. I don't think so either. Sabai smiled gently. On the hillside was a dense forest with thick branches and leaves providing shade. The most abundant fruit was something that was red. It was typically at this time that the tree bore this red fruit. It was both juicy and intense in color, which made it stand out against the emerald green leaves. Seeing them whetting one's appetite, Yujio and the others were walking through the dense forest. It was the third day since they had been sent out to go hunting. Today was the last day of hunting before they returned. No matter how much or how little they caught, they had to return to the tribe by noon tomorrow. They had already hunted quite a few beasts since they came out, including several ferocious beasts. This time, the new totem warriors were led by Dua, Weiming, and others to go out hunting. The purpose was to observe the strength of the newly arrived totem warriors to better assign corresponding tasks for them later. Yuio looked up at the trees with bright red fruits and softly commented, there are so many red fruits here. Red fruits were not found everywhere. They had a sweet and sour crisp taste and quenched thirst really well. They were one of the favorite berries from many tribes when they went out hunting. You can eat them when you're thirsty. Red fruits can be seen everywhere in this forest, Wing said. Yuio blinked her gray eyes and responded. Are there really beasts in this part of the forest? For the whole day, since they got up in the morning till now, they had been wandering the dense forest, but had nothing to show for it. Today, they had not seen any large beasts or ferocious beasts. All they had seen were some small wild rabbits and wild chickens. These small wild beasts were too small. If they caught them and took them back, there would not be much meat to eat. Thus, they just leave them be so that they could continue to grow bigger. We've always hunted in this area, but there really aren't that many ferocious beasts, Weiming said, pouting. Our tribe's population is growing. This won't work in the long run, Yuio said worriedly. Although they could exchange for quite a bit of dried meat at the spotted deer market, that was not enough. They still had to have a consistent way of getting dried meat, which was through hunting. Furthermore, the meat brought back from hunting was fresh, and they could also obtain ferocious beast meat and blood, as well as animal hides. Duo's face became solemn and he helplessly said, we indeed need to report this to the shaman compared to the ancestral land. Ferocious beasts are really sparse here. Xiaoyu revealed a pair of big front teeth and asked, I heard that your flame dragon tribe's ancestral land is great for living, and there are many ferocious beasts and wild beasts there. Right, of course, our ancestral land is exceptional. If it weren't for the Blacknake tribe, we would still be in our ancestral land right now, Wing said angrily. Yeo frowned and said in a deep voice, the Blacknake tribe has really done a lot of bad things. If it weren't for them, our tribe would still be standing today. Shanxiang also had an angry expression as he furiously cursed that Blacknake tribe. If I get the chance, I'll definitely make them pay the price, but our primary goal right now is to hunt and then return. Dua calmly stated. Yes, Shire and others nodded. Ye thump thump thump. Suddenly the cry of a ferocious beast rang out in the dense forest and the previously quiet forest suddenly became agitated. Birds in the forest flew away in flocks and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Du and Weiming immediately stopped their idle chatter and reminded a ferocious beast. Everyone be on alert. Everyone quickly stood back to back, gripping their stone knives tightly, their eyes revealing nervousness. No one knew what kind of ferocious beast would appear. If it was a mixed-blood ferocious beast, it would still be manageable. If no, obviously the roar they just heard did not sound to be that weak, which was why everyone was tense. The sound of drywood being stepped on rang out, sometimes from the left, sometimes from the right, making it impossible to pinpoint its direction. Originally, there were some insect sounds around, but they suddenly stopped. The surroundings became terrifyingly quiet. It was so quiet that the breathing of Duo and the others seemed particularly loud. No one dared to take a big breath, fearing that something might change. In the very next second, Yeo frowned, her gray eyes looking in the direction of the sound of the branches being stepped on. The wolf-eared girl could almost always accurately identify where a particular sound came from. It might be a pure-blood ferocious beast, the six-eyed red bird. Everyone be careful, Yeo warned. As the name suggests, this ferocious beast has very long legs, 6 eyes, and looks a bit like an ostrich from Earth. However, it was far larger in size and ferocity. A six-eyed red bird. Wang's eyes widened in shock. We've hunted so many times, but never encountered one before. How do you know it's a six-eyed red bird? Dua asked. Yeo's gray eyes were still staring intently at the surroundings, not daring to relax. She only said, I've encountered one before. It was just like this. The sound it made is the same. We're not familiar with this kind of ferocious beast. How strong is it? Duo asked. At this time, when someone knew what ferocious beast it was, they had to clarify whatever they knew. After all, the rest of the team did not know how this ferocious beast attacked. It was better to understand such things to be on the safe side. Plenty of them have suffered through an harrowing experience because they did not understand a particular ferocious beast while out hunting. Be careful of its beak. If you get pecked by its beak, it can go straight through your body. You solemnly said, when the wolf-eared girl's tribe was still around, there was a totem warrior who was careless and had his head directly pecked through by a six-eyed red bird. The consequences were imaginable. He died on the spot, and the whole thing happened in an instant. The totem warriors drew in a sharp breath. They had encountered many ferocious beasts, but so far they had not encountered one so tricky to deal with. You're more familiar with this ferocious beast. What are its weaknesses? Duo asked worriedly. It is very good at running. We can't stay on the ground. Yu's body kept moving with the sound of the ferocious beast's footsteps as she continued to advise. Otherwise, we won't be able to outrun it. We would be exhausted if we tried. W. Ming's eyes widened, incredulous as he asked, what do we do now? Judging by the sound, it's very close to us. Seems like we won't be able to avoid it, Duo said with a serious expression. Yuio blinked her gray eyes, gripping her stone knives tightly, and suggested we can hide in the trees. That's what we did last time. Quickly, do as she says. Climb up the trees right now. Wing shouted without hesitation. Yes, the other totem warriors immediately responded. They all bit their stone knives in their mouths and started climbing the nearest trees. Hurry up, Winging urged. Shoo. Yu made a silencing gesture and said softly, don't make too much noise or it will get provoked. Winging immediately closed his mouth, feeling a bit scared when he thought about how he had just been shouting at the top of his lungs. Winging, remember to take some stones with you when you go up. Du reminded. Got it. W. Ming picked up several stones around him and put them in his animal hide bag, then started climbing up the tree. Rustle, rustle, yi. The six-eyed red bird's calls were getting louder, and the sound of its running was also getting louder, as if it would charge out at any moment. Hurry up. It's about to move, Yuio urged. Du scanned the surroundings, checking if the other totem warriors had all climbed up. He frowned, looking to the left, and shouted, Shan Xiang, move faster. You're the only one left. Shan Xiang's body was larger. He was not a speed-type totem warrior and relied mostly on his strength. Because of this, his tree-climbing speed was much slower than the rest. Everyone else had already climbed to the top of the trees, but not him when scaling up the tree. Shan Xiang did look a bit like a snail. He shouted helplessly, I'm already going as fast as I can. Yiji frowned, looking very worried. She dashed over to Sha Xiang in 3 quick steps. She vigilantly looked around and shouted, Dua, you go up first. Leave this to me. No, I promised team leader Sure that I would bring all of you back safely. Dua also came to Shan Xiang's side. Yi, boom. A six-eyed red bird jumped out from a large bush, its size much larger than Yeo had expected. Its feathers were all black and red, and the 6 eyes on its head looked particularly eerie. It had a pair of long and sturdy claws that seemed capable of easily tearing anything apart and a sharp and pointed beak. Yuidi the six-eyed red bird kept crying, its 6 eyes rotating separately, constantly staring in all directions. If we're caught, almost all of our next moves will be seen through, Yuyo said in a deep voice. Seeing the 6-eyed red bird's eyes constantly looking in their direction, Dua crouched down, preparing to face its attack. I've made it up. You guys just hurry up and go, Shan Xiang shouted in a hushed voice. Thump, thump, thump. His shout enraged the 6-eyed red bird, and it roared as it charged over. It was terrifyingly fast. Whoosh! There was a whistling sound as a stone hit the 6-eyed red bird's head hard. It was a strong enough impact to cause it to stop in its tracks and shake its head to recover. Now's your chance. Hurry up, Wing shouted. He kept tossing a stone in his hand, ready to throw it at the six-eyed red bird again. It had to be said that while Ming was amazingly accurate at stone throwing, basically the best in the tribe, with his totem mark activated, the force of each stone was not to be underestimated, not to mention it was being thrown from above. This was enough to cause the bird some pain. Yeo quickly climbed up the tree. Duo also threw his stone spear at the six-eyed red bird. Taking advantage of this aerial attack, he quickly climbed up the tree. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the middle position. Yeo also reacted quickly. With a flip of her gray hair, she had already climbed up. The six-eyed red bird kept pacing around on the spot, its long neck constantly looking up. Yay! It kept making piercing sounds as it constantly stomped on the ground. It looked very strange, as if it was calling for something. What's it doing something strange? Wing asked curiously. Dua frowned and worriedly said, it looks like it's calling for its companions. Yu's expression looked even more solemn than before, and she said in a deep voice, that's right. It's calling for its companions. What Wei Ming's eyes widened. Six-eyed red birds are a collective type of ferocious beast. If one appears, there might be several nearby, Yuio explained. Wei Ming slapped his forehead and frowned. What do we do now if its companions come? We won't be able to get back. Winging, keep throwing stones. Stop it from making any more noise. We need to stall it for now. Dua shouted. Yes, right now. We need to stop it from making any more noise. Yui agreed. All right, leave it to me. Wing gripped the stones tightly in his hand. He narrowed his eyes carefully, watching the six-eyed red bird on the ground, and threw a stone with all his might. The stone hit the six-eyed red bird's head again. It instantly stopped its cries for its companions, replaced by cries of pain and anguish. Yuio rotated her gray eyes and said in a dire tone, seems like we have no choice. We can only take it down. Then quickly returned to the tribe with our hunted prey. Didn't you say it's extremely fast? How do we take it down? Duo spread his hands and continued. What's more, we can't fight it if we're not standing on the ground. Yeah, face to face. We're not nearly as fast as it is. W. Ming nodded and continued. You saw how it ran just now. I believe you understand this kind of ferocious beast better than we do. Look, it's about to cry for help again. Shai pointed repeatedly at the six-eyed red bird. W. Ming threw the second stone. Now he only had 2 stones left in his hand. Yeo tied back her scattered gray hair with a vine and coldly said, right now, there's only one way. What way? Duer and Wu Ming asked in unison. That is to jump on its back and then kill it, Yeo coldly said. The wolf-eared girl gripped her stone knife tightly, ready to go, her eyes looking particularly fierce. Seeing her expression, Wam Ming asked, are you going to fight it? Yes, you cover for me, distract its attention. I'll take that chance to jump on its back, Yiju declared. No, that's too risky, Dua immediately objected. The six-eyed red bird's strong points are that it runs fast and is strong. Its weak point is that it can't really protect its back. Yu continued without much expression, and its long neck is also a weakness. As long as we can find the right moment to jump on the six-eyed red bird's back, we can win by cutting its throat. What if you don't make it onto the six-eyed red bird's back? Dua asked in return. Over the past few days, he and Hua Ming had already started treating the new totem warriors as part of the Flame Dragon tribe. Naturally, they did not want to see them take risks. No matter who was lost, it would be heartbreaking. If you trust me, give me a shaman bone tablet. We need to hurry back, don't we? Yui bluntly said. The wolf-eared girl felt that if she had a shaman bone tablet that could increase stamina and speed at this moment, it would really be like adding wings to a tiger. With her usual reflexes and speed, boosted by a shaman bone tablet, she could definitely jump from one of the trees onto the six-eyed red bird's back. The new totem warriors currently did not have any shaman bone tablet on them. They would only get them after a few more days. This was to prevent them from doing anything bad to Duo and the others when hunting outside once they had a shaman bone tablet. After all, they were all early-stage totem warriors, and they were not from the tribe. No one knew what they were really thinking. Give you a shaman bone tablet, Dua frowned and asked, that's right. Doesn't your shaman know a blessing shaman technique? If so, there should be shaman bone tablets that increase stamina and speed. Yiju paused, then continued. As long as I have a shaman bone tablet, I'm confident I can completely subdue it. Yi, the six-eyed red bird started making noise again, its feet stomping the ground, its black and red wings flapping. What do we do? It's starting to cry for help again. A totem warrior shouted. Whoosh. There was a whistling sound as Wei Ming threw another stone at the six-eyed red bird. The six-eyed red bird's cry was abruptly stopped, all 6 eyes glaring fiercely at Wei Ming. At this moment, Wei Ming knew that if he was on the ground, he would definitely be torn to pieces by now. After hearing the wolf-eared girl words, Dua looked at Wei Ming and their eyes met for a moment. All right, I can give you a shaman bone tablet. Dua took one out from his animal hide bag and tossed it over. Yui caught the shaman bone tablet with one hand and requested cover for me. Okay, you can go with peace of mind. Winging nodded. Boss, I'll cover you too. Shou Yu revealed his big front teeth. He reached into his own animal hide bag and took out a stone. He had seen Wing picking up stones on the ground earlier and had picked up several himself. "Boss, I'll also help distract the ferocious beast attention," Shan Zhang shouted. Just make sure it doesn't notice me," Yuji responded. The wolf-eared girl, gray eyes, kept scanning the surroundings, looking for the best position to jump from. "Hey, big guy, look over here. Show you threw a stone at it. Come up here if you can. Don't you want to eat us a bird that can't fly? Huh, come up here where your ancestors would be rolling in their graves." Shenxiang shouted along. Winging kept tossing the stone in his hand and said, "It's time. Got it." Yeo jumped to another tree, narrowing her eyes as she waited for Wang Ming to throw the last stone. Whoosh. As the whistling sound rang out, Yiji used the shaman bone tablet at the same time. Her feet gathered all the strength she could as she leapt from the branch. Zoom, the wolf-eared girl did a front flip in midair and landed on the six-eyed red bird's back. The whole process was smooth as flowing water, too fast for the eye to catch. Yuigi. The six-eyed red bird felt someone on its back, and its cries became even more ferocious. Its black and red wings spread wide, constantly flapping. The six-eyed red bird spun around several times in place, then started running frantically, going completely berserk. Udash shouted, watching as the six-eyed red bird and the wolf-eared girl disappeared from his sight. "What do we do, boss, and the six-eyed red bird are gone," Shiyu said worriedly. Dua dropped down to the ground, picked up his spear and said, "Weiming, come with me to check. The rest of you stay in the trees." "Okay." Weiming also jumped to the ground, picking up several stones to carry with him. "Yes," Shia and the other totem warriors responded, "no need to come and look for me." Yui walked out from the bushes unharmed. She was already dragging the carcass of the six-eyed red bird. The wolf-eared girl, gray hair, was loose. Her face and body was covered in ferocious beast blood. The six-eyed red bird's neck had a large cut. It was still bleeding from the wound. The shaman power from the shaman bone tablet still lingered on the wolf-eared girl, so she could easily drag the entire six-eyed red bird on her own. "You scared me to death. I'm glad you're okay." Wing breathed a sigh of relief. If something had happened to her, it would have greatly affected those she brought with her. Moreover, they had already considered Yeo as a part of the Flame Dragon tribe, so they naturally did not want anything to happen to her. "That's great. Boss is fine." Shan Xiang jumped down from the tree. "I knew Boss would be fine." Shui chimed in. Dua put away the spear he had been gripping and nodded in relief. "This time, it's all thanks to you that we've survived." Yujio wiped the ferocious beast blood from her face and said, "It's only thanks to your shaman bone tablet. It worked really well. All right, let's pack up and immediately return to the tribe. We can't stay in this place for long, lest another one appears," Du said. "Seriously." "Yes," everyone responded. The dusk was getting deeper, the sun gradually withdrawing its yellow light, making the sky as black as the abyss. Not far from the Flame Dragon tribe, there were several silhouettes, each dragging a huge creature behind them. "The hunting team is back," someone in the tribe shouted, and the tribe, which had been quiet due to nightfall, suddenly became lively. Children and adults all ran to the outer region of the tribe to welcome the return of the hunting team. Every time the hunting team came back from hunting, it always attracted everyone's attention. Yao and Shur had been waiting outside the tribe for a while, wanting to see how this hunt had gone. "Teen leader, we're back," Dwys said, standing straight. Shur looked at the prey behind them, his face full of satisfaction as he praised. "Not bad, you've gotten more prey than we expected. Yes, it's enough for the tribe to eat for quite a while." Yin Zio nodded with satisfaction. Sura noticed a six-eyed red bird behind you, Geo, his brows slightly furrowed. He asked worriedly, "Did anyone get injured?" Yan Zio noticed Song Shur's subtle expression and followed his gaze. Also seeing that ferocious beast, he scanned the totem warriors who went hunting. After making sure no one was injured, he asked, "Where was this ferocious beast hunted?" Yan Zio knew about the ferocity of the six-eyed red bird, its running speed, and its destructive power was not something to be underestimated. For Wu Ying and the other early-stage totem warriors, defeating a six-eyed redbird would be a tall order. Yet they managed to hunt one down and bring it back. Although this six-eyed redbird was a pure-blood ferocious beast, this species was known for its speed, and it was also a collective type of ferocious beast. It would be quite challenging to deal with them unless one had extremely strong reflexes. No one was injured. This ferocious beast was hunted in the previous hunting ground, Du reported. "This time we owe it to Yuio. Without her, we might not have been able to get out of that situation so smoothly," Wing said gratefully. "Yes, we really owe it to her. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known how to deal with it. It was our first time seeing this kind of ferocious beast." Another totem warrior said. Shur walked up to the six-eyed red bird and found that there was only one wound on its entire body, which was a cut on its neck. Except for that, there were no other wounds. It could be said that it was killed with one strike, which was remarkable considering the six-eyed red bird's speed. With only one wound on its body and no others, it seemed a bit unsettling when one thought about it. After all, this clearly showed the six-seed Redbird was subdued in one move without any additional struggle. Shur turned around and seriously asked, "You tell me how you take down the six-seed Redbird. Did you forget about your task? We need to take her to see the shaman first," Yinia reminded. Shur slapped his forehead and said, I almost forgot. Dua Waming, you can take the prey in and rest first." Yes, team leader Dua and the others nodded. "The shaman wants to see me," Yuio asked, puzzled. Shur nodded, walking in front and said, "Come with me to see the shaman. On the way you can tell me how you took down the six-seed red bird." "Okay." Yuji was stunned for a moment before following and began to recount. "At that time, we were in a forest filled with red fruit." When suddenly, a few minutes later, after hearing the wolf-eared girl account, Shur's impression of her improved once again. He thought how not only was this wolf-eared girl strong, but her adaptability and quick reaction were also all exceptional. She is definitely someone who is suited to be a leader. Given time, she will surely become a great asset, able to improve the security of the tribe. A few minutes later, Sang Shur brought the wolf-hearted girl to the main teepee. After getting permission, he lifted the door flap and walked in. "Shaman, I've brought Yuji. They've just returned from hunting," Sayer said respectfully. Yui put her left hand on her chest and softly greeted Shaman. She was still a bit surprised that Subai was the shaman. After all, they had traveled together for so many days, and he had not revealed a hint of it. Although Song Shur had stepped aside, he was not relaxed at all. His eyes were fixed on the wolf-eared girl. If she made any moves, he was sure he could subdue her immediately. Subai stopped what he was doing, looked up at the wolf-eared girl, and smiled. "Welcome back." He noticed that Yujio still had a lot of blood stains on her, and there were also many leaves in her hair. Although she was not clean and tidy, Yui's pretty face was still fully visible. "Thank you, shaman." Yui was stunned for a moment. It was the first time someone had welcomed her. "How did you feel about hunting with the tribe's people?" Subai asked. "It felt just like my previous tribe. The difference is your shaman bone tablet. It is exceptionally effective," Yu said without hesitation. She had used them before, but never one with such strong effects. After using it, she did not feel weak or powerless. Subai raised his eyebrows, a bit surprised that the wolf-eared girl had actually used a shaman bone tablet on this trip. He put such thoughts aside and asked, "Tell me about this hunt. I've just heard the liveless outside." "Yes, shaman." Yiju nodded and repeated what she had told Song. "Oh, sick-eyed red bird. Sounds interesting. I'll take a look later." Subai became interested in the ferocious beast. "Shaman, the meat of this ferocious beast is exceptional. You can try it tonight," Shur added from the side. As the leader of the hunting team, he had naturally eaten this kind of ferocious beast meat before. "Shaman, why did you call me here?" Yui softly asked. Subai took a sip of water, looked at the wolf-eared girl seriously, and said in a deep voice, "There's something I need you to do." Yuio also became solemn and responded without hesitation. "Please instruct me, shaman." "This matter is not so simple, and it's a bit dangerous. You need to be mentally prepared for it," Subai said slowly and clearly. "As long as it's the shaman's order, I will do my best to complete it." Yuio's gray eyes flashed with sharpness. Shur, standing to the side, somehow also suddenly became tense. "Sylvan, I felt like there was a drop in quality over the past 20 chapters. The flow is always so abrupt, if not too slow in certain places. Maybe it's just me." "Well, this chapter and the next one is okay." Subai's fingers lightly tapped the table, his black eyes looking directly at the wolf-eared girl as he instructed. "I want you to go and monitor the Blacknake tribe and relay any intelligence you can gather back to us." Yui was slightly stunned, not expecting this mission. After regaining her composure, she responded, "Yes." Subai nodded and advised, "This mission is not that simple. You must conceal your whereabouts well and not be discovered by them." "Shaman, am I going to go alone?" You want to know if she would have any companions. "If you want, you can choose someone to go with you, or you can go alone. It is up to you." Subai deferred it to her preference. Naturally, the fewer the number of people, the better it would be for monitoring the Blacknake tribe. However, they would need to be skilled and adaptable to the situation. "I can go alone, but it would be better if I could bring one more person." Yio stood up straight and continued. "The second person would be able to help me relay intelligence to you while I continue to keep an eye on Blacknake tribe." "Correct. Who do you want to take with you, Heiya or my Ming?" Sub asked. "Shaman, I'd like to take Bai Si with me. We've been together for a long time and I can fully put my faith in her." Yuio requested. Bai and the wolf-eared girl were from the same tribe. She was a girl with monkey ears, also a totem warrior, and was quite skilled. Subai raised his eyebrows and nodded without hesitation. "No problem. You can take her with you." "Yes, thank you, shaman." Yu bowed her head in gratitude. "Be very careful when out on this monitoring mission. Don't let them discover you. Have I see report back immediately with any intelligence," Subai advised again. "Understood. We will hide ourselves well." Yuio immediately responded. The wolf-eared girl was known for her agility and lightness, making her the ideal choice for monitoring the Blacknake tribe. Subai nodded with satisfaction and added, "Go rest now." You haven't had a proper rest since, have you? Thank you, shaman. These are minor issues. Yuio felt warmth in her heart again. Rest well and set out tomorrow. I'll give you shaman bone tablets. Don't be reluctant to use them. So I had the fox-eared girl take out shaman bone tablets from the box and continued, when you run out, have by come back for more. Of course, it's better if you don't need to use them. He still hoped that the wolf-eared girl and her companion would not encounter any trouble. The tribe currently had too few talents to lose. Losing anyone would be a major hit on the tribe, and the wolf-eared girl's strength was indeed impressive. You received a bag of shaman bone tablets, opened it for a look, and her gray eyes immediately widened. She doubted if her eyes were deceiving her. After confirming again and again, she asked Shaman, "Isn't this too many shaman bone tablets?" The animal hide bag contained a total of 8 shaman bone tablets for healing shaman bone tablets and 4 blessing shaman bone tablets. There are 2 of you and you'll be gone for quite a while, 2 of each type per person. That isn't too much, Subai explained. Yujio began to have a different impression of Sububai. At first, she only thought of him as a young shaman, not knowing much else about him. But since entering this tribe, most of the over 200 people from their group had been assigned work. They were not treated coldly by the Flame Dragon tribe people for being from somewhere else. The children could even learn how to read and write, and the young adults could train. Their totem warriors were also assigned jobs. Without the shaman's arrangements, the Flame Dragon tribe people would most likely not have done this. Not being driven away was already good enough. This was truly a blessing for her and her people. Yuio hesitated for a moment, then mustered the courage to ask Shaman, "Why do you trust me so much? You're worthy of trust, and you chose to join our tribe. Now that you're part of the Flame Dragon tribe, what's there not to trust you about?" Subai deliberately paused. Then continued, "Then let me ask you this instead. Why shouldn't I trust a member of our tribe?" Yuio was momentarily at a loss for words. She nodded heavily and said earnestly, "Shaman, I will definitely complete this mission." "Good, go and rest," Subai said with a slight smile. Yes, Yio gave a soft but firm response and turned to leave the teepee. Sang-Shur watched the wolf-eared girl leave, then turned back shocked. "Shaman, did I hear that correctly just now?" Sububai raised one eyebrow. "Shaman, I'm talking about monitoring the Black Snake tribe." Sang-Shur was still processing it. "Did I look like I was joking just now?" Subai asked in return. Shur shook his head repeatedly, suppressing his excitement, and curiously asked Shaman, "Do you have a plan to deal with the Black Snake tribe? Is that why you're sending Yuji to monitor them?" Subai shrugged and explained, "Not yet. We need to know about their situation first, don't we? Right? We should have someone watch over them. Who knows what those guys might do next?" Shur nodded vigorously. "Well, find a way to deal with the Black Snake tribe. Don't he be in such a hurry?" Subai calmly stated. Shur blinked his purple eyes and solemnly asked, "But Shaman, isn't it a bit risky to give her so many shaman bone tablets at once?" Subai took a sip of water, lifted his eyelids, and said, "You'll understand soon enough. She's just not the kind of person you need to be worried about." "But Shaman, I think among the people going to monitor the Black Snake tribe, there should be at least one of our own people, right?" Sang-Shur worried. "I've thought about that too, but the other totem warriors in our tribe might rashly act out and expose themselves." Subai put down his stone cup and continued, "This is the kind of mission that requires a calm and steady person to execute. This mission to monitor the Black Snake tribe was extremely important. It was related to whether they could reclaim the tribal ancestral land and defeat the enemy. He had originally thought of sending someone from the tribe with her, but all suitable candidates had other assignments. As for the remaining people, he feared they might be blinded by hatred, causing the mission to fail and exposing their current whereabouts. If that happens, it would cause more trouble than anything. I see, suddenly understanding. We cannot afford to fail this mission. Also, don't tell others about Io going to monitor the Black Snake tribe." Subai advised. "I understand." Shur responded without hesitation. Subai clapped his hands, stood up, and smiled. "Let's go see that 6-seed red bird." "Yes." Shur immediately responded. Subai took the lead out of the teepee, walking towards the place where the prey was displayed. Usually, ferocious beasts brought back from hunts were placed there. First, they let the people in the tribe see what they brought back. Then they would proceed with plucking feathers, skinning, and other processes to get as much material out of the carcass. While walking towards the center of the tribe, people along the way greeted Subai, of course, all with great respect. This was not the first time he had experienced the tribe's enthusiasm. He had felt it when he first transmigrated. At that time, some people even sneaked into the teepee he was staying in to leave wild beasts, and members of the hunting team kept bringing beasts to him. "Shaman, you've come Yin Huron over from far away." The cowhorn girl had gone out to look when the hunting team had just returned. After all, going out hunting was what she had always longed for. "Yes, is there a lot of prey?" Sub asked. "Yes, and there's even a 6-sided red bird. My father said that this is at least a pure-blood ferocious beast." Yin Hua's eyes were full of envy. When she saw the six-seed red bird, she started imagining herself hunting it in the future. I've also come to see this sick red bird. Take me there. Sabai smiled. Yes. Yin Hua became excited at the mention of prey. Tap, tap, tap. A few minutes later, Sabai and others walked to the place where the prey was placed. People surrounded the prey on all sides. However, when they saw the shaman coming, they all consciously made way for him. Yin Zio saw Sabai and immediately came forward asking, "Shaman, do you have any instructions?" "No, I'm just here to look at the prey, especially the six-seed red bird." Sabai waved his hand to indicate that the others should relax. In fact, he was very curious about the various ferocious beasts of this era. Be it their appearance or strength, they were all irresistible to explore. Most importantly, he wanted to see if there were any ferocious beasts that could be put to use, to see if there was anything that could help the tribe's development besides food. Relying only on daily trading and dried meat from hunting was not the way a tribe should develop. Only when there was both animal husbandry and agriculture could a tribe have a sustainable foundation for development. Yanji immediately led Sabai to the six-seed red bird and explained, "Shaman, this is the ferocious beast." Sub's eyes looked the ferocious beast up and down. Feeling a bit enlightened, he looked for a full minute before turning to ask, "Chieftain, Uncle Sangshur, are there many of these ferocious beasts?" "Many." "Well, this ferocious beast is a collective type of ferocious beast. They almost always appear in groups of 10 or so, at least in 3s or 4s, Yineo explained. "Yes, Shaman, this ferocious beast is known for its speed. When it runs, it's very fast," Shur added. Sub's eyes showed a hint of pleasant surprise as he continued to ask, "How fast are we talking about?" "Well, how do I say it, even early-stage totem warriors won't be able to catch up to it. They'll be left far behind. Even mid-stage totem warriors would struggle." Sun Shur did not know how else to describe its speed. Sabai nodded thoughtfully, knowing that this era had no units for time or measurement for distance. He pondered for a moment, then continued to ask, "Is it very difficult to catch this ferocious beast alive?" "It's almost impossible, Shaman," Shur said without hesitation. "Shaman, the weakest of this ferocious beast is those of mixed blood. Their leaders are typically those of pure blood. Their speed is something we simply can't keep up with." Yin Zio recalled what his father had told him when he was young and continued, "When encountering this kind of ferocious beast, don't think about confronting it. We should just stay away from them." "That's right. This ferocious beast isn't particularly fierce, but its speed is something we simply can't keep up with. It's better just to not suffer any loss if we encounter them." Song agreed. "Interesting. We can try to cast some of these ferocious beasts in the future." Sabai smiled. Puff. A Yin Ha was trying hard to hold back her laughter. Her father had just finished saying to stay away from this ferocious beast, and the next second the shaman mentioned about catch some. Yin Zio thought he had misheard and asked, "Shaman, do you mean to hunt more of these ferocious beasts?" "No, I mean to catch some of them alive." "We can keep and raise them," Sabai said in a serious tone, which made others doubt their eyes. Yin Zio's red eyes widened, and he emphasized again, "Shaman, we can't really catch these ferocious beasts alive." "Yes, Shaman, the chieftain is right. This time we were able to hunt one down only because of Yeo's exceptional adaptability. It's generally impossible to catch them alive," Ser said with certainty. Yin Hua also nodded and said, "Shaman, father and Uncle Shur wouldn't lie to you." Yin Zio's father, who was also the Cowhorn girl's grandfather, had often told her stories about ferocious beasts when she was young. Sabai also did not look like he was joking either. He said again, "I'm talking about the future, not now," right? He also knew that with the tribe's current strength and his own shaman power, it was not realistic to catch a six-seed red bird. It might be different after they further develop. Still, it would be great if this ferocious beast could be tamed. Yin Zio breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's good, that's good. As long as it's not now. Shaman, the feathers of this six-seed red bird can be used to make a blanket for you." Shur laughed heartily. Sabai looked at the feathers on the ferocious beast and said, "These feathers are huge. They might not be comfortable to be used as a blanket." Sang Shur scratched the back of his head, puzzled. "Shaman, if we don't make a blanket, wouldn't these feathers be wasted?" Sabai thought carefully for a moment, supporting his chin with one hand and said, "These feathers don't only have one use. They can be used for something else other than blankets." "Shaman, what else can these feathers be used for?" "If we use them for fire, they'll burn up in an instant, and the smell is unpleasant." Song Shur thought and seemed a bit disgusted as though he had experienced it himself. "Collect them for now. I'll give you diagrams for what to do with them later. Just follow those," Sabai said mysteriously. Shur looked completely confused but nodded and responded, "Yes, Shaman, I'll have them collect the feathers." Sizzle, sizzle. The ferocious beast meat crackled on the stone slab as it cooked. As the fire grew stronger, the meat released waves of delicious aroma. Sabai sat at the head position in front of the bonfire, looking at the fragrant, ferocious beast meat, asking curiously, "I wonder how the meat of the six-seed red bird tastes." "This kind of meat has a bit of a tough texture when eaten," Chang Shur explained. Previously, when he was not yet the team leader of the hunting team, he had eaten this kind of meat before, but the taste was not very appealing. I can guess why. Sabai blinked his black eyes. According to what they said, this ferocious beast was known for its speed. Those long legs must have done a lot of running. The meat of frequently running animals was typically much firmer. Eating it would definitely be different from the meat of ferocious beasts with more fat in them. Yan Zio pointed at the ferocious beast meat on the tree leaves on the ground and said, "Shaman, there are many other types of ferocious beast meat. If you don't like the six-eyed red bird meat, you can eat others. It's fine. Let's try it first." Sabai waved his hand. Yuang was pouring water for Subai beside him, her pink eyes staring intently at the ferocious beast meat on the stone slab. The aroma wafting out was indeed mouthwatering. But the fox-eared girl no longer dared to eat it. Last time she only ate 2 pieces and had a nosebleed, but it was also a blessing in disguise as she received a lot of attention from the shaman. "Shayu, bring out the chili sauce and salt. It should make this ferocious beast meat taste a lot better," Sabai instructed. Yuang came back to her senses and nodded, saying, "Yes, I'll go get them now." A few minutes later, the fox-eared girl returned with the chili sauce and salt. "Shaman, let me brush some on the meat for you," Yuang said as she opened the lid of the chili sauce. "Okay, there's a lot of meat. You should brush it evenly. It's okay if there's more chili sauce," Sabai reminded. Yuang nodded heavily, using a tree leaf to dip some chili sauce and brush it back and forth on the ferocious beast meat. The fox-eared girl evenly brushed the chili sauce, then poured some salt into her palm and started sprinkling it on the meat bit by bit. Sizzle, sizzle. With the addition of chili sauce and salt, the meat sizzled more vigorously, and the aroma became even more intense. The initial bloody smell was gone, replaced by a blend of meaty and chili fragrance. It certainly made one's mouth water. Yanjia watched the fox-eared girl's actions with a puzzled face and asked, "Shayu, what are you doing brushing chili sauce? It makes its taste a lot better," Yuang explained. "Chili sauce, what's that?" Yao asked in confusion. Sabai took a sip of water and said, "Oh, this is a seasoning I concocted. It can make grilled meat taste better." He does not intend to hide it from them. After all, once the chili peppers grow, chili sauce would be widely available sooner or later, so it's concocted by the shaman, then it must taste very good. Sang Shur was now anticipating its taste. Yan Zio blinked his red eyes, watching the chili sauce jumping on the meat, and curiously asked Shaman, "Is there a lot of this thing called chili sauce? It takes time to concoct chili sauce." "This is the only one left for now." Sabai shrugged. He could only use this excuse. Who knows when the next chili sauce would be produced? Only heaven knows when the chili seeds that were just planted could be harvested. In fact, he did not even know if they had sprouted yet. "I see." Yan Zio was a bit disappointed, thinking that if there was more, he could trade it for other things. Sizzle, sizzle. The chili sauce began to slowly and fully integrate into the ferocious beast meat, releasing an increasingly strong aroma. Sang Shur used a wooden stick to poke a large piece of meat and passed it over cheerfully, saying, "Shaman, this big piece of meat is all yours." Sabai looked at the large piece of meat in front of him, smiling and shaking his head. With his appetite, how could he possibly eat so much? That piece of meat, if calculated by Earth standards, would be enough for 2 people. He quickly stopped Yanya's hand from passing him the meat. "No need, this piece is enough for me," Sabai refused. Although eating more ferocious beast meat and blood would increase the amount of kai in him, his appetite was just not as big as Yin Zio and the others. Sura ate a large piece of ferocious beast meat and said contentedly, "Shaman, there's still a lot of ferocious beast meat. Let me grill some more for you. You guys eat quickly. This one piece is enough for me." Sabai took a bite of the bird meat. After chewing a few times, he had an indescribable feeling. Although there was chili sauce, the taste of the meat was not very good. "Okay." Sura and the others lowered their heads and ate earnestly. After swallowing a piece of meat, Yinya widened his red eyes and said in surprise, "This meat tastes much better than last time." He unhesitatingly picked up a second piece and sit it into his mouth, enjoying this special flavor. "It's true. After adding this thing called chili sauce, although it's a taste I've never tried before, I really like it," Shur said with delight. Yin Zio swallowed the second piece of meat and exclaimed in surprise, "Shaman, besides the taste of chili sauce, why don't I feel the bitter taste of salt?" "Yes. Is the shaman's salt different?" "There's no bitter taste in it." Shur also praised the taste. Sabai remembered that the salt they used was not refined and was still bitter, so when added to grilled meat, it also had a hint of bitterness to it. He succinctly explained, "I've treated this salt, so it's naturally different." "Shaman, then can all the salt in our tribe be treated?" Yin Zio asked with anticipation. Sabu's mouth twitched a few times and he explained, "Not for now. Maybe after some time." "All right, but the taste of this ferocious beast meat after adding your salt is really good," Yin Zio repeatedly praised. "Does it really taste that good?" Sabai asked, secretly relieved. Currently, the tribe did not have refined salt, but Yin Zio's words reminded him how it was time to solve this issue. As for the ferocious beast meat in hand, he could not say that he liked it. This kind of ferocious beast meat had a texture like he was chewing wax. Its taste was also only slightly improved with the chili sauce, but he could understand why the rest held no complaints. After all, they had always eaten grilled meat. Suddenly adding authentic salt and chili sauce would inevitably make it taste a lot better for them. Yinya wolfed down another piece of ferocious beast meat and nodded, saying it tastes so good, much better than the meat before. Sure nodded without hesitation and agreed. Yes, chili sauce is truly a magical item. It's good that you like it. There's still a lot of meat, so you can eat more. Sub looked at the pieces of meat on the ground on top of large leaves. Shaman, won't you eat some more? Yin Zio asked. There's still a lot of meat, Shaman. Please have some more, Sure enthusiastically said. Subai stood up, clapping his hands, and declared, I'm done eating. You guys eat. I'm already full. Subai stood up and walked towards the main teepee. Eating grilled meat under the night sky truly had a unique flavor to it. Yuang was holding a string of dried meat in her hand and said, Shaman, this chili sauce is really delicious for grilling meat. If you like it, eat more. That jar can last for quite a while, Subai replied. Yuang blinked her pink eyes, shaking the chili sauce in her hand, and curiously asked, by the way, Shaman, when the chili peppers we planted grow up, can we make this chili sauce? Yes, once those chili peppers mature, we can make chili sauce. Subai smiled. That's great. We'll have a lot of chili sauce in the future, Yuang said with a wide smile. Yin Hua blinked her red eyes and asked Shaman, but we don't have this strange-looking container. What should we use to hold the chili peppers? Yes, this chili sauce needs to be covered with a lid each time. So what if there's no lid? Will it spoil? Ying asked worriedly. You're right. If the chili sauce isn't sealed, it can easily spoil. As for containers, we should have them by that time, Subai said. After what the girls with horns said, it was clear that there were still many problems in the primitive tribe that needed to be solved. The problem now is containers. They could not use stone bowls for every meal. Could they? Not only were they heavy, but they were also particularly difficult to make, and there were no plates either. Even tonight, they used large leaves to place the meat on top of. If they made chili sauce in the future but had no suitable containers, would that not be a waste? Shaman, the chili peppers have already sprouted. They're growing so fast. It's only your third day back and those chili peppers have grown taller. Yuang almost forgot about this. Oh, they've already sprouted. How tall have they grown? Subai asked curiously. Yuang thought for a moment, biting the dried meat in her mouth, and gestured with both hands, saying unclearly, about this tall. Subai estimated the length that the fox-eared girl showed about 7 or 8 cm. He was taken aback. He did not expect the growth rate to start accelerating. He said, they're growing really fast. Let's go take a look tomorrow. Okay, I'll continue watering them tomorrow. Yuang nodded heavily. Yanhua took the string of dried meat from the fox-eared girl's mouth and said, don't talk while you eat. Be careful not to choke. Got it, Awa. Yuang swung her pink fox tail. Somehow recently, the girl with horns had been sleeping with the fox-eared girl in the main teepee, and no one said anything about it, as if it was the natural thing to do. Yin Hua did not think there was anything wrong with it either. Maybe it was because when they went to the spotted deer market, she stayed with Subai every night, so when they returned to the tribe, she just naturally went to the main teepee. Yin Jiao was even more unlikely to say anything. In fact, he was happy that his daughter was doing this. When she did not return to her own teepee, he naturally noticed but did not say anything about it. A few minutes later, Subai and the others returned to the main teepee. As soon as he sat down in his seat, he began to pick up charcoal and animal hide. Yuang used a beast bone cup to fetch a cup of water and handed it over, saying, Shaman, have some water. If there's nothing else, I'll go sew linen clothes first. All right, there's nothing else. You can go find Awa. Subai gently said, yes. Yuang nodded and turned to walk to her area. Subai looked at the charcoal in his hand and muttered. Now we need to solve the problem of pins. He frowned, pondering how to make pins in this primitive era. Paper roll pins are not possible right now. We haven't even made paper yet, let alone graphite. He tapped his index finger lightly on the table, his mind rapidly turning, trying to find suitable materials for making pins in this primitive tribe. Without graphite, we'll have to consider other options. Subai frowned and continued to ponder. Well, we have a lot of sick red bird feathers today. Can we try to make quill pins? Thinking of this, he closed his eyes and began to ponder about the production and materials for quill pins. The earliest ink on Earth used metals, dyes made from walnut shells or seeds, or ink from marine animals like fish or octopus. Subai frowned. Catching marine animals is impossible here, but finding some walnut shells and seeds might be possible. Yin Hua glanced at Subai, watching him make different expressions while pondering for a while, and curiously asked, Shaman, what's wrong? Is there anything we can help with? I just happened to have something to ask you. Subai put down the charcoal. Yinhua stood up and walked over, asking curiously, Shaman, what is it? Yuang also put down the linen clothes in her hand, stood up and asked, Shaman, is it about tribe matters? Suba took a sip of water and asked, do you know where to find some walnuts? They're the ones with green outer skin with white speckles. When you open them, there's a yellow kernel inside. Walnuts, never heard of them. Yinha looked puzzled. Green outer skin and white speckles. Yuang tilted her head, pouting and muttering, I don't have any impression of that either. We most likely don't have those. Shaman, do you want to eat this thing called walnuts? Yinhua asked curiously. The girl with horns thought Subai suddenly wanted to eat these walnuts, and since they had never even heard of the name, it must have been from the large tribes. Subai shook his head and said, no, I want to make a pin, so I need walnuts. A pin? Yuang blinked her pink eyes hard, asking in confusion, Shaman, what's a pen? Is it something like charcoal? Yinho was equally confused, nodding and looking at Subai, expecting an explanation. Subai picked up a piece of charcoal and wrote casually on the animal hide, explaining anything that can write is a pen. Of course, this is just charcoal. It can't really be used as a pen. The writing from a pen is much clearer and thinner. Saman, what does a pen look like? Yuang asked curiously. You'll know when it's made. You can use it to properly practice writing. It's much better than writing with charcoal. Subai smiled. Yinhua nodded thoughtfully and said with regret, Shaman, but we haven't seen the walnuts you've mentioned. Yes, all these years, the berries we've brought back are always the same ones. We don't have the kind that Shaman describes, Yuang said, her fox ears drooping. Well, it seems like walnuts are not available. We'll have to consider other options, Subai said helplessly. Yinhua whirled her black hair and asked Shaman, besides walnuts, what else is needed to make a pin? Yuang nodded heavily and said, Shaman, we may not have walnuts, but we might have other things. Do you know of any seeds that are pure black or plants with black sap? Subai could only try his last resort and continued to probe, or any plants that are pure black and can be grounded to powder. Yinhua's red eyes rolled several times as she recalled. The plant the shaman described sounds familiar. Sub's eyes lit up, and he asked again, is there really such a plant? I heard my grandfather mention it before. I think there really is such a plant called black stone nut. Yinhua's red eyes shifted to the corner as she recalled and continued. The fruit is very the outside, but when you peel it open, the juice inside is black. Where can we find black stone nuts? Subai got excited. It is not common, but many people collect the juice from it. You can exchange it at the spotted deer market. Most people exchange it for materials to make shaman bone tablets and other things, Yinhua explained. Suba's eyes showed an expression of relief as he said, that's great. That might be usable for making pins. Yinhua was a bit surprised and asked Shaman, is that true? Can black stone nuts really be used to make pins? Probably. It's just a guess at the moment. We need to exchange for some and test it out to see for certain, Subai said. Yinhua thought about the trading time between the tribe and the spotted deer market and said, that's great. Uncle Mang and the others are going to head off to trade with the spotted deer tribe tomorrow. It's not early, but it's just in time. We can have them exchange for some. Subai waved his hand. As long as they had that juice, they could try to make cool pins. As for whether it would be successful, it depended on whether the juice from the black stone nuts could color the paper they were going to make. Shaman, we can also ask the hunting team to look for it. Maybe they can find the walnuts you mentioned. Yinhua added, sure. Well, if there's nothing else, you can continue with your work. Subai smiled. Yes, Yuang and Yinhua nodded. Subai continued to pick up the charcoal and began to draw the appearance of walnuts on the animal hide. He even drew the interior of the walnut to give a better illustration. He also drew other things on the animal hide that he thought would be beneficial for the tribe's development, such as some wild vegetables. Eating grilled meat every day is becoming unbearable. We really need some green vegetables to balance it out. Subai thought of this and his black eyes lit up with passion. He even muttered to himself that right tea. It would be great if we had tea. Since he transmigrated, he had not drunk any beverages other than boiled lake water. We should also look for plants that can be made into tea leaves. Although it's unlikely, let's give it a try, Subai murmured. He picked up the animal hide and dusted off the charcoal ash, talking to himself. All right, that's it for now. The animal hide roughly depicted the appearance of walnuts, wild vegetables, and tea plants. Shall you come here for a moment? Subai called out. Yes. Yuang immediately walked over and gently asked Shaman, is there anything I can help you with? Give this to Tong. Sure, and tell him to help me look for what's drawn on it. So I handed over the animal hide and continued. Also tell my Mang and the others to exchange for some black stone nut juice. Yes, Shaman. Yuang took the animal hide with both hands and left the teepee. Yinhua stood up and walked over asking curiously, Shaman, are the things drawn on the animal hide the materials you need to make pins? Yes, and some other things to eat and drink. It would be great if we can find them. Subai smiled. If they're not around here, maybe they'll be in the tribal ancestral land. Yinhua thought of their previous dwelling place. Sabai patted the charcoal ash off his hands and asked, "Oh, what do you mean? I heard fathers say that there are many things in the ancestral land that we don't have here. Just like when Uncle Tangshur helped the shaman find Ramai." Yin Hua brushed away the hair from her forehead before continuing. He said, "If we look around the ancestral land, such things should be easy to find." Sabai thoughtfully nodded and smiled. "We'll return to the ancestral land sooner or later. The things there will eventually be ours." "Shaman, I know you sent Yu-Gi-Oh out as part of your plan to reclaim the ancestral land, but our totem warriors can't defeat the Black Snake tribe right now." Yin Hua looked a bit dejected and continued, "They have at least 100 totem warriors." "Of course not now, but it won't be too far in the future. Just wait and see." Sabai cheerfully chuckled. "And since you've said it, we'll definitely be able to go back." Yin Hua nodded. "You should go take a bath first. I'll be busy for a while longer and then I'll go take a bath too," Sabai instructed. "Okay." Yin Hua turned to get her animal hide clothes. Sabai rolled his eyes and complained, "Seriously, just a bottle of floral water, that's the worst one yet." It had been several days since returning from the spotted deer tribe. Besides the 8 assistance packages opened on the first night, he had opened 2 more assistance packages. One was an umbrella and the other was a packet of lettuce seeds. Fine. I guess floral water is fine too. There are many mosquitoes in the tribe. Applying some at night might help me sleep better. Sabai tried to convince himself. He placed the floral water on one side of the table and began to ponder how to develop the tribe. Paper will have to wait until we find the raw materials, and Grandfather Gumu's stone mill can't be rushed. Sabai frowned and continued to think about the next on the list. As for quill pins, we haven't found suitable materials for it yet, so that would have to be put on hold as well, he sighed. He realized that many things just were not ready yet and had to be on hold, hindering progress. Well, the lettuce seeds have not been planted yet. I also haven't checked on the chili peppers. They might actually grow faster in this era. Their growth rate still needs to be confirmed so that we can estimate if they can be harvested before the rainy season arrives. For now, we can only have the people produce large quantities of linen to trade with. We need to increase the trading volume to exchange for more things to develop faster. He tapped his index finger lightly on the table, thinking about the next thing, animal husbandry. Animal husbandry would be a major pillar of the tribe's economy, so it needs to be quickly implemented. Sabai picked up the charcoal and started writing on the animal hide. The first step is to build an enclosure, and the second step is to capture some wild animals. Soon the animal hide was covered with drawings of rabbits, sheep, cattle, and other animals, along with a rough sketch of a farm. At this point, we can only raise herbivores. After all, we are already having a challenge feeding our people with meat. In this era, the best way to convey orders was through drawings since most could not read. Thus, any writing was useless at this point in time. Drawing for them what to find would be more efficient and increase the chances of finding the right things. It's good that I learned the basics of drawing back then. Otherwise, I really would not have been able to draw these. Sabai smiled. "Shaman, may I come in?" Yin Hua asked from outside the teepee. Sabai put down the animal hide and looked up. "Come in." Yin Hua lifted the door flap and entered, saying, "Shaman, I've given the animal hide to Uncle Tong." "Sure, and I've also told Uncle Meng about exchanging for Blackstone nuts." "Good." "Wow, I want to ask, when the hunting team goes hunting, do they ever bring back smaller wild animals?" Sabai asked. "They do, but rarely. The hunting team is rules. They don't capture very small wild animals, only larger ones." Yin Hua blinked her red eyes and continued. "They wait for the small animals to grow bigger before capturing them." Subs was correct. People in this era really have no concept of animal husbandry. He shook his head with a smile and said, "If you don't capture them now, you won't see them when they grow up. I've wondered about that too. But we can't just capture these small wild animals, can we?" Yin Hua pursed her lips and continued. "Father says small wild animals don't have much meat. We only eat them if absolutely necessary, so we usually let them grow bigger." "Well, your father is right. There's not much meat on small wild animals," Sabai nodded. "Yes, it's better to let small wild animals grow up in the wild than get them when they are big." Yin Hua smiled. "Starting tomorrow, have the hunting team capture some small wild animals and bring them back." Sabai said, "Shaman, why are we suddenly capturing small wild animals?" Yin Hua asked curiously. "To raise them, we can't always go out to hunt. If we raise our own, we can be self-sufficient." Saba took a sip of water and continued. "If we raise enough, we won't need to hunt as often in the future." Yin Ha widened her red eyes in surprise. "Raise them, but Shaman, we can barely feed ourselves. How can we feed them? They don't eat meat, just grass. They're really easy to raise." Sabai shrugged. "Really, Shaman, are they really easy to raise? We don't need to do anything else." Yin Hua asked 3 questions in a row. Sabai nodded. "Seriously, of course. Just cut some grass around the tribe to feed them. It won't be that difficult. If it's really like that, that would be great. We won't have to risk our lives to go out hunting so often," Yin Hua said happily. Sabai raised an eyebrow and asked with pursed lips, "Didn't you always want to become a totem warrior and go out to hunt? Didn't you say it was an honor?" Yan Hua paused for a moment, then explained, "Shaman, you said reduce hunting, not stop hunting completely. I can still go out to hunt and still gain honor in doing so. I've been completely defeated by your thinking." Haha, Sabai laughed heartily. Yan Hua scratched the back of her head and said with a smile, "Shaman, don't laugh at me. I haven't given up on becoming a totem warrior. It's good not to give up. Keep at it." Sabai smiled. Yan Hua pointed at a bottle on the table and curiously asked, "Hey, Shaman, what's that?" Sabai looked at the floral water, picked it up, and explained, "This is used to repel mosquitoes." Repel mosquitoes just with this strange colored water? Yin Ha seemed a bit skeptical. "Yes, if you don't believe me, you can try it when you sleep tonight. I guarantee you'll have a peaceful night's sleep." Sabai confidently said, "That's amazing. I must try it." Yin Ha started to look forward to it. "What's so amazing?" Ying's voice came from outside the teepee as she lifted the door flap and entered. Sabai handed over the floral water and said, "Apply this before we sleep at night and mosquitoes won't bite us." Yuang took the floral water with delight and said, "This is really amazing." The next morning, the sun climbed out from behind the clouds, its rays spreading across the entire flame dragon tribe. Sabai slowly opened his black eyes, looking at the top of the teepee. After blinking a few times, he silently thought, "System check-in. Ding, check-in successful. Claim and open the assistance package." Sabai continued to mentally command, "Ding, assistance package claimed. Ding, congratulations. Host received low-grade assistance. 1 pocket watch." A pocket watch suddenly appeared in Swai's hand. He brought it to his eyes to look at it and nodded. "This is great. Now I can tell the time." He got up and stretched, putting the pocket watch in his pocket. At this time, it was better not to let the people outside the teepee know about it. "Shaman, are you up?" Yuang was grilling dried meat by the fire pit. "Good morning." Sabai looked around and asked, "Where's Awa?" "Did she go out?" "Awa went out early in the morning, saying she was going to train." Yuang explained. Sabai nodded, picking up his toothbrush and toothpaste to start brushing his teeth. He muffled said, "One of dried meat is enough for me. As for how much to grill, it depends on how much you want to eat." Early in the morning, he could not really eat anything too greasy. One to fill his stomach was enough, and he could always eat some berries later. "All right," Yuang nodded. Sabai rinsed his mouth and wiped it, saying after eating, "Let's go check on the chili peppers." "I checked on the chili peppers this morning. They've grown bigger." Yuang smiled. "Good, let's go take a look later," Sabai said. After quickly eating the dried meat, the two left the teepee and headed towards the chili pepper field. Arriving at the chili pepper field, looking at the growth of the chili peppers, Sabai said with satisfaction, "They are growing really well. They've grown so much in just a few days." The chili peppers in the field had already grown to nearly 10 cm, surpassing the growth rate on Earth. Usually, in these few days after planting, they would have just sprouted. It was impossible for them to grow to nearly 10 cm within these few days. "Shaman, at this rate, how long until we can eat the chili peppers?" Yuang asked expectantly. "By the looks of it, we should be able to eat them in about 20 days, Sabai estimated. Yuang swung her pink fox tail excitedly as she exclaimed, "That's great. The chili sauce and the teepee should last until then." Sabai glanced at the sweet potatoes and found that their growth rate had also been accelerated with new slips already extending. He nodded with satisfaction and said, "It seems like soil here is great for growing plants." Originally, the sweet potatoes were estimated to take over 100 days to grow, but at the current growth rate, it would take about 50 days at most. "They're really growing much faster than before. We should be able to eat them soon," Yuang softly said. Sabai stood up and stretched, saying, "Okay, now let's go to Uncle Gumu's place. I need to see how things are coming along." "Okay." Yuang followed closely behind. Sabai soon walked over to Gumu's teepee, where the latter was just outside whittling a wooden stick. "Shaman, why have you come here?" Gumu immediately stopped his work and came to greet them. "I just came to see how things are coming along," Sububai said. "Shaman, half of the things you've asked for have been prepared. But the stone mill isn't ready yet," Gumu reported. Sabai waved his hand, indicating it was not a problem. "The stone mill is more difficult to craft. Take your time, there's no rush. You can present it to me in a few days." "Thank you, Shaman. I'll definitely have it made in a few days' time." Gumu nodded and continued. "The other thing you entrusted me with has already been made." "Oh, let me see," Sabai said expectantly. Among the animal hide drawings he gave to Gumu, there was one which was the design for a bow and arrow. It was a very simple design but should get the job done. It was a design for a long bow. In a primitive tribe, such cold weapons were sufficient. Making swords was certainly not realistic, but bows and arrows could be made. The materials for the bow were easy to find, and arrows could be made with sharp bone spikes or sharpened stone tips. Gumu turned and went into the teepee, soon returning with a long bow. He handed it over with both hands, saying, "Shaman, please see if this is as you've requested." Sabai took the long bow and examined it, nodding with satisfaction and praising. Excellent, you've done a great job. The entire long bow was about 1.5 meters long with the back of the bow made from a single piece of bentwood. The overall look was very smooth. Shaman, is this thing called a bow and arrow very powerful? Gumu asked, curious. Of course, you can hunt small wild animals without getting too close, and it's also very powerful when used against people, Sabai said solemnly. Umu widened his eyes in surprise and asked, Shaman, is this going to be used for hunting? Yeah, it can also be used as a weapon to deal with the Blacknake tribe, Sabai said in a heavier voice. Shaman, use this against the Blacknake tribe. Gumu could hardly believe his ears. The Black Snake tribe has several times more totem warriors than us. Wanting to confront them directly is not very realistic. Sabai fiddled with the bow in his hand and continued. With bows and arrows, things will be much more convenient. Shaman, how do you use it? Gumu curiously asked. Let's go to an open area. Bring me some arrows and you'll see how it works. Sabai calmly said yes. Gumu immediately brought a few arrows and followed. Soon the group came to a place without teepee. Someone had also set up a wooden stake not far away. Shaman, does that piece of wood need to be placed so far out? Gumu curiously asked. You'll know in a moment. Sub looked at the bowstring in his hand and asked, by the way, what is the bowstring made out of? He noticed that the long bowstring had very good elasticity and texture with the ability to store a lot of elastic potential energy. It's made from ferocious beast tendons. It has excellent elasticity. When I saw your design, I thought this bow and arrow would definitely need to be elastic. Gumu looked a bit excited and continued. So I've tried many materials and finally found ferocious beast tendons to be the best suited. Let me try and see how it performs, Sabai said with satisfaction. Gumu nodded heavily and asked Shaman, if possible, can I try it later? Of course, Sabai smiled. Tap, tap, tap. From behind, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Shaman, what are you doing? Yin Hua came running from afar. Sabai turned his head towards the voice and saw the cowhorn girl running over. He said, why are you here? I'm done with my training, so I came over to look for you. Yin Ha said, catching her breath. Okay, for now you should just take a break. Sabai smiled, turning to knock an arrow on the bowring. Each arrow shaft was made of wood, with only the arrowhead was a sharp bone spike. At the same time, the tail was decorated with feathers. Yan Hua tilted her head and asked in confusion, Shaman, what are you doing? What is this thing? Sabai smiled and said, this is a bow and arrow, a weapon. I'm testing it. Yan Hua blinked her red eyes repeatedly in surprise and asked, a weapon? This thing is a weapon. It doesn't seem to have any power to kill. Sabai did not say anything, just smiled slightly, raised the bow, and aimed at the distant wooden stake. Whoosh, thud, a sound of piercing air rose, and the arrow left the string in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the arrow was firmly embedded in the wooden stake. With the amount of damage it had done, and the end of the arrow still visibly shaking as though the arrow was still alive, it made the audience feel a chill down their spine. Gumu drew in a sharp breath, shocked beyond words. After a long while, he opened his mouth and commented, Shaman, this long bow is really powerful. Yin Ha was completely stunned, her eyes not blinking for a long time. She dacily said, Shaman, I take back what I said earlier. The lethality of this long bow was completely unexpected for her. She did not expect that in an instant the arrow would fly out and directly pierced into the wooden stake. The whole thing happened in a flash, leaving no time for anyone to defend against. This is just an ordinary bow and arrow. Better bows and arrows are not this weak. Sabai smiled and added. Of course he was referring to recurve bows. The power of those bows was no joke. There were also crossbows that were exceptionally powerful, operable with one hand. Unfortunately, the process to craft them was too complicated. This is just ordinary. Gumu could not believe his ears and asked in astonishment, Shaman, do you have even more powerful ones? Sabai smiled and instructed, first, make more long bows. For now, these long bows are enough for our own use. It's not that I don't want to make recurve bows or crossbows. It's just that they are really far more complicated to make. There's also not much time left before we need to reclaim the ancestral land. Right now, the long bow is the quickest to make and easiest to use. I understand. I will definitely make more of them, Gumu excitedly said. For him, making these things was now his greatest pleasure. Being able to contribute to the tribe in this manner was the greatest honor for him. What more being able to make such a deadly weapon, which would greatly contribute to the tribe? Yinho was still in shock. In her mind, stone knives and spears were the most powerful weapons. It was until the appearance of the fruit knife. Once that appeared, she thought that the fruit knife was the most powerful weapon. Yet another contender had appeared, the long bow. The ranking of the most powerful weapons in her mind kept changing. The stone knife, which was originally number 1, was now at the bottom. Shaman, can I have one of these long bows? Yin Hua's face was written with the desire to possess one. Suba was amused and said, of course you can, but you need to practice a lot with it. Giving her one is good, too. At the very least, it would give her the ability to protect herself. Of course, I will train hard. She was suddenly full of fighting spirit as her red eyes were full of passion. Shaman, can I try the long bow now? Gumu requested. Of course, take it and try. Sabai smiled and handed over the long bow. Thank you, Shaman. Gumu excitedly took the long bow. At first, although he knew this thing would be very powerful when made, he did not expect it to be so shocking. Gumu followed Subi's earlier example, supporting the bow with one hand and holding the arrow with the other, fully drawing the string. Whoosh. A sound of piercing air rose, and the arrow in Gumu's hand flew out, but it did not hit the wooden stake. Gumu looked at the arrow that had deviated from its path and said with pursed lips, "It seems like this is a weapon that needs a lot of training to get good at." Yes, without training, no one would be able to aim accurately with it. Sabai nodded in agreement. Shaman, if this kind of weapon can be widely used, our combat power would increase drastically. Be it for hunting, defending the tribe, or even invading other tribes. None of these would be difficult, Gumu solemnly said. Of course, why else would I have you make them? It's to make the tribe better and better, Sabai responded. Gumu bowed and stressed each word as though swearing his life on it. Shaman, I will definitely make many long bows when I go back. I will ensure that every totem warrior can have one. No, it is not just totem warriors, but warrior trainees and young adults. All of them should have one, Sububai added. Warrior trainees too, Gumu asked in confusion. Sabai blinked his black eyes and solemnly explained. Totem warriors have totem marks. They are strong on their own, but how many totem warriors does our tribe have? I understand. Shaman means to expand our whole combat strength. Right, Gumu immediately understood why warrior trainees should have them too. That's right. Totem warriors are already a combat force we employ. At this time, warrior trainees with long bows would also be an additional force. Sabai smiled and continued. This way our tribes can no longer be considered weak. Gumu nodded excitedly and said, as expected of the shaman, you've thoroughly considered everything. Also, the long bows used by young adults should be distinguished from those used by totem warriors, Sububai reminded. Distinguish, Gumu did not quite understand. Can the strength of totem warriors be compared to ordinary people? This kind of long bow is just not strong enough for them. The bow would break immediately if they drew it with too much force, Sabai explained. For totem warriors, the drawing capacity of this long bow was too small. When that was limited, the arrows would not be able to pierce through the thick hides of ferocious beasts. Worse, it might really break before being fully drawn. It was best for them to not use it, lest an accident happened. Gumu suddenly understood and nodded repeatedly. I see. I will improve the materials for the long bows used by totem warriors. By the way, how long will it take to make 50 long bows? Sub asked. Gumu squinted his eyes and thought and said, it will probably take about 5 days. Good. During this time, prioritize making 50 long bows first. Put other things aside for now, Sabai arranged. The main priority is to strengthen the tribe's overall power. It is only with strength that we can better protect the tribe. I understand. Gumu nodded. Give priority to young adults and warrior trainees for these 50 long bows. As for the long bows for totem warriors, make them after you finish these 50, Sabai instructed. Understood. I will try my best to shorten the production time. Gumu immediately replied yes, but quality comes first before all else. Sabai picked up the long bow again and fired several more arrows in succession, saying with satisfaction, this is really good. This long bow is very well made. Be it in terms of explosive power or the elasticity of the bowstring, all were exceptionally well crafted. Yan Hua looked expectant and softly asked, Shaman, can I try it? Of course. First, you need to hold the bow with one hand. Sabai patiently explained how to operate it to her. Yan Hua nodded in confusion and began to operate it according to Sububai's explanation. Her red eye was staring intently at the wooden stake. Her stance was upright with one hand stretching forward to hold the bow and the other hand pulling the string. She looked somewhat like a proper archer. Whoosh, a sound of piercing air rose and she watched the arrow fly from her hand. The result was predictable. It missed the target. Ah, I missed, Yin Hua said regretfully. Try a few more times. This is only your first time using it. It's normal to miss. Sabai comforted. Yin Hua nodded, picked up a second arrow and knocked it on the string, her red eyes continuing to look at the wooden stake. First, see clearly where the target is. Don't rush. Always aim properly before release. Sabai patiently instructed. I understand. Yin Hua nodded in response. Whoosh. As soon as she released her hand, the arrow flew out, but it still deviated, brushing past the side of the wooden stake. Ah, I missed again, Yan Hua said as she lowered the bow in disappointment. Sabai smiled and shook his head, taking the bow and arrow, saying, watch me do it once more. It's very simple, just aim at the wooden stake. He once again raised the bow horizontally, pulled the string, and carefully explained each step to the cowhorn girl. So the arm needs to be straight. Yin Hua nodded thoughtfully. Whoosh, thud, Sub's arrow once again pierced the wooden stake. Due to the strong force, the arrow tail was still shaking. Shaman, you're so amazing. You can hit the target every time. When will I be able to do that? Yin Hua said in admiration. She was very interested in anything related to hunting and weapons. Don't be discouraged. You can practice more when you have time. Sabai smiled. His mental energy was exceptionally powerful, so aiming at the wooden stake was very simple for him. It was due to this that the long bow was not very difficult for him to use. Yes, shaman, I want to try once more. Yin Hua solemnly said. She took the long bow and continued to aim at the wooden stake, starting her third attempt. Sabai watched her practice for a while, then turned back to the main teepee with the fox-eared girl, letting Yin Hua continue practicing on her own. Once they returned to the main teepee, Yuang used a stone cup to fetch a cup of water and handed it over saying, Shaman, have some water first. You've been in the sun for so long today. And you should take a break too, Sabai said as he took the cup. He sat down in his place and began planning what to do next. He picked up a piece of animal hide and started to think. Sabai blinked his black eyes and thought to himself, oh yeah, we still need to arrange for an archer team to be formed. He took a sip of water, squinted his eyes, and thought for a moment and felt that the archer team needed to start training as soon as possible. Sabai raised his head and called out Shayu, go find the chieftain and ask him to come over. Also, tell Awa to bring the long bow. All right, I'll go right now. Yuang stopped what she was doing and walked out of the main teepee. 10 minutes later, the fox-eared girl returned with Yin Hua and Yin Zio. Shaman, what did you call me for Yao Bod? Sabai gestured for Yin Ha to bring over the long bow and said, I called you here because of this. Yanji had already heard about it from Yin Hua on the way and had seen her demonstrate with it once. He nodded and guessed, Shaman, did you call me here because of the longbow issue? Do you need more people in Awa? Should have told you about the longbow just now. I want you to learn how to use it, too. I want you to form a team of 50 archers. Sabai said. Yanya was stunned for a moment, then nodded excitedly. Shaman, I'm willing to learn how to use this longbow. You should go and choose 50 people. They must be young adults and warrior trainees with good eyesight and stamina. Sabai instructed young adults. Yan Zio looked confused and continued to ask Shaman, I understand warrior trainees, but why look for young adults because the tribe's current combat strength is too low? It's a waste to not utilize so many young adults. They can also fight and should contribute to protecting the tribe. Sub explained, yes, Shaman, Yan Zio said excitedly. He knew that the tribe did not have enough totem warriors. Now they were even using those young adults to increase their combat strength. Sabai nodded and said, and protecting the tribe is everyone's responsibility. I believe they will be more than willing to do it. Rest assured, I will carefully select these 50 people. Yan Zio immediately responded. This time, let the young adults and warrior trainees practice first. After Gumu makes bows suitable for totem warriors, you can practice with them, Sabai added. He did not want the totem warriors to be clueless and recklessly destroy those long bows later. Yes, Yao nodded. Divide these 50 people into 2 teams with different training times for each team. One team is responsible for patrolling and training, while the other team continues their usual tasks. Switch what they do every other day. Sabai arranged the division of labor for these 50 people. He did this to ensure the tribe's labor operation. After all, the tribe only had about 300 people now. While its combat strength needed to keep up, the tribe's internal affairs could not be neglected either. Yes, I understand. Yan Zio gave a firm nod. In the evening, dark clouds rolled across the sky like an overturned iron pot, pressing down heavily, making it hard to breathe. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Gusts of evening wind blew, making the leaves rustle as the spotted deer tribe welcomed the evening hours. When the spotted deer tribe was not holding a market, the teepee in the outer region were inhabited. At this time, in the inner region of the spotted deer tribe, inside the shaman's wooden hut, Lucier was discussing tribe matters with the shaman. The shaman's wooden hut was very large with walls and roof built from trees and many items stored inside. Most of these items were materials for making shaman bone tablets as well as various ferocious beast skulls, bones, and so on. Crackle, crackle. The fire in the fire pit on the ground was burning vigorously, the wood crackling as it burned with sparks scattering onto the ground. Shaman, after our last market ended, we did not manage to exchange for a large quantity of linen. Lucier reported. How much in total? Shaman Luchan asked. Lucier thought for a moment and said about 50 rolls or so, not a very large amount. He was the chieftain of this tribe with a pair of golden eyes and a height of over 1.8 m. He seemed to be extremely imposing with a pair of antlers on his head that were particularly eye-catching. A total of 50 rolls of linen in 15 days is indeed a bit low. Shaman Luchan frowned. Although the quantity is small, I must say that tribe is really impressive. They alone accounted for 30 rolls of linen, which is quite a lot, Lucier said word by word. After the last market trade of all the linen, the Flame Dragon tribe's linen accounted for more than half and was of the best quality. Shaman Luchan stroked his beard and asked, curious, yes, how can they have so much linen? I don't know either, but they don't look like people from a large tribe, Lucier said with amazement. Continuing, their numbers are few, yet they can produce so much linen. They are really amazing. Shaman Luchan put down his beast bone cup and said, that tribe is interesting. A small tribe can produce so much linen, and the quality is so good. Lucier looked puzzled and continued to guess. Shaman, do you think it might be made by their tribe? Shaman, I don't know about that, but their strength must be quite good. Shaman Luchan solemnly said. Lucier thoughtfully nodded and reminded, it seems like we need to cooperate with them well. Tomorrow they will bring twice the amount of linen as last time, which is crazy. Shaman Luchan squinted his eyes, his index finger tapping lightly on the stone table as he said, we should establish a long-term cooperation with this tribe. He thought of how they had just delivered the linen 7 days ago. It took time for them to journey back to their tribe and come here again. Calculating the time, the amount of linen they brought in to trade with had increased rather than decreased, which was astonishing. Shaman, when they come here to trade tomorrow, they will definitely exchange for salt, but we don't have much salt left. Lucerily said, keep a portion of the salt for ourselves, just enough for our own use. Exchange the rest with their tribe, Shaman Luchan arranged. Lucier nodded and said with concern, Shaman, the cheetah tribe is no longer giving us large amounts of salt. They've reduced it by more than half, which greatly affects the operation of our market. In fact, the spotted deer tribe was an intermediary tribe. They exchanged various goods from other tribes, including materials for making shaman bone tablets or sewn linen clothes, and so on. Naturally, they also used salt to exchange for goods from other tribes. Thus, the spotted deer tribe really needed a large amount of salt. The cheetah tribe, what are they trying to do by doing this at this time? Shaman and Luchan cursed. The cheetah tribe was a large tribe with a large amount of salt. They have been maintaining long-term cooperation with the spotted deer tribe. The spotted deer tribe normally gave them linen while the cheetah tribe gave them salt in return. The cheetah tribe must want to trade with those tribes themselves. They are planning to cut us off. That's why they're not giving us the agreed amount of salt. Lucier also angrily complained. Shaman Luchan shook his head and solemnly said, I don't think that's likely. If they wanted to do that, they could have done it long ago. Why wait until now, Shaman? If it's not that, then Lucier asked in confusion. They must have seen our market growing bigger and bigger. I believe they are doing this to restrict our tribe to prevent it from growing any further. Shaman Luchan speculated. Lucier immediately stood up and angrily shouted, that's too much. How can the cheetah tribe do this to us? Shaman Luchan's gaze turned solemn as he said in a deep voice, now we can only rely on that tribe. They must have a lot of linen. Shaman, you want that tribe to give us more linen so we can get more salt from the cheetah tribe in return, Lucier guessed. Shaman Luchan nodded and stressed. Previously, salt was the main goods that maintained the trading operation of our entire tribe. We can't go on without salt. However, we can use linen to exchange for goods as well. Many things in the spotted deer tribe were exchanged using salt from the cheetah tribe. The salt from the cheetah tribe was exchanged for with linen. Goods in the spotted deer market were all exchanged back and forth. If one thing was lacking, it could paralyze the whole market. I understand, in the future we won't use salt as our main goods for trade. We can use linen instead, right? Lucier guessed. Shaman Luchan nodded and solemnly said, linen is in higher demand than salt and can be exchanged for more things. Understood. When they come tomorrow, let's discuss it with them. Lucier nodded.